Chapter 101. There is something there. I can distinguish where the lines of text are and where it is just blank paper. The grayish-colored letters of the book I bought to train is difficult getting used to, but the improvement in my perception stat had done a lot to improve my ability to recognize the difference. I stand in my hut surrounded by experiments where I cut pages of the book and separate the letters from the rest of the paper with the closest thing to an X-Acto knife we could forge. Putting the book in my inner world almost lets me make out the individual letters. After a long time getting used to the very feel of the ink, I came to realize the problem: it's not ink at all. That is why it is so difficult. Like in my class trial and the different materials of the table I found there, it is the same material with a single property slightly different. A darker shade of paper somehow perfectly melded with the crisp white paper. Fully organic cellulose fibers like the rest of the book, except some of those fibers are for some reason dark gray. Ink is just so different as a material compared to paper. Real ink is dead and contains much heavier elements that scream their uniqueness in my perception field. After gaining enough resolution, I managed to easily read the system's reward book or the village's notes. The introduction to the system book is something else entirely. It isn't just about color, though they are also fainter. It is about their very similar feel to all my senses except vision. Though I can only speculate about other aspects, the smell, touch, sound, and even heat conductivity are exactly the same in all tests I ran. There is no distinguishable difference between them, though finally I started to make some progress outside the inner world and reading it. Before the upgrade to my senses, even in it, I could barely make out the lines with the book open. Though that particular detail made like difference to the perception filter, I didn't switch between closed and open when training. After making as much progress as I can for now on this, I get up excited for the day. Running to a new building near the blacksmithy, I find Merlin, Charlie, and a pair of representatives from the two villages that would be seeing the first benefits from a new arrangement. It is a highly complex system with a lot of moving pieces, but as with so many of the recent developments, I am smack dab in the middle of it. Merlin approaches me and starts speaking. So, are you excited for the opening of the Instances Library? Hell yeah, though I don't agree with the name. It should be called the Repository or something. Let the politicians worry about the trivial details like that. With it in place, everyone will be able to have access to the information in the books we bought. I will finish connecting the entire instance. I need a few more weeks to finish the round around the high-level zone at the pace it's going. It will be months before the farthest villages get connected even with all the help I'm getting. I reply, I just wish I had your access to mana. That way I could go around for a couple of days and help accelerate the process. If mana is the problem, I think I have a solution. What is it? Never leave the network. With a little help you should be able to tap into the mana there and use it to slowly grow into any direction, though it's a dozen times faster if you get help from somewhere with grown seeds. Then you just need to finish the connection. Why didn't I think of that? I felt so stupid. He says, scrunching his face. How exactly does the mana transmission happens on your network? As we wait around, I explain to him both the security mechanisms and the dual principles my routes use to transport mana. With only a little work every couple of 100 meters, he should be able to easily tap into a constant stream of mana spread throughout the network. Actually, I think I can do one better. If you really want to help complete the loop around the high-level zone, I can probably come up with charging pads every 10 miles or so, and it will be able to charge the battery for a flying vehicle. Perfect. Even if I don't use it, the scouts are bound to come begging you to let them use it. Definitely, I'm just beating myself up for not having thought of it before. I even prepared to make a smaller independent vehicle, but when that didn't pan out, I put the idea on the shelf. Yeah, for some reason independent vehicles don't work very well. It's like the system doesn't want us using them. Not sure if it goes that far. Probably just a lack of knowledge in the specific field. No, it's not just that. There were plenty of moments when the mining drone went haywire for seemingly no reason. And it wasn't just during the harder part of breaking rock, but even basic stuff like moving back and forth across a tunnel was encountering all kinds of problems. He says, perplexed. I haven't heard anyone put it like that. But now that you mention it, you are right. I haven't seen any project with something relatively simple like this in any other project. I look on as more people file in. Along with the last of the representatives, it will start any minute now. We are in the instance, do you think? He begins to ask me as I look back at him. A few seconds after he trails off, it dawns on me. Yes, I felt something off whenever I went over for a minute or two of work. The system didn't provide a single epiphany that always seemed to accompany anything that we work on. I note. It's very curious that the system's interference. Merlin answers. Technically, the system just stopped helping us even if we're still in this instance. Maybe they didn't even get bonus experience for crafting the mining bot. There are probably many more and we just haven't come across them. But think about it, as everyone returns and the people left in the instance are in the thousands then hundreds, and eventually a small team or a single person, think of the reduction in their capabilities. There will be way fewer people for mining, smithing, engraving, and a dozen other things. He lists the off in his fingers. I believe the main change to be the potential income. There must be other jobs like mine on the smithy that pay a lot for specialized skills, but that doesn't compare to what they could do with the resources from the entire instance if we can set something up. Oh, there are other high-paying jobs. Talk to the potter's apprentice later. I think you will find the conversation illuminating. I will. I finish. We both turn to the center of the library as Charlie gives a short speech, heard not only in our village but also, through video, in the other 3 villages. It was mostly for the delegates and their villages' benefit, to convince them to spread the word of how helpful and how much access to the knowledge on our library could do for other villages. But about 50 people are physically present for the event show our support. Not to waste time twiddling my thumbs, I connect with the roots spread throughout my body. I don't go as deep into meditation as possible, now much more accustomed to the exercise, and every single cell I work on gets a similar treatment as the wood on the first of Pando's coins. Though I don't try aging and drying, I still want them supple and flexible to avoid any damage to my sensitive organs. And I don't stop there. I hold in my hand 2 small pieces of metallic silver and gold. The roots intertwine the metal strips and absorb particles from them. I try to improve on the magical properties of the wood, and although it was a very, very slow process, I am happy that my idea works. Wood, originally not even as good as copper for magic, is no longer quite as shabby with the particles of gold and silver. Though even after days of work and I was barely a tenth of the way done, it will take days fully dedicated to this to convert the couple 100 grams of roots into something marginally better than copper. This method isn't suitable to apply to the hundreds of tons of roots in the inner world, not unless I wanted to spend the next couple million years on it, but the current use case is not quite so extensive. Charlie draws my attention away as he changes his tune, and I pay close attention. Thank you, gentlemen. That is all for my speech. Now, I will be demonstrating how the library operates, he says before walking, placing a book into a receptacle and closing the small door. He walks to the other side of the library where there are a few tables and chairs in a row. After a moment, he inputs about 100 mana and a floating screen pops into existence on the table he chose. He doesn't sit down and instead moves back to give everyone a good view of the book. It doesn't matter the range, just place your mana and talk with one of our operators, and they will be able to connect you to the correct stream. We have a limited number of books, so anyone simultaneously reading a book will have to conform to the others doing the same, but for now, it's what the magic allows us to do. That is all for today. Thank you for your presence. Most of the people from our village file out, leaving only me, Merlin, Charlie, and the representatives. All 3 get up as Charlie turns the remote stream off, and I move to talk with him. It really is as impressive as you promised, and it gets around the pesky limitations on the books we buy, says the oldest of the representatives. I would hazard a guess in the neighborhood of 60 or 70, though with the system his age makes little difference beyond the aesthetics. As I said, with the right coordination, the books you already have at your disposal can all be added to the library, and you would get a share of the proceeds for any access to it. So you will get part of your investment back. I like the sound of that, says another representative, a younger woman, though still in her 40s. The older man looks at the translucent screen and marvels at it, probably not having seen anything like old Earth's technology for almost 3 months, ever since we were brought here. Yes, and we will spread the word. And we will add our manuscripts and notes to the encyclopedia. That also counts if people are reading, doesn't it? At Charlie's nod, he goes on. You did a good job impressing the yokels with little runic knowledge. That. Charlie starts protesting. I know it wasn't meant as something condescending, and most people wouldn't call it such. It's just the reality of the situation. You have a lot of talented and driven people in your village, whom you made good use of, and now that you convinced us, we will be on our way. Would you mind being a little more impressed? Says Charlie, and I look at him sharply. I have no idea where he is going with this. The older gentleman looks at me, but turns back without asking me anything and just nods. Behind me, I feel as Merlin's facial muscles form a grin. So you know what he is talking about, Merlin? I ask as we all follow Charlie. Wait just a minute. I don't want to ruin the surprise for them. I think about what he said, and as we head to the back of the village, I see a clearing where they knocked down a few empty houses to clear space. I glance at the steel and copper melded together into long 6-meter narrow flying crafts. I have to say, I'm impressed they managed to get one built so quickly, let alone 3, I say to no one in particular. What are those? Asks the middle-aged woman. Flying crafts, says Charlie, approaching the vehicles and spreading his arms out. They won't be able to go far, but they can cut short your trip by about 25 kilometers. I don't suppose you are looking to sell these? Asks the last of the representatives, a sterner man. And from the way he carries himself, probably former military. Not for now, says Charlie. We need to have a few built for ourselves, but eventually for our closest allies, sure. What timeline are thinking off? Asks the same representative as he leans in Charlie's direction. Before the end of next month for sure. I can't be more specific. Oh, that is fine. I want to pre-order one of these for my village. We haven't opened a pre-order list yet, but be assured, you are all first in line. Well, I must be off then, he says, and with the help of a scout he climbs aboard the narrow seat for his broad frame, and I feel the mana being poured in the craft as it quickly gains altitude, stalling at about 8 meters of height before zipping off at a good pace, though slower than the cruising speed of my own crafts. The other 2 representatives take their time, but Charlie sees them off and walks in the direction of his office. Having no one to attend to them, they stop dawdling and get on the flying crafts. How are they going to come back with the amount of mana they have in the craft? I ask Merlin. They managed to come up with a new design. It doesn't reach the same speeds or heights, but it's more economical. The cruising speed ends up at about 120 kilometers per hour, consuming just 1 mana a second for these crafts. That's very good mana economy given the way it was expecting about 3 mana for 160 kpm, I say, a smile lighting my face at the pun. Yes, it is. Just make sure to build the recharging station, and moving around the instance is going to get a lot faster all of a sudden. We both look for another few seconds in the directions the flying crafts took, before getting on with our day. After all, those crafts were already built and in use. However, we could come up with even better flying vehicles, or different ones, or other magical technology, and that is what people like me and Merlin do. They were right. Our village was lucky to get so many talented people, and it is time to make full use of it. Chapter 102. I sit in my little hut in the village, in deep meditation. I have long reached the level 99 cap for the skill, but I still hope to break through given it is one of my oldest skills. Using my ether may help nudge it along, but I chose to keep from messing with it for a reason and don't force it, only slowly feeding the natural ether formation around me. Something I have grown used to doing over the last few weeks. After thinking it over for a minute, I draw a little ether, not quite the smallest amount I can draw, but only enough to make the thinnest meter-long strand I can still hold in my grasp. At my request, Aspen takes control of Automaton's ether. I need my full concentration to practice with ether. After all, even if I probably won't let any ether construct touch my own formation, that doesn't mean learning about them is useless. Building these constructs in imitation of the system requires the ability to handle minute amounts of ether and being able to form complex and intricate shapes with it. Perhaps there are other required skills, but I don't know what they are, so practicing these 2 will have to do. As an earth rune forms in front of me, I wonder if I can increase my runic language skill this way? And the very question leads me to add the exercise to the ever-growing list of things to practice. With a mental node in place, I transition to an air rune. I start by drawing it in front of me, relying only on the seemingly telekinetic movement of ether while holding the pattern in my mind's eye. Then I pull the ether in a small sphere and trace a water rune with my finger. Afterward, I let the ether dissipate into a gas while holding it lightly, before imagining a fire rune and imposing my will on reality, making it come into place fully formed. I use every conceivable method to form the rune shapes with ether, from miming a painter to the cringiest of a wizard's movements as I run through mana and the other resources to interact with ether. But the void still seems to be the only place where ether can really interact with non-living materials in a meaningful way. Drawing palm-sized rune constructs gives way to smaller, but more complex shapes as the number of overlapping structures was slowly forcing the whole thing to be smaller and smaller. I limited myself to a 1-meter line even after making the drawings only as wide as a thumbprint with dozens of runes tightly drawn. Hours pass on this seemingly simple exercise, but I am learning things about runes that I never had before. Eventually, I start to tire, and before exhausting myself, I cut the session short and get up to stretch my legs for a minute. Most of the time, it's not productive to just hammer your head against the wall nonstop. I mentally file away my progression before thinking about what to do next. As I'm running through possibilities, I open my prompt to check all my skills, but they are all still at level 99 or below, even the runic language skill. Closing the system prompt, I look back at the repository of knowledge, aka the encyclopedia that the other villages are adding to. I walk back into my hut to the interface I grew into the network to see how much they have filled out, and as it turns out they added a lot. Most of it is plain useless. Recipes, schedules, bar tabs, and any random thing people noted down. They are probably going for the bulk approach, but I don't complain, as I place the book in the receptacle and allow it to absorb everything without bothering to sift through what I think may be important. Mana flows in the book as it processes the information, and my perception field can barely make out the rapidly filling pages. I try to imagine how hard would it be if I wanted to add this capability to a book myself. To make something able to independently print in its own pages. Even looking at it with my perception field, both the original skill and the one gifted by the system, I learn nothing of what mechanisms are used to drive it. For all I know, it is magic. Oh, wait, that is probably exactly it, though I will be damned if I know which type of magic. After the mana stops rushing in, and there is no more information transmitted through the comm rune, I take the book and open it. I skip all the pages that are transcriptions of the other village's information and leave to the few last pages. Page 1841 to page 1832. Slightly over 9 pages of new information. That is good. I read them analyzing what changes about our understanding of reality are in order. I will read them again at a later time, but even a quick pass was enough to extract most of the useful information and file away everything in its proper place in my mental palace. At the back of my ever-expanding mind, a library of its own is starting to form, and I am beginning to see the improvements high mental stats bring. Remembering my promise to Merlin, I sit and send my awareness 10 miles from the city along each of the tendrils extending from the village and simultaneously start growing mana charging pads for the village's flying vehicles. This really will give the village unprecedented mobility. Soon, crossing the instance may require only 4 days comfortably seated instead of 10 days of exhausting running in between cat naps. Another advantage was that the flying bicycle won't require a bag of holding, outpost with supplies, or anything else, just mana. That would limit their range to the vicinity of the mana highways, but under the right circumstances it will be worth it. In minutes, I have a basic charging formation in all 7 tendrils along with a similar if more complex and robust security system than the last one I used on the path to my hut. That should prevent anyone from tapping into our mana stores without the security key. Though anyone with good runic knowledge would be able to bypass it by digging and getting mana directly from the lines, we would notice that and shut off the flow after detecting any unauthorized access to it. The security measures are mostly about keeping people from sneaking away after the fact. To not even know something is wrong is the greater danger. As I continue growing them, a mage from the MRI comes in running and says, Nash, we did it. We fucking did it. Getting up, I look at him trying to ascertain what the source of his excitement is. Calm down for a moment. Tell me, what did you guys do? The Netherworld, we finally did it. And what is the Netherworld? I ask patiently. The other side, where the mobs go after they are teleported. Oh, I suppose it's a good name as any. Now what exactly did you do? Come on, take a look, he says, while already running back. I follow him a little miffed. He comes in all excited and doesn't even give a proper explanation, though I don't limit myself to his speed. He runs at a respectable speed for the 150 meters of twist and turns to the MRI, but he is a dedicated magic user and probably didn't put a single point in the physical stats, so I easily outrun him. Entering the main building, I find no one but the scribe there, so I focus on everything around with my perception field, and at the edge, I find the place they are experimenting at. Without delay, I backpedal out of the building and run over, getting there ahead of the new hire who passed me the message. Taking the scene in, Burgess notices me and I can't get a word in before he speaks. I had an idea this morning, and it has come to fruition. And what is it? Somebody talk straight with me. He nods at a runic formation as I notice the table from the building has been dragged over here. Where is Merlin? I don't know. Why do you ask? Burgess speaks, furrowing his brows. But how did you manage to make the runic formation without his help? He looks at the table for a moment before understanding my question. Oh, I gained enough control of the roots with a modification Merlin came up with. Not useful for combat, but this isn't combat. Chi. Never mind. I say, not approaching a single step to the table, but closing my eyes and concentrating on the perception field with the table in focus. Every single square millimeter of the formation comes into my mind. Both Merlin's modification and what Burgess has been working on. The simplicity of both, however, is what astounds me. I see the change Merlin made for later, and Burgess was right that it wouldn't be useful for combat. It was far too slow, or that. However, on the central runic formation, something strange is happening there. The same runes powering the new screens in the library are spread all over the place. Does that mean we can peek into this netherworld? I can see how we might be able to look into this netherworld now, but I don't get why you are so excited. Peering at the other side is good progress. I will admit it, but it's not just that. Look, I will turn it on, and you will understand. He approaches the table and taps the side of it, sending mana through and connecting it to the mana line. Seconds pass as a very small distortion, barely an inch in diameter, appears in the air above the runic formation with a 2 feet wide screen. Something akin to the holographic screen I saw at the library's inauguration. The distortion goes from an airy distortion to showing hints of another place. As I wait, I exclude the few centimeters just around the distortion from my perception field to avoid the headache starting to form. Lately, too many experiments with space and with the greater range of my senses are almost becoming a bother. I could feel the town hall from a good portion of the village. Perhaps I would be able to handle it someday, but it was not now, so I stop my wandering mind and wait patiently for the screen above the distortion to coalesce into something visible. And as it comes into focus, I can see a gray world full of dead and leafless trees, though there are hints of vegetation on the ground as the view spins around. Agnes did not tell me that it was so bleak and dark there. Is it even the same place? Looking at the shiny crystal ball-like portal that used to be a mess of compressed air, I marvel at the dramatic change. How does it work? I ask him. There is some kind of positive feedback loop between being able to observe the other side and the stability of any portal. We think that it has to do with how the system recognizes the entity it sends through. Now watch this. Burgess takes a small red pebble and drops it in the inch-sized portal. I instinctively lift my arm expecting that it would splinter it, throwing shrapnel like a grenade. But unlike the previous experiments of this type, it simply goes through like the portal to my inner world, without a fuss or even a sound. Burgess touches the formation and sending a stream of mana moves the camera to manual and points it downward. Seeing me hesitant, he just grins and points at the rock. Laying in the ground, the same juju bean-sized rock in one entire piece on the dark dead soil of the netherworld. My response is to simply grin back at him as my heart rate slows. How large do you think we could make one of these portals? I don't know, but from the size of your grin, we are about to find out. Damn right we are. Chapter 103. Are you certain about this? A junior researcher asks me the next day. I glance at him before turning my gaze away to the formation dozens of meters wide being fed mana directly from a couple of batteries I grew underneath it. With a nod, I reply. Yeah, I'm sure. When Merlin and the others get here to help keep the portal stable, I'm going through. But for all you know, you will die. My gut says I will be just fine, and we sent everything we could to test it already. Now we either abandon the idea or we take the next step. I say, not mentioning that the roots that went through were more connected to me than most people realized, and they didn't suffer any adverse effects. Technically, we could let someone's pet roam around and explore inside. But he is right. Burgess begins to say to me, but finishes while looking at the junior researcher. So send someone more disposable than yourself, he pleads. If you die. And who would you classify as more disposable than me? Anyone in the village except maybe half a dozen people at your level. If we lose you, we lose too much. Your plants, your knowledge, your book, your... Perhaps you were right, but I have the best chances of survival out of just about everyone. I can't in good conscience let someone else go in my place. We all go over everything again in the last few minutes before the others arrive, checking each and every single rune placement and the dozens of carefully positioned screens. One large and 11 smaller screens placed in a circle slightly angled for maximum stability. A direct connection to the mana battery and a carefully balanced formation on the ground for the skill level of each of the 26 mages joining us to keep the spheric portal stable while mass is going through it, something required for the larger portals. We don't find a single rune even an inch away from where it should be, and we proceed with the experiment. I stand some 5 meters back from the middle of the formation waiting as mana flows into the channels. I can feel it not only because of my sensitivity to mana with the mana manipulation skill, but through the bonds with the roots and my perception field. Everything overlaps and gives me a god's eye view of all less than 50 meters away, and the torrent of mana being channeled I only felt in the midst of battle with dozens of mages. This larger portal is simply ravenous. The 2 batteries only have enough mana for 3 minutes and change, with the portal drinking well over 500 mana per second. We have enough mages to handle anything, including both Burgess and Merlin, so I am not worried. Only the most catastrophic and unpredictable of changes would be dangerous. Anything else that could forcefully smooth out and provide mana for the few seconds needed for my return. 5 seconds pass, and the distortion that started as a small dot slowly grows to a beach ball size and eventually gets almost as tall as myself. I pat my hands on the wooden armor with all the runic protections I could think of. It isn't focused on sheer power, but on allowing me to retain my mobility while providing decent protection. Checking audio. I hear in my ear with the modified comm rune. The entire suit acts as an antenna, allowing greater range. Though there are still limits, all the tests we did indicate my rune works just as well on the other side as on our own instance while the portal is open. Your voice is clear and everything is working as it should, I reply. As the sphere gets to the maximum size and slowly starts to look like a partially reflective silverish mirror, but still allowing us to see through, I prepare to run into it. You can go when you are ready. I take a deep breath 4 paces from it, and in a second I'm running. I jump in, lowering my head and tucking my legs to hit the middle of it, and I feel like I'm being rent apart for an instant. I keep my perception field running just a few inches from myself, but even then the headache I managed to keep down for the last few days hits me full blast. Gritting my teeth, I don't let up. There is something for me there. Some place that is neither our village nor the netherworld, visible through the cracks in reality, but it fades as I hit the ground on the other side. It all happens in an instant, but with adrenaline rushing through my veins, the transition seemed to last an eternity. Nash, do you copy? Yes, transmission still clear. I answer while looking around and taking a step. The terrain looks so very similar to our own village, and turning I see the edge of the clearing much better than what the screen allowed us to see. A moment later, the very world seems to change. A strange sensation grips me like nothing I ever felt before. I expel my mana and extend my perception field instinctively, but I can't place it. I'm being pulled somewhere, not in any physical direction, but a pressure on my very being. I remember what Ugnies and the other rabbits go through every night, and I can imagine this being how they feel. I know what this feels like from the outside, but experiencing the pull on my own body is something novel. I try to hold myself in place for an instant longer, but I simply don't have the leverage. I'm not standing in my inner world where I control the very space and the system can't interfere too much. I'm just being kicked out of where I don't belong, someplace where I'm not supposed to be. Before the sucking sensation drags me out of the netherworld, my suspicions are proven correct as an orange screen pops up in front of me. A bright orange nobody else mentioned. Each of us has slightly different system screens, but all of them are invariably blue. Entity not recognized, out of bounds. Returning to main instance. 0 minutes 3 seconds. And just like that, the seconds go by and I'm back at the village. No fanfare, no struggle, no action I could take, except maybe entering again. Shut it down, I say with the comm operators only meters away, surprised with my voice echoing in their ears as they stare at me popping in existence in front of them. What happened? Merlin asks me, looking at where I appeared, some 3 meters ahead of the spheric portal. The system showed me an orange screen and kicked me out. Apparently, we are not supposed to venture on the other side. And here I was thinking we would have an opportunity to learn more about the netherworld and the mobs from there. We should change the name. During the night when the rabbits are there, it turns into a beautiful place. The place doesn't deserve such a gloomy name. One of the operators chimes in, but everyone ignores the comment. We have more important things to discuss. Me, Burgess, and Merlin move away before I sit on the ground massaging my temples. The greater my mental stats, the more I seem to be haunted by sources of pain, but this time it was worth it. I try to hold in my mind the other place as with a louder swash than any of the previous portals, it shuts down. Burgess asks me, do you think there is any chance of bypassing the system's restrictions? Maybe we can somehow trick the system, but don't count on it, I say. Can we forcefully stay there? Asks Merlin. I have felt a similar pull before, not on myself, but I'm fairly sure that it is the same phenomenon, and if I'm right, we don't have the leverage or attachment points to force ourselves to stay there. In the future. Maybe, but for now I think sending people over is pointless. Where did you see something similar? Asks Merlin. I lift my hand and a small root formation appears around us, isolating the space and not letting the others listen in. You two remember my inner world? Yeah, they reply at the same time. I placed a colony of rabbits there, and the system tries to pull them out. I control the space, so I only need to exert my will and the system stops after a few seconds. By now I can do it automatically, but in the netherworld, as it tries to drag me back here, it's like wind. No matter how strong I am, all it needs is to overcome my weight, and I become helpless. Experiment if you want, but I don't think there is much to be gained by sending people through. We can run through it all more calmly later, Burgess says. Did you find out anything else? No, not in the immediate surroundings. Well, I could see the terrain more clearly, and it's very similar to our village, just without any buildings. But that is not what caught my attention. When I was going through, I saw an interesting place. Another village hidden through the cracks of reality or something. I just don't have the words to describe it. It lasted only a moment, but I know it's there. Well, we have a lot of experimentation to do. Why don't we reconvene in a few days? It's disappointing that you didn't manage to explore the other side, but we have a lot that we don't know, like how to change the place we connect to. I don't think it can be changed, but that doesn't matter, says Merlin. What do you mean? Asks Burgess. Long answer short. Look at where Nash came back to. Exactly the same place as on the other side translated to our instance. I noticed that. You think it isn't random? I ask Merlin. No, I don't. We keep in touch for another few minutes and draw plans for the next couple of days. Though I soon leave all that by the wayside as I focus on the question nagging me. What was that village? I fix my posture and get comfortable for a long meditation session as I spin ether around me, following the natural patterns, and draw all my resources, health, stamina, mana, and vigor, while keeping absolutely still. After a minute taking slow deep breaths, I send the resources to my head as I imagine the blood vessels expanding and rifling through every single one of my neurons, trying to recall exactly what happened in the instant of transition. If Merlin was right, and by moving to predetermined places, we could move the spot we opened the portal to, perhaps what I had found was another instance. Maybe we are not actually moving someplace else, but just breaching reality in a spot with several worlds overlapping each other. The place I saw was not the luscious grass fields and sunny place rabbits are summoned to. I don't know how, but while keeping my perception field at just 1 inch away from my skin, I could see meters away in the other place. That was probably some weird interference from the spatial distortions. The reason for my headaches may just be that any time I perceive a distortion, I'm just being fed much more information than I can process, not something inherently from spatial manipulation, just a byproduct. I let go of all my thoughts and run through my memory stream. Just let it flow from one activity to the next, then repeat looking for what is missing, again and again and again. I don't succeed in finding out much more, but each time I go through, a picture, no, a sculpture, a model of the place is being built in my mind. The details are fuzzy, but I can make out a single place very clearly, a dwelling. A little room that looks like the one demolished to open the area in the exact place it used to stand. So taking Merlin's thought a couple of steps further, all the instances are overlapping each other. And if we can cross to the netherworld, why couldn't we figure out how to access this other instance? It will probably be even harder as the system didn't give us the exact combination of runes like the ones heading to the netherworld used to teleport the wolves and rabbits. But if I could perceive it, there must be a way, and I will find it. Now imagine if instead of relying on a single instance's information, we could talk and maybe even cross between instances. Even if the system wanted to keep throwing us back to our original instance, specialty goods, knowledge, and expertise could be shared if we managed to open portals to other instances. Laying back on the ground, I look at the sky. I will see this other instance's sky. We will learn so much from each other. We will grow together. Chapter 104. 2 days after my foray into the netherworld, I wait in the town square. I technically don't have to be here. No one does. But no sense in saving a few minutes if it pisses off the robot from the time he would spend tracking every one of us down. What interested me was our interactions with him are quite different from what we heard from the other villages. None of the others have a robot. All of them meet with a human-looking being, though I guess that their actual appearance is different and their powers are quite a bit less impressive than his. But I shrug as my perception reaches hundreds of miles out, and I continue pushing with Aspen to grow the underground network as fast as we can sustain. Alone, he is more limited, but he dedicated nearly his entire time to the task, and just by the sheer quantity he managed to push very far. He spent some time connecting all the seeds in the grid around our village. I can already sense just about anywhere within the low-level zone, a 30-mile radius circle around the village, and in a few spots the network extends into the low-level zones of other villages. Soon the mesh will be able to reach all 6 villages with no large gaps in between. When I extend my perception field range, not a single inch would escape me. But most of the attention went to finishing the circle around the high-level zone while grasping at any chance of discovering another place like the silver mine. Everything is progressing smoothly, and I almost expect bad news to arrive at some point. Not because I am a pessimist, but it is the nature of things. Challenges were everywhere, and it is only a matter of time until we encounter the next one. In a couple of hours, the next attack will come for all villages in the instance, though at least for us that is not a real challenge. In my perception field, a distortion, uniquely folding of space not resembling any of the ways I saw till now, draws my attention, and an instant later a silverish-colored being is looking straight at me. I nod at him in greeting before he starts his short speech. Villagers, before I move on and get everyone's coins, I must warn you of the trials to come. Before now, things have mostly been easy. Even as the strongest village, all you had to contend with was a single regular attack and a couple of others every couple of weeks. Now, at the 3-month mark, this dynamic will change. The system will start to send more difficulties your way. So this is the time where everyone that is not prepared to put their life on the line should return to your planet. As your race likes to put it, the free launch is over. I will give you a few minutes to decide. He looks at me and I realize he wants to talk. Cautiously I approach, climb the stairs, and he starts talking. I saw you spend a long time in your class trial. Did you gain anything interesting? He asks. Tilting my head in confusion, I reply. Yeah, I learned a little and gained access to a couple of new runes. Good. Though why did you spend so long inside? I wanted to make the most of it, and after I learned that time passed slower, I didn't even hesitate to enter the second level. Oh, he says excitedly. Though you probably had your memories locked, it's a good sign to get such good marks on your trial. People usually wait years reigning and acquiring knowledge about the nature of their trial before entering it. What did you choose? One with the world. Why the interest? This place is boring, and I took a liking to you. He starts mumbling to himself for a minute. What could he be thinking about? I focus my eyes on him as he starts up again. That is a good fit for you. A very good class, though it will take you a little bit to see the real benefits. So far, I guess you only have the perception field, right? Yes, and an upgrade to it. That is pretty much standard for this class from what my race could gather. I can't say much, but I will say this. Don't rush the class trials. Develop your powers before attempting it again. That is what I was planning to do. Can you give me a hint about the contents of the trial or how to regain my memories? No, hell, I don't know what the trial was supposed to be for your class. I can only guess. If you know the class. There is a lot of information missing in my missive, and I don't think a single one of my race ever got this specific variation of class. People don't share information willy-nilly, especially about the real top-tier classes. And automatons aren't suited to this specific variation. We have plenty of similar classes, just not this one. And you aren't going to tell me anything more? I will tell you that it has several development paths. From what we gathered, it's one of the less regimented classes. Though all the observation is external, so I don't know the specifics. I look at him, not pushing for more information, and comment on his race. Automatons, interesting name. I have just been calling you a robot in my head. Fair enough. Though don't tell that to anyone else from my race, some would consider it offensive. Robots don't think, they just follow their programming. Even with our quirks compared to biological life forms, we are still sentient beings. Even the coldest and most logical of us has a spark inside themselves. Can you tell me anything to help me? No, I have a little leeway, but I want to save it for a surprise. Now I want to know what the surprise is. Let me see if it will pan out first. If I succeed, it will be worth it. Is the danger you warned us about real? Or is it like the warnings from some of the villagers? He looks into my eyes intently for a good minute, before looking away and saying, It's real enough. I look out as he starts collecting the money from everyone. I feel the buffeting wind, strong enough that a few dry leaves even swirl in the air. After paying the 4 silver coins, I noticed that a few people chose to take his warning and return to Earth early. Even with my perception field, my brain can't process each of the 1,000 people around me, so I can only guess as I feel about 30 people disappearing. After working with the smithy on the +5 weapons and on even more expensive ones, the 4 silver seems almost inconsequential. Even being double the payment from last time, I don't feel anything, though if it continues doubling every month, eventually I won't be able to keep up. The next time will be 8 silver, and without the village subsidizing everyone's stay, maybe half of the village will be short on funds. But even if we manage it in our village, plenty of other villages estimated 100 or 200 people returning to Earth because they were short of money. They couldn't save enough in a month as they were still relying on more basic job levels, like the starting 10 copper coins from the first few weeks in the smithy. I let the automation's words swim in my mind after I go looking for our merchants. Shaking my head, I recall the scouts making their way back to the village from the other side of the instance. They are making good time, but they had to sleep, and it was very far away, especially as they didn't actually choose the shortest path, with a couple of them making their way on the outside to encapsulate a greater area on the map. As the automaton leaves, simply teleporting right out of my perception field with barely a ripple in space and no runes or anything of the sort, that I can feel the temperature and pressure drop. Not a lot, but with my high perception stat, not even these minute changes can escape me. What is going on with the weather? Could it have something to do with his warnings? Running through scenarios in my head, I move to the walls. An attack is coming in just a couple of hours. An attack everyone in the instance will experience. I sit in my usual spot and send my awareness miles away from the village, continuing to help Aspen grow. I don't take the attack coming lightly, but my gut tells me this is not what he warned us about. This attack will probably be like the last, and I will be here to help thwart anything if it's stronger than expected. Hours later, my gut feeling is proven correct, though if last month's attack was pathetic, this is downright pitiful compared to how much the entire village has grown, and I don't even help much letting everyone get a slightly larger share of experience. I see Greg standing back for some reason without joining the fray, but I ignore the oddity. A few minutes later, after the corpses are dragged away to be dealt with and not even the echoes of the battle remain, Charlie approaches me. I saw you didn't push very hard. It wasn't needed. Let everyone else get a bigger share of the EXP. It will do more good than sitting in my pool and used. Can't argue with it, but that is not why I came. Can you take an hour or so and pass by the mines to bring back the ore? Sure. Same thing as usual? Yeah, just switch the containers, and we handle the rest. In minutes, I'm moving at 160 kilometers per hour cruising speed in the direction of the closest mine with the improved version of the single-person flying bicycle. The very same one I used to escape the mobs on the other side of the high-level zone. Soon Burgess might even have an improved version that would be a little faster, though at my request he ID focusing more on the mana economy side of the equation. The crafts use far too much mana to use for bulk transportation, but even a fraction of a mana point saved every second meant significant range improvements and would help save the limited mana supply. With a single person like myself using a lot, it may appear endless, but even a few dozen vehicles regularly using it could consume all our mana. The uses for mana and scale of projects we have was increasing way faster than the Regan and meditation skills from the people providing most of the mana for our projects, which are not mages, though the change there is not that impressive. And that doesn't even take into account the mana saved for practicing magical skills. It is the physical fighters and the craftsmen that didn't use much mana which supplied the bulk from our mana. Just their sheer number compared to dedicated magic users means they have much more mana, compounded with little use for the resource while their skill levels were low, and their mentality didn't adjust to being able to properly wield the magic they had available at their fingertips. It resulted in a surplus of mana that we could tap into. But even with so many villages selling and trading their excess mana to us, these limits got more stringent as their industry only ramped up. A couple of minutes later, I get to the first mine and replace the half a dozen containers, each with close to 100 tons of ore, with empty ones. It isn't required. I could just transport the ore, but trading the containers saves me a few minutes. As I take my flying bicycle out of the inner world to head for the next mine, I stop myself. Yes, it would save me a few more minutes, but I could use the time to experiment with pushing vigor and mana really hard, and that is exactly what I do. Several points of mana on each step as the air blow and my eyes almost tear up, not nearly as fast as if I had been flying, but there was no windshield to protect them, and I could use the practice. I run at some 90 kilometers an hour for a few seconds, then slow to jog to recover. My body can barely keep together after only a few cycles, but I keep it up. A few people focused on agility must be able to run faster, but I had yet to see any of them running in person. I continue to put this intermittent stress on my body until I can no longer trust my legs to keep me upright. This is supposed to be a more efficient way of training the body instead of going for longer at low intensities. At least in the sense of pushing my limits, it is very effective, and I will wait to see if my stats reflect that after a few days or if the exhaustion I got is the cost for discovering another path that won't increase my stats. An hour later, I dropped the thousands of tons of or stored in dozens of wooden containers near the smelting furnace in the village. I am still hiding exactly how my inner world worked from almost everyone, but it is a reality that I can't completely avoid as more and more people in the village observe my strange actions and speculate about what I can do. Here's your steward, I say to him. Thank you. If you can wait a moment, he says, entering a storeroom close to the nearest forge, before coming back carrying a cloth bag with thousands of small round silver blobs. I barely needed to brush my perception field against it before a wide smile come to my face. Mining has been good then? I say. Looking around and seeing no one else, I place the 10 ingots of silver in the inner world. Yes, both of the silver mines are producing a steady output, and the mining bots have been working wonders. And this, he says, pointing at the bag, is just your share. I beam before saying, we did test it extensively before sending the bots there. Even with all the testing, we couldn't know for sure. Just guess. Whatever was causing so many problems for the development may be different on the other side, and we likely forgot or skipped some tests. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be anything critical. Stewart says, things have been running smoothly so far, right? Yes, but I don't think it will be worth replacing the miner with machines anytime soon. Even after working all the major kinks out, it is not efficient enough to be worth the effort outside the high-level zone, and when we manage to secure the area, it will be worth sending actual people inside. Not while there are available miners, but eventually the population will diminish enough that it may be worth the effort and mana cost just so the people left won't have to spend time there themselves. We will see. There is too much we don't know about how things are going to go and the improvements of the mining machine. In the coming months, we will have a better idea of whether that is the path to take. He says, moving back and already standing close to the smelter as I fill the 3 meters tall crucible with copper or to help them begin the process. Your inner world is really useful, isn't it? I smile and don't say anything for a few seconds before changing the subject. Are you moving to full mana battery production? Yes, he says with a wide smile on his face. Merlin finally cracked the code. With the help of a single high-level engraver, we will be able to produce enough batteries to hold almost 1 million mana every single day without increasing the number of workers. I whistle. That is way more than I was expecting. It's what? An increase in current production capabilities of over tenfold, while reducing the need for engravers. About that when compared to before, we partially cracked the code for casting runes. Now shoo, let me work. Stewart says with a wide smile on his face. Okay. Just tell me when you are going to be making this battery. I want to go there and see if I can get anything by watching you guys. He huffs before checking the schedule and telling me. I walk away as workers start arriving to place the logs to heat up the smelter. I take one last look behind before turning the corner with the clearing now too far away for me to reach with my perception field. That's definitely something I want to witness. Chapter 105. Scouts from another village near the high-level zone. Come on. The mobs on the other side don't ever cross to this side even with a single paw. See the chalk line marking the ground and trees? I ask my companion. I'm not blind. He gives me the stink eye, but I ignore it. It's about 1 meter back from the actual dividing line between their territory and ours, I say, getting right up against it. Well, I don't want to risk it either way, so I will stay protected back here. Come a little closer to get a better look. After he comes to my side, I take a small step forward, extending my arm and waiting for the beast in this region to come over. A minute later, paying close attention to the forest beyond, I hear a disturbance to my left and pull my hand away just in time as the beast takes an impossible leap from 20 meters away, trying to chomp my arm. I stumble but manage to catch myself before falling on my butt. After a moment with my gaze still fixed on the beast, I see the coward some 30 meters back who is calling out of the corner of my eye. See, that is why I don't want to get too close. That is no excuse. In the worst-case scenario, I would have injured just my hand. See, the beast is just sitting there. I point to it before getting right up against the line again and waiting. Now come back here. Otherwise, you will just be proving you don't deserve to be in the Scout Corps. Oh, come on, that is not fair. That is a bloody saber-tooth. A level 133 saber-tooth. I can scout from back here just fine. I shrug, trying to impart just how little I care for his opinion. You are the one who wants to join the Corps. I already joined the Scout Corps. You are on probationary status at best. If you don't show you have the guts to go somewhere we have proven to be safe, do you think we will trust you to head into actual danger? You are going to have to change your attitude a lot to continue with us, including ditching your metal armor for leather or gambeson. I say, exaggerating his situation, but only a little. He has to get over his unfounded fears. We need real scouts, people who learned and used their judgment while approaching danger but never crossing the line. Dead scouts are just as useless as cowards, and a little push would get him to the rigged place. Though I have to admit, the majestic and dangerous mob in front of me scared the pants out of me. Even now it's sitting there, looking back and forth between us with intelligence that belies anything non-human. It takes a while for my trainee to come back to my side, but as he arrives at the dividing line, the crouching beast gets up, relaxing its body. I never saw it doing anything like this before. Is that normal? I thought that they could wait for hours without moving. Well, we are always learning something new, and this just comes to show that sometimes you need to be right against the edge of danger to see something. I look at my companion, but just as I turn my head, a white blur appears on the corner of my eye and pain strikes me. My vision starts turning red and my head is twisted downward at an unnatural angle. I look at my foot as I start falling to the ground, trying to assess the injury there, except I can see nothing wrong with it. I'm in shock. I have heard of people being so overwhelmed sometimes that they couldn't even feel where injuries were. I try to brace myself, but I don't even twitch a finger as I hit the ground. My companion is dragging himself on the ground with a big dent in his metal helmet. I try to smile but only manage something lopsided, as the very stuff of life flows from my veins and I slip away. Perhaps your cautiousness saved you. Saved you. Save. Fade. Pain. Blackness. They haven't come back. What do you want to do? I hear from my partner as we stand at the meeting spot. Let's go look for them. The boy just joined the scout corps. They could be in some kind of trouble. I say, no need. Another scout shouts as he approaches in a jog. We found the boy and already started organizing a search for his partner. Is he fine? I ask. No, he has a big dent in his helmet. The cumbersome thing saved his life, actually. Well, even if I don't agree with a scout wearing metal armor, we can't deny there are some advantages. So what did he tell you guys? Nothing, the new arrival says, downcast. What? How could he tell you nothing? I ask, wondering why the boy would be playing given the serious situation. He is injured. The helmet may have saved his life, but he is having trouble speaking. All we managed to drag out of him is that he doesn't remember anything. We found him wandering, lost as a Boy Scout dropped in the middle of a jungle before his first lesson. So why didn't you use your health potion on him? I did. That is how we even managed to get this much out of him. But we can't remove his helmet. It is too mangled. Another pair of scouts are taking him back to the village so they can remove it with proper tools and give him another potion. I scrunch my face. If the damage was that extensive, I'm not sure the commander will see the need. Potions are rare. He may decide to cut his losses. We need to know what happened. We do. I just hope the commander will agree, I say. Nash's POV. I watch as Merlin stands just centimeters away from the cast for the mana battery as a pair of metalworkers tilt a 2-foot-tall crucible suspended in between them with a long pole. Mana melds with the molten copper in a beautiful intertwining visible only to people with high enough mana manipulation skill and mental stats. And it means that of those present only the two of us can appreciate the stunning visual in its entirety. As the red-hot glowing goo flow in the channels, like dropping thick syrup in a maze, his skill and concentration are fully engaged with the formation in front of him. I feel the hot air buffeting me by the 1,200 ingots being poured in the mold mixing with his meta magic, well over a ton of metal. Melding different aspects of his skills to achieve the pinnacle of our manufacturing capability wasn't strictly necessary, but it was a step beyond what everyone else would manage. Almost a minute passes, the internal structure is formed and he passes to the next mold with the rotating crews grabbing another crucible of molten copper and pouring it in the prepared clay mold. I ignore the heat, steam, and sizzling droplets of metal spewing throughout the process, focusing with all my senses on the unfolding magic before me. Mostly I rely on my perception field and the mana manipulation skill which, notwithstanding its name, allowed me to sense mana. I follow the intricate patterns being formed, not in the physical sense, though that is almost simultaneous to the point I can almost feel the system grabbing hold of the metal and allowing it to integrate into something capable of affecting mana. Merlin's engraver skill and a tendril of mana connect him to the runes pouring after pouring as I try to piece together how everything fits together. Without noticing, I find myself sitting on the ground enwrapped by what is unfolding before my senses. Something simple, yet beyond my comprehension for the simple reason that I did not have more than a basic understanding of magic fueled by observations and a few lines here or there to help guide us along the path of magic. Each time a new disc is formed, I look for the briefest of moments, the instant where creation happens. and I learned nothing new. Once, twice, a dozen times, and all I'm left with is the bewilderment plaguing all children who see a magician pull a rabbit out of a hat. I don't even know if it was some high-level concept so beyond us mere mortals that I might as well give up, or something tantalizing just out of reach, something which only required watching the process one more time to reveal all of its secrets to me. Never before since arriving in the instance, the scale of what I was attempting to do hit me as strongly. There was nothing we could do but soldier on, but we simply didn't know what were the most productive and best ways to improve and where to dedicate our time. Something just fine if all the tension and conflict were of the type that happened back on Earth as we went about with our lives. Ignoring the danger of a nuclear holocaust, the worst we could expect is a war killing a small percentage of our population. Now, if we played things wrong, our entire civilization was at stake if the hints I uncovered were to be believed. If we screwed up, the best we could hope for is to be treated as serfs on our own planet. I once again let all the thoughts drift away like a helium balloon in the gentle wind and pay attention to what is in front of me. It's all I can do at this exact moment, and so it's the perfect action. There is no doubt. I go all in on absorbing everything my senses tell me about the pouring metal and what Merlin was doing, not just trying to replicate it, for I could probably do that easily enough after training, but to understand the process. I get a couple of ideas of how to improve minutely my engraving or rather runic writing skill, but that is not the holy grail. The mother of all engravings would require me to understand and be able to separate where the skill began and where it ended. My goal was to understand how it worked on a deep level, a level beyond the mere user, but of someone who inhabited the world, who became one with the world not only in name but in reality. But after an hour, I realized this goal was not for today. Merlin finishes the 63rd pouring and walks over to me. Though he doesn't need to shake me like when I was consumed sending mana to the forge. I lift my head to look at him, and he returns my smile before saying, "So, did you like the show? May, I have seen better." "Oh, you wound me," he says, feigning being stabbed in the heart. "Now with all seriousness, the way I believe you used your skill doesn't mesh well with growing runes using nature magic, but there was a point or two that were illuminating. What did you find out about how it works? You use your mana as a conduit and allow the skill to take hold like that, probably while holding the formation in your head very firmly." He nods seriously at my summation before speaking. "That is just about it. The trick is to allow the stream to become a conduit for the skill's active effect. It took some experimentation, but I managed, and soon enough other mages will be able to do the same." "Yeah, but there is too much I don't get. There is something about the process in the instant the system takes control to transform the metal into something that will be able to use mana." "Yeah, I tried to study that instant after my first success, but to no avail. The instant when the system affects its changes is obvious, but I run into a brick wall every time I try to parse what exactly is happening. Is it my impression, or these batteries can store less mana per unit of weight compared to something properly engraved? Yeah, each of them perfectly engraved by someone of my skill would be able to store up to 12k mana, which works out to about 10 mana points per kilogram. But with this method of casting the runes instead of slowly tapping a chisel, I can make a battery good for about 7k mana. That doesn't even account for my higher skill level. I think the others will have trouble getting past 5k for batteries of this size." I shrug and we start walking back, leaving the area, before saying with a grin, "That is still over 400,000 in mana storage for an hour of work from someone with the engraving skill. We need a lot more than a single person." "Yes, but all the other jobs can be automated if we try hard enough." "You are really digging hard on the idea of automation, aren't you?" "I have seen the potential, and do you think the last person to leave the instance will have the time to be digging rocks, cutting trees, and feeding the smelter more fuel? If they need to do more than a small number of tasks like that, which they will have to do because we can't account for everything they will need, they won't have the time to focus on leveling or enjoy whatever benefits are to be gained from staying in the instance longer." He nods sagely and looks to the horizon. "Perhaps you are right. Still, you are light years ahead of everyone else with your roots." I look at him confused before he continues speaking. "You can control them to do a lot with only a small attention paid to it. And what does that have to do with anything? Are you always this obtuse? You are the obvious choice to remain in the instance." I cut a half laugh off, and my expression melts into a pensive one. "Maybe, but I can think a couple of people that would be good choices. You and Alex come to mind, but we can probably find other people." He shakes his head. "I will admit that we will probably remain longer, but the last one has to be you. It's still too early to say anything definitive. Let's wait a while longer before continuing this conversation." So we both turn silent and split to go our own ways. I think of Pando back on Earth. I couldn't bear to overextend my stay here, but I might have to suck it up. With the way time was handled, Pando had already spent years and Earth's transformation was still happening. I need to learn more about it. We didn't know enough about the finances and advantages of choosing a single person instead of taking other courses of action and 100 other things to boot. Making rigid and inflexible plans right now was just bound to break them and possibly ourselves in the process when the time to implement them came to. Perhaps pushing for a single person was the wrong choice. A small team, something hybrid, or even foregoing the instance altogether. The last option may not be likely, but it was always possible it would provide an advantage we considered critical. I shake my head one last time before entering Pando's coin mint. I had done some work, but it went neglected for too long, and it was one of the ideas I had to generate income that wouldn't rely on the system directly. For some reason that sounded very important. Chapter 106. As I enter the small room with only a single machine inside and a table filled with tools and molds, I hear Lewis by the press greeting me. Hi Nash, what brings you by? I have the next silver loadout. About 10 kilograms, enough for over 3,000 coins. Oh, are they ready to be stamped? I pull the bag from my inventory, open it to take a couple of small flattened beads and roll them between my fingers. Yeep, Stewart actually got them yesterday, but I asked him to make them into flattened beads like this. It will save you a lot of time. It gave him some trouble given the value of silver, but he managed it. Nobody minds losing a few % of the copper when working on something as small as a coin, but if even 1% of the silver spills, my heart couldn't take it. He nods excitedly as I look around before asking him, have you been practicing mana infusion? Yes, diligently, he says while placing 6 of the beads in the press, on the lower part of the hexagonal dies that stamps the back of the coins. Before grabbing and pulling the shorter lever, lowering the upper face of the dies until they start pressing the silver. He doesn't have enough leverage to allow his 28 strength points to properly squish the metal, so he flips a mechanical switch locking it into place before moving to the other longer and more robust lever. Using both his hands on the right lever and sending a single mana point into it, the much greater leverage allows him to stamp all 6 of the die pairs at the same time. He moves the lever a foot and a half down while the dies depress for 1/8 of an inch, touching together and forming 6 perfect coins. However, what I pay attention to is not his technical mastery of the machine Blackwood expertly crafted or even his mastery of mana, but the intent behind it and the intangible feeling washing over me as he lowers his arm brings a wide smile to my face. Amazing. You are well on the way to being able to produce top-tier coins, maybe even being able to put a smidge of ether in them. As I say these words, I grow a few roots in each silver coin along with the dozens of trays of copper coins, intertwining in the middle of them all. I feel a very slight tugging on my own ether field settling over the coins. It seems he is not the only one, unconsciously, affecting the world. I taste the ether in them as they amplify each other. Separately, I probably wouldn't have felt anything, but the 6 silver together with the thousands of copper coins are noticeable. At my request, he bags all the copper to be picked up later in the day as I pocket the first silver coins he has made. A smile lights my face as I start to see the success even earlier than I expected. As more and more people started to use the coin and attribute value, I hoped this would happen, but if it has absorbed this amount of ether already, my schedule was more conservative than it needed to be. I will send someone to collect the silver coins every hour or so. When do you think you will finish them? Tomorrow. Silver is easier to stamp than copper. The metal is softer. Good. Keep up the good work and don't forget that this is silver, so use the mana from the battery with my mana instead of relying on the general supply when your pool runs out. Not sure if it will make a difference, but it won't hurt to do it this way. Sure thing. I walk out and finish making my rounds of the village, getting ready to leave for another trip to the other villages. I grab the list from my inventory and count the lines. 9 villages, 2 want me to expand their defenses with the other 7 wanting access to the network and a few basic facilities. We have barely started to use the library system and the expansion push is happening. Technically, I don't even need to show up in any of these villages, but mulling it over a couple of extra hours moving between them is a small price to pay. Even the travel time doesn't account for anything, as pushing the expansion of the underground route network will be faster if I'm closer. Not by a lot, but a little, and it would make the difference much smaller. And that I wouldn't need to expose my capabilities and find control from so far away. I zip on my flying bicycle across the sky to the closest new village, asking to be part of the network, a 200 miles trip when an idea strikes me. I don't need to be there at all and nobody would be the wiser. I could just go back to my root form and with a little trickery, They won't even realize I'm hundreds of miles away. Still, it wouldn't do to start without having ever done anything similar, so I will go to some of the villages and show my face around. Putting more mana into the propulsive formation of the flying bicycle, it speeds up again as I keep the heading and start planning. Closer to the ground on the smaller craft, though still a good 20 meters high after some modifications, I'm high enough that I barely need to pay attention to the terrain elevation, so I open small portals ahead of me, at the very edge of my inner world range. It's now reaching almost 55 meters in radius and connecting to the underground network. With that, Aspen and I can work on growing the tendrils reaching for the villages that requested to join our little alliance to gain access to the network. I pay most of my attention to opening and closing the connections with the inner world. Something that is almost trivially easy when I am touching the ground and moving at much slower speeds becomes challenging while flying. Something seems wrong about that though, and I do the math in my head, plotting a graph comparing the size of the inner world, speed, distance, before calculating the time it takes to open the portals as it changed over the last weeks and months. Looking at the mental picture, I realize something is wrong. The time needed to open and close the portals didn't change much. Sure, opening and closing a portal every 2 seconds and re-establishing a connection is brief, but I managed to sustain the pace before, which means something else is afoot. The only thing that comes to mind is my speed. Perhaps it is not just about how fast I open and close the portals, but how fast they are moving relative to me. Just some inexplicable limitation of the inner world or something. To test the assumption, I stop connecting the routes and only focus on opening successive portals, finding the task more difficult than I was used to while running on the ground. I slow, then speed up. I make the portals closer to the ground than far away. I try every conceivable variation, and my conclusion is that my initial hypothesis was correct. It is mostly about speed. I just learned about another thing to train. Though I'm lucky I ran these experiments right now, it's an important data point. Aspen, at my request, tries to open portals mid-flight but fails, which leads me to define the task where he focuses on the routes and connection while I just open and close the portals. Something much more manageable without having much else in mind. I follow near the road connecting our village to Sarah's, or rather the matriarch's village. I pass dozens of carriages, still being driven by pedal power instead of wasting the mana, though now only a single person sits at the front, something the improved stats and better pavement allow. Trade has been picking up as the matriarch's village is trying to grow closer to ours, and the improvements they saw are significant. Everybody saw our village's prominent position, and though a few kept their distance and tried to form their own cabals to oppose us, the more forward-looking are instead trying to draw closer. And as the oldest village to come into contact with us and the first to have a road interlinking our economies, the matriarch village's people would be fools not to take advantage of the situation. About halfway on my trip, as I'm a mile from the matriarch's village, I lean into a gentle banking turn to the right before turning back to head straight to complete the next leg of the trip. This next leg sees me slowing to a hover over a few spots to connect the tendril growing there as it was still disconnected. A little over 2 hours after leaving my village, I arrive and settle down outside. Preparing for my ruse, I draw roots, branches, and leaves from the inner world covering nearly every square inch of my body in a thin but gapless layer similar to my root armor before walking into the village. Approaching the gate, I'm met with an upgrade to what they had on integration, but still short of the wall in my village. For meters tall wooden walls with a simple gate, though I can't disparage their defenses too much given they haven't needed better defenses until now. All they have to concern themselves with are the regular and easy attacks like the one yesterday. Though as I'm getting close, I notice a few piles of rope and tools in my perception field. Perhaps the attack was a little more severe than they were expecting, and they saw the wisdom in preparing more thoroughly, probably by growing the wall taller. "Who are you?" Someone shouts a good 15 meters away from the wall. Stepping closer, I reply, "Nash, I have come to grow a few defenses for the village. Remove the roots so we can see your face," says the guard. "I don't need to enter the city. I can work from out here. Just send the message that I arrived to whoever needs to know." "No, you will show us your face now." I shrug and move away from the gate before sitting down, letting the roots grow around me and connect to a good portion of the network underground. Everything within a couple of 100 miles comes to my awareness for an instant. A moment later, I release the vast network, concentrating only on the immediate surroundings. From my inner world, I pull 7 of the watermelon-sized seeds and plant them in a hexagon with one in the middle. After I connect with them all, I allow the large and thicker tendrils hidden inside to spread like the spokes of a wheel in all directions. Without having to actually grow the thinnest strands from scratch, it takes me about 10 minutes to extend the overlapping and intertwining 500-meter-long roots. That would have taken me a couple of hours to grow, relying only on mana to expand the network if I could even keep so many tendrils growing at a steady pace. Stopping for a moment, I count the number of tendrils at the outer limits. Almost 70 fully developed and crossed the 400-meter mark. Magic can do wonders, but it was not a perfect remedy for everything, and a few of the tendrils had trouble reaching their potential length. It doesn't matter much for my purposes right now. All I need is to add mass and interconnect them some more before I start working on the runes. Before continuing, I notice someone waiting nearby looking impatiently at me. Hi, what formations do you want me to grow? First, let's take care of the guard's request. I groan and finally let them peek at the face behind the roots, before getting up and walking over. Why do you insist on that? I should charge you extra just for that. We are the client, and we are always right. He says, grinning, no longer impatient. But I provide an exclusive service in great demand. Are you sure that doesn't warrant a reevaluation? Come on in, we will discuss somewhere more comfortable. I wave my hand in a well-practiced motion and take a dozen chairs, a table, and a parasol from the inner world, dropping them outside. All of them are made of greenwood and are comfortable enough. If you insist, but there is no need. We will not pay for that, he says. Don't worry, I will take them with me. Fine, we can deal out here. Now, I say, walking over and sitting before pulling a catalog from my inner world and placing it in a leather bag made to look like a space bag. What did you choose? He yells back at the guards near the gate. Get the commander, he should be here for this. Approaching me, he looks at the copy of the catalog I send over after they showed interest. Before that, I need clarification on a few points, just so we won't buy something useless. I tilt my head to the side while lifting my shoulders. You are the one paying for my time. I will just keep growing batteries and mana conduits in the meantime. Standard things, really. That is fine, but we would like a little more detail on a few of these things. Like, how do these batteries work? Can we draw mana and use it just like our own mana? Yes and no. I say, launching into a long and detailed explanation about the benefits and limitations of all the options they have. It took a long time for the currency I am promoting to be used as much as possible, but was definitely worth it. And I can feel the ether in the coins accumulating ever so slightly. I should have asked how much the coins are worth to the robot, but I will do that the next time. For now, there still aren't many of the coins yet, and the other sources of money are plentiful enough. So letting them sit and circulate for a while longer and accumulate value in the eyes of the system is the right choice. Value and ether. Chapter 107. A couple of days later, I'm hiding underground near another relatively close village, as I control a root avatar hundreds of kilometers away, made to perfectly mimic the root suit I was previously wearing and simulate my body weight. I may eventually be able to add illusions to it and convince someone that there is a face underneath like I have shown in a couple of villages, but my fine control of the illusion runes is not there yet. After finishing, I move the avatar to the same quickly grown flying bicycle it arrived on and speed away from the village before finding an isolated place nearby, and in a few minutes have the whole thing dismantled and spreading underground as not to waste the roots I grew or leave any trace behind. Remotely controlling the flying craft is mana-intensive and requires a lot of attention to bypass the system's restrictions on autonomous vehicles, but flying for a kilometer or two is quick, so it's no great loss of time. For hours later, the expected travel time from this other village, I leave for another village, but this time not with the root avatar but in person. I could have skipped this one and gone remotely as well, but this penultimate village added just 100 kilometers to my trip. Planting the 7 customary seeds to speed up my progress, I feed mana into them and wait for their resident mage to make his appearance. After a few minutes, we are sitting outside and he finishes listing off what he wants. Yes, after accounting for the defenses and mana shield for these buildings, spend the rest of the time growing as much mana storage capacity as possible. That will be very useful. I nod and say, sure thing. I have started the growing process and will be able to make a battery good for about 20k mana if everything goes according to plan. Then I will get out of your hair, the short mage says before shuffling back to the village. I close my eyes and concentrate as much as possible on the boost from my first subclass skill, Nature Connection. It can't be used at the ranges a village reaches, but anything up to about 150 meters is fair game, and I place my hand atop the book as I sit in the root chair I made before starting. Though right now I'm using it like a grimoire, that is just one of its many functions. Unfortunately, Even after a lot of testing, I didn't find it to be much faster than working without it. All it does is help keep track of bigger and more intricate runic patterns, which would eventually be useful as the complexity of the runes go from dozens or hundreds of runes to tens of thousands and beyond. But for now, I have a little problem with that given how my mind worked. The hours go by as the sun climbs higher in the sky until the mage comes back just as I'm about to finish. Behind him follows an old woman. She walks slowly and carefully as if each movement is a great effort and minimizing the wasted energy is the most important thing in the world. Though even beneath the hunched posture and most wrinkled skin I ever saw, there is a live strength that the system has brought back to even the people closest to death's door. Are you finished? For hours of your dedicated time? The short mage asks me. Yep. As promised, for hours of exclusive work on the runic formations in your village. I say. He lies. He did not work on the runic formations for the entire time. I look at the old crone feeling my stomach unsettle. But as I turn a questioning look to the mage, he simply replies. She is our true heir. Nodding as if I know what exactly that entails, I carefully chose my next words while facing his scowl. I had a little bit of the needed structure before officially starting, and I accelerated the growth through some external methods that were not suitable for other villages. With that in mind, I carefully calculated how much I would have managed to grow, erring on the side of caution to your advantage if I was off in my math. She looks at my eyes, almost boring a hole through my skull, so intense is her gaze, and I almost take a step back. Her eyes are black voids that peer deep into my soul, and I should know the feeling. I lock into place when the faintest whiffs of mana come from her as she activates whatever skill she uses with much greater strength than before. I sense no runes even after the mana dissipates. It takes me a moment to remember breathing, and I barely notice as she speaks. He tells the truth. She speaks to him with her eyes back to normal and the tense atmosphere simply gone. Though as I look at him, maybe it was just me, he doesn't seem like he felt anything. Yes, too much I don't know about the system. So why didn't you just explain, he asks me. I didn't really see the need, and it would only invite people to be feeling cheated if I started adding all kinds of caveats to my conditions, something I'm fairly certain you are feeling now. I say, watching the old crone move back into the village. Yeah, I have to admit, even knowing you were telling the truth, I'm feeling, as you put it, cheated. He says before changing the subject. We would appreciate it if you didn't spread any rumors about her abilities. Done. I don't like people butting in my business as well. You don't say. He says, shaking his head, and I give a sheepish grin. Tell you what, one-time deal, 10% discount. How does that sound? Can't you bump that a little higher? I give him the stinky eye as he waves it off, pulls a few coins from his pocket, and starts counting. Well, it was worth a shot. So that's 36 Pando silver coins, after the discount. I nod and extend my hand, grabbing all of the coins while wondering how they acquired so many of this batch in the last couple of days. They all touch my hand and pass through the natural ether formation around me. I feel the smidge of ether attached to them is much stronger than what I felt in the mint just a couple of days ago. Perhaps one day I would find a way to allow them to accumulate ether without me having to grow the little roots at all. But for now, I will spend a few minutes here and there growing them to provide the needed anchor for ether. I get up from the chair and prepare to say my farewells, but as he leans in the direction of the village, my stomach growls, and instead of heading off, I ask him, "Can I get something to eat in your village?" Looking back at me, he says, Sure. You will just have to let us see your face." Why does everybody want to see my face? I ask, playing it up a little, though the question gnaws at me. Honestly, I'm not sure either, but it's strange seeing someone completely covered in roots, so if you want to enter. I accompany him inside the village after removing all the roots covering my entire head and thinning the covering on my body, just to keep things fresh and not become predictable. Inside the village, after passing the gates, I'm greeted by exactly what I expected, small wooden huts precisely in the same spot as everywhere else in the instance. Except they don't reflect sunlight into the brownish color of wood but a myriad of bright colors. After months away from Earth, I gawk at everything as if I had never before seen something like this. From the outside, not a hint of the scarlet, pumpkin orange, or the dozens of other vibrant colors all around can be seen. It has been a while since my visual cortex has seen so many bright colors. Well, with exception of our food, but even then. Yes, besides the green we have from the trees, punchy pigments are surprisingly difficult to acquire. I look at him trying to parse out more from what he told me, but seeing this he continues. You know how each village is developing a certain identity? I nod and he continues. Well, We have plenty of artists in our village, and almost everyone at some point in life made a painting or 300. After one of us found a little bit of clay with a vivid reddish color, the second and third person joined in the color race, and you can imagine the result when people start competing. Complete mayhem? Or artistic creativity, whatever you would prefer to call it. We arrive in front of a green shop built beside the inn, a shade of color I only ever saw on a few rare bird feathers, almost neon green. How are they getting such a variety of colors around here? Welcome to the most upscale restaurant in our village. Can you sell me a sample for all the colors in the village? He looks at me confused. Are you trying to steal your methods? Not particularly, and I will pay, say, a copper for each unique color. Just don't mix them to sell me slight shade variations. 2 coppers. I nod in affirmation, not even bothering to haggle, and he gets on his way, presumably to assemble a set of colors in short order. I sit down at a table with silk cloth and fine cutlery before being attended to. I glance over the menu, but while the presentation is as upscale as they could get in the place we are at, the menu items don't have anything exotic. An assortment of vegetables and choices of meat from the closest villages. At the end, as the very last item, I even find my persimmons, though with a hefty 2 copper price tag attached to it, significantly pricier than I sold them for. Their near magical ability to find so many different colors did not extend to their food, though there are a couple of new items, so I start with a salad, bread, and a sauce from something supposed to be avocado. I had never been to anywhere that could be referred to as an upscale dining place back on Earth, but everything looks and feels just like as I imagined. With a finely dressed server coming to my table to bring each of the plates as I finished the previous one, and what most of the dishes lacked in novelty. They made up for in the simple artistic sense that makes it look like each vegetable piece or grain was hand-placed on the plates. Some 20 minutes later, as I'm on my 3rd plate, the same person that attended me till now returns with a suspiciously similar box to what the merchant used when I got samples from him. He puts a stack of 8 boxes on the table and starts speaking. This is our standard kit of colors. There are a few more, but this is what our traveling salesman uses when presenting options to other villages. I look up at him frowning. Is there a big enough market? He tilts his head to the side before saying, Kinda. It's not very big, but we sold pigments even to a village some 900 miles away, and we are not trying to be like your village, raking in millions of copper coins a month. I start to protest, but even if we were not there already, it was only a matter of time. 1,000,000 copper coins a month is less than 4 gold a day. Whenever I had the time to work on the smithy, I made about 20% of that with 2 + 7 weapons. We are not there yet, but I can't deny most villages can't match us in production, though not for a lack of trying. If you are selling so far away, there must not be much competition, but how are you doing business so far away? The mercantile system is a really big help in transporting goods and collecting payment. I look at him, and after a moment he smiles, imagining what I'm about to say. We can't collect money through the merchant, only transport items. That is why we didn't even bother. Far too expensive for little convenience, as we still need to move the money around ourselves. So at least in this aspect, we are ahead of you. He gloats. I'm going to inform the village about this conversation. I think there is a mutually beneficial arrangement to be made. Or we can call them ourselves now that we are in the network. I grin, thinking of the suddenly much larger market we will be able to reach with their help. Communications are already established, and they were relatively close by at less than 300 kilometers. Now all Charlie had to do was make to seal the deal. And as I give him 8 silver Pandos coins, he walks off with a big grin on his face, clutching them in hand like a kid on Christmas. With a flourish of my hand, a thin and flexible sound isolation runic formation rises from the ground at 1 inch per second as my entire skill set, creation, mana manipulation, engraving, nature connection, and nature manipulation come together. In seconds, after I'm cocooned, though still able to see outside, all sound from the other tables is completely gone, and I call the village. They will definitely be interested in the mercantile system this village has access to. Chapter 108. Are you certain? Charlie asks me as we speak through the ever-improving comm system. After only a few days, the fuzzy tube TV feel from the screen has started to give way to something closer to what we would find in a decent LCD screen, though not quite to the level of the most expensive high-definition systems. I can notice blurriness from even 3 feet away, though after a moment I remember my perception stat increase, and the comparison becomes more nuanced in my mind. I shake off those thoughts and answer his question. Yes, I'm certain. You can call him or wait for his call. I don't think it is going to take very long. For them, even a 1% tax would be a huge boon to their economy, especially considering we will instantly be able to ship goods anywhere in the instance and increase the revenue coming in by a lot, if we plan things correctly. And as we expand the roads and our own distribution network, the other villages will already be used to dealing with us, and we won't have to start from scratch, Charlie says. I nod and continue speaking. I didn't even think it was a possibility until I heard something he mentioned about how they were shipping stuff 9 villages over. Almost 900 miles. You talked about instantly hitting the entire instance. How do you suggest we get news spread out that fast? Just pay the merchant to deliver a few letters, I say with a wide grin on my face. Oh, I hadn't thought of that, Charlie says. Neither did I. Someone else came up with the idea, but the cost didn't sound very appealing without the means to ship goods and currency back and forth at the time, and we were working with a much smaller budget back then. Well, if there is nothing else, I will let you get on with your day and start to prepare for this deal. I nod as he shuts off the connection, and slowly the root and branches shroud around me retract into the ground. A few people gawk for a moment at the movement, but I ignore them with 1,000 other things running through my mind as I take the last bite before getting up. After leaving 20 coppers for the sumptuous meal on the table, about 4 times what most other people paid given how much I ate. As I get ready to leave by stretching, a wave of tiredness comes over me. I should probably have used the time I was waiting around to sleep, but drawing runes with ether, improving my control of vigor, and the other resources along with a dozen other things sounded a lot more important at the time. I look at the sky, already knowing the time, but the action is automatic by now, and judge the time to be around 17h15. Still 45 minutes to sunset, but I don't mind including a few minutes of daylight in my sleep schedule. With plans of building a little hut a few minutes out, I look to my side and there I see the inn again. People only ate there, and I never heard of anyone actually renting a room to sleep, but I would find out if there was anything to it. It would probably not be anything exciting, but the new experience sounds like a good idea, and after paying 3 coppers, I climb the stairs and enter the room the innkeeper shows me. It's simple, but there is great value in simplicity. I climb in the cotton sheet bed and retract all the roots covering my body into the inner world before laying back on the closest thing to a proper mattress I felt since coming to this place. The suspended rope design and the variations I made with roots were quite comfortable, but this is closer to what we were used to back on Earth. Slowing my thoughts and letting the waves of exhaustion catch up to me, I sink in the bed deeper and deeper. Hours later, I'm rested and ready to wake up. I look around at the unfamiliar place. I don't have anything to complain about the quality of sleep elsewhere. In fact, it was very restful, but there was something about the inn, something that probably only someone with a high perception stat would have noticed. I was ever so slightly more rested than I expected given the length and conditions of my sleep. It could be just a fluke, but I don't think so. I stretch for a moment before giving a last look at the room, and I walk down the stairs to find a surprised innkeeper staring at me. "Oh, are you up already?" "Yeah, I never sleep more than a couple of hours except if I'm really exhausted." "You know that you can spend up to 8 hours, right?" "Yes, but I don't need to sleep that long. 2 hours is plenty for me." He nods and says, "Most people don't see the benefits from sleeping in the inn. They are far and few, but they exist." I look intently at him, wondering if there really is a hidden mechanic or it was just he was blowing smoke up my. With a knowing smile, trying to drag a little more out of him, I say, "Or you just want to get all my hard-earned coin?" His face as it twitches, though it doesn't look to be from shame at being caught red-handed, it's closer to sadness. I almost miss it, but in my perception field, I'm able to pick up much subtler tics and facial movements than vision alone can. I can't pay attention to the entire column, but paying attention to anything in my direct field of view, and especially someone like him, should become an automatic action. So, is the sadness real, or is he just a really good poker player? If it was a comment from Blackwood, I wouldn't doubt his hints, but I don't know this man. Still, whenever I was in a village, a few copper coins would not bankrupt me. "I will take your advice under consideration," I say, and he furrows his brows but doesn't say anything else. Before he moves off to attend to other people, I feel ready to eat again even after the short time of sleep, and so I ask, "Can you get a double portion of whatever is on the menu today?" He nods without turning his back, leaving me with my thoughts. The system really changed our bodies. Back on Earth, my last meal would have me in a lot of pain, even considering I was already used to eating larger meals if less often than most people. But digesting everything in a little over 2 hours was truly a record, and it didn't even get in the way of my sleep. Though perhaps I shouldn't be pushing my body like this. Relying on the system to take care of that may be a bad habit to get. Something to ponder on. Looking around, the feel all around the salon isn't much different than what has developed in my village. There are only half a dozen people actually eating here. What most of them hold is a mug in hand. Part of them will be holding a beer, soothing I never particularly liked, and the rest hold kava, a type of bubbling juice that didn't match my palate. Until I made the parsimons, kava was the only real source of sugar and some people lived for it, though I didn't trust the effect it had on my carefully balanced biochemistry and stayed away from the stuff. Shrugging, I sit down and pay attention to my food, but after a few seconds a conversation 2 tables over piques my curiosity. 3 people talk in fairly low tones, but I can clearly hear it over the hustle and bustle from the other patrons. "So did you find her?" says the one turned away from me. "No, not yet. And worse yet, another of our scouts has gone missing." Another sting in the same table answers. "Who?" "Andrew. He was supposed to check on the area around the high-level zone, but he didn't come back." "Do you think he?" I hear from the third one before the sin continues. "He isn't stupid, and with both the Red Branch the plant guy left behind and our own markings around the high-level zone, he would need to be blind to enter it by mistake. We are missing something. I'm glad they appreciate the present I left behind, but if there was something wrong with the HLZ, I needed to know. Uncertain of whether I will find what I'm looking for, I send my conscience back south to the home village and then all the way through Long Tendril to the little hut just outside the high-level zone, turning on the perception field and scanning the area. I scan the entire place for a few minutes but find nothing out of the ordinary. I see the wooden spikes driven in the ground for some 60 kilometers around the closest point of this village to the high-level zone. Still concerned about the changes, and wondering if this could be what the automaton warned us about, I send a thread of mana and start forming a small but still large enough tunnel underground, encroaching in the territory of one of the beats. In seconds I feel it approaching, and as it gets close, it stamps the ground, and with a wave of mana, it collapses the 5-foot-long tunnel. I create another and another, trying to goad the beast into leaving the high-level zone or have any abnormal reactions. If the limits have changed somehow, it would be catastrophic. But I keep taunting it long after the beast starts frothing at the mouth with my taunts, but it still doesn't cross a single hair to our side. After confirming the line for the high-level zone is still precisely where it's supposed to be, I sigh in relief and go back to my soup in peace. If the HLZ was expanding, things would take a sharp turn for the worse, but that was not what had happened. It's not very nice they have 2 missing people, but it was bound to happen once in a while, and there was nothing extraordinarily dangerous about that. I get up, finally ready to leave this village, and before I can even look around and see something else interesting, I leave the village. I wanted to come back to my own house again. I was mostly living in the village in the last couple of weeks, but I didn't want to lose the place in periodic breaks when I was alone for the benefits it provided to my mental state and creativity. Already having paid, I just leave the bowl and plate on the table, heading out of the village. As I fly back, the missing people don't leave my mind. There was something that nags me about the missing pair of scouts, but try as I might, I can't pinpoint what was bothering me about it or learn anything new, so I eventually force myself to let go. With only the moon to illuminate my way, I zip across the gray skies and let myself be absorbed, not even bothering to help Aspen connect to the roots underground as he tried to open and close the inner world portal fast enough. Most of the time he failed, but it was something he should learn, and I almost let myself meditate like I was on top of my bicycle, dozens of miles from civilization in any direction, moving with my own power. Chapter 109. Sitting in my little mud hut, I spread my awareness, and even though I just spent days expanding the network and growing runic defenses for these other villages, I continue along a similar line. This time I focus only on the tendrils spreading from village to village that the scouts have helped set up. Vast swathes of them are already connected, and just need me to bridge small gaps, and I do so gladly. So far away, some 500 to 800 miles from myself, I can't effectively concentrate on more than one place at a time. But even not being unable to work simultaneously on it takes me less than half an hour for each new tendril to connect to another village. After a good 20 hours, every single village in a 200-mile distance from us is redundantly connected, and all the villages within 400 miles have at least a single tendril leading to them. I even reached out to a village almost 1,000 miles north so I could add it to the network. A couple of hours before sunrise, I get ready to sleep, but instead of continuing on to my house that is seeing less and less of me, I head for the village's inn. I wanted to sleep there a couple more times as a trial, and today is as good a day as any. Getting up only 2 hours later, just a few minutes before the sunrise, I feel the subtle difference in my rest. It's still not enough to be conclusive, And I guess I will need a lot more data before being able to accurately judge the benefits if there are even any beyond the one brought by my own belief. Though even if it is a placebo, I don't really mind, as long as it works. Inside the room, I reach out and connect to the network for a few minutes with a broad overlook of what Aspen has been up to while I was connecting more villages or sleeping. Reaching for more and more, I sense the circle around the entire high-level zone almost completed. Probably only another day or two before he finishes. I give a quick pass through the new areas inside the high-level zone looking for more of the metallic taste and cold feeling of a silver mine in the newly covered area, but there isn't going to be new mines today. So far we have started on the 3 I found, and it is proving an amazing source of silver as the miners and controllers learn their intricacies and improve the method of extraction. I head to my little hut in the village, now with a thin layer of flat wood held in place by the inner structure, which makes it not stand amongst the mass of wooden houses. It looks almost respectable. As I get within a pair of steps, I feel the automatic pulse of mana bouncing over my body, and the little runic work in my pocket reflects the signal back without me having to do anything. Without fear, I walk right through the door, which swings open just as I'm to bump my head against it. I gaze at the table and cabinet where there are hundreds of plants in small vases, most of them disconnected from the network, and the growing effects being in contact with nature mana may have on them. I carefully connect with each of them, avoiding sending any mana or doing anything that could alter their growth speed and development direction. Nature mana and a few other tricks may be helpful, but I needed to learn how the plants react without any mana, and I observed as they slowly grow and develop in the sterile environment. A few quick notes on a runic pad, still a cumbersome thing that weighed as much as a CRT-style computer monitor from the 90s, which sends my scribbles into it to the data storage. Before I put the book in the receptacle and update it with all the information it gained since the last time I was in the village. I could have made another of these receptacle platforms to carry it with me, but it didn't seem like it was worth the time investment, not when there is so much else I could be doing, and if I ever needed it, I could just grow one right on the spot. Thinking of the book reminds me of something, and I stop my work before rushing to the library. As I at the head librarian, he smiles and calls me over. "Nash, you were right." "About what?" I ask, only having a vague hunch of what he is talking about after our last talk. There are plenty of people that were writing fiction and other stuff from back on Earth, and a few were also making new original stories. Have you been able to add them to the library? 2 of them, but I don't want to fill the data storage modules with useless stuff, so I picked the best ones, with a short list for when we have the storage needed. When more people manage to learn the runic casting process, maybe storage will no longer be a problem. It's so much faster. Let's hope. So why did you come? Mostly to get an update on the state of the books, so as long as we get enough data storage capacity we can add their books. Pretty much. We can actually start before if we cut down on the useless stuff. I have no idea why people are adding grocery lists and stuff to the library. 1,000 people each adding a single page of groceries list are going to use less space than a single full-time writer, but I understand your concerns. Don't worry, we will figure something out. I say. I look at the runic pathways and add another incomplete cube to the secure section of the library, which sits in a smaller room, sealed in solid stone a couple of meters underground with runic defenses and shields. With my inner world, I can simply make the material pop out by forming a portal inside. No need to call for a Stonesinger mage or waste a bunch of mana to do it myself. After getting everything else in order, I say goodbye and walk out. With the remainder of the need for more storage fresh in my mind, I pay more attention to the next iteration of the data storage cube, though I am pretty sure I will part ways with it long before it has grown to full size. Every couple of seconds I put my effort into forming 25 new data storage cells along a 2-inch long strip. More and more are added, back and forth like a 3D printer, and just like any print of a decent volume, it takes time, a lot of time. It has been a week since I last dropped off one of these. I have only spent a couple of hours here and they're working on it, and as expected barely a third of the full 12-inch cube is formed. But even with just a third of the volume filled, it would be enough for over 100,000 words with no compression. I don't want to drive people away from using the storage system of the library, especially in the future, as storage capabilities would far outstrip whatever they could fill by hand. By then the value of having everyone using this new service would be well worth the effort. And everyone's grocery list would not be competing for space with some of the greatest literary works of art from back on Earth, or at least the best approximations based on how well people could remember them. I look at the first layer of the cube. I was already making it a dozen times faster than anyone else. And this partial data cube is only enough for a single novel. Well, at least before file compression shenanigans. Burgess has found a software engineer who immigrated to our village, and they figured out how to store several characters in a single cell with the help of a dictionary similar to how file compression worked in computers, which reduced them to about a third or fourth of their initial size. But adding 4 books a week is still too slow. I kick around the problem in my mind, but find no immediate solution. All I can hope for is that casting intricate though repetitive patterns like this will be easy. After a few hours and finishing my rounds around the village, as well as 80 silver richer from work in the smithy, I head to meet Merlin. I don't know if this will work. I hear after presenting a small clay mold for data storage to be cast. We won't find out if we don't try. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. Okay, meet you in a few minutes at the smelter yards? No need. I can work within my inner world. We will only be working with a bar or 2 of copper. I sit and put a single copper ingot into a small crucible while feeding mana into a fire formation. Not a very economic solution, but 100 mana points for the 10 or 20 minutes I will save instead of waiting for the forge to heat up are definitely worth the expense. I also put the mold I prepared nearby to help the process, given this will be a more detailed casting than most. I lay back waiting while watching Merlin finish up another of his experiments. I try to understand the runes and the way they are connected, but for the first time since getting to the instance, something I should have understood completely escapes me. I smile widely at his progress. It isn't even about mana moving unexpectedly like on the fire mana conversion runes needed for infusing wood and a few other designs. This is much more advanced, with me simply failing to grasp the inherent logic of what he is trying to accomplish. He moves mana around while I'm lost on what he is trying to do. The mana doesn't move in the grand displays I had often seen from him in the attacks, but with only a thread of mana moving faster and more intricately than I could hope to do for months or maybe years. Not unless I doubled my mental stats and put a lot more time into my mana manipulation. A pang of envy for the speed at which he is progressing hits me, but after a moment it's gone. I have nothing to complain about. What would I give up to gain this capability? My inner world, Aspen, my intrinsic understanding of runes, my physical stats, ether, or something else. For as impressive as his capabilities are within their field, they are fairly one-dimensional. He dedicated his entire time to improving every bit as much as he could, and I could not do the same, not from an inability or because I was forced in any way, but because I want all of these capabilities and more. My decision is strongly solidifying in my mind as the correct choice for me, and as his last flourish finishes and a small puff of mana dissipates, I realize his last experiment just failed. With a small sigh, he comes and sits in front of me, grabbing hold of the mold. With him having finished his short experiment, we are both ready to start this other one. Go ahead. Pour the metal in, and I will try to enchant them as the runes are formed. Enchant? I ask. I'm trying different terminology. Engraving doesn't sound right when we are pouring metal. I shrug, saying, hey, I don't really care. I just mentioned it because it sounds a little strange. We form mana shields around our arms to stop any droplets of molten metal. We may be playing with fire without the proper precautions, but no sense in pushing our luck too hard. I take out the clay mod and give it to him so he will hold it before using a pair of scissor tongs to take the crucible with boiling hot copper to tip it into the double-plated clay mold. Steam and hot vapor whooshes and Merlin squints his eyes as he sends his mana to allow his skill to take hold during the pouring process. The small hole in the maze that will form internally the runes is too small, and a few droplets fall onto the wood floor, blackening small spots but causing no further damage. I sense his mana struggling to connect, even with his clear understanding and deep study of the runic patterns as I continue to pour into the carved clay sandwich. I feel him fight to keep his skill active, and even a moment or two where it seems to turn off. A minute goes by as the last of the droplets finishes filling the mold, and he gives a sigh of relief as he gasps for air. With sweat dripping from a face so red it almost glows, he speaks. Phew, that was hard. Check if it worked. He tries to catch his breath like he just ran a marathon, not simply spend a minute working with runes. I separate the 2 pieces, still keeping a thin shield on my fingertips to avoid burning myself, pull the engraving, and send my mana through, looking at the response from each of the data cells. The design is a fairly basic one, with only 100 cells in a 10 by 10 grid, and the response I get is not very positive. Checking closely, I notice one of the runes malformed on the edge of the palm-sized plate. That means not a single cell in that column will work. Another few seconds and I test every single cell, finding another malfunctioning rune, though this one affects only a single cell. I rub my fingers over the pieces and use my perception field, but the malformations are not physical, They were the result of the shaky connection during the enchanting process. The casting process, basic as it is well worked by now, and at least that ran smoothly. Wanting Merlin's take on it, I ask. 2 runes failed. Here and here. 11 dead cells then? As I nod, he continues, maybe I can manually fix it. But yeah, a minute for only 100 cells is not very factory-like. I can make them faster without even paying attention. Just idling away when I'm running or doing something that doesn't require a lot of mental power. And it isn't that much faster than engraving them manually, and is far too tiresome to sustain for long. What was the problem? I sensed your mana being quite erratic. The technique is good at connecting with a few big runes. So the size and mass are what lends power to the batteries and eventually other works, but these have a lot more runes. Current mana batteries use what? 8 runes no matter how big it is. These, he says pointing at the plate in my hand, are more like 800 runes. These won't benefit from size, only how many cells are present and working. Do you think making bigger data plates faster is just a question of training? I ask him. Sure, I could get faster, and there are plenty of tweaks and tricks to employ, but I don't see it improving enough to make it worthwhile, at least not anytime soon. I gaze at the floor intently as what he mentioned before strikes me. You mentioned power. Given that the cells require nearly no power to run, could there be some other method to engrave them that makes weak runes, which in this case wouldn't make a difference? That's something we are experimenting with, but so far no luck. Theoretically, even if the data storage runes only work at 1% the strength, it won't be an impediment. We look to the door as we both hear someone comes up running. A few moments later, a messenger shows up panting lightly and holds himself with one hand on each side of the doorway. Oh, Nash, you were here. I was going after you next, he says to me before addressing both of us. Charlie wants you two for a meeting. Now, what is it about? I ask concerned. Bad news. That is what it's about. Bad news. Chapter 110. Me, Merlin, Greg, and most of the village's administrators stand in the map room as we wait for Charlie and the commander to arrive. No one knows what is going on yet. Moments later, he arrives and I keep silent, to not add to the cacophony the headless chickens are creating. In a booming voice, the commander yells, "Silence!" For a moment everyone imitates me, shutting their mouths and stopping all movement. We are still clueless about what is happening, but Charlie wouldn't have called for an emergency meeting if it wasn't important. And as he starts speaking, I come to realize that even my worst predictions are short of the situation. We don't have the time for pleasantries today. Now everybody shut up for a few minutes. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have called even half of you for a meeting, but these are unprecedented circumstances. We started getting reports about disappearances from people near the high-level zone. There are scouts heading to investigate and learn more at this very moment. It's not some distant possibility, but a real certainty that there is something really serious going on. So far we learned about 16 people from 9 different villages going missing, and every single one was in the vicinity of the high-level zone, or as some other villages started to call it, the HLZ. There is a lot we are still piecing together, but we are probably dealing with at least one aspect of what the robot told us about. Without thinking, I call out, "Automaton." Everyone looks at me. Realizing I interrupted everyone's train of thought with the unrelated fact, I just carry on and get it over with as quickly as possible. It's his race. Some find robot offensive. Charlie shakes his head and the commander chimes in. Our working theory at the moment is that either the mobs in the HLZ are no longer strictly confined there, or people are somehow being attracted inside. Within those, there are a lot of subcategories, but further speculation is not a good use of our time, not without more data. Nash, can you find out more? What do you have in mind? I ask, not caring about the potential for exposing my capabilities to more people in the face of a threat with such destructive potential. You can sense stuff from a distance, right? Yes, and it got better since the attack on Max's village. But what exactly do you have in mind? Go through a few stops and see if you can find anything. I scrunch my face and say, a couple of days ago, I heard of 2 people missing in the village selling paint. I looked through the rough area they must have been in, but such a vast area is hard to cover in short amounts of time, especially without knowing what I'm looking for. Do your best. We are accelerating a few programs like seed planting with the help of other villages and sending a lot of scouts out. If you can look around a bit to check that they have access to mana for the flying crafts like they are supposed to, I would appreciate it. Done. We called you just for that for now. The rest is mostly details we will have to handle. I'm not imagining he thought I would need to go back out, But I don't need to do that and instead walk to a corner and sit. With a larger inner world, I can reach the outside even through the strange special anomaly that is the town hall. I just have to be careful not to let my perception field look at the spatial runes, making the space inside the town hall be bigger on the inside than on the outside. For another few minutes, I keep part of my attention on the meeting, but he was correct that they are just dealing with details where my expertise wouldn't be very useful. I look at the 2 pages of notes delivered to me and concentrate my efforts there. In an almost meditative state, I send my perception field back and forth over one of the smallest areas delineated as the probable disappearance place from one of the groups. A 4-mile strip less than 200 miles south of the Black Panthers' territory where a trio went missing. I look for metals, pieces of cloth, blood, and anything else that may indicate something happened there. In the meantime, I turn on the mana tap for Aspen at full blast, and he goes from a couple of points a second to 50, focusing fully on growing the network underground. Completing the circle has just become priority number 1, and I would not wait for even a moment more than necessary. Even after completing the circle, I will still be limited in how much ground I could cover with the perception field, and setting up runes to detect anyone or anything closing in on the barrier is a must to find where to send my perception field. But the first steps come first. Aspen focuses on growing his roots as I continue working on the 4-mile strip, sweeping each inch for anything even remotely out of the ordinary. On my umpteenth pass, I find a spot just inside the high-level zone with marks on the ground. Familiar marks, though in a different shape than usual. A small overturned spot from something accelerating really fast with the help of mana infusion. The ground has an almost magical ability to avoid actual damage from even the strongest of us running, but with mana infusion or similar skills sometimes there are marks left behind. So it doesn't matter whether you are walking or pounding the ground as if it deserved to be pulp. All that is left is a light footprint for scouts to follow. I look at the surroundings, looking for the smallest broken branch, more overturned earth, or some claw mark from a beast, and after a few minutes, I find small indentations in the ground. Like someone was dragged just outside the limit for a few meters, though I can't tell in which direction. I open my eyes and look at the meeting, now with only a couple of people as most of them left, given they would add little after they had their tasks assigned. I walk to the table, still keeping the portal open for Aspen, though it takes some concentration while inside the town hall. Interrupting them, I say, "I found something." Everyone looks at me expectantly. It doesn't answer a lot, but there is a stop right here, I say, moving the map to the spot and zooming in. Here is a mark in the rough shape of a paw with signs of mana infusion to accelerate movements, and here is a drag mark, in this angle, though I don't know in which direction. "I can take a good guess," Greg says, but one of the oldest scouts still at the meeting gently admonishes him. "Probably a good guess, but we can't assume anything. If we stop looking for clues and just look for stuff to confirm what we think, we are screwed." Everyone nods and I continue. Either way, like Richard said, someone or something in this region either left the HLZ or attracted the group inside. I will send a pair to check it out. When they are near, can you focus and act as another safeguard? We will have people monitoring the situation, but it will give me peace of mind. Richard asks me. Sure. Just tell me when, and I will make a few formations at the place. Won't be anything fancy like in the village, but it will be another layer of protection. Doesn't anyone else see that this is a bad idea? Greg says. I'm sending a pair of level 70 scouts to the area. They have the speed and strength to escape just about anything, replies Richard. And we need this information. I leave as they finish hammering out a few details and the cartographers take over the map, as we no longer have any need for it. I look back and see them looking at the edges of the HLZ for any signs like the one I spotted, though they probably won't find anything. At least there will be more eyes looking through the place instead of having to rely only on me trying to track the movements of the beasts. The thin and patchy place has only a few needle-wide tendrils weighing less than a gram per meter. Trying to work with any scale of runic formations will require a lot more mass. So with Aspen's help I focus fully on increasing the mass, and I even absorb a few trees in the vicinity. But they won't be any big help given their placement in relation to the small clearing the scouts are headed to. But as I fatten the tendrils up and continue to grow and intertwine more thin hair-like roots through the network underground, runes begin to form surrounding the place, and the trees become mana batteries a little closer for me to use should they be needed. The maximum mana throughput sits far too low for my comfort even with the smaller distance, but it's better than nothing. I take my wooden armor from the inner world and connect the comm that will indicate I'm online to the control panel of the comm center, and sooner than I would have liked, barely 3 hours afterward, I hear a voice. It's time. They are approaching the place. Tell them to not move out of the area I designated except if it's to escape. I instruct. Already did so. Too many people went missing already. We are going at it really cautiously. I pull another pair of runic formations, and this time the holographic screens just like the ones in the library pop up. I send the feed of the scouts approaching the place with a couple of runic cameras surrounding the place. As everyone else stares at the video feed from the screens, I directly tap into the feed and my vision is replaced with an overview of the spot they will approach. Burgess and the others have been hard at work on the design of the camera, and it finally pays off. As they approach, I speak to the commander. Ask them to wait another 2 or 3 minutes. Why? I'm setting up a redundant line for communication to the place. It's going for hundreds of miles, and any single interruption in the chain will cut communications, mana, and any help not only for them but for anyone else in the chain. Before now it wasn't really critical. But if they are going to poke the bear, say no more. I will tell them to wait. He says, being slightly relieved at the precaution I was taking. I stop everything else and send my full focus to a good 300 miles further south as I grow 2 tendrils in one another's direction, reaching to cross the gulf. One from a village and another from the tendril circling around the HLZ. I rub my temples from pushing so hard, but I finish in 3 minutes, still within the time limit I set. Done, I say. As the scouts sitting some 100 meters away from the barrier listen to my words, they start moving. They keep their distance, a good 10 meters away from the high-level zone as I guide them, and they expertly look at it like trackers, much more experienced than me. I have a little skill in the area given I lived on Pando for so long, and even if only by osmosis you pick things up. I didn't actively hunt and never developed the skill properly, but it was a base for me to learn more about after coming here. I only started to pay a little more attention to it because of how useful it was in tracking wolves. Though it has been a while since I hunted them, and that will probably continue to be the case unless things change. As they brush the few leaves off the spot I guide them to, one of them kneels and the other stands guard, paying attention to everything around them, including especially the HLZ. Their side was supposed to be safe, given they could handle the strongest monster we encountered this side of the line with eyes closed and hands tied behind their back, but they wisely are taking all possible precautions. I look closely and even zoom in one of the runic cameras as the kneeling scout's face is inches away from the scratch mark on the ground, looking at it from all angles. Whoever fell here was dragged in this direction, he says, pointing at the HLZ. How certain are you? Asks the standing scout. Very. I hold my breath as I watch them approaching the dividing line, and they look over the other spot I indicated, this time by growing 2 roots beside it to knee height. They look on, and the same scout kneels before inching along, trying to get the closest look he can without entering the high-level zone, and squints his eyes going up and to the sides at the disturbed soil about 2 meters from where they entered. I feel my heart pumping blood as I extend my awareness around the place to act quickly if some beast comes running over. The scout mumbles to himself, but I ignore him, only paying attention to the place beyond, though as he takes a few steps back, I relax a little again and take a deep breath. Definitely mana infusion damage, and it looks to be from a big paw. Richard, the commander, asks, do you feel like risking calling the beast over to confirm whether it matches the paw print? It won't be like a fingerprint. We can only compare rough shape and size, but yes, I think it's worth it, says the standing scout, and the other steps back. So call the beast, Richard says, and they prepare themselves. Both take their spear from their back. The older scout who was on watch inches forward to cross the line, passing his spear until one of his hands is inside the HLZ. All they have to do now is wait. Wait for the beast to come over. Chapter 111. 10 seconds, 20, and then 30 seconds pass without a single disturbance as the scout waits for the beast in the HLZ to react. The nearly total silence of the forest in this artificial place we were put into gives way to the gently swaying leaves. While the familiar sound should have given me comfort, all I can feel is the wrongness. I was already used to the silence, but the addition of wind at low altitude is new, and I don't know what to make of it. I don't let this shake my nerves or distract me. A minute later, far longer than usual when it comes to these high-level beasts, I feel something strange in my perception field. To the side, very near the edge of the place, something enters. Something indistinct, moving at a slow and steady pace, but feeling the pressure in the roots underground that match exactly with a quadruped of great size and mass. I say. Left. I conjure the same orange light I placed on Max's invisible army when they attacked us around the disturbance. Retracting the perception field, and I focus only on the scouts and the invisible enemy. The expression of the older one turns into comprehension in only a moment, and with a gesture to his partner, they both retreat some 10 meters back in barely a moment as its invisibility fades in an attempt to pounce on them. Before I can say anything, still not taking their eyes from the monster, the older scout speaks. Level 139 White Panther. And its paw matches perfectly in size and shape with the overturned ground. Replies the other scout. I can almost hear the frown on the commander's face. The invisibility trick is new, but it wouldn't explain what has been happening. Do you want us to taunt it a little? Says the older scout. Let me think, Richard asks. I interrupt him by asking, why do you say it wouldn't explain everything? If people were entering the high-level zone and counting on leaving in time, an invisible enemy could catch them by surprise. I checked the protocols from all the other villages. There are exceptions here and there, but none travel alone, and they never fully enter the HLZ, just putting an arm when they want to attract a beast to check its level or something. Even then, one of them always keeps at least a couple steps back. Before he can run down the rest of his argument, I interrupt with my assumption of what he is driving at. And if the only thing it relied upon was invisibility, he would only be able to get one of the scouts? Exactly. So far we have no information about it because with only a single exception, all the attacks in the vicinity of the HLZ didn't leave any evidence behind. Why didn't you say so before? Who survived, and what did you learn? Nothing, he got a dent in his head. He has trouble speaking, and he seems to have amnesia. We send 2 potions to accelerate his recovery along with plenty of healing salve. Hopefully after the dent in his skull heals, he will recover his speech properly and especially his memory. The system has its miracles, but more serious injuries like this take more than just a full health bar to heal from. I put my hand on my left side where I was cut almost in half and say, I know that very well. It takes him a moment, but he says, well, you would know. The older scout, intently staring at the beast, asks, that is all well and good, but we need to make a decision now. Do we need to poke the bear? We do, says the Richard. But I don't want to risk you guys. The younger tracker scout says, somebody is eventually gonna have to do it. Better sooner rather than later. We have Nash on our side. That is the best backup anyone can hope for. My network in the region is not nearly good enough to really protect you guys, and that is not even taking into account the relative strength of the beast, which was way beyond me back at level 100. Let alone now that it is nearing level 140, I say. The younger scout continues, I still think doing it now is the safer bet, instead of delaying further. Fine, Ricard says. Just be cautious. Don't take absolutely any unnecessary risk. After a few minutes, they head in again, taking steps forward and splitting apart. Each of them puts their arms in a good 15 meters to the sides of the panther. I watch it closely in my perception field, waiting for it to jump to one of the sides, but it doesn't move a millimeter. They move away, then closer to the beast, though after it doesn't react for a minute, they retreat, and I volunteer my theory. Maybe he can get to a single one of you, but not both. That is why he is not acting. He doesn't want to expose his trump card. But what if we convince him that he can get you both? What do you have in mind? They reply, moving a few more steps away. I smile widely as I run through my plan with them, and they wait for another hour for me to finish up the needed runic infrastructure on the ground and their bodies. Underneath and over their steel-plated leather armor, a thin mesh of roots powers a thin shield that might reduce damage slightly and would open up more options for me to help them. I feel them breathing deeply before heading in, with the roots moving up and down following the movement of their chests. I let it infect me as I sync my own breathing rhythm to theirs. Standing a couple of meters from each other, they walk to the left of the beast a good 20 meters away. And as they get within about a meter of the bright red line on the ground and stop, for the first time in minutes, I see the beast move and do so at an unbelievable speed. Luckily, my full attention was on it, and a powerful mana shield springs up from the ground in front of the pair. With speed that belies anything I could dream of, even using all my skills and mana infusion, both scouts take a tremendous step back, but the beast is still faster, and while moving, the mana it began to summon. It swipes its paw at them, sending a pulse of mana right through the mana shield, breaking it and barely slowing down. Shit, I curse. How did it break a 3,000 mana point shield in an instant? They try to head in different directions without even time to turn their backs and properly run. The beast swipes with its other paw and tries to hit at least one of them, but the older scout holds his spear in both hands and strikes the inner part of its arm. The panther growls at failing, if only for a moment. With a broken spear in his hands and wheezing from the blow at his ribs, he tries to gain any distance, even as disoriented as he was. I feel as the mana that the beast is gathering around itself starts to increase again, and I try to raise another shield to protect the scouts. That's all I can do for the moment, delay the beast for an instant and force it to spend more of its mana. With paws on the ground, the panther advances even further beyond the line it's supposed to be its limit, as something faintly tries to pull it back. Something I didn't notice at first but is now obvious. I look for any signs of pain like the last time when a large pack tried to attack me but find nothing except this faint pullback. Looking back, I see the older scout rolling on the ground and the younger though more experienced tracker running as fast as possible as the panther heads for him next. With a large leap away from the older scout, it chomps on the arm of the tracker. The mana shield powered by the roots I form on his body, holding barely 20 mana points, springs up, and even without any help from his own mana disruption skills, the panther chomps through the shield, armor, and roots like they weren't even there. I move the roots from the scout's armor to the head of the beast, hoping they will be of some use as it swings the tracker like a cloth doll. The tracker's arm barely holds on, and the mana the panther was gathering till now almost depletes as it shoots it to the ground, and it reverts its momentum almost 180 degrees in only a single step. Far faster than should be possible. Newton was very clear. If you are moving very fast forward, you are going to keep moving forward until a force is enacted upon you. And the beast charging at a good 100 kilometers an hour, nearly instantly shifting its momentum in the direction of the older scout, should be impossible. Using the momentum of its turn, the panther flings the tracker to its territory as it sprints to finish off the older scout, who is almost 20 meters away from the high-level zone. I feel the faint pull of the system on the beast getting stronger. I only need to help them hold out a little longer. The panther, after exerting incredible force and agility, growls again, but the sound is muffled and strained as I force the roots in its mouth. Not being directly connected to the network, I have some trouble with the roots, but with nature mana dispersing from the roots underground, I manage to keep the connection, even as the panther tries to paw it away once on the way to the older scout. It opens and closes its mouth faster than I thought it possible, trying to chew at the roots, and does anything it can think of to get rid of them, but I smile at its inability. With one last step towards the older scout, it changes posture slightly and heads in to attack him with its paws instead of repeating what I did with the young tracker scout. A swipe down and the older scout hits the ground and trade for a few more roots gluing to the panther. With its paw covered in roots, the connection to the roots in the ground is easier, and I try to hold it in place. The panther doesn't like it, though it can simply pull its limbs from the ground with contemptuous ease, ripping the root strands as if they are spider webs. One last shield springs up, which imperceptibly slows the beast down enough for the older scout to roll himself another 2 meters away from the HLZ with only a scratch in his leather armor to show for it. And as the beast jumps for a final attack, it's pulled back mid-jump like a rubber band. It growls at the intruder no longer within its grasp, but it turns to rush into its territory instead of letting the system drag it back all the way. I sigh in relief even as the panther glances at the place where the younger scout should be bleeding out. I don't need to read minds to know what must be passing through its mind. I let a smile escape as the white panther turns its head further and further away from its territory until its gaze locks on the limping scout 30 meters away from the HLZ. Barely able to stand, the tracker relies on the makeshift root splint immobilizing his broken foot while holding his arm as we both try to staunch the blood flow. Multitasks is hard, but it is definitely necessary and very useful in combat. I hear the scariest and loudest roar of my entire life, and I wonder at the fidelity of the sound reproduction from so far away. With heavy steps that seem almost like a tantrum, the panther sprints away, disappearing from my perception even as I try to follow it. Holy shit, I say. It used some type of mana attack on the barrier. I didn't know their repertoire was so varied. Later, says the commander, do what you can for them. Both of the scouts move a good 100 meters back before stopping to assess their injuries. I connect with the remaining roots, tighten a simple garrote on the younger scout's arm to prevent him from bleeding out, and start to work on a proper splint for his leg. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making it out of there. The older scout is in much better shape, though I still need to put pressure on his cuts. Luckily, nothing too deep. They each take out a health potion from their belts and down them before taking healing salve patches and putting them over their wounds. With my help, the patches are firmly, if gently, hold in place as I grow and intertwine the roots with the rough cloth of the healing patches. After checking that the splint is good enough, they move another 500 meters back before stopping just at the edge of the underground root network. Don't worry, in 20 minutes another team will show up. I will leave you with the operators. If you need to speak to me, just call me. I say. Okay, says the younger scout with the mangled arm with a strained, almost weepy voice as he has a second health potion. Their last one, given how precious each one is. I release the garrote on his forearm after the patches stopped the external bleeding. Richard asks me, "What the hell was that?" As I said, some type of skill. It managed to break a shield with 3,000 mana in a single swipe, and the way it moved was unreal. It wasn't just mana infusing the body and making it faster, it did something to grip the ground and make hairpin turns. Not just that, it seamlessly moved from one to the other, not letting either one escape. He says, "We got lucky. Against anyone else it would have worked, but I managed to tip the scales ever so slightly in our favor. I wouldn't call it lucky." He grits through his teeth with anger in his eyes, though I guess it's not about anything I said, just the adrenaline of the situation and the injuries from someone under his command. "You realize we are in deep shit?" "Oh, yeah. We have no effective way to combat them, only our defenses. But I can't tell you that they can't leave for long or are too far away for now. The system won't let them. At least we confirmed the situation. Are you certain you can't monitor the place?" "No, the area is too large for me to do it alone. I can easily cover thousands of square meters a second, but compared to the thousands of square kilometers I would need to be effective." "Shit. Still, we need to come up with something." I look at him, fully agreeing in my heart, but what we can do to at least monitor the situation is beyond me. Chapter 112. I sit unmoving in my hut just like in the last 48 hours after the disaster with the scouts near the HLZ. I only took regular short breaks to keep myself sharp, but otherwise kept working nonstop to make a detection grid around the entire perimeter. The routes are finally close to finishing the encircling, but detection will take a lot longer. Still, at least I'm almost finished with the unbroken circle of routes surrounding the entire place. Just another few kilometers and Aspen will finish. I had done little to help him over the last couple of days, concentrating much more on the runic side of the equation. The actual mass of routes is negligible, with only thin tendrils extending the thousands of miles to encircle the HLZ, and by this very act, it would add redundancy. No single cut would be able to remove part of the network from my reach. I let Aspen's work fade from my thoughts and concentrate on the runic working I'm growing. Yet another detector for anything entering or leaving the high-level zone. Merlin had worked hard on the design to make it as simple as possible, but even then the most basic of setups still took me a good minute to grow the needed formation capable of detecting people or the HLZ beasts in a 100-meter radius. I feel the relatively simple shape forming hundreds of miles away, and for the 100th time start to run the math in my head. With no redundancy and no overhead, a single of these is capable of covering 200 meters, which multiplied by 60 per hour for 20 hours a day results in 240 kilometers a day. At this pace, it will take me another 3 months, even counting for a slight speed increase as I get more used to the exercise. I grade at the turtle's pace, but no matter what my mind tries to conjure, there are no better answers than to continue and hope it is fast enough. As I send my perception another 200 meters forward, feeling myself being squeezed through a tunnel, and as I push south, something calls me back. I finish this next formation before letting my attention come back to my own body. "You are back." I hear from a messenger holding one of my hut security tokens. "Come over. Merlin has something to show you." I nod and crack my neck as I feel the weight of the world on my shoulders. Though it's far from true, it's just the instance is at risk. So far, I'm the only one making any real progress. Feeling my neck still a little strange, I pop it again, trying to settle it in place. It has been years since I have felt like this, not since I was young, small, and full of rage. On Pando, things were simple, and these last couple of days have shown my decision to not lead the village to be the correct one. Being as integrated as I became after the threat of the mobs on was already starting to take its toll on me, let alone taking even more responsibility for an even longer term. Hopefully, Merlin will have good news. When I get there, what I find is not only Merlin but also Burgess, Stewart, and 4 other people who are not from the village. "Here's Nash," says Merlin. He will be able to answer about the possibility of integrating other people's work in the network. I frown, wondering what he was thinking about, and he expounds on it. "Can you integrate a design of lifeform detector that they provide on the network faster than what you are currently doing now?" Likely. I would need to know exactly what you have in mind to say for certain. Over the next few minutes, Merlin tells me what he has in mind, providing even more detail than I need, but I appreciate the context. We were talking in between ourselves. We have over 300 engravers. Individually, they can't match you, but together with the silver lace design I alluded to, we can assemble a specialized engraving that will be able to cover a kilometer of the border. Assuming nobody else pitches in, full-time total production will sit around 3,000 or 4,000 units a day. Looking at the runic blueprint in my hands, I speak. Something to connect this design with the network would need only a very simple alteration. A pair of runes every kilometer or so, and I can prepare the entire circle around the HLZ in a couple of hours. If we ignore the distance, single earth movers or similarly classed mages will be able to place more than 1,000 of these a day. It sounds like we will have to expose your... Merlin trails off. I know, I wanted to keep the inner world under wraps for a while longer, but there is no way. We will let a few more people in the secret. The four representatives look at each other confused but don't interrupt. Burgess then says, and after knowing about our plans, I doubt many villages would be stingy in pitching in. One of the other representatives volunteers, you guys have no idea of how petty and short-sighted some people can be. We all look at him, and he just says, there is a group with more engravers than all of our villages, and they haven't answered your call. Stuart chimes in. Regardless, there will be plenty of villages that ought to answer the call, and we can send messages to every village through the merchant. It costs what? 1 copper per letter. Yes, I say. Now, call me back and say 3 days. By then, so we will have a decent stockpile to start, enough for some 10,000 kilometers or a half turn around the high-level zone, and when we come back, there should be enough to cover the rest while laying redundant lines in between our villages and the HLZ. Will you have enough mana? Even if I run out, I will still be within range of the network, a good part of it old enough to have decent mana throughput. That will give us options. Another of the representatives then asks, how are you going to move so quickly carrying well over 200 tons of cargo? I look at Merlin surprised at the sheer weight of the whole thing, and he explains. Each one weighs about 20 kilograms to have the required range, but with the inner world that matters little, right? Nodding at him, I turn to the others and give a brief explanation. The inner world is like a bag of holding that will fit what we need inside. I stop for a moment, and after gathering my thoughts, I point out a limitation of my plan. After running in my mind, with the pauses and considering the speed of the craft, laying it down will be slower than the speed you can produce it. Even without counting the time for speeding up and slowing down to work on each of the spots, it will take about 4 days. Merlin, which had been looking upward and mumbling to himself, lowers his head and nods. Yeah. But with the man and network in place and, say, 10 other people, each an earth mover with a flying craft of their own carrying a couple of the life sign detectors, only a single person will need to stop in each of these places. Merlin says, interesting. I think that will work. Not starting at the closest point of the HLZ, but waiting until a quarter turn so we can work on the backside first will allow for other people to make the shorter track on carriages to finish it. I say, good idea, says Merlin. That will be half the distance they have to travel. About 5,000 kilometers instead of 10,000. How expensive would it be to use flying craft to transport the rest of the detectors? Asks Stuart. I start running the math in my head. With a few of the slower and more economic, we may be able to get it as low as some 40 million mana points. I say, over 70 million, Merlin says over me. We look at each other and Stuart widens his eyes in shock, though behind it is a look of confusion, and I explain. It will depend on a few things. If we modify the design enough, we could get even cheaper than my craft. But with current designs, I don't think going below 25 or 30 million is possible. Even that is still too expensive. Yeah, no way we can afford to blow that much mana with everything that is going on. Carriages will have to do. Stuart says, and I nod at him. They know my capabilities, and we have already worked out how my part will be executed. So I take my leave, letting them work out the rest of the details. As I walk into the sun, I see Charlie walking purposefully with another few representatives, possibly from the very same villages, to reassure they made the right choice and showing their support with us. As I walk, something loosens up as the weight of the world fades, or at least most of it. I still have a critical role, and I was fine with that, but at least now I'm no longer alone. Using silver to boost the range of the engravings will probably consume all the output of the silver mines, but I don't mind. Otherwise, they would have to reduce the range from a 500 meters radius to about 300 by using only copper. It would be a lot slower to put them all in place. I have 3 days to prepare. I already worked on the smithy and put everything else in order today. I could go back to growing more detectors on the network, and even after the current developments, it might be worth helping it come together a little faster, if only by minutes, but a break was in order even if I decided to come back to it later. With that decision in mind, I head for the MRI and find a pile of notes on the shelf to flip through. I skim most of it, stopping to reading more closely any of the ones that interest me more. I come across the detector and its final blueprints. I go over the compromises they had to allow faster production. Even it will waste some of the material's potential, it will cut down engraving time by more than half while still allowing a good 80% of the range. In the current circumstances, definitely worth it. Too bad even the simplified design was way beyond our current capability to cast. If Merlin had trouble casting the data storage, which mostly consisted of copies of a few runes in a neat grid pattern, this would be absolutely impossible with its hundreds of disparate runes. Even if there is a logic behind it, it's not nearly as organized, which precluded any casting attempts. I go over them digging for any insight to be gained. I probably won't go back to making the detectors full-time, but doing so in a few strategic places along with setting up other projects like charging stations sounded prudent. Better than sending people hundreds or even thousands of miles when I just wanted a few engravings in place. No brilliant insights or groundbreaking discoveries follows in the next minute, but as I continue going over the stack of notes, I learn a little bit more, which adds rearranges and contextualizes what I already knew in the long but rewarding process is also known as learning. I look at one of the last pages of the more recent notes and see something has nothing to do with the detector. A little hydromancy rune with a few quirks, and just as soon as I'm ready to discard it, only filing it at the back of my mind, an idea pops up. Not anything revolutionary that will suddenly solve all of our problems, but I needed something that I can sink my teeth on, and this is the perfect choice. Looking over, I see just one person in the MRI, so I ask him, "Hi, can you do me a favor?" Sure. Buy 1 silver of ink from the merchant. Okay. I give him the money, already mentally shuffling things around and starting to outline how the next little project is supposed to work. In my inner world, I start growing the first iteration of the design. 3 pairs of wood rollers, close to each other, a small tray where I drop a few pages of paper, flexible parts that allow for the cylinders to have a bit of wiggle room, and most important of all, a small bottle of ink with a few runes on it directly connected to a simple data cell stack. When he comes back, I give him a handful of coppers for his troubles, not even bothering to count, and quickly coming back to my work as I place the ink in the printer bottle. After setting a random sequence in the data stack, a small strip of ink flows from the bottle, and with expert precision, I could have not hoped to match. The ink flies all around. Oh, damn, I say out loud at the mess all over the ground, though luckily there are no rabbits in the vicinity. They learn to keep away from this particular corner of the inner world after one too many experiments gone wrong. When I was messing with something actually dangerous, I didn't take the chance, and so not a single one had been injured yet, but getting this much ink over their beautiful white or brown fur would be impossible to remove. I go over the runic engravings responsible for forming the strip of ink that was supposed to peak in specific spots to print an entire page. Though it was not a perfect solution by far, it didn't tie hundreds of engravers to work on the data storage runes day and night for a little storage space. Not that they could even do that at the moment with all the other more important things to work on. And so I worked on the very first step in this journey, leaving all the other problems for later, and likely for other people. For now, I would let inspiration guide my actions and advance as much as possible. Data storage would soon become the choice only for more important data than what most people were adding to the library. And though it will consume ink and paper, it is something scalable, unlike the data storage runes. Now all I need is a few hours of peace and quiet, and I will have something minimally function, I hope. Chapter 113. Pair of representatives sent for the attack on Max's village. God damn it, I want that too, but can't you see the problems? I say to the representative from the village responsible for the leatherwork is Walter, the leader of our economic alliance, watches the whole thing without a word. That is exactly why attacking their village now would be the perfect time. They are dedicating all of their economic muscle to dealing with what is happening with the HLZ. Haven't you learned from Max's mistake? Attacking was never really part of our plan, not unless we suddenly grow really stupid. Removing them from the top of the ladder in the system's eyes will just paint a target on our own back. We should focus on growing economically. The representative from Max's village narrows his eyes, always a little jumpy whenever someone mentions they're part of the coalition. But I wasn't digging at them, and he keeps his mouth shut. We will have to be careful, but if we are, the experience gains from the regular attacks will definitely be worth it. Right now they are swimming in the stuff. I bunch my fist, restraining my urge to pummel the idiot and rely only on my words. How stupid can you be? We settled on our current course of action for a reason. Now you want to go attacking them for no reason? Through the corner of my eye, I see Walter just watching the discussion and saying nothing for now. Already used to his behavior, I continued for another few minutes with the others, though I'm the first to fall silent when he raises his hand, and soon everyone else notices and turns to him. We are not going to attack them for now. What? Why? Interrupts the representative of the leatherworkers' village, and Walter turns his gaze upon him, freezing him in place. Everyone stays quiet as mice, which takes the fool a few seconds to realize. After a brief but meaningful pause, Walter continues. Like I was saying, we won't be attacking them. Soon we will have to start scaling down our population. I'm not even sure if there will be enough money for the next month, let alone further ahead. It may sound good to take a more prominent position, but even with all our trade, we can't match the economic muscle from Charlie's village, not when we include our minimum expenses. Crossing them when we are already having trouble is plain stupid. Now, when we come back to Earth, it may be another story, and economic warfare is still fair game if we can gain anything from it. On Earth, we will have months or years to enjoy the fruits of our labor, but it is extremely short-sighted to overly attack them without anything to gain on our way out of the instance. So we will continue to rely on subtler methods and try to grab as much of their market as we can while they are distracted. And I won't even dignify this talk about potential EXP we could get with an answer. Let them blunt the system's wrath, and we will stay cozy in their shadow. The commander of the forces looks at everyone, and at a nod from Walter starts speaking. That doesn't even take into account what I mentioned and all of you seem to have ignored. Changes in the HLZ are coming. We can't know what is going to happen exactly, but there is a good chance nowhere will be safe soon enough. As much as it grates on me to say this, maybe we will be forced into an alliance with Charlie's village to protect ourselves. It is a bad idea to be fighting with anyone if things get as bad as they predicted. The leatherworker speaks. What? Are you going to advocate we join them in setting up this detection network or something? That is not a bad idea. They are devoting all their resources to this for a reason, and it would be stupid not to at least think about it. Especially considering so many of their decisions were the correct ones, which put them ahead of everyone and kept them there ever since. But I doubt you will let this opportunity to grab up all their customers from them to pass by. Charlie's village won't have the time to attend to anything else while they focus on the detection grid, says the commander. Perhaps a hybrid approach. We send a few of the engravings, and in return, we get first-hand access to their network of life-form detectors. We can build a link to a spot outside easily enough, so Nash won't have an excuse to grow anything under our village, says our head mage, and I almost imperceptibly nod at someone else with sense in his head. I stay silent as the discussion dies off, thinking of our position. Luckily, Walter was smart, and he managed to hold the idiots in the leatherworkers' camp back, but even then the idea won't die so easily. I need to talk with the commander and get our strategy straight so we can both be ready to counter any moves and stop this nonsense in its tracks if it ever became a serious conversation. Leatherworkers' representative and Lord Max's envoy. They don't see how much there is to be gained, I say, looking out atop the wall at the clearing beyond our village. Oh no, they see the gains just fine. They're just afraid, says Lord Max's envoy. I'm hoping your leader won't be the chicken shit and have the guts to take the opportunity. Walter is our leader, he says, trying to keep his face straight, but I guffaw. That is a good one. Lord Max may have nominally joined us, but we both know who you are really loyal to. Well, what do you have in mind? You know that even with the loopholes, we can't just march up to their village and start attacking out of nowhere. I'm trying to work out the details, first see if he is open to the idea. Okay, but without anything concrete, he won't be able to commit. Just give his impression. I know. Now go on. We don't have a lot of time. He looks back at me displeased with my dismissal but doesn't say anything. With a step off the ledge, he falls from the 8 meters high stone wall, and after a single roll on the ground to bleed off most of his momentum, he starts running. Now that is impressive. Lord Max knows how to train his people. Everyone around here is more comfortable with the typical political and economic maneuvering from back on Earth. Walter talked about attacking if we get a decisive advantage or when we are back on Earth, but so far I have yet to see any indication he would actually go through with it. In his own way, he is a very good leader, but with the right push he could become a great one, and if I could line things up he would see the wisdom in following my recommendations. Now all I have to do is come up with a good plan. Max's limitations are hard to get around, but I know I can come up with something if I try hard enough. Nash's POV. A few hours before leaving. I sit in the institute with a pair of the primitive printers sitting on the replacement for the main table, which is still sitting in the open as a team continues to experiment with the space runes using the much faster process of moving roots around instead of having to work with other materials. Technically they, along with many others in our village, have the engraving skill, but only the people who were already full-time engravers and a few others not working critical jobs took the time and dedication to make more life-form detectors. I feel someone coming in the foggy sense of my perception field. With the resolution scaled down, I can keep it going at maximum range without even needing to pay attention to it. And that constant field comes into use when I notice a flash in the vicinity, which takes me just an instant to identify. Without turning, I greet him. "Hi, Burgess. How did you K?" "Never mind," he says, moving to my side and looking at the printer with me. "Did you manage to work out the kinks?" Yes, your assistants and Michael were of great help. 2 hours a day for 3 days, and we have something minimally functioning. I don't see why you spent so long on it." "Oh, I thought it was obvious. I know it will be useful, but that was a lot of time on something you could have let one of the teams take over. I wanted to work on it myself, and I also want to integrate a couple of other things like being able to scan and store the information on my book from something other than data storage. Without the regular output from the storage runes, the integration would have been troublesome. My familiarity with this design should let me overcome any of that." "Are you finished?" "Yeah, I will leave you guys to improve on the design and come up with some way to automate the printing, storage, and retrieval of each page." I grin widely at his words, and noticing his confusion, I explain. "I was just imagining the way a cartoon would switch vinyl discs or CDs with a robot arm doing everything. Perhaps a full arm may be exaggerated, but it will require some type of mechanical movement, and I can't see any reason we wouldn't want to imitate a cartoon." He looks at me as I try to hold a laugh in, but I fail, and instead of continuing fruitlessly, I shake my head almost guffawing. Just because on Earth a design like that wouldn't be very reliable or even do a good job doesn't mean we can't figure out how to make something like that easily over here. Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on things. I will even put 2 teams to run different ideas on this. If we can integrate the printer into the storage system, we will cut the data storage requirements dramatically. Now we just need to find a cheaper supply of ink for the printer." Burgess says. "No, we don't," I say, and he frowns at me. So I explain. "There is a village whose main export is pigments and ink. They must have something to use on paper. Just negotiate with them." Oh, I kept wondering where he was getting it from. It didn't cross my mind. I look at him, and he explains. "We are buying ink at 4 copper a bottle from a trader in town. I didn't know where he got it from, but it must have been from this village." "You are wasting my money?" I ask with mock anger, though still wanting an answer. In the grand scheme of things, the cost is minor, so I never stopped to think about it. At least it saved a copper from the price the merchant charges. Even at this price, it should be enough for 2 or 3 pages for every copper worth of ink. The library will be able to cover the expense to maintain the archives if we are forced to continue paying 4 copper a bottle, and with bulk pricing, it will likely be even cheaper. Aren't you angry? They are probably selling it at a copper or 2 per bottle. I would be if we were blowing half our budget on ink, but most of the notes are with pencils, locally sourced pencils. Only a few notes are copied in ink. How much do you even buy? About 10 bottles a week. See, even if we are overpaying 3 copper a bottle, that is only a little over a silver per month. That is not too bad. He shrugs and moves off to get on with whatever brought him here. I find a bottle of ink in the seat of the scribe when he needs to transcribe something permanently and switch with one of the ones I got from the merchant, kicking myself for not thinking about it sooner, though like I said, the loss was small. After filling the printer with the different ink, I raise the mana shield one last time and send a signal to the printer. The first formation, comprised of a data storage rune stack, passed the encoded words to another matrix, this one to translate the words into letters just like what is required for the screens in the library. Except it passes through a third and final step, deconstructing each of the letters to its constituents. Dots and data bursts follow to the hydromancy runic formation, which prints one last page. The paper slowly rolls upward and a strip of ink moves like ferromagnetic fluid influenced by strange magnetic fields at incredible speed. Hundreds, thousands of tiny spikes hit the page every second and form the letters. The print quality is not anything pleasant to look at, like the result from old-style dot-matrix printers with tiny spikes of metal pushing a cloth tape impregnated with ink against a piece of paper, something very much akin to a mechanical typewriter, though not reliant on specific shapes for the letters. However, I don't push the design nearly as far as it is capable. It is a design that could be improved upon a lot, maybe even surpassing the levels of technology we expected back home, and I will let others tinker with it. I lower the mana shield that was protecting the shop and myself from an ink bath if the printer went crazy and take one of them into my inner world, leaving the other and the notes so they will have something to work with. As I walk away, I recall the boxes of pigment from the ink supplier village. I have yet to really do anything with it, so I look in the inner world and connect with each of the pigments, trying to learn anything I can about them. The effort is not nearly as fruitful as I hoped, like when I absorbed the first couple hundred new samples of this instant's flora, but there are a few insights to be gained here. And I am making good use of my perception and even my connection with Aspen as he moved roots and absorbed tiny amounts of the compound in him. I absorbed them with a process similar to getting metals in my roots spread over my body, but easier given that many of them were just types of dirt. The organic nature of the compounds instead of refined metals like the gold coin makes the process much easier. As I look through each of them, sometimes even discovering a few tidbits, the hour approaches. Even my absent-minded and fuzzy perception field notices the village helping the people that will be joining me in just another couple of hours. When the sun reaches its highest point, someone signals, and I hear the clock's bell. It was time for another round trip on the HLZ, and this time they would return with me. Chapter 114. Bong. I look up as I hear the bell ring. A quick glance out of my hut shows me all I need to know with a look at the clock, and then up at the sun. It's noon. After closing the boxes with ink samples, I stack them neatly in the inner world. From there I raise the flying craft we will be traveling on through an opening in my roof before sending a couple of mana points so it can levitate without the help of the roots and move in the direction of the central square. Hanging from the flying craft, I arrive in the central square to see the group of Earthmover mages ready to travel, each of them beside their own small vehicles fully prepared. In the end, as I look at them, there is not a single one that comes from another village, and though I didn't want to be judgmental, I'm grateful we won't have to worry about the problems trying to integrate other people may introduce in the short term. I nod at them and run over to Merlin's office in the academy, but before getting there, I find an assistant of his I recognize, and with his help, it only takes me a minute or so to get the remaining detectors in the inner world. Each of the meter-long and palm-wide boxes of copper with silver inlaid in the center of the runic formation on the critical runes. Running back, I look at the last iteration of the larger flying craft I carried the scouts on. No sign of any of the slight damage it suffered after its numerous reductions over the trip and the attack. At the back, I had extended the craft and added receptacles for all the 10 other craft to snugly fit in while leaving plenty of space for us in the front. On the pilot's seat, I see the scout I invited getting comfortable with the controls. He will try to remain awake the whole time, like I had done the last time, to see if there was some type of benefit. Though I had called on him mostly so he would pilot instead of me having to split my attention. The mages were available to pilot the flying craft, but only for part of the time. Okay, everyone, fit all the flying craft in here at the back. The mages help each other fit all the smaller craft in their place, though they were not as small as my first bike, more like flying cargo bikes. Lifting each one into the 10 recessions and pushing them forward allows the craft to hide most of their bulk inside with only a narrow gap and a small protrusion. As each of them is put in place, I raise thin mana shields to smooth out the surface and allow at least most of the aerodynamic benefits from the carefully designed shape. The scout approaches me and asks, "Why don't you just put them in your inner world?" "Oh, I will after we leave the area. But doesn't the larger size needed to accommodate them make it heavier and slower?" The areas I modified have little in the way of runes, and with most of the structure being made of roots still alive, I can modify it quickly. This time there will be more space to move around inside. The only things that would make it more mana-consuming would be adding too much weight or having a larger frontal cross-section, not simply by making it longer. He shrugs and enters through the airplane-style door on, heading straight for the controls at the front. After everyone is inside, even before they are seated, he touches the controls to pull mana from the small batteries in the craft as it moves upward at a steady but decent clip. I connect the inner world batteries to the ones powering the craft. Otherwise, we would fall from the sky in about 50 seconds or so. No sense in adding heavier batteries if I could provide all the mana needed and even save a few points of mana from the weight savings. The propulsion runes responsible for accelerating us through the air will still pull the same amount of mana to propel the craft through the air, but the repulsion runes responsible for keeping us in the air need power proportional to our weight. As we gain altitude, I get the distinct feeling from when an elevator starts to move, making me feel heavier. As we start accelerating forward, we notice the more common variety of acceleration, like we were on a train on top of a perfectly smooth track. I look as he keeps his hand on the thrust lever, and as we stabilize and we take his hand from the altitude knob on his left. In a few seconds, we speed over the walls and away from the village, slowly approaching speeds that most cars couldn't reach on level ground. I wait around for a minute to get a little distance from the village as everyone gets comfortable in their seats and move all the small flying crafts into the inner world before closing the holes with a thin layer of wood with a similar finish to properly seasoned wood, backed by the more common variety on roots for structural support. With more space and swiveling seats, we all sit in U-shape looking at each other, with me being a dot at the top of the letter. You all have an idea about what we will be doing and know not to be stupid about it, but the scout interrupts me. Nash, where exactly are we heading to? I frown at his comment, but in a moment I realize what he means. You were thinking of cutting in a diagonal instead of heading straight to the closest point of the HLC? I mean, unless there is a reason not to? Nope, no reason. I didn't need the perception field up to realize the size of his grin as he banks the flying boat and makes a fairly sharp turn, pressing us all to the flat floor, before leveling off in the new direction. I smile before continuing, also for his benefit. Everyone will need to keep a healthy distance from the HLZ to avoid the dangers from it. We are already pushing our luck by staying so close for thousands of miles, placing the detectors. No sense in getting sloppy. I thought that nobody else went missing after we discovered that they can leave the HLZ for short periods. I nodded his comment before saying, yes, except we don't know how that will progress. A month ago, even poking our heads in wasn't really dangerous, as just crossing to this side of the line meant safety, but that changed. For now, keeping to our side of the line seems to be safe, but I trail off. Are you going to want to, as you put it, poke the bear? One of them asks me. No, not alone. Maybe later with support from Greg and a couple of other people, but none of you has much experience or a class suited for this. And that brings me to the first point I want to heavily emphasize again. Stay away from the HLZ as much as possible. Each of your flying craft has the latest generation of the navigational compass, which is the same model found here. That, along with the connections they can establish with the positioning transmitters, should provide enough precision that you will know where the HLZ is down to a couple of meters in the absolute worst-case scenario. They all wait intently to each my words. Now this is very important. Even with that precision, never get closer than 50 meters from the line. And so you won't get lost, I grew roots spiking out from the ground bright red color to mark where each of the detectors will be deployed. With the runes to interface between the root network and the detectors, it should be nearly plug and play. With your classes, you can easily dig underground to hide them. I can assume you all have enough engraving knowledge to handle this. They all nod, and one of them asks, how deep? 5 meters. I didn't do anything fancy, but the pair of runes will allow the detectors to join the mana stream easily. I say as I grow in a couple of seconds a copy of them, and from their gazes, I pretty much confirm they are all familiar with runic work. We spend another few minutes running through it until I'm satisfied, and to finish I say, now I'm done. The scout can show you the intricacies of piloting and operating the NAV compass for anyone not familiar with it. With this taken care of, I move to the back and sit now with much more space. Mana was much less of a constraint this time around, given I would not leave the vicinity of the tendril, but I genuinely only did so because the extra couple 100 kilograms the craft weighed would minimally affect the total mana consumption. I sit down and cross my legs into a half-lotus position to enter a light meditative trance. In my lap sits the book I bought and prepared, ready for the long session I have before me. We all zip along with the skies, with my perception extended to the limits, now sitting at slightly over 56 meters in radius. The blurry, airy leaves and solid matter from the trees are present in the background, but the lack of definition I accept in the longer ranges is not present in the 30 centimeters diameter sphere encapsulating the book. The contents are still as inscrutable as when I started, but if before I could not even notice the difference in color, now I was getting closer to being able to perceive individual words even while outside my inner world. A long way from seeing individual letters, but it was a step in the right direction, and I take it. In my mind, I run through everything I know about how to increase my stats and start analyzing the perception stat. Is there some type of training that I could do specifically to increase it? Richard had a note or two coming from his experiments, but advances came so slowly. With the question burning in my mind, I start cycling between different things, just like the last time I was making the trip around the instance. Scanning the air, the tree crowns, the craft, the scout and mages, everything in my inner world, and then back the book. A moment to breathe, and the cycle begins anew, sometimes in the same order, sometimes not, but one thing is constant: the book is the alpha and the omega, the very first thing in the cycle and the very last one. Hours upon hours pass, and I start noticing a change in the others. Thinking it's time to take a break, I stop and look at what they are doing. In their hands are small balls of dirt floating and slowly spinning. "Try this," says one of them to my left. He gazes intently at the two lumps in his hand, which added together wouldn't get to the size of a baseball, and with a thread of mana, they touch each other. As the steady outflow of mana leaves his hand, he holds both the lumps, melding them together. As he reaches a fairly uniform lump of dirt, and I expect him to stop, that is when he starts for real, and with a much more pronounced mana stream. Around half a mana per second flows into the sphere, which gets smother and smother as he wiggles his right hand over and around it. After almost a minute has passed, what he holds in his hand is no longer the dark brown soil the others were playing around with, but a perfectly smooth clay ball of a lighter shade, though that might just be because the surface was dry. The runes in which his mana shape themselves are the same extremely complex shape I came to expect from the active skills of the system reliant on mana. Something beyond even Merlin, but that can still teach us something. The real change, however, came in how he used it. "What did you do?" Another of the earth movers takes the words out of my mouth, and I patiently wait for his answer, not having understood what he was doing as well. "Something hard, but possible without any alterations of the runes and skill we use to connect to the ground. All you have to do is modify the intent you are sending." He replies. "We all do that." "Be more specific," the other mage insists. Before he can answer, a third mage chimes in. "Is it cosmetic? Did you make some type of alchemy? Did you just separate the materials? Or did you fundamentally change them?" He looks at everyone. Even with a little more information given my perception field, still don't know how he did that. "Here, it will be easier if I show you all." He grabs both sides, and with a sharp pulse of mana, the sphere shear in half, and he quickly tilts both of them upward, as a few grains of sand in the very core of the sphere fall to the ground. I separate the materials that were always in there. Not sure how useful it will be. And you saw the mana expense, almost 30 mana for a pound of dirt. But can you see the different layers? Everyone gets closer, even including my line of sight, but I can still make out better than any of them. The outer layer of clay, and an inner layer of a different type of clay. Probably has different chemistry or something. Then comes the organic matter, and inside the sand. Now I still haven't experimented with a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure it must have some use. He continues, letting everyone see the half sheared in his hands. "Well, teach us already." Another mage asks. "You know how our main skill can make the ground liquid and make any road fat something much easier and less mana consuming?" He explains. Everyone nods, including me, as he launches into a long and detailed explanation, which I mostly follow over the next half-hour break, and I attempt to experiment with it. Not sure if I will use it a lot, especially as I didn't have the exact skill, nor was I someone who could use Merlin's metamagic needed to replicate their skill, but I could approximate and bridge the gap with skill and lots of mana. Not something to take on lightly, but it was just another small reminder that classes really do matter. Just as I thought I was catching up in the Earthmancer skills enough to match them, they pull more functionality out of their current skill set. As the explanation dies down and they come back to training, studying runes, or just goofing around, I look at the inhabitants of my inner world. It's been a while. I haven't spent some quality time with the rabbits, and I call Aster to come outside and sit on my lap as we communicate. Chapter 115. A deserted place, a single bunny in gloomy light against an all-gray background, and its face downcast. I receive the theatrical image from Aster while sitting at the back of the flying craft with all the empty seats in front of me. "So you are depressed?" I send back through our link, or the closest I can approximate with the telepathic bond, trying to clarify because it doesn't make sense. After a moment, she shakes her head, indicating that I didn't understand what she meant, and the single picture morphs slowly into a movie. The bunny turns happier, and the gray gives way to pastel tones as others start joining until there are around 1,000 of them. Just about the amount in my inner world, a standard-sized colony. As I'm about to speak, the view switches to other places, and I can see now not only one colony, but another a ways off. As a few bunnies move between colonies, the more diverse pastel colors, still heavily dark gray, start to lighten up and turn brighter and brighter as the view moves higher in the sky to show not only the two colonies but dozens, hundreds, all interlinking with each other. The euphoria transmitted makes clear that this was the state they were meant to be. I look at her in confusion and question. You can still go to other places and bring more of them into the inner world. This trade doesn't need to stop. Again, she shakes her head and zooms in on one of the colonies. Before a human vaguely resemblant of me kneels, opens a backpack, and the entire colony enters it. Inside the bag, much smaller on the outside than on the inside, I can see the colors, still as vibrant and beautiful as before, with them jumping and moving around just as enthusiastically as always. The man puts the bag on his back and starts walking as the view slips into two. The second view focuses on the interior of the backpack. I wonder just how much of this she actually understands about the images she is using, and how much is just copying what I send her when talking about Earth. Shaking my head, I go back to paying attention to our bond closely as the man walks and the color for a good while doesn't change. But after passing near other colonies, and a few bunnies leave, the interaction is always brief, and the same few bunnies from the bag, now marked with orange stripes on their backs, go back, and the intermingling is only temporary. After a good while the inside becomes gloomy, not quite full gray, but back to pastel tones, and I start to understand what she is getting at. I just can't for the life of me figure out why they don't just switch colonies as the others do. The solution seems simple. Just go back to trading your population with the others. A little frustration from the oldest rabbit in the colony comes at me, but it's brief and not something she intended to communicate, so I just wait until something ominous shows up in the sky. An all-seeing eye fading in and out, and dread hits me for a brief instant. This is how they see the system. As a few bunnies trade places, the eye sends out a strange pulse and the bunnies from both colonies start trembling. Through our bond, I know that although it's uncomfortable, the fear the system induces is not what the bunnies are trying to avoid. Hastily, they all move back to their own places, and I kick myself for being so obtuse. I remember that couple of times when Aster asked me to stop so a few of the inhabitants of my inner world could leave and others could enter. Besides the normal schedule, it only happened once or twice when I stopped by near another colony, but after her explanation, it seems so obvious. Looking for something I could do to help solve this problem, I send a few possible solutions, but the frustration through our bond is unmistakable and I stop. What is the solution? I ask, realizing that trying to come up with something I barely understood is bound to cause more problems than to solve. The mountain I could fill with what I didn't know about the inner workings of rabbit culture is half the reason we were in this predicament in the first place. If I had noticed things before, I could have helped them. I wait patiently, sending a mental picture of me sitting and waiting like an obedient little bunny. The tiny furry head looks at me from my lap, breaking the mental link, but I don't need to rely on the telepathic bond to translate her thoughts and body position to me. I instantly know she is considering me, and after a moment, she settles again on my lap with her head on top of her paws in the same position as before, and I re-establish the link at full strength. This time the inside of the backpack is all I see, except it is different. It's a near copy of the inner world, and the colony begins to shift. Before it was spread out and very similar to what I see in the instance, but now it shrinks the area while growing deeper. The large area it covered before becomes less than a dozen paces as another several colonies are set up and portals open, letting hundreds, thousands of bunnies stream in. They continue until the entire place was packed. Are you sure? Won't the inner world be too small for a dozen colonies? A clear image of a cartoonish rabbit closing her fist and huffing is sent my way, before an image with a tower with a dozen shoeboxes stacked on top of each other is filled with over 100 rabbits, and the meaning is clear. If they have to, they can fit in anywhere, and the size of the inner world is plenty for them. I finally nod, with me re-attracting the bond so I can rest and allow both of us to ruminate on how to go about bringing more of them into the fold to inhabit the inner world. Not that there was much to figure out, but it is best to get everything lined up before I started showing up, getting whole colonies and dropping them into the inner world. Aster would probably want to have the time to talk with the other colonies before they agreed to join us. Opening a small portal where she and the other two came after she enters the inner world, I go back to the book. I would not spend the whole trip working on it, but I wanted to see a little more improvement before I started working on other things. I cycle ether around me in the ever-strengthening natural cycle. Usually, it felt like I would need to spend forever to achieve anything with it, but looking at it now, it seemed like something was hiding just behind the corner. More than a day passed with everyone but the scout taking at least a short nap as we are approaching the spot on the extreme south where he and the other scouts started leaving the last time around. Each of the Earth movers leaves in a row, responsible for a 5-kilometer stretch which they rush through and then try to catch up with the main craft that I periodically stop to provide them with more detectors given their slower speed and pauses. Each time the cycle completes, we are another 50 kilometers ahead, and though there were more delays than I had hoped for, I never have to wait for too long as we all move on at a decent clip ahead. About 2 days later, as the sun starts to lose its heat, about 3 in the afternoon, I stop for a little rest and the scout, after an entire day with little contact with anyone else. He is looking for someone to talk to, especially given he would need to stay awake for the entire trip if he wanted to repeat my feat. So tell me more about the data cells. He says, well, I'm thinking about how to engrave something more quickly. Not the type of engraving where the total power is stronger, like making larger batteries or more powerful turrets to shoot fireballs from, but something relatively simple if very repetitive where we need millions of repetitions to get to the scale I want. What have you tried? Simplifying the design, but currently it still takes about 30 seconds even for the simple symbols to be engraved with the current tools. Even that pace requires a lot of skill. I can make them much faster, but I'm only a single person. So we either need some decent method to allow people engraving faster, or to find a way to completely automate the process. Why exactly do you want it? I mean, bigger libraries would be nice and all, but it doesn't make sense to pour so much of our efforts on this. I look at him and say seriously, not a word about this. He nods, changing his easy demeanor to something more somber. Looking at him in the eyes, I continue to speak. Do you know how my book provided a little information on the first days, and even to this day it continues to provide with a nearly constant stream of knowledge? He nods and waits for me to continue, and I do so. Well, the bigger the library it has access to, the more knowledge it will spit out. I mean, we are in the dark ages information-wise, and along with the development expected from the libraries with the book, access to something akin to a computer alone will do wonders. But accelerating the progression past anything that my book could ever achieve if I rely on only myself sounds like the only real choice. Well, I'm pretty sure I read a few notes that came from your book, and you aren't even a scout. I can only imagine what you are helping the mages to accomplish. A lot more than if we had to rely only on the books that we buy from the bookstore. Does the type of knowledge you input in the book or whatever influence the output? Maybe. Hell, probably. I haven't noticed anything so far, but I should test that. If you find out that it does, we could start to log more stuff about scouting on notes for your book. It's bound to increase how we can train to improve our craft, development paths, and all kinds of good stuff. I definitely will. I need a while to separate the knowledge on the network. I will get someone on that. When I'm back, it will provide an interesting experiment. He shakes his head. You mages and your experiments. The only people that beat you are a couple of alchemists we discover 9 villages south. By the way, what is the current system? Are handwritten notes okay? Yes, and I actually made a system to store what other people type as notes printed on paper, but even if we figure out how to transfer all of it to my book, there are too many limitations. We need something like the runes, which will store information like an SD card that can be accessed anywhere from the network. If that is the case, why don't the others just pitch in? What do you mean? Well, plenty of the most accomplished of the engravers from most of the villages around just donated their time and efforts to help protect everyone. With the proper incentive, I'm certain the simple runes that their junior engravers can produce might be helpful. Oh, you are a genius. No, I'm just bringing a fresh perspective to it. And I even have another idea. Come on, tell me already. I say, leaning. You know how you said that you wanted something akin to computer memory? I have one idea about how to do that. Do you remember how the first computer's inventory stored their programs or whatever? Magnetic memory? No, I don't think that will work. No, even earlier. I widen my eyes as I look at him. Punch cards. Bloody paper punch cards. How could no one have thought about it earlier? I'm pretty sure someone did, but they didn't have someone like you to their side to think about how to make it work, and from the look on your eyes, you already have a design or two in mind. It's not just that. Mechanical storage is perfect in so many ways. It will be permanent storage, but I think I can come up with something that will serve our needs. With the biggest grin I can muster on my face, I sit down and pull a few pages from my inventory to jot down ideas. I couldn't let this moment of inspiration go to waste. Where before my mind was desolate, now ideas are sprouting faster than ever. Chapter 116. Metal, paper, wood sheets, ink or holes for the markings. If I go the metal route, copper or maybe tin are the obvious choices, or maybe alloying them into bronze. Would it be better to pursue mechanical or optical ways of storing information? Before, I hadn't thought that anything optical would even be possible, but I was looking at it again, and it seemed feasible. Making a complex system to recognize each of the letters in the written letters, Even the regular, precisely quality of printed letters is not worth it, but something binary is so much simpler. Sitting in the pilot seat, I continue hearing the badly sang tunes from the Scout. The Magic Man is a techie. He loves computers more than trees. He can't shut up about it. I tune out his needling, something he has taken over to do the last half an hour since I started to work on his idea. But as time passes, even if I can make a lot of progress, I realize that this project is too big to work alone. So I make a calm rune and call the village during one of our stops as we wait for the others to catch up. Who is calling? I hear from someone in the MRI before I can get a word in. Nash, get me someone that I can discuss projects with if you please. A few moments later, I hear the voice from a junior researcher I vaguely remember, though I wouldn't have remembered his name even if we meet in person, let alone over the comm network. Hi Nash, I hear as he pulls up and gets in front of the camera so we both can look at each other in the call. Hi. I have something that will interest you guys. Oh, shit. More. I frown exaggeratedly at his antics, though they had of late been hard at work on so many other projects, and I am about to dump a new one on their laps. Yeah, more. I don't have it all worked out, but I found 2 solutions to the storage problem. Okay, let me note it down. He pulls a pad and a pencil and starts jotting down as I speak. First, something really obvious. We don't need to only restrict to using powerful runes to store information. I think I heard someone suggesting that, but we haven't come up with anything economic enough, and with so few engravers free, he trails off. That is why we would provide a little training and some type of tool for people that aren't currently engraving anything. Imagine selling copper sheets, smooth to the touch, and deep steel styluses with sharp tips to scratch them. They will turn out very weak engravings, but we don't care about that. All we need is someone willing to work even if they only have a level 5 skill or something. Interesting. The stylus may not even make it faster or good training for better engraving, but it would make it a little more accessible. Yes, and the shared idea we have of the mana and other proceeds from the library would also include the storage systems independently from where the data is coming from. It's worth a shot. Even if we realize we overlooked something later, reducing our share of the profits, it will get at least a little more space to store information. And another method for storing stuff wouldn't even rely on the limited numbers of engravers we have to reach scale. Like the printers? Exactly. We would just need an initial creation. I say, but cut myself short and ask about the printers. And how are things coming along with them? Just fine. We worked most of the kinks out, and after we started to recut the borders of the paper more precisely, the page storage and retrieval system is coming along nicely. A few more days and we should have it up and running. Good, good. It will save some time for my next idea depending on the direction you guys take it. In short, permanent storage that is not reliant on magic besides for the initial of the machinery. It can be anything from storing black dots in printed paper or holes in cards just like computer and machinery used back in the day. Now that idea I hadn't heard about, but what about? I grin as he starts to try poking holes in my idea, and I launch into a more defined outline for what I have in mind. Another 10 minutes go by, and my grin only widens as even with his best efforts, my idea is just taking shape and growing more robust. We both realize that even with its drawbacks it would be an amazing addition, and I ask him to put it in motion. But what about the budget? We are scraping by and barely have enough to go around as it is with all the people and the materials we need to buy. Tell Burgess I'm approving a 20% increase in the budget. This is a priority, I say. We are going to have to start letting more people immigrate to our village to keep this expansion. Aren't the other villages getting pissed about that? Yeah. No one wants to lose population, but Charlie is handling it. Most of the time we find someone that wants to go the other village, and he pays compensation. Doesn't really seems fair that we have to resort to these methods. I sigh. It's not that expensive in the grand scheme of things. The only problem is that we ran out of people wanting to immigrate from our village weeks ago. Still, it's worth to keep the peace, or so I'm told. Either way, keep on and pass all this to Burgess. I will call the bank and tell them I'm authorizing an increase in the MRI budget. He shuts off the connection as I look back at the Scout and everyone outside. Are you done? Says one of the mages behind me. Yee, but I want to connect to the forge for an hour or so, I say. We were going to ask you for a stop so we can catch at least an hour of sleep. I look outside and nod, glad that they will make good use of the time as I give a glance at the sun getting closer to the horizon. Enough time for my work on the smithy. As I connect fully to the network and start sending my awareness further away, I'm pulled back by a question from one of the mages. Can you do us a favor? Sure? What? We are tired and don't want to make it somewhere to sleep. Can you make a hut like the one you have back at the village? Sure, I say, and with expert dexterity after long practicing, I pull on all my skills and push my entire mana pool to the endeavor. Nature manipulation, mana manipulation, a few touches of earth and water magic along with my newest skill. Creation. It all melds into a single action that I don't need to consciously think about, and using the different skills simultaneously becomes a single action, just like moving 20 different muscles became a single movement. I wanted to automate some aspects of magic even more, just pass over entire swathes of the skills using up my mental capacity to my autonomous systems, but even how much it came naturally to me and other magic users was already incredible. I connect with the forge, and though it's hard work, I managed to last long enough for both weapons to be made even through the connection from thousands of miles away. After a minute finishing to check on the village, and the others send their own messages back with the help of the calm rune I grew underground, we set off again, and the cycle continues. Every 5 kilometers one of them stays behind to set up the detectors in the region, and every 50 they all catch up, rinse, and repeat. They rely mostly on the mana that I put on their craft each time we meet, but the charging pads which I have spread through the network are still needed. A network in which we cross with one other flying craft. A lightweight steel frame with marks that I identified as coming from our village, heading opposite to our direction. I don't stop them to ask what that is about. But even with the slower craft that I saw them on, with the mana savings that allow, they are still consuming a lot, so whatever they are doing must be important. The village didn't have an infinite budget. Even as so many other villages provided mana to us, we didn't have the coin or goods to waste it. As they cross, I stop reducing the range of my perception field miffed at its limited range. With just a dozen more meters, I could have scanned the other craft without even having to change course. I lay back for a moment and start a simple routine during the break to stretch all my muscles. A few minutes after connecting with the roots in my body and improving a few cells from it while absorbing a silver pellet and the last remnants of a gold coin to improve its magic qualities as much as possible. So far, even with almost the entire mass being a battery, and having consumed a lot of silver and an entire gold coin, all it could store was about 0.6 mana points. I could add pounds and pounds of roots, and that would allow me to store much more mana. But I didn't want to make my body any heavier and be forced to carry any more weight around, and that is what I keep about 100 grams as my limit. If the current strategy is not enough, perhaps I wouldn't just rely on silver and gold. I would start on even more expensive materials, as soon as I had access to them. Looking at the lump of silver, I put it back into the inner world and focus only on the gold coin, trying to push it a little further. In the next event that I lost all access to my resources for at least the briefest of moments, I could do something. It would be not that much, but it is my best for now. My vigor control had improved immensely, and with my training, it was something that would never leave me. But even with the training I did on the outside trying to control the equivalent of health and mana, the environment outside was not conducive to the training. Without returning to the trial environment, it would take me centuries with the meager progress for me to get control of these resources. Everything else is much slower inside the trial, but that was just an impression. The learning speed of the trial was the real learning speed. In the instance with its time manipulation and the system's help just made increasing skill levels and learning things much easier. The problem was that the system didn't help, and it passively hindered me from getting access to the resources, making its version of mana and health so easily accessible and so similar to whatever I may come up with put a new strain in the mind that made progress outside the special environment of the trial nearly impossible. Even with all I had learned from my book, there was not a hint about how the trial had limited my use of mana and health or how I could replicate it. Forcing me to improve on this particular avenue is not the trial goal, but I would definitely grab the opportunity on the level 50 trial to unlock my class up to level 100. Most other people, even if it took them a while, didn't have this problem, but I already had enough EXP for level 200 or something. The only thing holding me back was my development and the timer. Even if I didn't care about anything, to take the class trial again, I would need to wait 30 days after my last attempt. But I couldn't waste the opportunity and risk lowering the class rarity, especially not after the automaton had warned me about its importance. I sit down again and begin to use my ether, working in my fine control of it and forming runes. This time I focus entirely on the best approaches that the people on the MRI had found for expanding my inner world. Though I would need to actually test them, and the hundreds of iterations that each of the dozens of variations had, this exercise seemed to clear my mind, so I could focus and learn a little more about the runes and the logic behind them. If I could use my intrinsic understanding of runes to someday whip up something to increase my inner world by dozen of times, it will be worth all the training and more. There was always the stat limit and stuff, but I doubted that would be the limitation anytime soon. Over the next couple of days, I stop in the afternoons so everyone can get some sleep, talk to the village, and allow my connection back to the forge. It does add a few hours to our trip, but I don't mind that too much. Sitting in the ground when we are almost finished, I pull a small seed, something different than most of the previous ones. This one with a new design with a tendril thinner than what I had seen from the slimmest of tubes inside other plants, but wide enough to present minimal capillary action. I put the dark brown seed in the soil, and instead of letting nature and the fraction of a mana point inside take hold, I put a full point of mana in it and actively extend the tendrils to maximum length. Only 3 tendrils instead of the more common 6, 8, or even more from other types of seeds, but this one was all about increasing the area I can reach in the surroundings of the HLZ. Extending almost 100 meters over the next 10 minutes, though I need to be very careful, as even in the soft soil around here the tendrils are extremely fragile and I even lost one of them. Something that I don't need to concern myself too much given that I can fix the break, but no sense in making more work for myself by sloppy. But even as it reaches maximum extension, I look back through the thousands of miles already covered in the new seed design, having the advantage of an already fully connected line with any that does find the network, not just becoming a larger isolated island, but actively expanding the area I can cover with my senses. Packing up after we finish the last few detectors, which just as we expected is a few kilometers after covering half the circle of the HLZ. We make our way back to the village without stopping for anything else except for about an hour for me to send my mana to the forge. Chapter 117. Come on, can't you go a little faster? One of the mages asks the scout driving the flying craft. I frown at him. We are just a couple of minutes away from the village, be patient. The scout replies, I'm already at maximum cruise speed. Any faster, and we would be wasting way too much mana for a smidge more speed. We are fortunate that Nash didn't even mention anything about how we will pay him back. Our mana budget is getting tighter by the day with all the uses we have for it. The mage looks at me and I reply, he is right, getting there a few seconds faster for double or triple the mana consumption is not worth it. Come on, it's not that bad. The mage says, I know the propulsive rune and even helped engrave a pair of the flying craft we brought. We are just a couple of kilometers away from the clearing around the village. Look over there, you can just barely see the walls. The scout points through the mana shield that acts as a windshield following the aerodynamic shape of the carefully designed outer hull. In the distance, perhaps 4 kilometers away, though easily visible even for me at the back of the craft, a short line with the light gray color of the stones are stonezingers and earthmovers used to make the defenses. It still sat at 10 meters tall, something we hadn't increased for a long time. The more recent defensive efforts were not into stacking more stones atop it, but in further improving the runes powering the magical defenses. Making it taller may be of some limited advantage, but we already started to hear about other people trying to get their flying craft working. The periodic goblin attacks were bound to bring flying enemies, both of which would make taller walls a mute effort. We could always make them larger easily enough in the future, but for now, it was enough, and the effort from those mages went into more useful endeavors like the transportation network extending to more and more villages and facilitating trade. Especially for those without the magic know how to make proper wheels like we or the older trading partners who bought carriages from us had available. Passing over the front wall, though the scout could have done so from the side wall with the large clearance the longer craft allow, before setting down in the central square. In seconds everyone scurries off after saying their goodbyes. Well, I will be going to give my report. You need any help with the craft? He asks, running his hand over the wooden hull. No need. Go about your business, I say, and as he walks off I cover it in roots before pulling it into my inner world, almost laughing at how comical it must look for those in the know, and how little I was actually doing to hide my inner world lately. Mister, I hear from one of the village messengers. Though without recognizing him I couldn't know if he was added to the roster yesterday, or he was one of the first 12-year-olds the system sent our way after allowing them to live somewhere under its supervision. Yes, I reply, looking at him. Charlie is calling for you at your soonest convenience. I laugh at the strange turn of phrase, but shrug and say, I will be right there. He nods and runs off. His steps echo in the stone floor of the central square, and with my perception, I feel the tightening of his muscles and how his tendons react to the force he exerts against the ground. I feel the coordination and timing while reacting to how his muscles relax in between his steps. Average stats about 9. That's low and so, not only new edition, likely a level 0 or close to that. Unless he was holding to his stat points, but that was unlikely. I let go of the portal that I used to draw the root spring in between the stone and the floor and go back underground as I start running to Charlie's office. Getting there, the fear is palpable again. I had spent days outside, and even though the entire time we were very close to the HLZ, especially the 10 mages which were more vulnerable to the beasts than me or the scout, we didn't see a single one of the beasts, always keeping our distance. Now, even before seeing anyone, there is a heavy feeling in the air. As they come into view, I realize that maybe they didn't pass all of the information over the comms in the last few days. Entering the command center, I look around to find Charlie. "Oh, good, you arrived. Didn't you just send a messenger for me?" I ask, confused. "Nope, he was waiting for you to arrive for the last 20 minutes or so. Is the situation worse than you passed the impression when we were out? So you picked up on that?" "Yes, we didn't want to worry you guys with stuff that didn't matter while you were so close to the border, but we learned a little from the NPCs in town about." I look at him and sit down on a chair, attentively looking. "Okay, I'm all ears. So far the beasts haven't gotten anyone in the surrounding villages, and even the ones we are only now coming in contact have had already stopped people near the HLZ on their own. But that is not going to be enough according to the residents." Will the beasts be able to go farther from the HLZ?" I ask. That's one of the things we speculate will continue to increase, though we already suspected that, so we are keeping our distance. The real problem is our next guess. "Don't tell me they are going," I say, widening my eyes, and his grim face is all the answer I need. "I see you get it. From the warnings, it's the only thing that makes sense. The beasts will start leaving the HLZ on their own, and when they start to do that, not even bunkering inside the villages will be safe." "Oh, shit. Even if we manage to fend off 1 or 2 of them with our defenses and mana supply, the other villages will be screwed. It doesn't really matter to what height they build their walls. The only real defense is magical in nature." Charlie sits back in his own chair, sighing. I had hoped the automaton's words were more boast their reality, but it looks like we are about to confirm that his warnings are not exaggerations. "So is the detection network working properly?" "Yep. Every single detector you put in place is functioning, and we are always getting warnings about people in the vicinity of the HLZ, though we haven't seen anyone crossing the line. At least we started the detection network quickly. If we had delayed, the beasts might have started leaving, and finishing it would have been extremely dangerous," I say before asking, "When will it be complete?" "I mean, you have produced enough of the detectors by now, but it's another matter to get them in place so far away. We need another day or so. The main problem was just the lack of enough Earth mages, but we are managing," he says before changing the subject. "I have to thank you for volunteering all the mana and supplies for the trip around the HLZ." I look at him, and though his words are indeed thankful, behind is something darker. "What is the problem?" I ask, concerned. "Besides everything?" he says, but I just stare at him, and he relents. "Don't get me wrong, you helped a lot, but I'm not sure the detection network will be enough. It can't hurt. We will at least be able to track the beast with it. Using it together with the map will allow us to warn other villages. But the people outside the network, wait. I know, we can reach them with the merchant's letters. We can even send them in express mode. Just a few letters every so often are not that expensive." "How much do they cost?" I ask him. "For a standard letter, 20 copper for a delivery within 3 hours instead of the 1 to 3 days of the normal schedule. But then its costs are 20 times greater. And it isn't even on our village, although even we can just message the painter village over the network and add only a few minutes to that. That will depend on how fast the beast moves," he says, downcast. "They move pretty fast," I say, acknowledging his point. "But the real limitation is their stamina. I think 3 hours is plenty to warn even the inner ring of villages." "Well, let's hope so, and so we will gain a few extra minutes. We are in negotiations with them for how to unlock the special functions of the merchant. We have a few guesses, but this is a more certain way to get the information than by trial and error. Are they willing to give up the steady income for their village? Even if we have to pay 1% of tax in perpetuity, it will be worth for the increased convenience, and they may settle for a flat fee of few gold coins. It will be much more money up front, but then we won't be paying forever," he says. "Well, either way, I will take my leave if there is nothing else and reacquaint myself with the developments since I left. I thought that was what we were doing," he says, grinning widely, and I look at him intently before saying, "You know exactly what I mean." "Sure, but before you go, do you have any other ideas?" As I said, I don't think just this will be enough. I will see if I can come up with something. Both the MRI and Merlin are working on coming up with new battle magic, so I'm not sure how much I can contribute. He snorts, and as I get to leave I hear him muttering, "You always come up with something more." Walking out of the command center and leaving everyone to their work, I think hard for a few on my way around the village. The round will take me maybe 2 hours to get everything in order, including the work on the smithy, but after that, with the threat looming on the horizon without a timeline or a certain path to success, I simply don't know how to prepare. And like any time I was in doubt, my mind doesn't stop ruminating on the problem. Over the 2 hours later, as noon approaches, even during the meditation session to send mana to help make the pair of +7 spears, I can't completely calm my mind filled with racing thoughts. I overturn the problem again and again, and even after I have no more excuses, there is not a single action that shines over them all and presents itself as the solution to all my problems. But a few actions I could take do seem to shine a little brighter, and working on my stats, at least for an hour or so, is what I choose. I had to meet the commander, as it has been a while. I don't read more in depth their take on how to improve stats and any possible small progressions they may have made. Heading to the extreme west corner of the village, a building with his office, where he spends most of his time when not on the command center or handling other matters. As I get close to the quadrant of the village I least visit, I see the field outside has grown as more of the wooden houses were knocked down, and I wonder about the number of modifications we were doing around the village. If we kept this going soon, there wouldn't be a single place to sleep, but I just shrug. I had my hut in the inn, so there was little to worry about on that front, and we could always expand the village or build taller. I follow past the 200 spear wielders practicing their forms and sparring. Far more than I expected to find here, though. With the coming threat, the 200 people trying to squeeze a little more power of their skills and stats is reassuring. Richard. Nash, what brings you by? I wanted to take a look at your notes. I do pass a good summation to the village's general notes, but I think I may be missing some of the raw essence behind it, and that will be critical if I'm to find a way to improve my stats without relying on any crutches. You were talking about ether, right? Yeah. How did you know? I asked, frowning at him, nonchalantly hitting the mark dead on. A good guess. Do you have some method involving ether? Nope. Maybe in the future, but nothing for now. Either way, you are welcome to the original notes. He says as he takes a pair of binders with papers haphazardly stuffed in them and drops them on the table. This has to be over 1,000 pages. I exclaim as I open the binders and pull a few dozen paper sheets. You sent less than 10 for general distribution. He shrugs and just replies, too much of that is just speculation. I shake my head and start organizing it in a neat stack before I get comfortable in the seat. This will be a long session. Can you run me through it quickly? Why? I mean, sure, there are probably benefits to be gained there, but the pool of stats you gained is already larger than anyone else's. These are just a few insights into how to pass the 20-point threshold slightly. Well, I don't know. If I understand the limitations that you face and how they differ from mine, I may gain insight not available elsewhere. Possibly just a more efficient way, without even having to rely on ether. And don't worry about giving me your impressions and partially formed theories. We can probably both learn from each other. Okay, get comfortable. This will take a while. I pull my legs from the ground and sit in the chair in a partial lotus position, getting ready for his explanation. Chapter 118. That means the intermittent nature of the exercise is able to stress the body more while keeping actual damage to a minimum, resulting in more impetus to increase your stats. What was your job before this? I asked, curious about how he was so familiar with all of this and had in a couple of months learned so much about how stats worked. Ah, which one? He asks, going from a confused face to a sly grin. You tell me. I think I see what made you ask. There were two, how you may have picked up. For a couple of years I was a drill instructor in the army, but the regimented nature wasn't for me, and then I became a trainer. I never worked with national-level athletes, but I liked to study. It shows with the way you approach training. But how is it that intermittent training will help with stamina? I'm fairly balanced, but that is my bread and butter of the physical stats. It isn't all about keeping a consistent pace, but to increase the body's ability to send oxygen and nutrients the muscles need to continue working, and the muscle's speed in transforming those nutrients into the right chemistry for use, along with dozens of other minor alterations. Even with all the changes the system brought to our body, the resources like stamina and magic, there are some fundamentals you can't escape. Yeah, I noticed that. Like my injury, even after my HP bar refilled, after I was almost severed in half, and it took a while for me to heal. Yes, There is some small aspects that the system just waives the limitations of the physics we are accustomed to dealing with, but it is not an infinite capability. Okay, now run me again through the reasoning behind choosing to stress a single attribute until you see an increase instead of going for multiples once. Sure, I have another 5 minutes before I need to go back out there, he says before going to lecture mode, and looking almost like Merlin giving a class in the academy. For starters, we have to acknowledge that it's not simply about not stressing the others, but to concentrate the efforts. For hours anytime he has a few minutes in between one of the exercises, he has the soldiers outside running. He comes in, and I try to parse the meaning from what I read in his disorganized, though still illuminating notes. He may downplay the effect his tearing was having, but Greg was almost reaching an average of 30 in his physical stats with 37 points as his base strength. Even without discounting the help that Ether was, that is less than what I could have managed, but this increase was on someone without my strange physiology. Even before the system, there was something different about me. I arrived with about 50% more stamina than anyone else in the world, and until now reflecting on the reason didn't give me an answer. Most would just assume that is all about Pando and my interactions with him, and though that probably was the catalyst, there was something more to it. Something fundamental about me, something that drove my perception field and all the other irregularities. Today didn't look like the day I would find the answers, but I don't give up, and one day, I will find out more and start to explore the capabilities that my body, that I myself had even without the system. Though as much as I tend to think I had a different body, I didn't know was if I was actually different, or if everyone could repeat what I did only they believed hard enough. That was a crucial difference, which had always been in the back of my mind, that I would succeed if I only tried. Perhaps not on the first try, but holding in my mind that all was possible. I read through the very last note, seeing that it is a copy of another page with only a single different line, and I put it in the appropriate pile before gathering them together and replacing them in the two binders. Now properly organized before getting up and stretching. As I turn around, Richard heads my way, and I wait for him. "Did you finish already?" he asks me, furrowing his brows. "Yeep, I'm a quick reader, and quite a few of the notes were mostly copies of each other." He shrugs and takes the binders, putting them back on the shelf. "Now what are planning to do?" "What else could I do?" "Increase my stats." He looks at me pensively and then asks, "Are you certain it's worth your time? You already have much higher stats than anyone else I trained." "Are you offering?" "It only makes sense. If you are going to put in the time, I should be loaning my expertise whenever possible." "Okay, drill sergeant. Where do we start?" "Follow me," he says, and I do so. We pass the formation of sparing spear users in the front and to the turn around to the side on a smaller but large enough area. About 10 by 10 meters, with something akin to an open-air gym that you find on parks or beaches. The same dirt floor as we find all over the village, but the central square with its stone on the ground. Barbells and bars to lift weights, though the weights were of an almost comical size, something that pure strength builds would allow them to toy with. Rocks, ropes, and raised bars for people to use their own body as a weight, though unless they were just starting and very weak or wearing weighted clothes, using the body's mass was far too light to put enough stress to trigger the system to make any changes. "Okay, I will assume the first stat you want to train is strength." "Sure. We are working with a bit over 50, am I correct?" I grin and say, and here I thought I was the only one that could do that. "Yes, a little over 50 strength." He waves his hands and then says, "Then let's start with 4 standard weights on each side for a deadlift. With your muscles cross-section, for seems like most of your limit." I move over to a stack of weights and grab one of the so-called stand weights in each hand. Heaving my arms, I OK down and feel the slight burn from it. Each one must weigh a good 150 to 200 kilograms. So I will be lifting well over a ton from the ground. Do a lot of people have a problem understanding the biomechanical differences in people with the same stats? A few, but we were already used to the bigger guys on Earth being stronger from more muscle mass. In the end, I just explained to people that the strength stat is about how much strength each pound of muscle has, not how many tons they can lift. Are people trying to increase their muscle mass after hearing that? I ask if there is anyone trying to go that route. Kinda. A few did spend a little time in the beginning, but especially since our identity as spear wielders started to take hold and the village started to trade people, everybody realized that strength is not the main focus. And even those that put in the time had minimal changes. Nobody can gain any weight in fat, and less than a pound of muscle for a month trying is slow. Everybody just kept their rough body proportions. The one change that has gotten easier is losing body fat, much easier. Well, I don't think our village had a single actually obese person, but I did notice even those a little more rotund or slimmer now, I say. As I finish putting the last weight, I get in front of the bar. Do you know the proper position to lift it? He asks me. No. Never went to a gym. I was more of an outdoors kind of guy. No problem. Pay attention to my back's movement. He says, getting in position as I move aside, and to my surprise, though it probably shouldn't, he lifts the bar with all 8 weights on it much more easily than I had expected. He repeats it a couple more times, explaining each time and my attention on a different body part. On my turn, I get in position. With feet at shoulder width, keeping my back straight, and after exhaling all the air in my lungs, I pull with all my strength, which sees me almost losing balance as the bar lifts way faster than I expected. Careful, he says, putting an arm in my back, so I keep my balance and I relax at the surprisingly light weight, all things considered. I lower it, flexing my knees and hip in the exact sequence H showed me. With a step back, I look at him. You are more used to your stats than most people, and you have very little muscle. Now with 5 weights, it should be a closer match. I wait for another 30 seconds after we each place another disc on the end of the bar, and I put my back into lifting it. This time, it is still not my limit, but I go at it more gradually and lift the bar without a problem. Every 30 seconds, a few more small weights are added, as he calls for an assistant, until I realize we are close to 6 weights, and I can feel the limits just over the corner. Are you certain I shouldn't use mana infusion for training? So far we saw no benefit. The damage it causes outweigh any benefits, at least for training purposes, but if that changes we will let you know. Why, do you want to just let mana help you lift twice this much? He says with a large grin on his face. Well, it wouldn't hurt, I say with a big grin. Oh, it would, and that is the entire point. The fact that any small changes in the mana flow cause big changes in strength and speed makes the job of finding the actual limits harder and more inconsistent. Just stick to training without mana infusion. Okay, don't you worry, I will train as you instruct me. Now come on, 3 more reps at maximum load should be enough for today. And so I follow his instructions. Get in position, set my back, and heave, lifting almost 6 standards weights on each side, and the deep steel bar flexes ever so slightly but manages to hold strong. Moving in reverse, I set eye in the ground, as gently as I can, and watch as in a pair of seconds my stamina goes down a few %, but it quickly recharges after eating a small stamina regen fruit. I lift it from the ground 2 more times, each time ever so slightly easier as I get used to this movement, something that Richard told was the main factor holding back other people. But as they started from 70 or 80% of the theoretical limit calculated from their muscle cross-section and stats, I was already so close to 100 that any difference is a rounding error. As he follows back to his other trainees and whatever else is on his plate, I sit on the ground and start a meditation session. This time focusing on what changes I affected in my body after this session. I allow my connection to Aspen to strengthen, my perception field to follow all my actions, most important of all, my proprioception, the very capability of feeling my own body with senses that I always had, though improved a lot, to come to the front of my mind. I start to look through every inch looking for any changes, no matter how minute they look. I can't actually feel each of the torn muscle fibers in my body, or the chemical compounds, or the cells trying to repair and make my muscles ever so slightly stronger and stronger in a way that would reduce or prevent future injuries from a similar load. But I can imagine all of that. I can always imagine all of these processes. Processes that I believed were happening, that I allowed to gravitate in my awareness for years, for most of my life as I started to learn about them. My imagination runs wild, in full view, something that I knew would not be representative of my actual body, for it was closer to a mock-up you would see in anatomy class, not anything that happened in reality. But I ground myself in that this is just that, a mock-up, a map to what is happening on my body as I try to place the mixed sensations from large swathes on my legs, arms, and back. The interconnective tissue, tendons and ligaments, the discs and bones. It all comes together in my mind's eye, shifting again and again in a full picture of not only what I believed is happening, but also what I wish would happen, what I wish I could affect change in. And as I'm almost finished and ready to get up, something that on the last few weeks had still come, but was rarer than any other time, a familiar sensation that I welcome and dreaded at the same time. An ether construct that meant I increased in physical or mental capability, but that also meant inviting even more of the system to live within, arrives from somewhere and head straight to my soul and deeper. For whatever place the system's constructs went within me. I don't even need to open my stats screen to know what has happened. +1 strength. Now I only need to set apart a small portion of each day to increase my stats again. Chapter 119. Look for more rabbit colonies. Long enough has passed. That is how I translate Aster's images in my head. Sheepishly, I look at the sun, trying to ascertain how long I have before nightfall. The sun has started going down, but it's still a good distance from the horizon. So, a little over 4 p.m. Close to 2 hours is plenty of time to go around and find at least one colony willing and eager to join the party that my inner world was becoming. Already having dealt with everything I wanted in the village, and without anyone that can see my actions at the back of the village, I open a portal to my inner world and move the portal over the flying bicycle. Pulling the vehicle is not quite as fast as if I could let the portal stationary and let momentum carry me through like on my encounter with the pack of the beast in my first trip around the HLZ. But I don't need it to be that fast. Climbing aboard, I send a steady stream of mana in the repulsion rune keeping me in the air. The feedback loop of repulsion gets bounced from the ground to the craft over and over again as I slowly gain altitude, and the feeling of levitating above the ground is still a rush, though eventually it would become routine if a cool part of my routine. With another stream to the propulsion runic formation, I start speeding up and soon I am over the east wall of the village, feeling the free fall from the drop in terrain and heading for the colony Aster indicated to me. I try to not let what I felt in the last hour or so as I trained and meditated consume my attention. Even in flight, I need to pay attention to the road, but my thoughts keep returning there. I now had found 2 ways of easily increasing my stats. I stopped abusing the first because it felt like it would have unforeseen consequences, but my gut wasn't warning me away from the second one. That meaning it probably didn't share this drawback, and the only thing holding me back was that I needed to recover before going for another session. But something screamed at me to be noticed. The catalyst, what took the result from my efforts and pushed it over the hill, was my meditation session. If I managed to keep the right mindset, I had just discovered the key to many more free stats. I had found 2 methods to do the impossible early on. I wasn't a genius with ether, the only explanation on the table the first time around. The only theory based on the limited facts at hand before this new revelation, but it seems there was more to it. Something that prompted this change was myself, my mindset, my body, or something within me. But without knowing more, I didn't want to spend too long speculating, so as I get over the halfway point to the first step, I force myself to stop. Turning all my thoughts to what is to come, I ask Aster, "How do you want to handle this?" The image that returns is both complex and simple, and like often happens, that image is not static. My avatar is similar to the one she used before with the backpack on his back, a telltale sign. As this avatar of mine approaches a nest, a few rabbits leave the inner world in the backpack, and after talking with the colony outside, both groups enter the inner world. "Are you certain it will that easy?" She shakes her head and sends a negative to me, but then the distinct feeling of home she is whenever she talks about the inner world washes over me, and that manages to convince me. If the little furry thing resting in my lap manages to convey that feeling, rabbits will be lining up to join the inner world. In just another few seconds, I stop the flying craft and lower it down to the ground. Opening a portal to the outside, I leave it open at Aster's request and watch the interaction. A dozen of them leave the inner world and start interacting with the other rabbits. I have no way of knowing what they are talking about, not without much higher telepathic skills. So far my range is still too short. To get anything useful, I needed to be touching someone mentally open to me, and those limitations may never change meaningfully, but I can always hope. Being able to glean even just a stray thought here or there would go a long way in the right circumstances. After a few minutes, a pair of the local colony rabbits enter my domain, and I suddenly feel there is something strange. How'd I know that? Sure, Aster and a dozen others I can recognize, but no one else. But when Aster and the others cross the portal, something tells me they are not the ones I had grown used to. Perhaps this is some system mechanic I wasn't aware of. Maybe I could somehow feel the change because they were tied to me. Fear grips my heart as I wonder, if I let even more of you come, will all of you be tainted in the eyes of the system and forever not allowed back? Not even if you went with the entire colony? I don't have a good answer to that, but it is Aster who asked permission to invite more of them. I will let the rabbits decide what they wish to do. I'm not some superior being that will impose my will and understanding of reality on them. I have no right to decide for anyone else. For as simple as their minds are, they are still sentient creatures, and I should respect that. Hell, even if they weren't, I still should respect their rights. Sitting on the ground, I pull my book and start going over the new updates as Aster continues with the negotiation. With ever more information being added to the data storage in the networks, though still bottlenecked by the storage problems, the book is having a grand time. More pages to read show up than ever before, and I read them all with the reverence they deserve, absorbing all the knowledge while fitting each new puzzle piece in its place. Be it in the actual place they are supposed to fit, with other pieces with the same pattern, or even just with similarly colored pieces. After all, it was not like I had the finished product and could just match where pieces are supposed to be from the picture on the box. All I had were the small puzzle pieces and the information they provided as I compared each of them with the buckets we acquired since our arrival and the rough picture we are forming. Minutes give way to almost an hour as more and more of the rabbits visit the inner world. Rabbits that I can only identify as belonging to the inner world or not. After I close the book, Aster stares at me. "What is it?" I ask, touching her head to get a clear picture instead of a barely fuzzy image, and her assertion is clear. "So they have joined? Good. I will make the portal larger." True to my word, I enlarge it to about a meter wide as she shakes her head, and I pay close attention to the next image, which takes a moment to become clear. "You want me to bring the core of their nest inside?" She sends an affirmation, and as I'm about to break off contact, she sends a feeling of confusion. She doesn't know why they want to do that. She is just relaying the request. Nodding, I pull my hand and start the work. I watch as the largest ones head in first, with smaller and smaller ones following, until the last one, though even the smallest, is still bigger than the few newborns in the first few weeks. Aster's colony hadn't had a single new birth, the youngest ones in the colony being about 4 months old. Something she told me was the system's doing. At least I won't have to worry about overpopulation in the inner world, or food, given their trips to the netherworld at night. At least while I was in the instance, afterward that may become a limitation. As the last few enter the inner world, I close the portals and start mentally preparing to use a large portal to get their colony as I send mana underground. Lots and lots of mana. Before me, I grow large earth runes, and after opening a portal at the surface of the ground, I push the mass of earth upward through it. A 10-meter diameter circle with about 6 meters in depth follows into the inner world. I fight the enormous weight without the system-gifted skills the Earthmover mages have, but my earth manipulation is still good enough to finish in a couple of minutes. Hundreds of tons of soil in a single push, and my mind fragged from opening the huge portal, but for some reason it was important for them, and I didn't want to disappoint them. Without having to actually support the weight of the soil, melting the large disc with the rest of the soil in the inner world is easy work, and the only leftover sign of what I just did is the shade of green of the grass being ever so slightly different. When I'm about to withdraw my perception field, I notice something I missed while outside the inner world. The runes hiding the entryway are different from what I saw on Aster's colony. As a matter of fact, they are not even in the same family. The only similarity is the final effect producing the illusion. Well, I guess they aren't all uniform. Shrugging, I move off and quickly climb on my flying bicycle, heading for the next closest colony. They probably won't join in a rush. We had only about 40 minutes before the sunset, but I was already speeding along, and it would be a nice break from my current schedule. 2 kilometers away, I stop atop another colony with Aster and a few others following into it. There is something about 2 of the rabbits going out that call my attention, and following them through the tunnels underneath the ground, I don't let my awareness fade until I notice a very slight shift in the very property that allows me to notice they were not part of the colony a little while ago. There is no change on Aster and the others after so long, or at least not that I can notice. But the mark the system put on them, faint as it was after only a few minutes in my inner world, is strong enough for me to tell them apart from the ones that never entered it. For now, they might still be able to join other colonies, but that feels it will change quickly. Surrounded by small portals in my inner world, I wait around, releasing my mental grip on my perception field. I push it lightly to the full range, but without trying to make details. Enough resolution to notice the rabbits around me, though only as blobs of warm flesh. With time in my hands, at least another half an hour until sunset, and having already caught up with the reading from my book, I open a small portal 30 meters away and connect to the nearest route from the network. I look at the output of the nearly completed detention ring around the HLZ. 3 spots over the entire place are returning a sign that someone is near the HLZ. I send my awareness to one of them, the closest one with a turn of 60 degrees to the south, or some 2,000 miles in a straight line. I feel them stepping on the roots of the network and can make out their shapes. This group consists of 3 people standing a good 50 meters from the barrier. With a little mana, I grow a few runes nearby, just enough that I can start listening to their conversation. Something that, for as much detail as the perception field provided, it couldn't quite make out the vibrations traveling through the air. Even if it could, How would I interpret the vibrations as proper sound? Their words are a little more encouraging than what I feared from people venturing near the HLZ. They are not looking to get too close, with two of them standing together fully clad in leather armor and the third one almost 50 meters to the left and a little further away from the HLZ. Soon, however, my attention is dragged back as something happens, and I hope they keep to their plans and don't do anything stupid. A mental image comes from Aster, who climbs the bicycle and squeezes in the small space between my chest and the windshield of the flying bicycle to furrow her head against my hand. They joined. She sends over. That was fast. Perhaps it wouldn't take days to fill the inner world if she managed to keep this pace. Chapter 120. One more rep. I exhale and rotate my shoulders and arms. My legs burning, and not a single inch of my body was free of sweat. With over 7 weights on each side of the bar and roots holding it up at shoulder height, I rest for a few seconds before doing my last squat and finishing this session. A little deeper than last time. I hear from Richard. This is actually lighter than I can do for a single repetition, but today is not about increasing strength, it's about stamina. And so I finish the last of my squats. Over 20 with breaks in between each. I am not sure how effective this type of training would have been back on Earth, but he swears by it, and I am going to follow his advice. He is the one who spent the last couple of months studying this. And if the last 3 training sessions in the last 36 hours were anything to go by, he really knew what he was talking about. Each time I stopped by my stats way up by 1 point. With a small step backward, I touch the bar with the back of my neck, fit my arms in position, and release the weight from the roots. I go down and down, taking care not to gain too much speed, and when my quads are almost parallel to the ground, I heave lifting the weight of the world and allowing my muscles to go to their maximum output. Nothing else comes to mind, and pushing is all that my world becomes. With the last drags of my stamina, I lift one last time, locking the weights in place with my roots, and my body feels like a wet noodle ready to splotch on the ground. As blood starts pumping through my veins and my oxygen-starved brain gets its fill, the world comes back into focus, and I look around to find Richard staring at me. Okay, really didn't think you had it in you for this last lift. It's all in the mind, I say, tapping my right temple. That part one never had a problem with. And what did you have a problem with? He asks, pumping iron in a closed room over and over. I was much more of an outdoor person when it came time or exercise. Here looks to be outdoor enough for me. He says with a grin on his face, and I take his meaning. Already knowing what I need to do next, he doesn't continue the conversation as I sit on the ground ready to meditate and try to tease out the stat point that this session is bound to bring, but something is missing. Getting up, I start working on my katas. It has been a while I haven't done so given my apprehension of continuing to rely on ether to increase my stats, but this seemed the right action to take. I follow the calming and soothing rhythm of my forms for a minute, limbering up my extremities and not only recovering the normal state but entering an almost meditative state before I sit down. Not having to maintain my balance, my full concentration goes to heading deeper and deeper, looking at my entire body and matching each sensation to what it's supposed to be and imagining each and every single muscle fiber and protein strand becoming stronger in a process not too dissimilar as I have come to look at it with what I learned to do with Aspen cells. Though this by the very nature that I don't have body mana or a matching skill to the nature mana that works on Aspen means it's an inherently more limited and slow process. The one advantage I have is that I don't have to actually act on every single cell, and the cycling around my body takes only a few minutes to get minute improvements. Improvements that slowly accumulate until the system recognizes my efforts. As the familiar and dreaded ether construct from the system shoots off at me, I reflexively try to defend myself. I don't know from where the notion came from, but I instinctively form an ether shield around to protect me, but the construct simply passes through it like the ether was just a puff of smoke before heading deep within my soul. Frustration bubbles up for a moment, but I stop and something starts to bubble as I laugh maniacally before opening my eyes. It doesn't acknowledge my attempt to make a shield, and even as it intermingled my own ether, instead of me feeling a slight budge like I had with the automaton's ether, this one was impossibly stronger, and I would have more luck trying to push on a mountain. I'm an ant before the system. After my failure, though most would disagree with the extra endurance point I now had, I prepare for another meditation session, this one longer and with no focus on stats or skills and therefore no interference from the system. Only a moment into it, as I go take a deeper look into my soul, I feel someone running in my direction. With an inkling in mind, I pull on my mana and draw a repulsive rune underneath me. A second, then 2, and as the connection fully forms, I levitate a couple of inches of the ground. Not very useful in combat given how much of my attention this consumes, but it's cool and was like most things that I endeavor to do. It's good practice. Opening my eyes, I see a messenger. About 16 years old, clad in the typical light leather armor or heavy leather clothing that became their uniform. He looks straight at me as he approaches, and before he gets to me, I ask, "Looking for me?" "Yes." "Come on over quickly. Charlie is calling for you at the command center." "Okay." I head over as he runs to get the commander. Things look to be serious. A minute later, everyone arrived at the command center. The map room may be very useful, but it was troublesome to get the comm array working inside, so they moved it back outside until we could get the monitoring grid properly hooked to the map already there. Without my direct link my inner world allowed, they had to resort to other less reliable methods. An overview of the entire grid was represented with a large 1-meter screen that showed the entire circle, which had a single green dot on the nearly opposite side of the instance and one red circle near us. Staring at it, my mind starts to run all kinds of scenarios. Without relying on the dozen smaller, holographic screens to find the record of what happened, I connect to the network and access the library and the recording of that red circle. Some people had hoped the network would be able to identify friends and foes, but it was beyond our current magical capabilities. The different colors were attributed based on where the contacts come from, which in this case was a good indicator of whether we were dealing with someone from the village or a beast from the HLZ. Any dot approaching the line from our side was green, and anyone crossing the line from the other end became red. A red circle a couple of 100 meters from the HLZ. It used to be a dot, but the beast had moved beyond the range of the detectors. Looking through the records, I find a couple of lines of text, which recorded the beast's last known position. I could interpret it manually, which would probably have taken me a few minutes, half an hour at most, but there was a much more convenient way of doing that. A method that I use by running the data stored through another formation. This one is responsible for something almost like math, though limited in nature with the complex calculations and substitutions it was capable of in the same order of power as the cheapest calculator. Not even a proper scientific calculator. I follow the path the beast took. It sat on the edge of the division, just inside the HLZ for a while. I look over the timestamp. 20 minutes ago, give or take. Clocks were troublesome things to work into practical designs, and we didn't have unlimited data storage, but that much I could get from the logs. Going down to the 3 last lines, I locate the path the beast took. A few meters outside the HLZ, then about 200 meters, and one last appearance at 450 meters out, on the edge of the particular circle of the detector responsible for that region. I start running scenarios through my head, as I listen idly for the report to confirm what I learned about the situation. A beast was on the loose, and unlike the 2 other cases yesterday, this one didn't leave for a few seconds, ran 100 meters, and returned straight away. This one was outside the HLZ for 21 minutes already and further from it than any other beast since the detection circle was established. What are we gonna do? Ask someone I don't quite recall, though for some reason he strikes me as some type of merchant. Richard, the commander, starts to address his point. We have a couple of options. We can bury our heads in the sand and just hide in the village while the beast is roaming. Hearing that, everyone shakes their head, and the same man, now with a little more backbone, says, "Sure, and we can just conjure up the resources we need to continue growing and deal with the attacks from the system. Yes, magic them into existence." I almost laugh at the dry retort. Thinking of my skill creation, it still wasn't anything to write home about, but eventually it might be an option to simply conjure up what we need, as long as we had enough mana. Looking at him, I feel he is more frustrated at the situation than the commander, and as I'm just about to speak, Richard continues. "Oh, I agree. It's not a good option, and even if we do that, there are a lot of other villages still vulnerable. We made the detection ring to have advanced warning, and we are already informing all the closest villages to this spot on the HLZ already, but that won't be enough. What other options do we have? If we aren't hiding, then we need to be aggressive and hunt this beast down. Now the real decision to make is how to go about it. Should we spend most of our forces or only the strongest? Huge hunting parties with a couple of mages in each or smaller ones? Hell, for all we know, even if the entire army runs into the beast, it won't be enough. And what is this beast? I asked before it's all and good to decide what to do, but we must have some idea of what it is from the territory it came from. That knowledge may be useful. I look over at the most senior scout. Technically, they all fell into the command of Richard, but he was their unofficial leader, and he speaks. It's a level 138 wolfin, though we don't know enough about their habits to speculate much. Well, it was worth a try, I say. But even in the face of limited information, we need to make a decision. Charlie, which had been observing until now, pitches in. The only decision that makes sense to me is to send a smaller party of our strongest fighters with support from Nash. Anything else will be too slow to be effective. Even with the beast coming out on the region with the densest region for the detection grid, we still can't track it in real time. The best we can hope for are a couple more pings as it crosses the band of the inner ring of villages. Unless it heads straight for us. But even then it will only give us 1 or 2 more points chances to detect it. He is right, I say to Richard. We don't have a change in high hell of catching up to the beast on foot, and the only effective method on travel with the flying craft relies on me. Stopping every 20 minutes to refill the batteries is way too slow, and there isn't enough mana throughput in the network to rechange the batteries fast enough for higher speeds or bigger crafts. Didn't you win around the HLZ with a bunch of other people? There were quite a few other people along, each with their own flying craft. Questions the scout confused. Yeah, but most of the mana I put in myself, and used a lot of little tricks. Even then the 10 slow single-person craft put a severe strain on the network. Closer by we have a more robust setup, but it won't be enough for full-speed flight with a large group. Not by a long shot, and anything other than flying is too slow to be catch up with the beast. Well, Richard starts to qualify. We are assuming a lot. We don't know how fast this wolfen can move over long distances. Okay, let's assume that just a single group will leave. What do you suggest we take? Charlie asks in my direction. Myself, Merlin, Alex, Greg, and, say 20 other fighters. We will need people who move fast, and that can take a beating. Oh, I don't think that is going to be a problem, Richard says with a wide grin taking over his face. Why do you say that? I ask him. We finally have proper metal armor from the smithy. Enough plus 4 armor sets for 25 people. Well, I didn't pay much attention this last week to Blackwood's developments at the Forge, but this was very good news. On our own, we struggled with +1 defense metal armor. This was a large lead ahead against this wolfkin, and if we hoped to survive, we needed every single advantage we can scrounge up. Chapter 121. After an hour of frantic preparations getting everything in order for our pursuit of the wolfkin, I watched the last 4 armor-clad soldiers file in the flying craft. I disconnect from the network. A quick look around doesn't reveal any signs of the beast anywhere, but I had spent the last hour expanding the detecting network near its expected path in strategic places, and hopefully, we would get lucky. Closing the door, Alex nods at me, and I start dumping the mana from the inner world batteries in the craft so it can climb and speed forward out of the central square. We almost clip the town hall as we head east in the direction of the HLZ, but the craft is safe. We accelerate faster, wasting more mana than any time before, though a couple of 100 extra mana over the first minute would save me a few seconds compared to the normally slow speed ramp-up, and it seems a worthwhile trade. We settle at the full 170 kilometers per hour cruise speed as I open and close the portals as we zip along the sky so I can keep in contact with the network. So everybody should know why we are here and what is to come, but I will run you through it all again so nobody has even the slightest doubt and to work the kinks out of our plan. We didn't exactly have the time to come up with anything more comprehensive, says Richard, the commander. Everyone nods and he continues addressing the 20 armored soldiers at the back, though I pay attention given how important what he is about to talk about to me and the couple of people I handpicked. We are going to be near the closest line of villages to the HLZ and wait for any signs so we can pursue the beast. Given what we learned about wolfkins, we have a small advantage in that they are one of the slowest races we studied from the HLZ. Most of the time they stand on 2 limbs, but they are fully capable of running on all 4 limbs, and though they are about 15% slower than most other beasts, they are also stronger, so don't count your blessings yet. I thought you said you didn't know how fast they moved. Now you are giving percentages. One of the level 90 soldiers points out. We don't know how good is their stamina and how fast they move over long tracks. What we know is their maximum speed, the speed they move during short bouts of combat. Where did you learn all that? I ask. He looks at me with a small wrinkle in his head, and I explain. I mean, it sounds relevant, especially if you learned that from poking it while it was in the HLZ. Shrugging, he says. A little from a book we bought, but also, as you put it, from poking the beast with a stick. Though I understand that we can't exactly completely trust this information. After all, we thought we were safe in this side of the HLZ and the rules suddenly changed, but it still should provide us some rough guidelines. One of the soldiers asks him, after we catch up, how are we going to fight? For starters, we hope the beast will try to engage us. If it tries to escape, given its speed, we will have little recourse. The rest we are going to work out in the next couple hours. At the implicit invitation, I start thinking out loud. I don't have the whole thing work out in my head, but I know of a couple of things. First, we will need someone to pilot the flying craft, and I think that you are the perfect candidate. With a little work, a few extra mana batteries, and a large communication rune, you will be able to keep full-time contact with all of us and the village. But you are not weak, and I'm not saying if things take a turn, don't pitch in. All I'm saying is for you to hang back. Out of everyone here, you are the most vulnerable in a frontal confrontation, and your strategic knowledge should come in handy. He takes a deep breath. I know you are right. I just didn't want to admit it. Fine. I will hang back while you surround it, and we all hope it doesn't try to escape. Sounds good to me, says Greg. What more? Says Richard. I spend the next 15 minutes adding more details to the plan, though as they move into the finer points of strategy, I move away and sit a few feet away at the front before beginning my modification of the flying craft. Let them work on those aspects while I take care of the magical transportation. Soon after, Merlin joins me. The work is simple, but he still helps to analyze the runes and give small ideas that I implement with my nature magic. A simple receptacle in the small space between the outer lower hull and the flat bottom we walk on. While I'm powering it with mana from my inner world, I keep it empty, but with the changes, I can instantly move a 1-ton copper battery, capable of storing over 8,000 mana points. That should be enough for over 20 minutes at cruise speed if he was the only person aboard at the time. Even more, if he was just hovering. Next, I start to work on the communication rune, and I make it as large as possible because just like the repulsion rune, the range was determined by its size. In this case, it would allow a lower mana consumption to instead of just increasing the altitude the flying craft flew at. But in the end, the principle behind was very similar. With everything that I could prepare in place, I start meditating in preparation for what is to come. Breath in and out, my pulse slows, and I can feel the pressure of each of my heartbeats as blood flows in my veins. The grim purpose for which we gathered stays on my mind, and I try to balance myself so I can squeeze every iota of my power when the time comes. I just hope that we will find the beast before it runs into anyone else. Alex steps off of the controls and gives way to Richard, who will remain even after we all leave so he can get acquainted with how this model works, though even that precaution seems mostly unnecessary. As Richard continues the piloting it flawlessly, already used to the very similar controls in the other flying vehicles of the village. We head to the closest village to the HLZ and set down to wait on top of one of the tendrils connecting me to the network. At the back, a couple of the soldiers huddle together as I connect the single screen to the network through the comm rune. They watch closely as dozens of people do back in the village, waiting for another point of data to tell us where the wolf inn is located. But with huge swathes of territory without a single detector, we don't get any news from the village. Yet, plans and strategies for handling the beast are formulated between the others, which I file away in the back of my mind as I keep my concentration intermittently on my meditation or extending my perception field far away. It's not quick, but as I move my perception field, wait, could it be Aspen using his own perception field? Or maybe even another mechanism altogether that allows me to feel things at distance? I stop those questions for now. Why and how the perception field I extend through the network doesn't matter right this instant, and I move my vision at over 100 meters per second, concentrating on the space a couple of meters above the ground where the wolf inn should be. Even if I can't find it right now, the exercise is not wasted. It will probably be useful to be able to search greater distances and faster for anything on my network, and I take the opportunity to practice with gusto. That is what I do over the next hour. A small throbbing of my temples starts to make its appearance as I'm about to stop to rest, but I notice a change in the network information. A new contact. Before saying anything, I hear something from the village. "We found it," says the operator in the village. Without waiting, I power the repulsion runes that levitate us from the ground as Richard takes control of the craft and tries to orient himself. Behind me, someone says, pointing to our left, 50 kilometers south. I let Richard resume full control and go back to the routes to tap into the direct feed from the detectors of the region, finding something moving in a straight line. Not in the direction of concentration of people like the mines or villages, but the beast probably just lacked the knowledge of where they are located. Moving at some 100 kilometers an hour, it probably is not a human, but I concentrate my perception field in the area to confirm, knowing exactly where to send my perception to given the feed from the detectors. Found and confirmed, it's a wolf inn. What? One of the high-level fighters asks. Not explaining more closely, I say. I have a brief visual on it. Though as I say that, the wolfkin leaves the narrow strip that I can reach with the perception field, though still in range of the detector for another 10 seconds or so. With a very heavy foot, or rather a hand pushing on the thrust lever all the way forward and a steady hand on the steering joystick, we zip along to the south, slightly angled west. Straight for the region of the beast should be if it continues in a straight line and at a constant speed for the entire time. Mana consumption shoots through the roof, and as we hit 170 kilometers an hour in the wasteful maneuver, but instead of pulling it back, he keeps his hand all the way forward as we continue accelerating. 180, 190, 200, and when I think he is really mad, he pulls it back to about halfway, enough to fly just shy of 210 kilometers an hour. Not quite maximum speed, but we were spending a good 60 mana every second, instead of the 120 mana from a fully open throttle. Even after he didn't tell me he was about to use this much mana, I don't say anything agreeing with his decision. At least we got lucky, and it is relatively close by. We have a good chance to find it still. I open a few portholes and grow transparent shields so the soldiers can use their spyglasses, though I'm not sure if they will be an actual help, especially with the disturbance on the air from our movement. At least the little telescopes should help spot movement after we stop. Breath in, breath out. We are only a few minutes from the place as I fully focus on centering myself for what has come, and soon we are there, right above the place. A quick glossé to the runic compass, and Richard says, "The line it was following is right about here. If it keeps up, it should be just another minute." We free fall as I directly pull the mana from the repulsing matrix, only reactivating it as we are a couple of meters from the ground in the fastest maneuver I can think of. All the others keep their stoic appearance outwardly, but I can see the twitching and sweat underneath their armor. Moments later, everyone files out, including me, before Richard starts to go up again. I place one of the few copper batteries in my inner world in the hold and start growing a counterpart of the comm runes on the ground to facilitate contact with everyone even if I lose consciousness or something. From the inner world, I pull a dozen discs made of wood, something that doesn't surprise anyone with everyone having been briefed on my inner world and the implications it has on combat. With roots discs some 10 meters in diameter unfurling on the ground, each filled with intricate and carefully engraved runic patterns, we wait. With the comm rune finished, everyone's root undersuit hidden behind their armor activates, placing us all on the same comm channel, hearing Richard's voice. The shimmering metallic silver in most of the fighters' bodies contrasts with their careful movements in trying to spot the wolf-in with their spyglasses. Richard calls out, "I see it, 600 meters out. It will miss you by a good margin. Run left." I look back at the ground and regretfully leave all the work behind. It was too much to hope that I could have made use of it, but at least they are not the only preparations in place. I rush along behind everyone with Merlin to my side, the only caster with enough survivability that we could trust to survive. The beast doesn't stand chance. I lie to myself. Chapter 122. After a brief run, I can finally see the wolf and sprinting through the 100 of trees in between, and as everyone turns their gaze, it changes, heading bearing down straight for us. Richard, unaware we can all see it, says through the comm setup, "It changed direction to you." I pull another 4 of the formations from the inner world out and throw them on the ground, unfurling all simultaneously and firmly attaching them to the ground. I get in the middle on one with Merlin and raise a smaller dome shield to protect us. Without the network underground, my usefulness is more limited and I may need to be mobile for maximum effectiveness, but if I have to hunker down, that is what I'm prepared to do, and this sounds like the right precaution. Only moments before the beast is upon us, everyone manages to get in a proper formation, while both me and Aspen send a full stream of mana underground to roots spreading from the inner world. The spear wielders stand in a wall with Greg in the middle of the line and Alex just behind, ready to dart to either side with more freedom of movement as the style requires. I take one last deep breath in as the last second comes and raise a transparent, almost imperceptible mana shield in front of the wolf-in, who is sprinting at well over 150 kilometers per hour. An almost contemptuous claw swipe hits it, but the shield powered by the forward formation is a lot stronger than it looks with about 5,000 mana, and I feel the feedback as I send my perception in it. After a moment, reality catches up with me and I cough in my hand. A few droplets of blood and saliva cover the root armor protecting me. Half of the strength of the shield just to stop its charge, and for some reason it injured me. I lower the shield, larger shield in front, recharging the battery from my inner world as fast as possible as the soldiers beside Greg advance. Rising to its 2 feet, standing a good 8 foot tall, it dwarfs even Greg, who is a beast of a man himself. As the white light from Greg's skills shines signaling his speed buff and the impossible sharpness of his spear, the Wolfkin grabs the weapon from another soldier and swiping its shaft breaks everyone's momentum with its shaft, knocking off all the attacks. Only a single of these blows even drawing a drop of blood. Alex jumps above everyone and heads in for a flanking maneuver. With ether spinning around him, he dances behind the Wolfkin. His dexterous and precisely targeted moves to reduce the Wolfkin's movement options, but only seconds later it gets tired of tiptoeing and simply bulldozers one of the least experienced soldiers as everyone tries surrounding it. Another 2 scratches in its skin from the charge, but both are only skin deep. At this pace, we will never win, but hope blooms as Merlin complete his first attack. I try to get a few roots to tangle it, but with uncanny, almost precognizant ability, it keeps its feet away from anywhere where I have even minimal chance of ensnaring it. Even as the broken circle of level 90+ soldiers tries to head in and surround it again, Merlin shoots a meta-magic basketball-sized magma attack straight for its torso, which the beast contemptuously dodges. The Wolfkin lets a creepy grin on his face, and I realize, oh shit. It's playing with us, and it's bloody smart. I raise the shield of the formation under my feet, and Merlin realizes what I'm doing and intertwines one of his own with mine in a way I didn't think was even possible, but he draws all the mana he can for the few instants we have. The Wolfkin's charge is cut short again by the only protection we have, with the root formation powering the shield being almost ripped from the ground and the vibrations traveling the ground telling me we are screwed. But the beast doesn't pass right through the shield. Instead, it is knocked back on its butt. It hits its head, apparently disorienting it for an instant, with the shield losing barely 500 points. What the? I ignore the question in my mind and take the slight disorientation from a harder knock against the shield that the beast expected and wrap roots around its hands or paws. With a movie-worthy martial artist backflip, it gets back on its feet as the group of soldiers manages to surround it properly. Staring at it backed into a corner, with a shield at its back and a double layer of soldiers surrounding it, I grin and connect directly with nature mana to the roots. The tendrils extend around its hands, and I finally see what the Wolfkin and possibly others could do. With a flick of its pinky, the mana on the roots dissipates and I feel a faint mana backlash. Not even strong enough to be painful. And this realization is essential. I may not know what the beast is doing or how to replicate it, but I understand how it could contemptuously break any of the mana shields I build. If there was no will behind it, it could take direct control of the mana for an instant and disperse it, or something of the same nature. Not too dissimilar to the formation I use on the shamans and the goblin attacks, except this was a much higher level application. I look to the side and Merlin doesn't seem to be affected. Probably his higher intelligence stat protecting him. What would be effective? Merlin starts growing yet another magma ball on the outside of the shield without losing control of the interwoven shield, and even after 5 seconds with everyone surrounding it, I still don't have any idea how to effectively combat it. The beast is still playing with us, or maybe biding its time and assessing our capabilities. An opening on the left and Alex heads in with a perfectly executed thrust. Mana and ether spin around the shaft of his spear. The beast tries to twist its body, but the spear still pierces it in the midsection. With an explosion of mana and a faster claw swipe than any other before, it hits the +7 spear and knocks it to the ground, disarming Alex. Ignoring all other fighters around it, it pushes its entire body weight and strength in an attack on Alex's throat. With hands extended and the permanently extended sharp claws coming out of its almost human fingertips, the result can only be catastrophic. With desperation, I create a mana shield with all the mana in my grasp. Just 180 points or so, but with my entire willpower behind, as I will it to be strong enough. Before the beast hits his throat, Alex tilts his chin downward, enough to blunt the attack. The claws hit the shield, punching through it, the roots, and even the strongest armor we had access to. I let out a small sigh of relief, seeing the shallow nature of the wound in my perception field. As it pulls its right hand back, Alex nearly slumps, grabbing his neck in a reflex. I use the opportunity to intertwine even more roots in the beast's fingers. A dozen spear thrusts hit its thick and tough hide, causing it to hesitate for just an instant, but it jumps off before Greg manages to get a much more damaging attack at its flank. A nearly blinding white light illuminates Greg's spear as the beast pulses its mana and jumps a good 8 meters high, landing behind the shield dome that I and Merlin are hiding under. Anger wafts off the beast that needs no translation. It hits the shield in quick succession, draining almost 1,000 mana points and sending me coughing with each strike. The feedback injures me more and more, but I take the opportunity to grow roots on his feet and ankles. I keep active control with my will on the shield, otherwise it might break in just 2 blows. Moments later, just a single blow short of getting through us, everyone else gets around the small shield dome and surrounds the beast as Merlin shoots his prepared magma ball. With a sidestep that allows one of the 20 armor-clad soldiers to hit him in the thighs, he easily dodges Merlin's attack, which flies off in the distance, missing everyone else by a wide margin. From the inner world, I pull out yet another formation and let Aspen work on fixing it to the ground as the formation raises the last of my shield formations. Both shield formations pull mana from the batteries in the inner world at the maximum rate, though luckily the second one can raise a shield at nearly full power with its internal mana stores. With each step in any direction, a few of the roots on the ground attach to the ones on its feet and slow the wolf in ever so slightly. But after a moment, it just pools mana at its feet, and from its skin, a fire emanates. Nothing exceedingly hot, but enough to char the thin roots and its fur. Jumping away a couple more times, and behind the only evidence of my attempt is a little soot left. The beast starts to maneuver up and down, keeping its distance from me and Merlin, never letting more than half a dozen people surround it. Even with the shallow cut on his throat from the Woken's sharp nails, Alex continues to press on. He is the one most able to keep up with the Wolfkin's erratic movements, not in sheer speed, but in following the chaotic rhythm of the fight. Try to corral it in the middle formation. That's the only chance we have, Richard says in everyone's ears with yet another note as he tries to follow the flow of the battle and direct everyone to be the most effective. He ends up partially succeeding, and we manage to avoid anyone else being seriously injured for 30 seconds or so. After perhaps a minute since the fight started and the skills fading, finally they managed to corral the beast into the central circle of a formation. The single one that had a chance to affect change in all of this, and instantly the batteries spread through it feed mana to the runes standing centimeters apart far faster than I could ever have hoped to sow through any external mana channel. In a nearly instant process, both of the purposes of the formation come to fruition. The beast freezes and a fireball shoots up. Not nearly as damaging as Merlin's magma ball, but with a nearly full-on hit I see the beast engulfed in it. And after a single step slower than usual, the entire group of gleaming sliver-clad soldiers stand with spears extended, keeping it at bay. With the fireball fading, I realize that besides a charred hide, which might mean a few % of its HP, the beast is not in the slightest hindered. Everyone's triumphant faces under their helmets are frozen in a pained facsimile as our hope for victory evaporates. Merlin stops working on a magma ball and instead starts on something else. With far more runes than I have ever seen anyone directly yielding and a mana output that I thought only I could sustain until now, he pulls from both the inner world battery and his own pool at the maximum rate he can sustain. The Wolfen simply stands there, now exuding a calm aura that belied all we believed about the bloodthirsty beast living on the other side of the divide. Instead of the barest mana traces flowing into its movements, a torrent stronger than I saw on anyone not fully dedicated to the mage path continuously flows, and the beast bulldozers 3 soldiers in its path to us. With a single leap and a pulse of mana, now I begin to see the real movement speed it is capable of. The only soldier in position charges full speed ahead to get in between us. The Wolfen uses some of the torrents of mana to its hand or paw, and with something akin to uppercut, though with arm nearly fully extend the metal breastplate dents deeply, pushing every bit of air in his lungs out and leaving himself fully open for an attack. Without stopping, a backhand hits him in the head and he sprawls on the ground. I think of him for an instant, but I don't have the time to check if he is alive. I need to take care of my own skin. Pulling on my entire mana pool and a sliver of ether, something that I tried to avoid as much as possible, I tried to imitate Merlin and interweave my shield like I saw him doing. It is not fully successful, even with the help from ether and rivers of mana. This time the Wolfen closes his hands and goes full boxer mode on our shields. Adding its tremendous strength with the mana disputing capabilities, in 3 blows the outer layer of the shield is broken. Though as it batters the second and last layer of defense, far more fragile than the previous one, Merlin's attack finally finishes, charging with the pattern of runes and odd lights hitting the beast and surrounding it. It falls to the ground howling. Just as I try and take advantage of that, the Wolfen rolls backward, getting a little distance and not allowing itself to be surrounded. Like always, Alex is right there at the tip of the spear to head in for one last time, which seems easier with the beast's almost drunken movements after Merlin's attack. I feel Merlin trying to hold himself up, but after this last attack, standing up seems to be all he can do, and I count him out. Diving in for an attack, the beast gets inside the spear wielder's space. One swipe, one counter, another, and everyone's is getting closer. As its time runs out, it succeeds and takes a chunk of Alex's throat out. The beast pays a price in the form of a fairly deep hole in its neck, just above its ribs, and a couple of shallow gashes in its side. Rolling on the ground one last time, it runs away at a full speed with nobody able to get even a single more scratch on it. There is a faint pull there, like the system was telling it to come back, and it just got strong enough to let's go. It seems the system is telling the beast it's time to go back. After it gets some 100 meters away, I take a breath. I keep staring at it for just another second to make sure it really is over before dragging my attention and perception field back to Alex. Shit. I connect to the roots growing under his armor. From my inner world, I pull a potion and start growing the roots in a fine mesh to try and hold back the gushing blood under his hands and torn metal plates. You cannot die. Even as he tried to hold on to life, above him a stream of ether circles, and I start feeding my own ether to the cycle, trying everything I can to help him. You will not die. Chapter 123. God dang it, I hear someone else saying. Though I pay no attention to whatever else he says afterward, mentally filing it as the useless mumblings from someone in shock. Holding my emotions steady and being deliberate about my actions, I pull 2 potions from my inventory and pour one of them down Alex's throat, who still has the awareness to swallow it even after his arms start to go limp. Next, I pull one of the health fruits from the inner world, something that works in similar principles to the potion, but both effects could stack. I squeeze health fruit, feeling satisfaction as the juice drips down his throat. Someone else delivers me a bandage with plenty of healing salve pre-applied, and I place it carefully before withdrawing the roots from the surface of his skin, hold the pressure with my hand and intertwine the roots with the healing patch. A pair of people kneel and get ready to move him, but a look from me send them stumbling back. Don't you fucking move him. Richard told us. On the other side, I finally noticed the other 5 people who were being attended to, though none with injuries nearly as serious as Alex's. Greg, whose tall frame dwarfs everyone else here, approaches me and says, Richard says there is someone in the village that may have a chance to help him. Some kind of healer. Now we will be careful. He stops, seeing hundreds of roots start flowing out of the ground and grabbing hold Alex firmly but gently evenly lifting him from the ground. To my back, the flying craft sets down. I move to grab one of the sides of the makeshift stretcher. Kneeling Greg and 2 more grab hold and lift the stretcher and gently, not even jostling Alex, we all carry him to the flying craft. I hold my tongue, wanting to leave everyone outside behind, though they only delayed departure for a few seconds. As soon as the last person has a single foot inside, Ricard hits the gas lever like the most impatient of bus drivers, turning the floating rune mana stream knob all the way clockwise and cranking forward the power lever. We quickly get on our way. I look at Alex. What could I do to maximize his chances? One of the soldiers asks Richard, You talking about when you said that we could help him? Well, it's not certain, but there is someone in our village who has had mild success in healing small injuries. Anger bubbles up in my chest, and I nearly yell. We have a fucking healer, and you didn't think that it was worth bringing him? Calmly but not apologetically he answers. No, we decided that it wasn't something even worth mentioning, not with only a single one who barely has control of his powers. He would be safe with you here. What actual danger? You were very clear in your descriptions of the danger, even if we are flying. Yes, inside the HLZ. Not against a single beast out here. Look, Ludmer's powers are very new and limited. The fact we have only a single person shows that this limited resource seemed more important to preserve for when he becomes actually useful, instead of trying to rely on luck. I hold my tongue, still frustrated, but at least vaguely seeing his point even if he is wrong. I think for a few moments before starting doing the math. With a strong mana pulse, I could send a data message, piggybacking on the system the scouts put in place for when going outside the current network. I could probably bridge the 21 kilometers gap to send audio through, but it wasn't needed. A message now, and then would suffice. I see him starting to pull back on when we reach about 200 kilometers an hour, faster than our cruise speed, but lower than when pursuing the beast. From my spot, I extend my hand and send tendrils pushing his hand around the thrust lever all the way forward again. He looks back at me, kneeling beside Alex, and he just asks me, Are you certain? Seeing my nod, he returns one of his own, and we both turn to where we could do the most help. He pilots as constantly and smoothly as possible, and I start work on a few runes. I grow the design that was in place for a pager a few scouts carried, an encoding unit, a few dozen cells of data storage, and an input rune. Tapping a short but meaningful message, I spell out, Send healer to meet returning flying craft. A few moments later, I send the next message. Straight line starting 30 kilometers south of Village 12. It wasn't perfectly accurate, but it would be enough, and should at least get them moving, and when we were hundreds of meters from the network, we could have something approaching a proper conversation without being forced to spend thousands of points of mana. Send fastest craft, maximum speed, mana from Nash. Having taken care of what was immediately in need, I pour another health potion on Alex's mouth and send my perception fully into his body, focusing on his neck and severed arteries. He tries to speak something, but I shush him. No need, just rest. A healer is coming to meet us on a flying craft. He tries to speak another couple of times, but he eventually just gives up, and I go back to fully concentrating on his injuries. I don't have anything even remotely approaching proper healing powers, and even the few hours here and there I spend trying to use nature magic for the purpose were of no help. Information on it is scarce, and I wanted to throttle someone who had it and didn't share it with the rest of us. I make a mesh of very thin roots shaped like a stint grown inside his very veins, helping to provide the structure for the catalyzing agents in his blood to fully staunch the wound. Without piercing his skin or using some type of glue, I couldn't take the slippery tissue and draw it together, but even this should be helpful, and I smile at having something else that I can do to help. I grow the root network with thinnest and most inconspicuous and malleable hair-thin roots that I can, and make a full mesh both in the inner and outer part of his circulatory system, growing beyond his neck, trying to grip itself in. Sometime later, I feel the mana draw from the craft increase as Richard starts to talk. Yes, coordinates. Alpha 2 degrees 32 minutes. Bye. Heading. I ignore most of it, just letting the fact we were inside the comm network again be a comfort, though it lasts less than a spoon of ice cream in a child's hand. Negative on midway encounter. I repeat, negative. He isn't feeling safe. He will remain in the village. Just come as fast as possible. Gods. Richard starts cursing but gets a hold of himself, and the roots I grew inside him now seem even more important than before. It probably wasn't making that much of a difference, but if it saved a single droplet of his blood, it would already increase his chances, and I would take that. Using my entire, though admittedly limited knowledge of anatomy, I continue growing the mesh over the affected arteries in his neck and trying to find good attachment points so I can help the torn tissues to come together. I'm not very successful in mending his flesh together, but at least the thin mesh is firmed in place and allows his blood to coagulate well. Enough to stop the bleeding. Though, after I have made as much progress as I possibly could with the roots, I'm left without anything to affect, without anything to do, without any actions that will increase his chances of survival. That is when I start to send nature mana over to him. Before now I never succeed, but if I learn the trick to healing someone right now would be the perfect time. A torrent of mana flows from me, and I attempt to give it the healing property. There are no runes, no known path, and even the fact that mana could have a healing property was just speculation, but I do my best nonetheless. 2 hours of fruitless work. Even as I pull a sliver of ether, teetering on the edge of what my gut tells me would be a shot in my foot. But even as we get in view of the village, I don't even manage to increase his HP by a single point or have any idea of how to go about healing someone. In the last few seconds coming to the village at full steam, Rickard starting to bleed our speed over a few hundred meters, and though it's relatively abrupt, the deceleration is at least constant and doesn't seem to put much stress on Alex's wounds. We pass right over the sidewall, having already informed the guards in the walls so nobody would be shooting us out of the sky. After Richard nearly skids the flying craft in the central square, we carry Alex, still unconscious, following a Masager waiting for us specifically for this, and we head for the hospital. Inside, I see 2 of doctors and a nurse, but beside them is the one who is supposed to be able to heal. I recognize him as one of the mages I had stopped seeing with Merlin, so he didn't go to another village, he was just on other pursuits. The short man with an angular face looks sharply at us and then at the makeshift root stretcher holding Alex perfectly still. Impatient, I say, "Come on, heal him already." I gesture him over while growing a stand to hold Alex with there in the middle of the office for the moment, but the words out of his mouth halt me. First, there is the question of payment. He says, and I cannot believe him. With my mouth agape, I'm speechless. I charge a silver per day, and you have to provide the mana. I wish to strangle him for his time waste, but instead, I hold myself back and pull 1 gold coin from the inventory and put it in his hand. That should be enough for months. Next time, just treat who comes to you. And mana is no object. He opens his mouth to say something, but a look at me, and he snaps his mouth shut in dry swallows. I idly wonder what he saw on my face. But as my gaze goes back to Alex, all other thoughts fade and he approaches to heal one of the only friends I had on the instance. Before he touches Alex, he starts assessing the injury and says, "Everyone out." Frowning, I look at him, but he doesn't even acknowledge me as he touches the patch on Alex's neck. Seeing both doctors file out as if this was a normal occurrence, I follow them. They close the door and walk off, but I sit right outside. My entire awareness goes just a few meters behind me on the healer and Alex. A tread of mana follows from his fingers, and I try to parse out the runes, but with only the mana manipulation skill and the complex and intricate runes from his system-gifted skill is all a blur. As the minutes pass, I start getting snippets. Small runes slightly unbalanced as his mana control is not quite to my level, and the few runes that receive more mana glow in sharp contrast. With the roots in his neck, I feel something passing over them, but as it goes up and down, I don't feel any change yet. That is what I realize this is something akin to a diagnostic spell. It's the only thing that makes sense. After about 2 minutes, a much more complex runic formation. Something that only a skill relying on runes or the could provide. Not even Merlin could hold this many runes at once. Even trying to replicate it with runes would be troublesome as the system's skills morph the support runes too frequently to be reliable with static runes. Pulling mana from the receptacle on the wall, he starts on closing the wound. The minutes pass as the flesh knits together and scabbing hides the wound. 1,000 mana, 2,000. As he approaches 3,000 mana in total, he stops. There is something he is doing. The runes make no sense, even without understanding the entire schematic. I can tell they are not altering the mana in any way I can perceive. From his very hands the mana leaves. These runes are all about making the mana more effective, not about giving the healing property to it. Almost an hour working, and he is still quite injured, but at least now he is no longer at risk. As soon as I get up and about to enter it again, Ludmer makes his way to the door. "Now, we need to have a talk about your manners," Ludmer says, taking the words out of my mouth. "Is he okay? Shouldn't you keep going? He is stable. Not everyone can handle that amount of mana that you can. Now let's go somewhere else." Chapter 124. I fight within myself while following the healer to the back of the village. One side of me wants to hit him for not going to meet us halfway or even seeming to take this seriously. But the other side knows that Alex may need more help. Even if he doesn't need more healing, it would take weeks to recover even with a constant stream of health fruits. With Ludmer's help, however, in 2 days he should be as good as new. I put the duality within my heart to the background and wait for what he wanted to tell me. "Look, I get it. You are all fighting in the village, but I don't have to treat anyone. How much or how I charge it is my business. So are we going to have a problem? If for the next 3 months you treat everyone that comes to you with serious injuries with the seriousness they serve, no, we won't have a problem." He stares at me slightly taken aback. "I just saved his life and you are arguing with me? Given that you could have done a lot more and is asking for payment up front knowing who I'm. That is just wrong, and it's stupid. It's not like you even had cause to suspect I wouldn't pay, and there were other people you had to heal. You just delayed for no reason, and if that had cost Alex his life, I ball my fist until my knuckles turn white. You are all the same." He mumbles, and I see in his eyes that he just gave up on something as he walks off. I take a minute to gather myself and write down as much as I can from everything that I learned about his healing powers. Coming back, I find Greg and one of the doctors in front of our hospital. I don't quite recall the doctor's name, but right this second that seems so unimportant. His powers are too useful. He is just beginning, but we have yet to hear of any rumor of someone else capable of healing. But what would it be someone like that? Couldn't it be one of you guys? You even have the medical knowledge to use it properly? I'm pretty sure he just didn't tell anyone about it, but he has at least some medical training. He may be a mob doctor from a war zone or something. He always sees the worst in people," says the doctor. Thinking over his last words to me, that actually tracks. But with Alex a good portion of the way back to normal, at least I can relax for now. We don't have to worry about him anymore. "Nash, let's go," Charlie was calling us. "Why?" "We had enough on our mind on the way back, so he didn't say anything, but there is news." "Good news, I hope." "I doubt it. He didn't sound very happy." We leave the doctor behind attending to the other 4 people with minor bruises and scratches. All of the injuries were almost healed after the couple of hours since our last encounter with the beast, but no sense in not treating them. Getting to the command center, we enter and find everyone already there. Seeing me arrive, Charlie starts. Quick recap for everyone. The beast passed through the second detection line on the way back, seemingly heading for the Chelsea. Seeing that, I lift my hand and Charlie lets me get a word in. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but I could feel a pulling force on the wolfkin. So it does have a time limit. In another hour or two, it would have to turn around back to the HLZ. That is good to know. Also, another beast left the HLZ on the extreme south nearly exactly 6 hours after the wolfkin started heading in our direction. We don't have any more information on it, but it should be only a couple of hours from the villages, and we send a dozen missives through the merchant to the closest villages. Hopefully, they listen to us and take appropriate precautions. He pauses and lets the information sink in before Richard speaks. Well, at least we can hope that the beast won't run into anyone or any village before it has to go back to the HLZ. If the wolfkin's heading was any indication, they don't know where the villages are, just general directions. We can hope, says Charlie. Though that is not confirmed, from some of the information on Nash's book about how the system handles a few of these things and what we gathered from various other sources, it is looking increasingly likely that every 6 hours a mob will escape from the HLZ. One of the soldiers who accompanied us says, "We are screwed if we want to confront them." Even Greg, our highest level at 96, is still far too weak to stand toe-to-toe with the beasts. Merlin volunteers, and its capability to disperse any mana not directly wielded and the injures it can exert when we do precludes most strategies we could try. How soon could you hit level 100? Charlie asks Greg. The next attack on the village should provide me enough EXP fighting wolves, or the medium-level zone beasts give good experience, but enough for 4 levels will take a while. When is the attack coming? I ask. It's been over 3 weeks since the last one. We don't know. That may be some change that could be a part of what is happening with the HLZ. It would be too easy if you could just hit level 100 and find out what made them so much stronger all of a sudden. There is probably something, but that is not from where I guess their power comes. They feel like much smarter beasts. Didn't anybody wonder why levels didn't seem to matter too much when fighting the low and medium level beasts? Even the mammoth that attacked the village we handled easily enough. I think that the beasts on the other side are real ones. I say, that's an interesting theory, says one of the most experienced scouts, here to relay information to them afterward. It's just a theory, but it tracks, says Merlin. I wondered about that since the first day. What better way to make sure we are unprepared to fight real monsters than to give us a bunch of weak facsimiles of our real enemies? Charlie, who until this moment was pensive and interested, takes a deep breath. Yes, all very interesting discussion, but we need to decide what we are going to do. Because just going out again and hoping nobody else dies is not an option. Everyone shuts up looking at each other and willing an answer. There is none as we continue to hear noises from the other side of the village. Because even the ruffling of clothes and everyone's breaths stop. Great. Now nobody knows what to do. That is how we break up the meeting, with everyone thinking about what to do. Walking out, I look at the dark sky trying to think what exactly I should be doing. I head for the training spot where I had taken to increase my stats and start one more round. This time, focusing on something else. The very basis for my main class, perception. Let's see if I can increase it a little bit more. The routine this time doesn't involve enormous physical stresses or something of the sort. Instead, it relies on toys with very fast movement as I try to see for the briefest of moments which symbols they have on their faces or to determine the source sounds around me with my eyes closed and no perception field. I tried different methods, even resorting to identifying plants from their smell or touch. For each physical stat, Richard had come up with a training method that could increase them in relatively short order. With me as a guinea pig, perhaps he would even be able to take his experimentation to another level. The session goes smoothly even if Richard is not here to guide me. After a little over an hour, I leave with another point on my perception stat and the biggest grin I can conjure up. As I'm almost turning the corner, I look back and think of the combat that happened against the beast. I need to take my game to another level. Not just being decent at combat, but to use all my advantages in my favor. Perhaps not quite the most effective way of fighting, especially as I wasn't looking to compromise on my decisions, but improving my capabilities against a single high-level enemy was in order. With the inner world, I had a tremendous advantage. My idea of growing formations beforehand and laying them out in short order would work if we knew the enemy was coming to us and we had at least a minute or 3 to set up, but with the enemy in motion or the half a dozen other restrictions, the fact I was effectively tied to one spot sounded like a glaring weakness. I had some ideas running through the back of my mind, so I note all of them down and began to eliminate the ones that would be awesome but were unfeasible. I rank them in effectiveness, ease, and expected time of development. Half an hour later, I start another experimentation session. I grow the roots in the shape of a fireball formation with a maximum mana capacity of about 1 mana. The result is closer to a candle flame than a fireball, but at least it was hot enough to burn, and though the injury would be no larger than a cigarette's but burn, it was technically an attack. With a small portal open just on the edge, I shot the fireball, and as I expected, nothing happens. That is, nothing happens on the outside. On the inside, the jujubine-sized fireball splashes against the portal like it hit an invisible mana shield. I continue by growing larger and larger formations, all of them for fireballs, and with the few in the inner world left, make a progression. I shoot the increasingly large fireballs until all the formations in the inner world, with a little urging and direct control, form a gigantic fireball. An attack that pulls 5,000 mana from the batteries heading straight to the larger 2-meter-wide portal to the inner world. The fire splashes the portal and fades, and I cannot feel even the warmth from the fire while outside. 20 minutes and I pretty much confirm my suspicious. Not even Merlin shooting 1,000 magma balls could cross the barrier. It was worth a try because if that had succeeded, my next step would be easy. Too bad the barrier probably has all kinds of restrictions and won't be helpful if I try to use it as a defense. Because if I could, it would be an effective defense against even stronger attacks. I didn't feel even the slightest strain on the inner world, even after the largest fireball I could conjure without a lot more preparation. It felt like the restriction came from the system, not anything dependent on me. Still, I continue testing. This time from the outside in with a few palm-sized disc formations in hand to fire them at a portal, paying attention to shoot in the direction of a deserted spot and constantly checking there are no rabbits in the testing area. The fireballs travel inside and scorch the patch of dirt that I run my experiments on. No strain, no sudden options, and I think that it could be an option to open portals as defenses, though if for some reason the system decides to change how they work, I could be screwed. Also, opening anything large instantly during combat is beyond me. Next, I start running all the other tests I can think of: water, wind, earth. Shooting physical materials in the most varied methods that I could think of. I knew that I could shoot the seeds out without a problem, but could I shoot runic bullets or something similar? It would be expensive, but in the right circumstances, it might be worth it. I could always go for throwing a hunk of metal without explosives, something the system had taken from us, but the speeds we needed to make effective projective weapons were out of reach for now. Next, I start on trying to test if I can have runic designs partially inside the inner world and still have it working. To test that, I make a long wooden rod that shoots fire from its very tip. I slightly poke it out with just a single rune exposed, the fire rune with mana coming from the other one end to the other. I feel the man traveling through it, but as soon as it passes the portal, it fizzles out, like I was dealing with an incomplete runic formation. I poke the fire stick further and further out, to no avail. Test after test goes with me failing to get even a hint of success, but I keep going, knowing that there must be something. Soon, however, one last idea comes to mind. I don't need to make the parts outside the inner world be the same as the ones inside. I could split them in two before the system had a chance to throw a wrench in the works. Pulling on all my skills, from runic language, nature connection, and nature manipulation until mana manipulation. In long-practiced actions, I mold roots and make a staff with runes using the same principles that Merlin had developed to split engravings in half and allow both sides to work at a distance from one another. After a few minutes, I poke 2 inches of the staff out of the inner world in a clearly marked line in the staff and send the mana through, hoping for something to occur. The results are not disappointing. Chapter 125. A fireball, something that normally wouldn't excite me nearly this much, shoots out of the poking runic staff from the inner world. Only the size of a ping-pong ball, the result of 5 points of mana, and not capable of causing any serious damage. On the other hand, instead of a 1.5 meter long staff coming from the inner world, only about 10 centimeters are poking out. After getting it working, I realize that there are severe limitations, especially considering that I either will need large parts of the engravings outside, or better materials and more intricate designs in the part that will be poking out, which precludes the use of wood. That said, finding out that it worked at all was a little progress at least. Without stopping to tinker with the fireball runic schematics, I work on the other half of the equation, the staple of any mage, the mana shield. If the fireball was a breeze, only needing a few slight modifications to the design, the shield is another matter altogether. I fight and continue to try different designs, but even 2 hours later, the only one I succeed with is just about all the runes on the outside of the inner world. With almost the entire shield projector outside, it mostly invalidated the very reason that I wanted to use it. With a large fireball turret that only needed to poke its muzzle out for a moment to shoot some enemy, I would have incredible maneuverability. The shield would be another story. While I could work around the restrictions, sending the large shield projector out of a portal would be far too cumbersome and slow mid-combat. Still possible and certainly useful under certain circumstances, but to make it smaller and more powerful, I would be required to make most if not all of it to be made with copper and silver, instead of having only a small tip. Inside the inner world, the larger sizes and lower mana densities of the runes made from wood are a non-issue, but moving hundreds of kilograms of wood still attached to the inner world is too slow. The entire time I work, no solution falls on my lap, so I stop trying it for now and instead go to the forge looking for Blackwood's mithril tipped. He may not be here at this late hour, but there are plenty of others keeping the shop open. I pull a thick copper sheet from the inventory which was sitting together with a large stack of other copper plates and start the work on the first fireball turrets. It really is too convenient, both the inner world and the inventory, I mumble. What? One of the helpers in the forge asks me, but I just shake my head. Nothing. At least nothing that I wish to say aloud anyway. With a chisel in hand, I start work on the external portion of the first turret. With taps from my hammer, deep sulks form on the copper. All at nearly identical depth, as even the shape almost magically forms in front of me. I outline 6 tabs around a hexagon in the copper plate and get ready to cut the parts one won't be using. I melt a few droplets of silver in a small crucible and pour the silver right on top of the copper with great care. With the same tool, I engrave on the very silver redundant lines in a process similar to how I inlay copper in my staff or the impact swords that I produced so long ago. Putting the cut copper plate in the vise, I bend each of the 6 tabs inward carefully, forming the rough shape of the cup with flat sides and the more fragile engraved side hidden. I move out of everyone's way and sit in a corner to work modifying one of the formations I had there. I didn't stop to get the ones left behind after the fight with the panther, but I had a few more in place. Only minutes later, I open a small portal and a fist-wide rod of wood pokes out with the only type of rune that seemed to work across the portal. The one responsible for transporting mana from one place to another. I try to push the 6-sided cup into place, but the fit is too tight and I take another hammer from the inventory, this time a wooden mallet. With a couple of careful taps, everything fits into place and I head out to test it. I run to the closet edge of the village, the back wall facing south. Getting there, I see the 6 meters tall stone wall. Lower than at the front wall from the inside, but much higher from the outside given the cliff surrounding most of the village. Getting atop the wall with a pair of scouts some 50 meters over in view of my position, I prepare myself mentally to make it as fast as possible. I repeat in my mind. Open portal, push forward, activate trigger, wait for a split second, and pull out before closing the portal. Nothing exceedingly complex, but if I wanted to make effective in combat, I would need to be a lot faster than the conscious following of each step would allow, especially as in combat there was always other stuff had to pay attention to. Taking a deep breath, I exhale completely and start on the sequence. I open the portal, then as I push out the 6 inches by 4 inches wide hexagonal prism, I activate the switch. Mana in the battery starts the process of being transformed into fire mana and being conducted out of the inner world. A split second later, though with my high mental stats and perception it feels longer, a 500 points fireball the size of a basketball shoots off at an even faster than usual. Did the silver help increase the speed? Instead of letting the question and others consume me, I pull the pit of the turret inside and close the portal. The fireball heads farther and farther, almost 200 meters in about 2 seconds before it expands and slows a lot, both signs that the attack just lost all of its kick. Still, greater range and speed than what I had seen up to now. Both are very good signs, but it's the higher speed that interests me. I will need that in our next fight with the beasts. And of that I had no doubt, we would be forced to fight again. And we might not head out immediately, but after getting the preparations in place, it's the only choice we could live with. We had to find a way, a strategy that might work. We had to grow strong enough to handle the beasts. What could the others be doing to prepare right now? Greg's POV. Weak, weak, weak. I repeatedly strike a dummy in the training ground. I could practice with the others, but that is too dangerous for my goals. For as much as I may be calling my strikes weak, they were just not enough to compete on the level of the HLZ beasts. Each strike was strong enough to break the bones of anyone stupid enough not to dodge it even if I was using practice spears. Even the couple of level 90 fighters a few paces away from me couldn't keep up. It would do us no good to train if half of the village was too injured after each training session. I activate 2 of my skills at the same time, as a gust of wind blows from my entire body and a mix of white and red light emanates from my skin. That gives me more strength, the other skill heads in the spear, making it almost impossibly sharp and propelling it faster. As I take the first step, my muscles twitch, all at the same time. Nobody can see the red glow emanating from my skin, only the white light, so everyone looks with concern at me. Don't worry, just trying to get a handle on a certain skill. Nodding as each of them knows that a few people get skills that require a lot more control than most others. I succeeded once before in using both skills at the same time. The extra strength and damage potential are very useful, but I also lose dexterity and even a little speed. If I could get both working at the same time, maybe I could keep up with talented people like Alex for a while longer. So far, the only advantage I have is my size and the early EXP I gained. But that won't be enough to keep up with Alex and the other catching up to me. I should have been more aggressive. During the last attack on the village, I needed the last few experience points to increase my level. If I hit level 100, I will have a chance to keep up for a little longer. The last of my choice with the tools in my belt right now is learning to use both skills simultaneously. And then I will have the highest speed, much higher strength, and an impossibly sharp spear all at the same time. That will be the bane of any beast we encounter. The armor set I wear clanks around as I step forward and back, trying to get used to my skill in the limited time that they will be active before the hour on cooldown. At least I can temporarily turn them off and get back to my feet before sending mana and stamina to burn through the skills and activate them again. I fail again and again, but even as the invisible red glow and the white light on the spear fade, I keep training while I wait for the cooldown cycle. Brad leaving Max's village. Finally, some action against Nash. Even if it's indirect, I will be taking something precious to him. I look back and everyone is keeping pace towards the HLZ. There are not nearly as many people as a proper attack would require, but without fixed defenses, the silver mine is very vulnerable. The fact that it doesn't technically belong to anyone means the contract won't come into effect. We keep a pace constant and slow given the pair of magic users haven't put a single point in the endurance stat. But our slow pace is still 20 kilometers per hour, something unprecedented before the system, now commonplace. Everything going to plan, it will take us 4 days to arrive at the mine. Something bubbles inside me at having managed to convince Max to authorize this attack. Luckily, I had heard the message even before him and had filtered out the unnecessary parts that would just make him hesitate. Like the fact that Walter wasn't yet in on it at the start. I move back and ask one of the scouts from our village. The mages are going to be able to keep up? So far it looks to be the case. Luckily, they have the unlocked stats and plenty of mana to pair with their support skills. They will probably even gain a point or 2 in the endurance stat. Good. Keep an eye on them, and tell me if you think one of them may force us to slow down. Sure thing, boss. I keep my focus on the steady and fairly slow pace we are all keeping. I also hadn't put any points in the endurance stat, but it had reached 21 points, and my class was a physical one, so I could even talk during the run. Approaching the representative that joined us in this excursion, somebody from Walter's village, I bring my Class A smile and ask him, "You keeping pace okay?" "Yeah, don't worry about me," he says. "Do you have any news on the situation with the HLZ?" "I don't think it has changed too much. Just don't poke the beast on the other side and we will be just fine," I say. "Now go ahead and steal their silver mine. It's not really theirs, they are appropriating it." "Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's go reappropriate our right. That's the spirit." Representative of Leatherworkers Village on the way to the HLZ. Manipulating this idiot really was a piece of cake. Finding out that Greg even intercepted the original message for Lord Max delivered him in the palm of my hand. Best of all, he had no idea of what I was doing. For some strange reason, he has a deep hatred of Nash, and though he has become a lot less vocal about it in the last month considering what our spies have reported, I didn't doubt it was mostly because he didn't want to alienate others. I just needed to keep him on a short leash. If I couldn't have the whole cake, at least I would get part of the way there. Acquiring a very important economic resource would force Walter to see the wisdom of my plan. He would have no real choice unless he was ready for a much larger fight. Today is a good day. Soon we will have in our possession one of the best resources for engraving and magic around. Chapter 126. 2 days later, I lay back and look at the sky after finishing all the work with the inner world. Technically, I could have kept going forever, improving the fireball turrets and shield projectors, adding redundancy, power, and tweaking the runic settings. let alone the improvements to be made training with the portals to make it not just something that I could do, but the very basis of my fighting style. But in the end, it was time for something else. I got all the low-hanging fruit of this particular tree, and other fields had ripe trees. The next couple hours I spent doing my daily rounds around the village, with the activity that consumes most of my time, deservedly so, being the work on the smithy. Before leaving, I want to add a couple of deep steel ingots to my metal stockpile, though. As I move to take a few copper coins, I stop myself. From another pile, I take one of Pando's coins and ask Mr. Blackwood, "Can I pay you with these?" No. I mean, kinda. But if you are talking about paying me right now, then the answer is no. Can you clarify that stupendous speech that deserving of the title of literary work? I say with a smile to take the sting of my needling. Huth, your coins have value, and under certain circumstances, people will accept them with no problem. But they need to be appraised, which determines their actual value. But in the instance, I only know of a single way of using them, and that is with the automaton at the end of each month. I don't think he even has to autonomy to trade the coins for approved system currency, just to take them as payment. Dang it. Well, it was worth a shot. I cross my arms, almost turning, but another question pops into my mind. Coins sound like a really good business. He looks at me, squinting his eyes, but then he asks, "What do you mean?" I would think after learning about the intricacies of how making coins work, most civilizations would dedicate their industry to it. He guffaws for an entire minute, though his hammer doesn't stop for even a moment. Still, even with his superhuman levels of dexterity, I notice slight changes which he gets under control after he rubs the tears out of his eyes. Look, it's expensive to tell this in the eyes of the system. You know what I'm talking about. But with how much you are pushing this forward, I think it will be worth telling you. I'm all ears, I say. Most integrated planets don't ever develop an independent monetary system, let alone doing it inside the instance. The initial efforts to make coins at the start are generally in forgeries, which take centuries to get right and only a few people manage at high levels. They are always discovered, and the system takes a very dim view in a personal way. After the first few people are caught and the penalties become common knowledge, most planets just stay clear of anything that remotely resembles stamping coins. So I got lucky to find out how to make system-recognized coins. You can call it luck, but it's more about your mentality, which aligned perfectly with the requirements. Now back to what I was saying. Even when the civilizations do make their own parallel money, they often don't follow the guidelines you stumbled upon. But shouldn't they eventually find out the potential and start doing it? The Council does what it can to discourage most planets from that line of thinking. Though about a third of the planets eventually start minting their own coins, usually they are the worlds that manage to keep a modicum of their own resources instead of the planets being strip-mined by the Council's organizations. I look at the horizon and let the anger and fear fade. We look to be on the right track. Even if we don't manage to keep completely outside the Council's control, at least we would be able to keep a little autonomy. But after a moment, something he said keeps bothering me. Why does the system even allow even these other coins to come to the market? Doesn't that bring its own problems? I mean, what is to stop a planet from mass manufacturing them? The total purchasing power of all independent coins across the Ultiverse is only a fraction of the system's coins value, and there are limits in place to stop people from inflating the larger economy. It may look to be creating wealth from nothing, but if people in your own society aren't willing to use the coin and attribute real value for it, then the system depreciates it. It follows a complex formula that I won't be getting into with you. The size of your civilization and its economic power are the two of the most important factors in deciding how high the market cap is. The planets monitor closely and produce just enough coins to not cause the value to drop, while not leaving a single coin on the table. What was that talk about authorized production I heard at the start? After you are officially sanctioned by the system, then almost everyone accepts your coin as they are automatically informed what their actual value is. What about? He interrupts by lifting his other hand as he puts the armor piece he is working on in the forge to get it red hot again. That is enough. Now shoo. I already said too much, but I knew you wouldn't rest while you didn't have at least some information to work with. I follow his instructions and walk out thinking about the implications of his words. Most of it is not immediately useful, and I now know that I either will have to find a way to trade for system coins, but at least the automaton accepts it as money at end of the month. Maybe not immediately useful, but if the system evaluation increases and I attract enough people, the market cap should be high enough to match any source of the system's coins. Trusting our entire finances to the system sounded like a bad idea, and it was proving to be troublesome, but Pando's coin is slowly coming into prominence. As I pass in front of the bookshop, I stop and look back before heading inside for a minute or so to say hey to the owner. Other people had started stopping by at my prompting, but I feel like stopping for a minute, and that is exactly what I do, just to say hi. A minute later, I walk out smiling at the roots still peeking inside the shop through the cracks in the door and window along with the comm system I installed a while ago. I was still not in a position to make use of it to allow me to look at all the books inside. I pull the introduction to the system book and try to make out the contents with the perception field. The only thing forming in my mind is a blurred image. I can't quite make out the different letters yet, but enough detail remains that I can tell which are uppercase letters and where the spaces are. Still a while before I can actually read the book. Depending on the slowly increasing perception stat means my progress is starting to slow a lot, but I'm getting closer. I had gone more than halfway through the journey since I started working on my perception field. If I could figure out another way to improve the perception field even faster, it would be wonderful, but even this much progress still brings a smile to my face. Now, I just need to hope that neither the librarian nor the system will detect the use of my natural perception field. Whenever I even thought about using the skill perception field in the bookshop, a cold feeling halted me, but I had used the field that even the system sometimes didn't seem aware in the shop owner's presence, and he didn't even twitch. I head back to my hut to start another round of experiments only to be interrupted by a messenger. Nash, Charlie is asking for you. Okay, lead the way. He's in the command room. Gotta go find the others. Nodding, he runs off, and I head to the command center instead, just like we all seem to be meeting whenever there is news to be had. The relaxation from the hour and change meditating as I input waves of mana in the forge start to fade and the last couple days come to the surface. As I get there, this time it's not just half a dozen people, but a much larger meeting, and after a couple of minutes which I don't let go to waste by connecting to my network and getting a few things in order there, I see Alex and get closer. Didn't you go to the healer today? I thought it should have healed already. I say, gesturing to a healing patch on his throat. Oh, it's healed. This is just to heal the scar left behind. I didn't know there were scars, I question. Ever since the system integration, all injuries either completely heal, which is most cases, or not in case of amputations. Apparently some type of reaction with the healing, but it fades over time. I'm just accelerating the process. Still, why do you care about a little mark? It adds character? I say, joking. I don't know, it just feels strange whenever I scratch my skin. Different than it should. He replies fairly seriously. Well, at least you are okay, despite the healer taking his time in getting to you. Yeah, I heard about that. I still can't believe you just gave him a gold coin. Well, it's not like it's all my money, and this way for a couple of months at least he won't have any excuse to delay treatment. Still, I should thank you. I don't see Charlie or any of the others pinching money, but what you did probably saved a few seconds. I heard the doctors guessing my HP counter hitting 0. I smile in appreciation, and we both move our heads forward top Charlie as he starts. I'm going to recap a few things quickly for those not familiar. Every 6 hours a mob comes out of the HLZ. Following the current patterns and a few details we managed to scrounge together, our region is the next one to be hit. The 6 hours counter is just a few minutes away. We recalled almost everyone to the village except a few scouts and workers close by and within range of the comm network, so they can return here or find a friendly village to bunker down. Now, we will be sending another group to try and battle this one. Didn't Alex almost die last time? We are sending them in the fire again, asks one of the merchants. Probably here because of Charlie's recall. Unfortunately, that's our only option, unless we want to wait as the beast roams for a couple of hours looking for villages. Those of you who have access to and went to the map room can testify that doing nothing is not an option. Everyone grumbles, each one on a side of the debate, but nobody is so opposed to sending us out again that they voice those concerns again. With the further preparations we have put in place, and the fact the beast stopped increasing in level. For now, they are fluctuating around level 140 or so. At least for the moment, we don't need to worry about the beast getting stronger faster than we are. Charlie continues. Well, with the expanded detection network, we should be able to keep right on the heels of the beast. At least if it's within 6 villages of distance from our position. I frowned slightly at that statement. I know they had expanded, but how did they manage to grow it to the villages outside the network? Connecting to the direct feed, in my mind's eye the new network shows up, and like I suspected, there are plenty of villages and paths not covered with routes that are showing me signals. Charlie's turns on the large screen to give an overview to everyone and starts talking about stuff that will be more relevant for the other people added to the meeting, not to us who are preparing to meet the beast. But as I start to feel the changes in the network, I realize they continue to add copper lines over the hundreds of miles. As my perception field passes over the new additions, I see the new technologies. Copper wire protected by a coat of something akin to rubber with a tiny hole inside engraved is laid down in between points of network and village, along with a long line 100 miles forward of the inner ring of villages. They didn't even tell me. Though for the places without routes and with easy access to the network and all the connection points, I didn't really need to be involved. But the manufacture of so much of this copper wire and this new rubber-like material are very interesting. Not enough for transmitting mana in bulk. But for laying down communication lines, it is perfect, and it manages to transmit enough mana to operate the detectors. As most of the people file out with only Charlie and the other people ready to head in danger again, he starts. You know that you don't have to do this. This is dangerous, even more than we had expected. Don't you worry, says Alex. None of us have been idle, and we are much more well prepared for the beast this time. The commander says, except that it probably won't be a wolfen again. It had to be done. And we are the only ones who have a chance to stand against it unless we want to invite a few fighters from other villages. No, except for Max, I don't think there is anyone else who can stand even close to your capabilities. Either way, we will learn and make use of our training, says Alex with a firmness in his voice that helps me loosen the knot that had been hiding in me ever since he was injured. My pupil didn't deserve all this shit, and with a single nod, I say, let's go forth and defeat them. Chapter 127. After the preparations are all in place, the last minute ticks down. A red dot shows up, and we all intently look at the screen. About 200 miles south, but still close enough that we can catch up. Running to the central square, we all get in the flying craft as Richard waits in the pilot's seat. He turns the altitude control knob all the way and pushes the thrust lever halfway, waiting for enough altitude. Getting 4 meters from the ground and nearly scrapping the tanner shop's roof on the way out, he pushes it forward the rest of the way. After a minute accelerating, he pulls it back most of the way, leaving just enough output to sustain the designed cruise speed of 170 kilometers per hour as we all head in pursuit of the beast. Comm Center to Air Force One. The sound runes blare as they are connected to the 15 meters long communication rune that flows from bow to stern on the poles extending forward and back. I thought I told you guys that we don't want to be called Air Force One, Richard says. Too bad. Everyone on the comm center already agreed. I just shrug as he looks at me for help. They can call it whatever they like, I say. But, with a cheer on the other side, I smile and throw a bucket of ice-cold water to douse their enthusiasm. That doesn't mean we have to call it that. But hey, it's a free instance. They can do whatever they like. Take that, Richard says. Though we are heading in danger, at least we can all laugh for a few seconds. I see another light popping up in the comm panel, this time from the map room as a different voice checks in. We found the beast. It is still heading in a straight line in the same direction as when it crossed the first detection line. What is it? I ask, kicking myself for not thinking to check when it was still within range of the routes in the couple of seconds after it was detected. We can't identify it, but it looks to be a lion. The comm operator chimes in. Richard says, too bad we stopped cataloging the beast just short of the location. I reply, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. Not unless people were pocking them enough to get combat data on each and every one of the beasts. The comms operator continues, well, at least we know that if it is a lion it will have average speed, slightly higher strength and slightly lower stamina. Anything more about its combat style? Greg asks, looming tall as his head just brushes the ceiling. No, we are contacting other villages to inquire if they have any more information, but so far no luck. The operator says. Greg asks, how long will we be in comm range of the village? I say, within 100 miles of the village constant communication and within a couple of miles of in the lines between villages or the detector lines we can also use the comm at a minimal mana cost. Do you think we can confront the beast still in range to keep constant contact with the village? Greg asks. We have been running a few simulations based on the behavior of other attacks in the last couple of days, says Charlie from the other side, after which Richard completes. We assume so. This time we managed to get a real-time satellite view of the beast with the map room. Even if they lose it, the other detection lines mean we can pretty accurately predict where it's heading. And if we really want, we can pay the price in mana to keep the link up even at greater ranges, I say. After settling the rest of the details and getting everyone as up to date, we turn off the link. Even if it is not that big of a mana drain given the short range to the thousands of comm runes spread all around throughout the underground route network. I sit at the back as usual and start a meditation session. I run each of the scenarios and permutations based on everything I read and experienced in the encounters with these mobs. So far, we were only a little more well-prepared than last time, and we don't have proper identification of its exact species or level, but that is not a huge hindrance. Scenario after scenario runs through my head even after the couple of days I spent working on it, and I don't rest for even a moment because to do so would be stupid. Not while I'm still coming across things that I had yet to notice while rifling my memories. I mentally walk the beginnings of a mental palace and open a door for the 100th time. I witness all that happened in the last attack, down to the minutest of details. That this is one of the exercises that I wanted to do because it was the only chance of regaining even a fraction of my memories on the second level of the trial, and the dual purpose of this meditation session brings a smile to my face. Maximum efficiency in all my actions. That all my actions serve multiple goals at the same time. The hours pass as we approach, and the beast crosses the second line while the map room still has the beast in sight. Every few minutes a quick text update shows. With time to adjust, the loss in time to encode each text message is an insignificant consideration. That will not be the case while we are in combat. All else that is happening in the craft is on the back of my mind until we stop in the path of the beast. As everyone else waits, I take the large seeds from my inner world and start shooting them in the vicinity. I don't know exactly where we would meet, but if it is anywhere near here, I would have an option or two more while still in range of the network. Mana flows to the 4 forearm-sized seeds planted underneath us, and I start extending the network at unprecedented speeds. Each seed extends to the next one, and I send mana through the link bridging the couple 100 meters so they touch the next seed in the line. Even being relatively nearby, the number of tendrils soon growing become overwhelming, and I focus on the few more important ones on the edge of the growing circle. 5 minutes, says Richard, moving us over about 100 meters to the north and lowering the altitude to just skimming above the trees. Still unsure if this is the place the beast will cross, I open portals near the ground and start dropping a dozen of the recovered formations on the ground and grow them. I keep quite a few in reserve if it changes direction and we have to move away, but as the minutes tick it seems less and less likely the beast will go astray. 90 seconds. The operator says, and not waiting for the others, I open a hole in the wood underneath my seat, dropping the 12 meters to the ground. A pulse of mana infusion in my body an instant before my feet hit the ground is all I need to land safely. Though pain still shoots up the balls of my foot, similar to when I used to jump from about 2-meter high walls when I was little. Nothing overwhelming that would keep me from doing it again in the future, but not something that I should just ignore. I instantly connect with all the roots even deeper than a moment ago, and let the full power of my skills come to the surface, including my class skill, Nature Connection. Merlin gets to my side, and the 20 soldiers and Greg and Alex stand at the front. All of them clad in the same gleaming armor as last time with all the damage perfectly repaired. I take Trusted Staff from the inner world, which grants me a couple of extra stat points and a small boost to my magic. Nothing overwhelming, but enough that I don't ignore it. With the bonus for magical attacks, it is definitely something I should use. 30 seconds. I spread my awareness out and after 2 seconds pin the beast down with my extended perception field. I summon a small light in the distance and say, "I'm lighting up the beast." Everyone nods as they stop and hold their breath for the beast. The moment the beast notices us, a good 150 meters out, the slight shift in its direction is impossible to miss with the perception field trained on it. The fast pace it was keeping is gone as it starts sprinting in our direction with mana overflowing from its frame as its paws propel it forward at twice the speed it was running just moments before. I SE the last few seconds to pull up a wall of thick and strong roots and firmly attach it to the ground in front of everyone, but the beast, instead of heading straight in like the last time, shifts to the side and with a strong pulse of mana to switch directions to flank us. I raise another shield to our left flank before doing the same all around us, forming a complete dome, encased in a 30 meters wide protective shield that I can selectively control to let the beast pass through. The lion doesn't manage to stop in time, and it bounces off the shield, losing all its momentum. I open the section to avoid the mana disruption attack in its claws after managing to blunt its first attack. Striped Lion, level 141. As it advances on the others, I raise the shield at its back to limit its maneuvering options. We continue for a few seconds to press the beast as much as possible, and the fire turrets poke out of the inner world in opportune moments, shooting in the direction of the beast. In coordination with Merlin, I manage to surround the beast with attacks, forcing it to choose to take one of my fireballs. I hold my breath for the result, but a swipe from its claw dispels my hopes. The attack fades harmlessly like I just threw a cotton ball at it. That's not fair, I complain. It seems you are going to have to keep your will behind the attacks if you hope to do any damage, says Merlin. I nod, waiting for him to conjure up the next magma ball as I prepare mentally. With the formation advancing on the lion, Greg and a few others pulse their mana, trying to infuse their movements and gain a little speed. But none of them have the intelligence and willpower of the magical classes, and their control of mana is not quite up to snuff. Still, a couple of them are marginally successful, gaining enough speed and strength to hold the lion back for a moment or two. Surrounding it over and over, the beast knocks down the fighters it judges to be the weakest. A strange flowing balance is achieved, something only possible because Alex keeps on the beast's tail the entire time. They also must have practiced together to achieve this level of coordination. I didn't see any of these sessions, but it's no matter. Holding 4 fireballs in place and Merlin holding his single magma ball, we wait for an opportunity. That single magma ball may have less mana than my fireballs, but it looks nasty. It will probably do more damage to the beast with a single hit than with all my 4 attacks. We see an opening and the 5 attacks hurtle through the air. Behind each fireball goes mine and Aspen's will. We manage to time it so that the beast has to choose which 2 attacks to run through. It goes to the left, careful to dodge the magma ball. It swipes, trying to eliminate both of the fireballs in a single action as it positions its body for a quick turnaround to run on the spear fighters. With the claws wielding a minute amount of mana, with dexterity belying anything that we had seen from any other beast type, the first fireball pops and my knees fail as I start coughing blood. Even as the beast follows its paw swing, I redouble my efforts, bracing for the feedback, which never comes with intensely as I dreaded. The second fireball hits the beast and doesn't just singe the lion's fur, but blackens its pristine claws and nearly melts its thin hide. With a roar, it stares at me with a deep hatred, but I don't let that rattle me. Finally, we see the first real sign of damage, at least from a magical attack. But just like the wolfkin, when the lion gets pissed, his movements just become faster and more precise. The people surrounding him, who before were managing to barely hold their ground, are suddenly overwhelmed. Mana surrounds the beast, and the closest thing to a sign that it doesn't have infinite stamina. A stumble from one of the soldiers opens him up to 1 attack, and a moment later he is forced to retreat with a dislocated shoulder outside the large shield surrounding the beast. More and more of the fighters are injured and forced to retreat, but the timer is on with the limited stamina and mana stored from the beast. We all pay attention to Richard coordinating and trying to maintain control of the tempo of the fight, but with each fighter lost, the pressure increases. I start multitasking, shooting fireballs every so often in concert with Merlin, but nothing does more than skin-deep damage. I try to maneuver the beast on top of one of the freezing formation, but it avoids them like the plague, and it keeps its distance from us, almost like it knows Merlin could disable it if it gets too close. That all comes grinding to a halt when the lion knocks down one fighter with a broken foot, while neither Greg nor Alex are in a position to drive it off. With a sickening crunch that will stay in my memory forever, we lose the first combatant to this enemy. Chapter 128. No. Alex's yell echoes the burning rage in my heart. There had been a couple of deaths in the large attacks on the village, but this is different. It was right in front of us. He is a fully prepared and talented level 90 fighter. Now he is nothing, not anymore. He just lays there on the ground with a crushed skull that I would never be able to survive, not even with my entire ether pool and all my wishes. Everyone takes a step back and looks incredulously at him after the battle. My perception field is fully trained on the beast some distance away, and I can see the cuts the metal helmet left behind in its mouth, which bring a grim smile to my face. From the ground, I extend and spring the roots in the stop it paused at, managing to grab all 4 paws in the first real chance to do that since the start of the fight. Around it, I summon all 6 of my fireball turrets and charge them for a moment before shooting them. The beast manages to extricate itself from the roots, tying it to the ground. Alex heads in with little care for his own well-being, and Richard's pleas for him to get back are all ignored. He dances at much slower speeds than the lion can move at, but each of the lion's blows on his spear just adds momentum to his next strike as he spins and spins. Though in the end, even as talented as he is, the stat and skill difference is too overwhelming, even with the help of the 14 other combatants still in the fight. He rolls on the ground over and over to redirect himself and bleed off the momentum that the lion tries to impart, as everyone tries to keep the pressure up so the lion won't be able to focus fully on Alex. The only way we have to protect him. The beast keeps up the pressure and drives Alex further and further in a corner, seemingly no longer caring for its and his stamina and mana. Alex tries his best to keep himself alive until finally, he is knocked down. For the briefest of moments, the horror of what is to come hits all of us. But I feel something unnatural wafting off Greg. His spear begins to glow with his skill use. But there is something more, and as he hesitates for an instant, I can tell from my perception field gets from his muscles that he did something, and he is barely holding himself together. He is more liable to trip over himself than to succeed in his attack. But fortunately, he thrusts his spear forward and the lion chooses to dodge instead of heading in and trying to maul Alex. It manages to move enough that the attack leaves only a deep furrow on its hips, almost hitting bone, instead of a severe injury or a killing blow. As Greg heads in for a second attack, the lion sprints away, easily breaking the shield dome around us as I withdraw my will. No sense in trying to keep it contained if it wanted to escape. A decision that has proved wise as after it runs only 100 meters, Greg falls on his face with twitching and uncontrolled muscle movements until he turns off whatever skill or technique he just used. I accompany the beast as far as I can with the network underground, but after less than a mile, it leaves. Richard settles the flying craft on the ground and we all climb, though one of us doesn't do so in his own power, and I make a coffin out of roots before placing him in the inner world. "What, with the foo, did you do to him?" asks one of the more broken-up fighters. Apparently, they were friends or something. I put him in a special place, I say, unsure of how to explain without seeming insensitive. Inside the flying craft, with a flourish of my hand, I open a portal to the inner world and take the coffin out, placing it in the middle of the craft. I wonder at the fact that my portals are so very different that so many of the varieties that were found in fiction. If the coffin had touched it, it wouldn't shear in half more easily than any earthly knife. It would just encounter a resistance that would stop its hand from going further. Even hitting it at high speed would probably not be too dissimilar from hitting a padded metal ring crushing the wood instead of leaving it with an impossibly sharp cut. I halt the useless workings of my mind, paying attention to the friend unsure of what to do to help him. Behind his helmet, tears start to fall, as two of his companions keep him company. Meeting back at the village. No, you won't be going out again with anyone that can't hold their own and a lot stronger, with better strategy or better magical support. Merlin looks up at Greg's assertions but doesn't say anything. It's nothing against you, but except for Nash's shields that stop the beast from weaving in and out at will or any full-speed charges, nothing you two did was very useful. Not that we were doing much, but the beast is just too smart and fast for most types of magic to be effective. He is right, I say. I know, doesn't mean I have to like it, Merlin grumbles. And it doesn't even give decent experience after it is spread over so many fighters, says one of the fighters on the lion hunt. Just 300 points. Solo hunting wolves gives better EXP than that. Only the attacks on the village are a real source of EXP at this point. Anything else is way too slow. Charlie says, "Did you find out anything about that?" he asks. "Yeah, the attack is going to come together at the end of the month," says Charlie. Why? That doesn't make sense that it would change. The people we talked with were also confused. But even with complete knowledge of other integrations using the same style as our own world, there are always quirks, and it seems this is one of them. Continues Charlie. That is going to make things harder on us. Consecutive attacks. Comments Greg. For one side, yes, but at least we won't have to worry about anyone missing the attack. It's every 30 days. Says Richard. Charlie interrupts. Later you can all read more on that. There are more immediate concerns. Nope, there aren't. Says Richard. We just won't send anyone else until we can stand toe-to-toe with the beasts. And just leave everyone else to fend for themselves? Asks Merlin. I know it seems callous, but what choice do we have? Says Richard. There are so many changes that we can make. Maybe even sending fewer people out could change the dynamic. I chime in. How? Asks Charlie. If we don't have to worry about anyone else, just fully focusing on the beast, we can be more aggressive. I don't think it will be worth it at our current power level, but when we get a couple of people strong enough for that. Says Greg. What was it that you did in the last few moments? Richard asks Greg. Something I have been trying to integrate into my fighting style, but it's not ready. The skills conflict with each other, and I lose most of my dexterity and have trouble controlling my movements. Well, starts Charlie. We will need to come with something. Neither inaction nor losing anyone else are options. Still, at the current pace, we have 2 days before another beast comes in our general direction. Alex moves off downcast, and as I head behind him, Greg calls out to me. Oh, I was thinking about your powers. I just need 3 more levels to get to 100, and you can help me with that. How? I ask with an inking of his idea. You can search square kilometers in seconds, correct? Yeah, and your network can easily cover the entire area that the wolves run through around our village. Oh, I see where this is going. I think I can do even better with the right bait. I can probably not only tell you where to find the closest pack of wolves, but also lead them in your direction. I like the sound of that, he says with the biggest grin in the instance. After another minute talking with Greg, I go look for Alex. I find him on the training ground right outside Richard's office. This time there are only a few people around, but as I'm about to move in, I stop and keep myself away. Stupid, stupid, I hear faintly, echoing the sentiment that was trying to burrow from the depths of my mind and heart, though I stamped with vigor on it. It would do me no good to kick myself too much. He continues with the ether cycle around him, now more turbulent than ever before, and I realize why he seems off. He was improving, but not at the same pace as before. At least for the last few weeks, maybe more. He must have hit level 99 a while ago, and that stalled his improvements. That's as unfortunate. Backpedaling, I leave him to his own devices. I have a feeling he needs to work on this himself. Alex POV. Move. Flow from one form to the next as I spin and spin, harnessing momentum from each movement and inputting it in the next one, recovering every iota of speed and energy while wasting nothing. Stupid skill cap. Nobody had come even close to figuring out how to surpass the cap and take a skill beyond it. So I spend hours through the night and into the next day until I'm too tired to continue in the frantic non-stop rhythm of my training. Ether and mana flow around me as I try to eke out every small improvement that I can, but each step forward in my spearcraft is hard-fought instead of the effortless improvements from the start. I start to slow as I reach over 24 hours non-stop, but instead of going to sleep, I push forward. I push forward, losing my fine control even while putting every bit of effort that I can. In my mind, there is only my goal. I will break this limit if it's the last thing I do. I will break. I will. Fall down. I come to a couple of hours later in a hard bunk wondering how I got here. Looking out at the other people training, I assume that someone dragged me inside instead of letting me stay out there. Luckily, nobody got injured and needed this bunk to wait for the medics. Being a little more careful is probably in order, and so I head out to eat breakfast and recharge before getting back to it. Nash's POV. I try to ignore the downcast demeanor of the friend to the dead fighter, the one injury that no amount of healing could make a difference on. But as long as I keep my perception field up and at maximum range, I have no real choice, and my thoughts always turn back to him. Is there anything that I could do? Absolutely anything? The scene plays in my mind over and over with 1,000 small and large decisions I could have done differently. But nothing I can do now is going to change the past, so I start work on the one thing that comes to mind. Something that won't bring his friend back, but at least it would be familiar. I pull from the accumulated thousands of samples of the flora in the instance and all my new expertise. Even with the 2 extra shipments from the merchant over the weeks, there was nothing that called out to me. It was mainly slightly different versions of the flora within a couple of 100 miles from our village instead of adding a lot more variety. A few ideas pop up for when I had the time, like working on mimicking a greater variety of foods and a few other endeavors, but there was nothing revolutionary like I had hoped. To make other fruits, both of the magical and the non-magical variety, I would have to improve my skill, not search for something external. However, what I wanted to do right now is much simpler. It didn't have to be edible, it just needed to look nice. It just needed to look like a flower. Like a sculptor or a painter, I set out to make a few lilies. How the hell didn't you hit level 100 after the very first attack that you went out on your own? I asked Greg through the comm he is carrying. I had a silly notion in my head, but it doesn't matter now. I doubt that I will unlock a better class than the basic ones. I'm just a big guy, and that gave me a small advantage at the start. He replies, "You could have gotten the experience and waited." I don't know, that just sounds like such a temptation. And you're not useless, only good for leveling. You have your own talent. No, have you seen Alex? That is a talented boy. I'm just a little lucky. Man, nobody else can really compare to Alex. He is in a league of his own. You are one to talk about it. He grumbles. I send my awareness out all the way from my hut as he continues to run. Turn a little to the north 800 meters to the pack. Sure thing, he says, running in the direction I pointed him to. Chapter 129. I move away from the small ceremony that would start soon outside the village after delivering the little works of art. As it turns out, making flowers is much, much harder than I expected. Not in changing the colors or the texture to something flower-like, but in achieving the natural look, shape, transparency, and a dozen more ethereal concepts I never paid any attention to back on Earth. To get it looking better than the cheapest of plastic flowers, I got help from dozens of people, but the work was definitely worth it. I may have paid attention to nature, but flowers had never been a particular interest of mine, and I was much more used to other aspects of Mother Nature. As I walk back, mana flows from my feet, and I try to hold in place all the runes needed for the levitation formation. So far, I had only succeeded in doing this in minor ways, and even then it was a pain. But for a minute, I sustain it to float an inch of the ground and allow my momentum to carry me forward. Balancing awkwardly, I look like a noob after their first success skateboarding. Some 150 meters later, as the light climb to the village's gate starts, my slowly fading momentum is quickly sucked away, and just as I'm about to slide backward, I turn off the mana flow, and my feet touch the ground. I search in my head for the light headache that might be forming after the impressive feat of magic, at least for anyone who wasn't Merlin or was making use of carved runes, and I'm glad to report that there is nothing. If I wanted to keep going for a long period, I would undoubtedly start feeling the effects, but be it practice or the hammer blows the HLZ beasts were delivering to my will as I fought the strange powers they exhibited in being able to disrupt any mana constructs, I was improving by leaps and bounds. Relentlessly, I trained hoping to one day achieve the level of control I wished. As I'm getting close to the village, I see Greg walking out the gate. "So, are you ready?" he asks me. "Yep, just contact me in half an hour when the sun goes down." "Sure, I will just put a couple of things in order first, but I will be finished before sunset." Over the night, in preparation for the next day, I guide him searching for the wolves he needed until he finally reaches the vaunted level 100, but all our hopes are dashed when he returns and we have a proper talk. "Damn, it's all crap," he says, swiping through the invisible stats screen in front of him. "I was hoping for something else, but all of the options are for shitty upgrades to my class. Every single one of them is of common rarity. There is not even any uncommon ones. And I didn't even unlock another subclass. Oh well, it was worth a try," I say. "Yeah, it was, but it is disappointing. I was hoping for more. Is there anything that you can salvage?" "No, these upgrades are all common rarity. All variations on my spearman class, but it would actually lower the rarity. I was prepared to accept pretty much anything, even if it didn't have large bonuses, but a downgrade? No way. And while you don't choose the next class, you won't get any more skills or the multiplication bonuses from passing the level threshold. Hell, by lowering the rarity of your class, you can even lose stats." Kinda. That is one protection the system has in place, or so the rumors go." "What do you mean?" "If you pick a lower rarity class, apparently you have to option to keep the previous level's bonuses, and only tacking on the smaller bonuses from the new class every time you hit a transition level." "You were talking about level 10/50/100? "Yeep. We are still trying to figure out if the next transition level is 150 or 200. But unless someone like Merlin with loads of EXP chooses a class soon, we won't know for a good while." Seeing these shitty options available, I don't even blame him for waiting to get a better class. You were arguing for him to wait instead of the other way around. We can't afford to waste our talent. At least you got a couple more stat points. So it wasn't a total waste of time. We say our goodbyes and he walks off a downcast, heading for the training ground to eke out every smidge of improvement that he can in his skills with the slight improvement in stats and the practice. Without anything immediately needing my attention, I head to the MRI to take a look at the latest prototype of the data storage that doesn't require any runes to work, or at least not after the initial setup. The moon is high in the sky and the almost unnatural movement that we all come to expect from it. After all, it's always a full moon, and the amount of light is enough for anywhere but a few rare buildings with the window turned to the wrong side. Especially considering most people in the village had their perception stat nearing the 20s and few choose locked stats before arriving here. We also had gotten much more used to working with this amount of light. I arrive at the MRI to see the beautiful machine that is being tested. A rack with a tall stack of copper plates. The thinnest we could produce reliably and uniformly. About as thick as a soda can. The MRI had worked in conjunction with Stewart for days before finally getting it right. I approached the well-crafted wooden box, looking at its internals with more ease than if I had X-ray vision. Standing 4 foot tall by 3 foot wide and over a foot deep, the box sits on top of a workbench against the wall, instead of the runic table with the roots in the middle of the room as most projects do while they are being worked on. Just as I'm about to turn, a pulse of mana arrives in the box through the mana network. One of the copper plates stacked to the left moves seemingly by itself, though I can sense the runes responsible for that. pulling the blank copper sheet a little larger than common A4 printer to the middle column and the only one of the 3 columns that is free. The page floats downward, being precisely moved, not even getting close to any of the sides until it touches the lower metal plate on the floor of the machine. Another thick steel plate slides over from the side and covers it before firmly clamping in place. Hundreds of tiny pins are driven upward with incredible force, poking holes into the copper sheet. After clearing the small copper circles, the entire page floats to the top to a similar device as on the bottom, except this time it is much less sturdily built, and thousands of pins are arrayed and pushed downward with much less force. About half of the pins are stopped by the copper, while the other half poke through the small holes. Data pulses are sent back to somewhere else, I assume to check that the punching process went correctly, though I stopped gawking at the successful creation. "Hey, impressed with what we managed?" asks Lewis, the researcher heading the development of all the data-oriented projects. "Yep, it's a large step forward. You managed to fix pretty much everything that was going wrong with it." After Stuart got the copper sheets just the way we wanted, the troubleshooting process became so much easier. Working with temporary materials is much more complicated. Is there something to work out yet? We are still not happy with the data compression that we can achieve using this design instead of proper data cells. With the information in magical storage, any computation needed was just magically resolved. Now we are having trouble integrating things. We even got 4 more people that studied computer science and knew actual assembly code, really low-level machine code stuff, just to help us out. We are condensing in days, stuff that took months, years, or even decades to develop the first time around on Earth, so bugs pop up all over the place. What did you guys settle on? We thought about using 5 bits with a modifier for special characters, uppercase and stuff, but in the end, we are using a standard 8-bit with a special double-tiered dictionary for the compression. It won't be able to handle any other languages yet, for now just English, but not many in our instance even speak another language. How efficient it will be? I would call it 50% compression, which is not that much better compared to just using 5 bits, but there is a lot of improvement to be made. Some of those improvements are fine, but I don't think we should implement most of them. They likely won't be worth it. Why? Because of the added complexity to the system. Your goal is to reduce our dependence on engravers with this, correct? Yeah. So case in point. He says as if the conclusion is obvious. Either way, good work, and keep me informed of how things develop over here. I say as a farewell and walk to the note stack to take the whole thing and read through it. I find a large rock in front of a house nearby, probably put there as a bench, and take my seat to leaf through everything. I even learned most of the design of the newest storage option. Just a couple more days for manufacturing, and I will have virtually infinite storage. Then I would see the real benefits from my book. I get up to walk the 20 meters back to the MRI, but instead, I stop and put the notes in the inner world. After closing the portal, I open another one underneath the notes with its exit right atop the shelf where the notes are stored inside the MRI building. The binder falls with a faint but satisfying thump on the shelf. Happy as a mango with my own cleverness, I run back and start work on increasing yet again my perception stat. I did focus on other stats, but increasing this one at the fastest possible rate is what would help me in improving the perception field, which I would need on my class trial. The 30 days cooldown on the class trail was over and I could begin right now, but it was not the time. After taking it, I could go all the way to level 100 and unlock more skills, improved stats, and maybe even more, but rushing it sounded like a really bad idea. Just thinking about entering it willy-nilly sent my gut churning. I had failed this trial already, not just keeping it minimal requirements, but outright failed. Too much was up in the air, so I couldn't draw any conclusions from that. But I would prepare a lot better for next time around and getting my perception field as sharp as possible, along with other preparation like storing as much mana as possible on the few root strands on my body and a dozen other small things sounded like the thing to do. This time, after I identify the quickly moving object and the source of sounds and the dozens of others exercises, I meditate to draw out the hidden upgrade. I head deeper and deeper, passing through my soul with almost casual ease compared to my first attempts, though even after getting much more used to it, the closest lights are still dozens of meters away. I was really too lucky that the inner world was so much easier. Going through my entire body and extracting the single point of perception takes me half an hour, but instead of stopping, I keep on and go as deep as I can. My awareness draws in the roots in the vicinity until they become part of my body, and I cannot distinguish where I end and they start. looking at the minutes of changes in the biochemistry of my body and trying to extract any improvements that I can make. Everything seems so elusive. Even the perception stat that at first was relatively easy to see as being stressed and primed for an improvement is drawing away from me the closer I look at it, even as I imagine my body improving. The hours pass, the day and night cycle repeats, and I meditate unmovingly there like a scarecrow, unconsciously repelling everyone away. Dozens, hundreds of tiny changes occur, and I can faintly feel them throughout myself, but none of them look to be anything like what I have felt before. My strength, stamina, and perception will all continue to be the same. As far as I know, I only gain a single stat point in the very beginning and nothing afterward. But there is something that I gain from the practice beyond just improving my meditation skill, independent of what even level the system attributed to it. A DP says my body is both smaller than a single cell and larger than the village spreading over miles around. Aspen becomes me and I become him for a few instants or an eternity. That escapes me as well. This duality, this infinite sliding scale, is something that gives me perspective as I continue to head deeper in my meditation. Just like when I hold my breath, as my eyelids open and I take in the world. For a moment, there is no one else in the entire universe but me. The universe abhors this state and sends reality crashing down as my connection to Aspen is returned to the natural state. I feel pain coming from all the roots in the inner world, hundreds of tons of roots spreading over. People begin to walk again, and I realize the sharp contrast from the stillness from a moment ago. They somehow seem to be frozen until a moment ago. The system takes notice of the changes within me, and it all comes crashing down. If each of these sessions before invited a single construct within me, now a torrent of systems ether shoots into me, dragging along dozens of constructs looking to find purchase in my soul. I attempt to use my entire ether pool to defend, but even as I try to shield myself, I also realize I'm not fighting a stream of a river, but an ocean. No matter how strong I get, I would never wield the ocean. The most I could hope for is to swim in it. And even swimming is so beyond me that it doesn't bear consideration as I fail to draw even an iota of ether from the system. The tide fades and peace returns to my soul. Curious about what changes happened, I open my stat sheet. And yes, there were changes all right. Really nice changes, even if I didn't agree with the method. Chapter 130. These improvements are quite significant, especially the 16 points in perception. Endurance was also coming along nicely. I even gained a point in my soul stat. Those are especially hard to come by. I look at the screen for a few minutes, but as the euphoria dies down, I start to feel hollow, as if the very marrow was sucked out of my bones after wrangling out every smidge of improvement that I could. I'm glad I did so, but for me to return to normal, it will take me days, no, weeks, maybe even months. Being reliant on ether doesn't seem so bad if the only way to increase my stats in any reasonable time frame is so draining. Even as that thought settles on my mind, my innards revolts. For some reason, I should avoid being overly reliant on ether except in the most extreme of cases. Avoiding a long-term risk while dying before getting there is a wise trade. I stretch my arms while sitting cross-legged while feeling the changes rather than trusting implicitly on what the system told me. Sending my awareness and my perception field scanning throughout my body, I search slowly, finding all the improvements. Nothing extraordinary compared to this last month, but there is a marked improvement, and as I finish and start looking at my inner world, someone comes running in my direction. I open my eyes and stare at the messenger. You came for me? Yeah, Charlie wants to talk to you as soon as you came out of meditation. How long did I spend meditating? Forever, like 3 days, I think. You didn't even move a muscle while you were at it. Lead the way, I say, cursing the time it cost me while trying to get used to the duality in my muscles. There is power hidden under the hollowness from having my very essence stolen by the process used to fuel my growth, and the feeling is overpowering. Less than 200 meters later, I'm at Charlie's office and the boy runs off. I enter, and it takes me a moment to realize that the office is empty. I must be even more tired than I thought to not notice that before entering, though I don't have to wait long for him to arrive. Good, you are finally back. I heard it took about 3 days. Yeah, and we didn't think it a good idea to interrupt you. What did I miss? A whole bunch of things. We are up to our neck in problems popping up, but I guess you were asking about the attacks, and as expected, there has been just one. You got back in time for the next one. We have about 7 hours. Why the urgency then? Oh, that? One of the problems we are dealing with is on the second silver mine we discovered. Did you have to shut down because of something on the HLZ? No, we actually don't know what has happened over there. The cameras in the vicinity stopped and our connection was severed. We thought about sending a pair of scouts on a speeder, but... Wait, back up. Speeder. That is what people have taken to calling the small flying bicycles. Oh, well, there are worse names out there. Either way, we thought about it, but it seemed a bad idea when you can just take a look. We just didn't know how long you were going to take. We also didn't send anyone to collect and bring back the ore. We can't let even more people die, especially just collect a little more silver. I agree, but without silver, we wouldn't have a detection network nearly as compressive. It's not just about greed. We need these resources. For now, we have other minds. Let's cross that bridge if we come to it. Trading lives for resources need to protect lives leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. I'm going to take a quick peek. I will be right back, I say. He frowns at my abruptness, but I barely take notice as I sit and connect to the roots underground, sending my awareness hundreds of miles away, moving faster than any human ever moved. Some 10 seconds later, I slow near the mine and start looking at the place more carefully. I feel the ground overturned and a near-complete severing of the roots underground. Somebody has started to experiment. Luckily, there are nearly complete redundant lines slowly connecting that run parallel to the finished main line. One inside the HLZ and another outside. I connect to the detection network, but a close look at both nodes in the region reveals they are offline. That should have sent an alert to the village, and Charlie didn't mention anything. Tapping into the feed directly, I realize that something is funky. This seems to be the only place where this disruption is present, but even that is alarming enough. Fully alert after realizing the change can only really come from sentient beings acting against us, probably another human, I send mana to the region not in a trickle, but in droves as I get Aspen's help and start completing the circuit of the roots forming a perimeter around the whole area. I rely mostly on the root lines already in the region, and it takes me only a few minutes to surround their encampment. Then I start working underground and growing the roots deeper than the overturned earth trenches. From what I can see, there is not a single tree still standing, though that won't be much of a hindrance for me to set up runic visual capture devices, aka little magical cameras. Still, it is a small hindrance to make them stealthy without a fixed organic structure like the trees. A few seconds later, I connect to the roots touching the detection nodes in the region and look through them to realize that there are new runic plates that were specifically designed to counter the current design and allow the detector to go offline without sending a warning. Bridging the gap they forced while remaining fully underground and not visible, I connect to the roots in the small work site for the miner responsible for this mine. Luckily, there was nobody there when they took the mine. Otherwise, things could have gotten ugly. I slow the mana stream navigating the roots near to their emplacements not to let them glow brightly in the senses of any magic users, but I don't need mana to use the perception field. As they come into view, I curse. Dozen people handling cartloads of silver or what? I hear from Charlie after coming back to the room. I look up and see the commander and half a dozen other people in the office. Somebody took over the mine, and they spoofed the life sign detectors. We had guessed that could be it. They weren't showing anything outside the norm. Says Richard. How do you want to handle this? I ask. How many people? Asks Richard. I saw 13 people and their goal seems to be exploiting the mine. Why so aggressive? Your village was doing the same thing. One of the recent arrivals says, presenting what I imagine would be these interlopers' argument. Hey, we built the infrastructure and they took it from us. At the very minimum, they would have to pay us for the tunnels and stuff. How the hell are they mining on the other side? Or did just take or we hadn't sent anyone to take yet? Asks another of the new arrivals. There is about 3 tons of ore, most of it loaded in a couple carriages. I reply in a matter-of-fact tone. If that is the case, they have mined at least a little. We only about 2 tons of ore in place when our operators lost control of the mining bots. Why so much? I ask. It's not that much really. We were waiting for it to accumulate about 3 tons before sending carriages to collect everything instead of getting it piecemeal. That was a bite in the ass, I say. Still, how do you want to handle this? Do they know you are there? Asks Richard. Not for now. I don't think so. I was careful and didn't do anything they could detect. It's a small advantage, but let's warn them just before you establish a visual link so we can directly talk to them. How do you want me to handle this? Shock and awe? Sure. Just don't take it too far. We don't actually want to fight them just yet, but make it quickly so they won't have much time to react. I nod and move over to the comm system in the corner of the office. I prepare a connection to the other side after getting everything into place. After operating stealthily for a few more minutes, I send a rush of mana to the region, flooding the entire root network, which surprises the mages as I quickly form a pedestal in the middle of their encampment for them to communicate with us. Roots grow from the ground at a visible rate all around them, and the pedestal of twisting vines reaches about a meter high before I finish the link. I open the connection and turn on the screen so everybody can see the other side. As I focus my eyes, I finally notice something that passed unnoticed till now: their uniform. They're Lord Max's people. It only takes me a moment to see one person at the back of the group in the encampment. Brad. I hear the menacing word coming from Richard's mouth, which sends a chill down my spine. Damn, he really took Brad's actions personally. Brad looks fairly composed even after all that, and I wonder at the source of his confidence. Though now that I think about it, he was never short of confidence, and that was why so many actually followed him while he was in the village. Though after he was caught red-handed, most changed their tune in a jiff. Well, I hoped you wouldn't bother with us for a while longer, but what brings you by, as it were? Brad asks. You have the temerity to ask that? Charlie asks incredulously. Oh, fancy words, Charlie. Should I be scared? Tell me why we shouldn't just show up there and drive you off. I don't know. Maybe because of the systems contract you signed. We didn't give you any cause to attack us. I can feel Charlie's tightening muscles, but he keeps his outward appearance immutable for a few moments. The commander, however, can't hide his feelings as well, and that brings a very punchable smile to Brad's face. Brad's words, however, answer a long doubt of mine about why Max had signed so readily the contract. He managed to sneak in a few loopholes. Charlie then says, ponderingly, regardless, do you think you were going to get away with it? We already did. You don't really have any recourse. Yes, we do. You took our mine. We will take it back, says Richard after a thoughtful glance at my back that I hope they can't see. What are you thinking, Richard? Except it's not your mine. You didn't even have anyone here to stop us from taking over it. Really, you can only blame yourself. Charlie nods at that and says, if that is how you want to play, fine. Moving his hand over the one responsible for turning off the connection, he hangs up. He is going to be pissed, says Richard. Who cares? What were you thinking, Richard? I ask. How did you? You were with your back turned to me, says Richard. Just tell us, I sigh. Well, Nash said something about them paying for building the tunnel. We don't know how they are mining, but they must be using the tunnel. If we built the tunnel, regardless of any limitation on the contract, we can demolish it. I'm like this idea, I say. I can easily collapse it with a little earth magic, maybe even make it harder to dig it again. Not sure if there is anything on the contract about that, but we did build it. Yeah, it was too easy for everything to be solved neatly with the contract. Let's just hope that this is the only loophole they managed to sneak through. We saw a few more obvious loopholes they tried to pass through, but maybe he sent them specifically to distract us. He must have had a good lawyer in his midst. We don't want to exaggerate things. It could be just one or two small oversights. I'm going to get someone on it to look through and find any more loopholes if there are any. Being allowed to attack and take over anywhere without people is a rather large one, all things considered. I give a big grin. Worst comes to worst, I can always do this on my own. I'm not exactly bound by that contract. You're also only partially protected. If you poke the bear, make him to bite you in the ass. Chapter 131. Goddamn it, Brad. They have collapsed the tunnel entirely, complains the Earth Mage to me. Can't you just make a new one? I ask, surveying the little outpost we were building near the silver mine. Not one this long. We will have to use the golems to dig it all by hand. That is a very slow process, the mage says, pointing at one of the 2-foot-tall earth golems he just made to replace the ones stuck on the silver mine and the ones crushed in the collapse. Well, at least they will have to pay the penalty for their destruction of our property, says Walter's representative. I doubt they would collapse the tunnel if they haven't found a way around the reparations. They must have found a loophole of their own. I ask. They missed so much about the contract. How can you say if they didn't miss the fact that the reparations clauses would apply even if this tunnel used to be theirs? Asks Walter's representative. I still can't believe they were stupid enough to allow a loophole like this, exclaims the mage exuberantly. Have you seen the size of the document? It's like 30 pages long with so many intricate and interlinking clauses that I got a headache just from thinking about it. I say. After a moment, I go back to the concrete actions we can take to salvage the situation. Why do we even need to rely on the tunnel? Mostly, it is about bringing back the ore. The mage explains, I ran a few tests at night, and any time a golem goes to the surface carrying a chunk of the silver ore, it gets attacked by the beasts instantly. Even if we somehow manage to work something, it just sounds like a bad idea. We are too close to the HLZ to be poking the tiger, as it were. You have been running side experiments without telling me? I'm not from your village, he says defensively. And it was just a few quick tests. They didn't delay the work for even a minute. You should still have run that by me. I don't like surprises, I say. The people from Walter's village don't respect me quite enough, but in time they would learn as had the people from Max's village. I walk off thinking of what I was accomplishing here. And the cherry on top was to know I had taken one of Nash's mines. Technically they called it a shared venture, but I knew he was involved and a good portion of the silver went in his pockets. The couple of spies still in the village told me that much. Too bad they were neither highly placed nor very interested in a deeper relationship. Just a few coins here and there for whatever information they could scrounge. Unless we wanted to send someone like the Golem Maker or a talented Earth Mage, they would never agree to the trade of people for us to get a spy in the village. Also, someone showing up without a prior village showing up also didn't work with how tightly each of the villages was holding on to their citizens. That would be too suspicious. The Golem Maker is an absurdly rare subclass, and to my knowledge, he is the only one that had it. He might be lying about it, possibly even to others of his own village, but for our purposes here it didn't matter. All it mattered was that he continues to mine effectively. Nash's POV. After over an hour, I get up and finish writing everything I learned. Even a few tidbits I managed to learn after setting up a few directional microphones around the camp. The only impediment is the change in the weather patterns over the last couple of weeks, which increased the background noise a lot and made the effort much more frustrating. Not discouraged, I passed the connection to a pair of comm operators in the comms room near the command center. Over the day, they might learn something if none of their mages discovered the sound capture and comm runes just 100 meters away pointed straight at their camp. I had no idea anyone had something as cool as golem-making capabilities, but as I saw him creating it, all my hopes were dashed. If most system skills had hundreds of runes, several times what even Merlin could sustain simultaneously, then this consisted of thousands, surpassing even Ludmer's healing skill. It was the most elaborate and complex magic display not reliant on runes or multiple people to hold it together that I had come across. After breathing out until my belly disappears, pushing my organs upward, and even hunching my shoulders slightly to get every smidge of air out, I take a full breath, puffing my chest out to the extreme. Fresh air. The conflict with them is a nuisance, and I would have to come up with a better solution for the long term, but hearing Brad cursing is so satisfying. I walk into the smithy to start my rounds of the day, something that I had skipped over the last few days as I was in meditation, but sitting on the spot with my name on it beside the forge is as easy as ever. With the increase in stats, there is a decent chance to improve my best creation. Though an hour later I find out that today will not be the day to improve my control again, as Blackwood takes both of the weapons to the grindstone. At least I no longer have to worry about failing to get +7 weapons like on the first few times. About an hour after that, I finished talking with everyone in the village that I needed and setting things up, authorizing new payments on the bank. Looking at how the enterprises I had a hand in were developing and giving my 2 cents on how they could take them to the next level, and dozens of small and quick actions that were almost automatic for me now. As the rounds finish, I find myself in front of the bookshop. Not yet. I would extract every single of the secrets in the books inside, but now isn't the time. I turn, sit in the central square, and find the book I bought there a while ago, placing it in the inner world before mentally paging it as my perception field goes through it. I still can't read it well or quickly, but I can almost make out the differences between each of the letters, though as I look at it now, I don't restrain the bubbling happiness inside me. With each moment, the increase in perception seems sharper as I get used to the fine detail of my most recent improvement in the stat. Elation hits me. I am finally making progress that went beyond taking small tortuous steps in the road up the mountain. I'm leaping ahead in a few moments as much as what had taken me days or weeks previously. Settling comfortably and entering a light meditation, though taking care to not allow myself to go too deep like last time, I search all the improvements to my perception. After a couple of hours, I start to feel back to myself. Soon I may not even be able to tell my marrow was sucked dry to fuel the increase in my stats, but this seems a superficial change rather than truly restoring what was taken from me. To recover completely would take a while longer, and I would even skip the stat training regime for the next couple of days. Moving back and forth with my perception field, I start reading a word here and there. Just like trying to focus a lazy eye, I sometimes fail, sometimes I succeed. As the hours pass, my successes become more frequent until it becomes almost my natural mental state. As people arrive around me, finally, I have reached the summit of the first mountain peak. Now I just had to climb the next two. To be able to read while outside the inner world, and eventually with the very similar, but ever so slightly distinct remote version of the perception field that I could summon with Aspen's help. Those are my next challenges in this arena. But the greatest and more daunting leg of the mountain climb was now conquered, and anything thoughts of Brad and company seems so unimportant in my mind. Simply replaced by something much more fulfilling, something that came from me. Something that I would be able to have for the rest of my days, for it had nothing to do with the system, and I wouldn't let anyone say otherwise. I wait until the time to depart, improving my ability to take the fuzzy shapes and recognize them as letters and words, like I was learning to read all over again. Or perhaps it could be better described as learning to read upside down. With each of the letters and words that I see, the next one is easier and easier, though soon the same group as last time rushes into the flying craft already out and resting comfortably beside me. Coming back to their world, I ask, "Where's the beast?" "It's the Black Panther." I open my eyes hearing Alex's words. "The Black Panther?" "Yep, you old friend near the small cabin you made." "Well, at least this time we are a little more familiar with the opponent," I say, trying to find a silver lining to the situation. Not that that is much consolation. The Black Panther seems to be one of the stronger mobs around, and the beasts are taking longer and longer before they return to the other side of the HLZ. "How long?" I ask, concerned. "About 16 hours, Richard responds solemnly. "And they are getting better at finding villages and other concentration of people. Or they have some way of communicating with each other and have started to map our territory," says Merlin. "And if all this crap wasn't enough for us to deal with, Lord Max's village is causing trouble," Alex says. "Let's focus on the beast for now. If they leave the place or other groups start to poking around, the operators will warn us," I say. I still can't believe they would be so stupid as to mess with the detection grid. If the next beast came for them, they are screwed. Worse of all, they may drag along as well. Alex complains. I nod absent-mindedly. Charlie was handling that, and we needed to focus on the immediate threat. Even if it was very dangerous, we were saving dozens, hundreds of people by confronting and driving off these beasts. I had yet to see the images of the affected villages, without the small groups and even single people working outside it that ran into one of the beasts. Come next time, so many would choose to go back to Earth, except perhaps a few people on the outer circles of villages. That is unless we manage to find a more permanent solution. The next few hours are just like we expected. Each minute approached with the beast ever closer and our next confrontation just beyond the horizon. What we find when confronting the Black Panther is beyond anything we had done until now. Not in overwhelming power, but in sheer speed and the much more liberal use of mana to move around the battlefield, along with decent mana disruption capabilities. Not quite up to par with our last two encounters, but enough that neither I nor Merlin could do more than singe its fur with our attacks or stop it for more than an instant with shields. With the improvements in stats, the feedback through the mana connection was less damaging, but still present. Everyone else's frantic pace of improvement is enough to hold our own in some aspects better than the last times. But in the end, the beast's higher agility is too troublesome, injuring one of us at a time. Generally in small ways, but enough that we had yet to see it get frustrated. Just like the last few times, it started on the attack and we were on a downward trend. Except the beast was just playing with us and keeping a pace that it could sustain for a long time. "Press forward, it will run out of steam eventually," says Richard. Hearing that, I realize the mistake. No, the beast still isn't using its full power, it's still conserving its strength. "What?" Greg asks, just as he changes the beast course with a well-placed thrust of his spear. I said, "It is still just playing with us." Everyone turns silent, and I can almost see the worry wafting off everyone with my perception field. I throw everything on my arsenal against the panther to no avail. Roots spread all around to ensnare it. Shields, attacks, and growing runic formations underground try to catch the beast unaware, but nothing comes even close. It plays coy and always hold a little of its strength back, which makes it able to keep going for much longer than any of us. Our number starts to go down until we only have 6 fighters, including Alex and Greg in the front lines. The others wait outside with relatively small injuries, but deep enough that they can't reliably fight. Twisted ankles and wrists. Arms with cuts that sap the dexterity needed to keep pace. Knees that can't take the strength needed to move around the beast. The lesser number gives more movement freedom to Alex, but it also puts more pressure on everyone. Seeing the trend and with no other choice, Richard orders a retreat. Everyone retreat to the flying craft. Nash, Try to hold it back long enough with shields for everyone to evacuate. Alex and Greg, go full out. They both activate their skills at full power along with the single spear wielder that had held back so far, and that gives us a small reprieve. As everyone enters the flying craft, I throw a few more formations around the beast and activate all the shielding around it as I can just as the last fighters move back. I pump a good 15,000 mana in the shield and Maya and Aspen's entire will along with the much weaker, but still helpful shield that Merlin interweaves with my own. All I feel are the blows through the magical connection with my work. 1 second. 3 blows. Over 2,000 mana points gone. I turn and infuse my body, exploding mana down to the ground with each of my steps at top speed. Getting on the door, I push the craft forward like it was an old car with a bad battery or a skateboard trying to squeeze a little more speed while trying to keep my will on the shields behind for as long as possible. The blows over the next second as the craft start picking up speed and altitude deplete the shield's mana stores even more and a slight breach appears in the interlinking between two of the formations. With a single more attack, the beast manages to squeeze out. Damn, it was a rush job, but the beast managed to pass before the shields were even at half power. Says Merlin, withdrawing his will from the shield and reinforcing the one around the flying craft. I let myself lay back and cough blood as we gain altitude and ever so slowly accelerate forward. How the hell you don't even feel the feedback from its attacks? I mumble. Chapter 132. I don't know, maybe my stats. I still feel when they disrupt my attacks, it's just weaker than for you. Merlin answers my question about the source of his resilience against the feedback from the beast's mana disruptions attacks. They seem so much more violent when you were coughing up blood. Later. Interrupts Richard as he connects to the village to the next rune instead of relying on the one we were gaining distance from the beast as we fly. Common Center to Air Force One. Do you copy? The voice from one of the comm operators in the village echoes through the flying craft. Yeah. Just switched a calm rune ahead of us in the network. We have 2 minutes at the current pace with low mana consumption. What is the status of the beast? I don't. Richard starts, but after looking at me cuts himself short. The Panther is keeping pace with us, I say while pulling a small screen from the inner world for everyone to see the Panther. Attaching the corresponding camera on the lower portion and checking the screen is visible to everyone. The scene on the edge of my perception field comes to light. A Panther keeping pace with us like it's nothing. I connect the camera to the village and suddenly they can see it as well. Oh shit, are you in any danger? I believe not immediately, I answer. Can't it drag the flying craft to the ground or maybe just slow it down? It's a single beast, not a group like when I entered the HLZ. The best I think it can do would be slow us down. Even that I find unlikely, I say pensively. If the craft flew closer to the ground, the beast could probably touch us and interfere directly with our flight. But as things stand with just one pursuer a reasonable distance, I don't see how it could do anything dangerous. Says Merlin. We all go silent for a few moments as the mana cost starts to ramp up with our distance from the comm rune, but I don't cut it until the operator starts talking. Are you coming straight back to the village? Yep, says Richard. Why? Just checking, replies the operator. If there is nothing else, we are signing off. We're getting too far away from the comm rune. If there is any news on our side, we will contact you. I move to the back as the last couple of people finish their first aid efforts, putting healing salve and other concoctions to help speed up their recovery in the couple of hours until we are back to the village. For the entire time, the Black Panther is keeping up with us. Even with the weaker illumination of the moonlight, we can clearly see it. Flying at the maximum altitude, just short of the 50 meters a craft this large can attain, the Panther is just barely within my perception field, so I study it as it moves powerfully in the ground. I can also faintly sense the mana it wields in a constant stream out of its limbs and long and gracefully strides. For a moment I forget that unlike the similarly stunning animals on Earth, so far we found not a hint of a possibility of peaceful coexistence with these beasts. Long lopping and powerful strides propelling it through all the mild obstacles. Precise steps aiming for the perfect spots for it to step upon, and nearly perfect lines effortlessly dogging all the tree trunks. About 15 minutes and the beast slows, but somehow I don't doubt that it would manage to keep on our track and not just because we were going on a straight line. My gut is very active these last few days and telling me a lot. Though I don't mind, hell, I embrace all knowledge and wisdom coming from my intuition. We advance on the village for the next 3 hours, entering everyone that is not yet fully recovered goes to the doctor to get topped up. Fully connecting to the underground network, I look carefully back and in a minute find what I'm looking for. Barreling in our direction, Just 40 miles away, the Black Panther is unflinchingly and precisely heading our direction. Everyone prepares for the attack to come, and it is coming in less than 30 minutes. Most of the village joins on the walls, though not quite as prepared as against the gobbling and wolf attacks. Especially given that few can stand even a single blow from a beast like this, and the number of people outside the village on their own endeavors. Our small group walks from the wall, as I continue working even in the last few seconds trying to add a few more runes underground, trying to eke out every smidge of an advantage against the beasts. And I do that because we are going to need it. The situation had after all changed only slightly, in the grand scheme of things. Passing through the clearing, the 11-foot-long beast from head to tail slows while heading for us. There are none of the usual defense emplacements in a wide stretch on the middle of heading for the gate, but with a beast like this, even TE best defenses and traps would be of limited use. As it stalks closer, though we all can clearly see it, I accompanied it with my perception field looking for anything out of the ordinary, anything that might give us even a smidge of an advantage. It's recovering its stamina, I say. We guessed that from the slow approach, says Richard, standing on the little hut built atop the walls that are supposed to be a command center close to the action. Now it's confirmed, Greg says. Should we advance and deny it the chance of resting for these couple minutes? No. It wouldn't put us in a better position. The closer it gets to the village, the greater our edge. Not a large difference, but I will take any small edge. I look for the faint pull of the system and find it there, faint but present. Still stronger than a couple of hours ago, so it can't delay too long, but it could spare a couple of minutes to catch its breath. I let a smile light up my face underneath the wooden armor set I'm wearing, as it slowly approaches our position in a straight line, passing over the exact spot the goblin leader had perished in one of the attacks. Prepare to fireball him in 70 meters. I say in a low tone, even though I have a sound isolating rune in place just in case the beast was smarter than I gave it credit for. Heading for the epicenter of the formation with the only chance to end the beast in a single fell swoop, I cross my fingers hoping to end the attack in one fell swoop. Finish it off without anyone else being injured, without any more suffering on our part or any chance of another village being attacked on the way back. At the very least, it should debilitate the beast enough that we have an actual shot at fighting it. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters from the middle of the formation and the Black Panther, the beast I was most familiar with, jumps to the side with a pulse of mana before sprinting for us. Shit. It's gonna miss the formation. I curse. It would have been too easy if it had fallen on the trap. We all prepare. Floating in the air, I have out plenty of shields out and behind each one a thread of my attention and aspens will so they don't become like tissue paper in front of the beast's claws. I look forward to Alex and through the perception field, I can clearly feel his eyes completely focused as he lowers his stance, readying himself for the battle to come. With the first +7 spear on the village, made with him in mind, I can almost taste the sharpness surrounding him. Alex POV. I will succeed. This beast won't stand a chance against me. There is no other choice, no holding back. I will put forward my entire being in each of my swings and achieve something beyond all I have done till now. I grab ether, something Nash taught me how to wield, and spin it around me, trying to reinforce the mantras on my head. I'm the bloody spear wielder. The beast had higher stats and alone I wouldn't last more than a single blow, but with the dozens of people around me, as long as I don't make any mistakes, I am safe enough. The panther couldn't focus its entire attention on me, otherwise it would be opening itself to half a dozen counterattacks. But I had in my grasp something that helped to bridge the gap, and I would not let it go to waste. You are going down, I mumble, and the very last instant passes as the beast advances. I let a grin form as Nash's shields pop up around us. Dozens of strong mana shields and roots start to come from the underground, trying to ensnare it. Neither will by itself have an enormous effect, but it will distract it a little bit. Every instant it had to focus on the magical attacks, and every moment that I saved in the maneuvers around or through the mana shield gave us another instant to position ourselves around it. I spin my spear as I feel the roots gripping my arms in a gentle constriction that doesn't hinder my movements in the slightest, just reminding me they're ready to help when necessary. One-handed, two-handed, short attack, long attack, side to side, down then up, and repeat all over again, in a different order. I thrust the lower corner, and after seeing an opening with a slight twist which forces the beast to move off and let go of an attack that would have injured one of the other warriors, I attempt to control the mana flow leaving me. Something that was still not quite natural to me, but infusing myself gave me the stamina to keep this effort that normally would only be sustainable for a few seconds and extended that a lot. Level 20-something in mana manipulation. Not anything impressive, even by most people's standards. Especially when compared to Nash's ability to pulse his mana for incredible bursts of speed even with his relatively low agility stat, but it is more than most fifthers can do. I pursued a more common and easier path of sending mana to my muscles, and it managed to help in holding the beast back. I didn't have an impressive mana pool, but using about 5 mana a minute meant I had enough to last several clashes against these beasts. These battles were short but more intense than anything else, with most only lasting at most 2 or 3 minutes. I held myself back ever so slightly. Not from fear, but because I knew that the beast hadn't shown its full capabilities yet, and I need to be ready to counter it. 30 seconds pass, and despite my best efforts 4 people are out, but we find a rhythm that manages to hold it back, and against so many opponents along with the reinforcements that we can call from the village, it finally decides to take us seriously. Even if. Suddenly, with stronger and more uncontrolled pulses of mana out, the beast starts to move incredibly fast. Not even Nash's help, so make greater in range of the village, and with the roots underground is enough to hold it back. I stop conserving even the slightest bit of my stamina and dive head in with a singular purpose in mind. To thrust or to swipe it and open a gash in its thick hide. I would even take a poke with the butt of the spear, but that isn't particularly dangerous for an opponent of this caliber. That is when everything starts to go wrong. Nash manages to hold it for an instant, but instead of being it trying to evade one of the attacks from the single person perfectly positioned at its flank, it dives in on another of the fighters, and with a pulse of mana to its paws. It frees itself and bites a forearm. A screaming fighter and a shallow gash instead of the well-placed deep trust one hoped for. It tries to circle at the back of everyone. The entire group manages to turn around fairly accustomed to the style of the beast, but even that is not enough, as one by one the beast eliminates the weaker fighters, using them as cover and getting further away from me and Greg. No physical fighter in our village even has a chance of standing a single blow if they were alone. We too, however, we real dangers to it if it didn't protect its flanks. Frustration builds in my chest at my inability, my lack of speed and power, and the system's coldness. My ether starts to bubble around me, and I send a thicker stream trying to squeeze every bit of an improvement out. I'm no longer gaining any skill levels, but there were occasionally subtle improvements that would be very welcome right now. Thrust, swipe, step closer, retreat. Thrust, retreat, advance, swipe, and swipe. A stumble, a knocked spear, a slight defocusing, and someone falls, knocking me to the side. The beast's eyes lock on me. My spear is out of position. My footing is all wrong. Shields in place to stop its charge. My heart almost freezes, but I don't let that or the dozen people with serious injuries get to me. I pulse my mana out and swipe my foot across the dirt on the ground. I pull the spear with all my strength as a 500-pound beast barrels toward me with no one else in a position to break its momentum. The spear tip moves so slowly into position, the position that should be braced so I could put my weight behind as I aim for a spot right at the base of its throat that would end any animal in seconds before the system, but even with all its vaunted power, the panther would still be severely debilitated if I hit it square on. As I twist my own body and the spear tip gets into position at the exact angle, I feel something, a warning in mind, with an epiphany about how to proceed. Trusting the instinct, I relax all my muscles and hold the spear steadily, fully prepared for the blow, putting with more strength than I thought possible in the instant that I need. More strength than anyone else managed to exert, which penetrates the base of the panther's throat. The familiar feeling from a skill increase level is overwhelming, and I let my face brighten up. Level 100 skill. Finally. Chapter 133. I see the deepest spear trust entering any of the HLZ beasts to this day, and it comes from Alex. The greatest injury, but after the instant, the beast still barrels into him and twists his arms at an unnatural angle. Leading with an injury that should have taken a good 20% damage to its HP, it tries to disengage. With a hole 6 inches deep, each of its tentative movements puts a strain on its muscles. With Alex down, it might have managed to overwhelm us in only a few seconds, but I can almost feel its pain and hesitation with my perception field. The panther can barely keep moving. Extending the perception field to Alex's shoulder, I run to him, and using the little I know of anatomy and mechanics, get into position behind him. I grab his arm as he attempts to hold himself up and hold his spear in place. Hold for a moment, I say as I attempt to multitask with shields and get the proper leverage. I put my shoulder on his back and yank his arm back. I fear the strained ligaments, but after a moment it becomes clear his humerus is properly back in its socket, and even through the remnants of pain he manages to swing his arm. Though it would perhaps be better to let him rest, He dives right in again, though slightly favoring his right arm after his injury. Something has changed. He in some ways moves even more precisely and fluidly than before, and the narrow gap that separated a large group with magical support against a single one of the beasts now becomes jagged as he hesitates to put strength in with his left arm. After the injury and the limited time frame the panther was working under, it tries to stay for a few more minutes, but we just barely manage to keep, and it decides to break away. Moments before I finish a freezing formation underground, the beast runs off. "No, come back and die you at #% curses Greg. I watch closely the system pull increased strength as the panther retreats. Do we pursue it? One of the 8 yet uninjured fighters asks as a few more join from the village. No, definitely not. It's too dangerous even with Alex and whatever he managed to do. Most of you are injured, says Richard. I nod while palming 2 health potions from the inner world. I throw one to the fighter, making its way back with a mangled hand and forearm, while the other goes to Alex. Thanks, Nash. They both say almost in sync, which sends everyone laughing. Go by the healer. He can help you recover in hours instead of days for an injury like that, I say to the fighter after the mirth has died down. As everyone moves back, I stay behind with Alex, who is holding his arm. They're not the muscle spasm from the pain that I would ordinarily expect, but some pain remains even after getting his arm into place. That was some impressive fighting. What did you do? I think I hit level 100 in a skill, he says, and my eyes widen. You. I think you were the first person in the instance given how hard it was. I could see your skill almost instantly improve your combat by a lot even with your injury. I'm just thankful that we drove the beast off. Well, now you just have to leverage what you learned into actual combat capability and heal up to full strength, I say, thinking of how much easier these encounters would be from now on. Come on, which skill it was? Let me look. He ruffles through his system interface for a few minutes back and forth looking, and his fur just gets deeper and deeper. What is wrong? I ask, concerned. Not really wrong, but my skill. Level 100, but there is nothing else in the stat screen. Really? He looks at my face and realizes he was talking nonsense. My spear mastery skill is level 100 now, but that is all that changed. He says, rifling through all the system screens looking for anything different. Really? Yep, not extra stats, nothing new unlocked, not decent class upgrades, no rewards, no explanation, nothing. Just one more level in the skill. Well, it is an impressive skill. Though why do you still have spear mastery? Didn't it get upgraded to pole mastery after you started using staffs or halberds for practice? Nah, I don't train with other weapons. I dedicate the entire time to spears, though I make sure to vary their weight, length, and my fighting style during my training sessions. Maybe there are advantages to the more specific skills, I wonder aloud. Either way, push forward for the rest of us and learn as much as you can after you get your arm healed up. As soon as you have something to tell, don't delay. I have half a dozen skills stuck on level 99, and I want to progress. Damn, that is a lot of skills. Though I'm not sure about what to say. I only had one stuck at level 99 now that I increased it. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, take care. We will need you to get acquainted with your increase in skill if we are to have any chance next time. Yeah, finally we do have a chance. I walk off looking at the beast through the network with my perception field. Even from the distance, I can faintly feel the pull of the system, which gets so much stronger whenever the beast is forced to retreat. Yet another small quirk of the system. I ignore it, connect more fully to Aspen, and start to look for any sign that he got injured in the fight. Just a small precaution, considering his help is essential in my plans to battle the beast from the HLZ. So, did you got injured as you hold the mana and the shields and fireballs that the panther dissipated? The mental image of a giant green and brown Lovecraftian monster made of living wood comes back at me through our bond more clearly than most of our interactions. He may not have adrenaline, but acting directly against the Black Panther still forced him to start thinking a little more like moving beings instead of his more lethargic state. So, you are the real monster and the panther is barely a kitten before your might? He takes that faint mental image and develops it further and further with incredible detail. Almost enough to be considered a mental painting, as a small entire black cat runs away with its tail tucked between its legs. Have you been interacting with Aster on your own and picked her flair for the dramatic? A sheepish feeling returns, and I try to make sense of the convoluted mental image that accompanies it. How? I ask, ignoring his previous image. But as he morphs it, I go back to paying attention. You can use something that comes from me. You are using my telepathy skill? The feeling that comes back is undeniable. He not only can use telepathy, but he is also more advanced than I expected. He isn't just slowly gaining control of mana, but also the perception field of telepathy and how to know what other skills do. I start heading back unconcerned with the negligible feedback that Aspen suffered given how cavalier he is treating this whole thing. But as I enter the village, my perception passes over the fireball turrets, which shot throughout the fight. With the mage operating it laying on the ground, I see signs of the feedback except even more dangerous than before. Concerned, I use my roots and climb the side of the towers like a gecko, though more slowly. Getting to the top, I enter and see one of the most accomplished mages without counting Merlin trying to sit up. "Are you okay?" I ask. He turns his head at me and says, "Yeah, I'm okay. I pushed too hard for a little while, but I ate a healthy regan fruit already. I just need a few more minutes." "What do you mean?" I ask, not understanding. When Merlin talked about the dangers of mana feedback from beasts, I didn't think that it would be nearly this intense. It hasn't seemed such a big problem until now. I thought that it was his high intelligence stat who was protecting him. Now I'm not so sure. "I never got this injured myself, and your mental stats are higher than mine." I say, getting another pair of healthy fruits from the inner world and giving it to him. He extended his arm to take them, and retracting in himself, I see him adjusting his legs to start meditating. That should increase his regen rate as both effects stack before its 1-hour countdown runs out. On the next, I walk the meter and half of the circular tower and drop from the 12 meters high window to the ground. Mana overflows from my pool to my active control, and in the last half a second, a runic formation I had been practicing in the last week receives the pulse of mana. The floating rune, or more precisely the repulsion rune, slows my fall. At my speed, it is not strong enough to keep me in the air. My control and powers is still not at that level, but it's enough that I don't even feel the pain from impacting my feet in the ground. Finding Merlin and talking about the discovery, we work on the feedback that the others felt, especially the fool who kept shooting even as it was harming him. "Nah, that only thing that makes sense is you soul stat. Such a cheat. Damn, if I didn't have it, then I would only be able to use mana indirectly against a beast. But if that is the case, the reason you can hold against the beast's attacks has to be something that you do, not a passive effect." "Yeah," he says, crunching his face, "I think." I kind of flinch every time my will comes into contact with the disputing. Before, it just seems something everybody did, but it is the only thing I can think of that may be the cause. Maybe it is an innate understanding and reflexive action to reduce the damage. Like almost letting go of a hammer or axe as it hits something. Except in your case, it's not about relaxing, but doing something to keep the control, I say. If we figure it out next time, I'm going to pay more attention. Still, slowly we are catching up. After Alex heals up, we should have better chances. You talked with him? No, but it's obvious he improved a lot right at the end. What did he do? I grin widely. Level 100 skill, spear mastery skill. Not sure how things will develop in that front, but at least someone managed to cross that threshold. Did he find out anything new? No, so far. Maybe he needs to hit level 101 or the increase in skill, its one reward, but even without this bringing anything more, it will make combating the beast more feasible. We are a long way from solo combat against then, but at this pace, in another couple of weeks a group like the one we are sending should be enough to slowly eliminate the beast being sent out. Let's hope so. We keep our talk for another few minutes, but eventually, we finish, and I let Merlin get some sleep. I, however, don't have to go so early, not when I need just 2 hours of sleep a night and sometimes could push for even less. I start training something else, something that I will have to increase eventually, and now is as good a time as any. I start work on increasing the level of the system skill perception field instead of relying on my own version of it. Having improved the base version of the skill so much should help me increase the level of the one granted to me by the system. I just had to hope that the system really didn't have a way of detecting my use of the skill. Otherwise, trying to acquire all the knowledge in the bookstore might be a very bad idea. But the gamble seemed to be worth it, and I would not give up for the small chance it would go wrong. I sit on the ground with the book in my hands and turn on the very intermittently used perception skill level 40-something last time I checked. Most of the increase happened inside the class trial. Underground, ground, sky. Different materials. Slowly cycling, going as fast as possible. I follow a similar routine as I had gotten used to with the original version of the skill, hoping to gain some insights into the skill from the system, unlikely as that seemed. Chapter 134. Turns out I did gain some small tidbits from the system. After most of the night and a few more hours after waking up, I continue cycling through all the exercises with both versions of my perception field while trying to see if there is anything to be gained from the increase in level with the better version that is not dependent on the system. I also try to make both skills work at the same time. The latter is not successful, but I slowly increase the skill level and gain very slight, but still meaningfully improvements in resolution detail with the system's skill, especially in being able to differentiate materials. Not in a way to be useful in my reading efforts, which was a small disappointment, but dealing with different materials that wouldn't normally be confused with one another was becoming effortless. At least reading books with proper ink would become a breeze. Even if it wouldn't help with the shenanigans the system pulled with the differently colored cellulose fibers making the paper in the books. I start sending out my perception field and find the people outside the HLZ in what used to be our silver mine, but nothing of note is happening there. All the cameras and directional microphones I set up to monitor the region are all still in place. I withdraw and leave the endeavor for the operators in the comm room to deal with them. Even with all of the noise and other things that I could be doing, I head for the library and take in the small underground chambers set up for the storage of the data cells and now something else as well. They increased the space and added a way of pulling the large stone which already had 4 of the copper mechanical storage racks inside. Focusing on it with my perception field, I see a decent amount of plates already filled. I find the pedestal in my hut and with a usual shenanigans with my inner world bring it in front of me. Placing the book on it and connecting everything to the data network, I set up an automatic sequence so all the new information will be added. All 4 storage racks continue transcribing everything they can to my book, at least whenever they aren't busy punching more copper or being accessed by someone else. I continue to work on my perception field in the entering, but every hour I stop for a minute or so. When the process is almost over, I look at what has been added to the library. A lot of notes from our village and others as well. People seem to have stopped adding their daily appointments and stuff, probably because they realize that the whole system is public, but I'm glad to see the amount of useful information growing. After a couple of hours, I move to return the pedestal allowing the book to take in the information but stop myself. It was fine in the hut, but I can't separate myself from the book. Leaving the book in the inner world sitting on the pedestal all day long and just inputting the new data whenever I'm in the network is feasible. I take the book and start reading through the last few pages of new information. There is nothing revolutionary there, but the increase in my understanding of magic and the slowly shaping of my understanding of the system's intricacies. A very useful skill in the situation we found ourselves in. I add to the library of my mind a few new runes, new ways of working with the ones and so much more. Hours pass until sunset starts approaching and a messenger finds me. Let me guess, I say before the girl even gets a word in. Charlie. No, Merlin and Burgess at the MRI. She says chuckling. I will be in my way in a minute. Okay. She runs off at a slow pace as a carefree being. A nice change compared to the focused and purposeful strides everyone was developing, especially during the last week or so with the intermittent HLZ attacks. Not every one of them was getting people killed, but when one of the beasts did run into a village or a larger group, it was simply a massacre, at least in most encounters. In 2 cases, the villages managed to hold out against the beasts. That reminds me of something I didn't want to deal with, the stolen mine. What the hell are they thinking? Right when the entire instance is fighting. I finish putting everything in place and stretch for a minute as I get up from my meditative pose before walking to the MRI. After a minute walking, I see almost a dozen researchers along with Merlin and Burgess poring over a large blueprint. A large sheet of good quality paper marked in pencil with several charcoal smudges from being erased. I look at the bones of a netherworld portal formation, except it's not intended to go to the netherworld. Merlin sees me entering and says, "We were working on finding that place that you mentioned. We took as far as we could, but we are unsure of how to proceed. You seem to have made some progress." I gesture at the 5-foot-wide runic blueprint. Sure, but we don't have any frame of reference to actually find what we are looking for. We managed to find how the netherworld is identified on the engraving, but even if we find the correct way of dialing another number, we can't just keep randomly trying thousands of combinations. Well, there is probably a thing or two I could try to help out. Is that why you called me? Yeah. So far, the only path to learning more about this other place is for you to go to the netherworld a couple of times. If you see something that will guide us, it will be immensely helpful. Otherwise, we are pretty much at a standstill. Says Burgess. Okay, let's go then. You are staying, right, Merlin? Yep. I have a couple of hours to play. We all walk to the field where I teleported to the netherworld and the main portal is set up. There are smaller mobile ones that they began to take around so they can map the netherworld and even run into other wolves, but this larger one is needed to allow a human-sized being to physically cross. Everyone is already used to how this is supposed to work, and considering our deeper understanding of how the portals work, we don't have to be quite as careful as the first time, but everyone still takes this seriously. The 11 researchers, Burgess and Merlin, each chose a spot around me, and the mana connection is established. I put on my main suit of wooden armor in a single move, just taking it out of the inner world already surrounding my body, though that does require a bit of mental gymnastics with the portals. With Calm Rune in place and without anything new, I sit on the ground for a minute, centering myself to maximize how focused I'm and what I will be able to sense with my perception field. It won't be an enormous difference, but compounding 1% better detail with 1% better recall with 1% better comprehension and so forth can add up. I say a single word, trying not to disrupt my focus. Portal. They understand what I mean, and after a few seconds, I open my eyes to see the small spheric portal to the netherworld slowly growing. Extending my perception field just a few millimeters off my skin, with as much resolution as possible, though not using the system skill, just my own version for now. I get up and walk forward, giving a small jump when I'm in position, and what I feel for the few seconds or the instant that it takes to cross the portal is similar to last time. Getting to the other side, I sit on the ground a couple of meters beyond the portal without any compunction. I start meditating as deeply as possible while maintaining a grasp of my memories as I walk in my memory palace. I leverage all my techniques to imprint everything in my memory about my experience. Just an instant, but an instant that stretches forever, or so it seemed to my senses. I recall a little hut at the exact stop that once stood in our village before we demolished it to make this clearing, but it doesn't look to be the same place. There is something different about it. The wood, like on the village selling paint, not quite as vibrant in color, more of a dark varnish. That confirms it is not our village, and it is also not the same place I saw last time. After the system drags me back, I recount everything to the others and open my eyes, not surprisingly finding myself back in the clearing. Was there anything to identify, or something about the path to get to this other place? Asks Merlin. Nope. Damn, curses Burgess. Let's run it a few more times, I say. And that is exactly what we do. I cross the threshold a few times. Once, twice, a dozen times. Sometimes I just go and wait for the system. Other times I cross the portal and return right away, trying to glean a little more on the return trip. Sometimes I do it fully awake. Other times I cross over in an almost meditative state. Thousands of mana points in each short transition, but I continue to refill the batteries each time it gets to the halfway point. A good hour later, after my 17th transition and with little luck in identifying anything to help us, I ask, have you guys thought about setting up a secondary engraving on the other side to help stabilize the portal? Both Merlin and Burgess in concert. What do you mean? Asks Merlin. Well, you guys know what is causing the ripples on the portal that is so troublesome, right? No, says Burgess. We have a lot of guesses, but nothing concrete. I attempt to recall having ever discussed with them, though I stop and begin again. I think these transitions are messing with my memory. Still, look at this. I sit on the ground and make a return, feedback, and stabilization runic pattern that should help in not only reducing power draw, but also in keeping the portal stable. Oh, I see where you are going with this. Merlin holds his chin as I can almost see the puzzles fitting in his mind. What? Asks the dedicated and decently talented Burgess, though not quite on the same level as Merlin. A researcher from the MRI looking over his shoulder answers. It's a formation to tap into the very power of the portal and provide an anchor point. It will use a little bit of mana, but it is well worth the expense. The total mana consumption will at the very least be half what we are using right now. Exactly, I say. Though with the right alignment, I don't see why we couldn't go way beyond just 50% mana economy. Okay, it will help us use a little less mana in our trials, but I don't see it as being much more useful than that, says Burgess. Probably not, but no use in wasting mana if all it will take is a few more minutes and it might teach us something new. Not like we have many avenues to research for now. I continue working and prepare to cross over. On the other side, I take a copper battery from the inner world and place it in the ground, putting the root formation I just worked on in place before the system drags me back. Turning off the portal, I hold my fingers hoping that everything works as intended. I look at the portal. The same wrongness and foggy broken hole in reality happens in the instant the portal is formed, But as about 1 second passes, the portal is half-formed instead of taking about 10 seconds to grow to full size. In record time, the surface settles. Probably about 2 seconds, and unlike a few minutes ago, the entire sphere is crystal clear, not only on the frontal part. It is perfectly smooth all around. Mana settled down at about 45% of normal consumption, says the portal operator monitoring the stats coming from the portal, in the same table that the comm operator is at. I grin widely, hearing that through both the headset and as his voice carries over the small distance. And it is nearly perfectly stable. Compliments Burgess. Yes, I yell before running across the threshold, trying to reach for something more, something that will light the way forward, something that will put us in contact with more humans. Against everything, the system tries to limit us to this day. It doesn't matter, as long as we manage to start reconnecting to all of mankind. Chapter 135. As I go through the stabilized portal, I can suddenly see so much more, and with such clarity. It lasts only a brief instant, even if it feels longer, but I can not only make out the shape of a dwelling from another village, but all is revealed under my perception field. The interior and even the opposite wall, along with a couple of other parts of the neighboring buildings also intended for a single person, are all in range. For the next couple of hours, we all make full use of Merlin's Academy expertise along with the Magic Research Institute, aka MRI. We try to understand the principles and improve on the runes, and slowly aligning both sides as precisely as possible. Each trial teaches us a little more, and we refine the models and strategies to minimize the mana consumption and unknown aspects of this transfer. A third, a fourth, soon we only need a sixth of the mana to sustain the portal. After dozens of transitions and changes to the runic work, we start getting diminishing returns. The total mana needed to keep the portal going continues to slowly reduce, but the initial cost is almost constant. We all keep going as I try to find more about how the dialing of these portals work and how to change it to a specific village that I can see with the perception field. As far as I can tell, during the 59 transitions I did, none were to the same village. What I'm seeing seems to be from random villages, probably just the closest instance at a particular moment. The one change is that each portal is always attuned to the same village as far as I can tell. It only changes after it is closed and a new one forms. I pop back into my own instance after remaining on the other side a couple of seconds too long, and as I scrutinize the new iteration of the stabilizer on the other side, I hear Merlin. Well, I hoped that you would come up with something revolutionary in a couple of hours, but it looks like today is not going to be the day. Oh, I say. You were leaving already? Yeah, it was a nice distraction, and contacting other instances will be very good. But we have more immediate concerns, Merlin replies. Taking a deep breath while looking at me, Burgess says, Yeah, me too. I wish I had more time, but my schedule is packed. With all the other research teams and more immediately useful lines of research in how to combat the HLZ beasts. I sigh and just reply. I feel like what I'm doing here is helping me progress a few of my skills a lot faster than usual, so I'm going to keep at it. The change of pace is good for me, and if I advance the contact with other villages, even if only by a little, it will be worth it. That is good. I just wish we didn't have to worry about people stealing our minds. Any news there? I ask, concerned. No, nothing for now, but I have a bad feeling and nobody knows what to make of it. At least they are having trouble after Nash's village attacked them. Another of the mages says. Oh, yeah, says Merlin. I had forgotten that technically you have your own village, with a population of one which only sees me for a couple of hours here and there. And while dealing with the monthly attacks, says Merlin. What? I ask, what you were talking about. The single goblin that showed up for the attack last month. The operators were all bubbly from remotely fighting it. They didn't mention anything to you? No, they didn't. I also didn't see any corpses in my front lawn. Well, it seems like you'd miss something inconsequential like this. I just shrug and go back to the runes as I try to understand the logic behind the formation and addressing of the portals. The stability of the portal was so great that I didn't even was concerned about crossing even without Merlin's and Burge's help. Even the team of 5 researchers behind is only a precaution at this point. I also didn't need to cross over right away, not when there were other avenues open to me. I look at the runic symbols that are supposed to be the key, the phone number, the elevator button indicating the portal destination, and try to make sense of them. As complex as the 5 symbols are, it's almost like they're just supposed to call for a simpler method. Like pressing the hash key to talk with an operator or something, not a full phone number. Except that the operator, in this case, is sending us straight to the netherworld attached to our instance. The modifications we had to do to the design along with all we had to learn about how these runes operate to even get the relatively easy process of transitioning to this other place is a world apart from accessing the other instances were looking to be much harder. I feel a threat of pride in my perception field. The system's version is useless for this, and I hadn't found any other way of perceiving the other instances just yet. It was letting me bridge an otherwise insurmountable gap, possibly to do something that was supposed to be absolutely impossible. There were a few thousand instances out there, and I wanted to find a way to contact them. Luckily, my perception field, notwithstanding the light headache I had formed, is improving by leaps and bounds. In about 4 hours, I had more progress than a day of training elsewhere, and that didn't even take into account the several simultaneously developing skills. Runic writing, mana manipulation, and my very understanding of magic were evolving at breakneck speed. It all came down to my excitement, the discovery of something new, something on the cutting edge of magical development. Something beyond the days of important but monotonous work interrupted by the few hours going to hunt for the HLZ beasts. It won't remain so forever, but I could milk this situation for the time being for all that it was worth and keep pressing on. Half an hour later, I have yet another runic formation, this time much more refined and well thought out after I finished the modifications to the runes generating the portal on our side. Modifications which are quite a bit more extensive than anyone had attempted of the last couple hours, but a maniacal grin is firmly plastered on my face as I say, "Open the portal." Those words halt me for a moment. Open. No. Turn on. Or send mana. I try to find a concise and pointed word to represent what the portal is doing, but words fail me for the next few seconds before the portal comes into being, so I just take control of the root tendrils on the ground and pass one through the gate. Even with only the barest smidges of mana inside, the runes interact with the portal and destabilize it momentarily, but it doesn't collapse or destroy the formation which arrives on the other side intact. Unfolding it and connecting it to the batteries on the other side, I barely tap into the mana and the portal completely destabilizes as I pull the power directly from it, not even bothering to order it shut down. "What happened?" asks one of the researchers. To my left away from the monitoring panel for the comms and the portal. A feedback loop from the switch and stabilization protocols on the other side. The portal operator says. I walk through the last few seconds in my memory palace and try to find out as much as possible. Luckily, I was fully connected with the root network and the runes that make the most of the portals. I had in the back of my mind a lot more information than any other mage would have. Yes, there was some interference as the stabilizer on the other end was replaced with a new one. We know now that if we want to experiment like this, we will have to be more careful. At least to manage to shut down in time, otherwise it wouldn't just be a few droplets of roots juice being shot out of the portal at supersonic speeds. I look at the few meters of roots on the ground. He was correct. If it had time to fully destabilize, it might have injured someone as the surviving pieces of the mangle roots were shot out of the portal. We didn't have any reliable way of shooting anything approaching the speed of a bullet from a gun, but in the right circumstances, a portal could be extremely damaging. Too bad it was a cumbersome thing. Otherwise, using against the HLZ beasts would be a death sentence to them. Well, let me fix the runes, I say as I reconnect the mana to the proper pathways and return the ability of the portal operator to control the mana sent to the portal. A minute later, after thoroughly searching anything that was out of place, I say, "Everything is in order, you can turn it on again." I pay close attention to the flow of the mana. A peak of 400 mana a second, only slightly lower than what we started the night with, flows into the portal runes. After about 3 seconds with the portal at full size and perfectly stabilized, I see the mana draw settle down to about 60 mana or so. That is 12% of the initial and an 8-fold improvement in the mana consumption to sustain the portal. Still expensive, but at least it wasn't quite as prohibitive. This time I stopped focusing on working with the portal and approached the small 5-foot smooth sphere. The glass/water-like finish became even more impressive and sharper after all the experimentation today, but I don't let that distract me from my goals. As I prepare to jump to the other side, trusting the 2 mages in place to help stabilize the portal, now much more reliable, but then I stop myself. I don't truly need to jump to the other side. I can just keep in the transition. I put my finger inside. Extending my perception field, I see the same noise as I expect from any spatial manipulation, but there is something more. No other place makes itself known to me, so I keep extending the perception field from my finger. 1 inch, 2, 3. It tries to spread in all directions as I look for the spot that will show me what I'm looking for. I limit the sideways expansion to a small area straight ahead of my finger until I reach to the other side of the portal still without finding anything. After a little testing, I realize that it didn't actually go through. I can only perceive my own instance, not the netherworld. Not like I hadn't expected this. I go back and forth getting used to extending a thin and long perception field ahead on my finger as I explore the entire space inside the portal sphere. A much different and more dangerous portal compared to the ones connecting to my inner world, but still just a portal. About 4 minutes later, as the others are getting impatient and probably concerned about the mana usage and emptying battery, I find what I had been looking for. Something hidden, right in the perfect center of the portal. A dot is as small as a grain of dust, but as I stay focused on it for a moment, something happens and I can suddenly see another place. A pounding pain rocks my skull with pressure that I never expected, and I reflexively tumble back trying to get away. Cradling my head, expecting the bulk of the pain to catch up to me, it comes in pounds. Though with each heartbeat it halves, and after only a few moments later all I feel is the impression it left behind. I am perhaps a little luckier than I gave myself credit for. As only the memory of pain remains behind, I take a deep breath and sit to meditate and try to remember everything, to extract every smidge of benefit from the price I paid. I hear the popping of a forceful and quick disconnect of the portal as I walk yet again through my memory palace. I arrive at a corridor and find the right door. The wooden door with the image of a portal in front and my finger, a reminder of the timeline the corridor follows. All the other doors behind me are filled with every moment that I ever experienced and can remember, the ones ahead just prepared to be filled in the future. This place is nothing magical, just a technique that resembles something I had heard back on Earth, and I managed to find a few notes from another village. It was a tool that helped me extract every smidge of value from my stats, and the new mental capabilities were starting to develop. I grabbed the door handle, pushing it down and the door forward in a single movement like I would have done at my house. Instantly, I'm experiencing it all over again. The pain, the instinct fear of looking at the sun, and something more. I see something through that hole in reality. Instead of extending it a few millimeters off my skin, the perception field went much further, and the strange interaction it had with space had me aware of nearly 100 meters on the other side. Every single one of the houses was unmodified, and this time, for the first time, something different comes to me. People from another instance. Finally, some proof that my current course of action had at least a little merit. Chapter 136. So, what did you find out? One of the researchers asks me as I open my eyes. Everyone other working with me on the portal to the netherworld and hopefully other places. Oh, nothing much, I say with a feigned dismissal. Just a larger chunk of a village and couple of people. What? Another researcher blurts out, and every single one, including the portal operator sitting a little further from me, stare at me. Come on, don't joke about that. I'm not joking, I start, then qualify a little. Well, I'm joking little, but I really did find a village with 4 people in my field of view. Now we know that it's not just a bunch of empty instances. Are you certain there were people? He asks me, and I just stare at him. Okay, just checking. What are we going to do then? The operator asks from his seat. Keep going, but I think I want a modified version of the portal. If I'm not crossing, it doesn't need to be so big. Besides, the mana savings here might bring other advantages. Everyone nods, and we settle on a bowling ball-sized portal. Through the corner of my perception field, I see the operator lowering the dials responsible for the size of the portal as he starts the mana input sequence. And the portal this time comes into full bloom in an instant, a moment after I pull my perception field out of the area. I was already mixing my perception field with special shenanigans, no sense in increasing my headache without even properly exploring the other side. I put my finger inside and then do something slightly different. I extend the perception field like last time, except I advance at a snail's pace, aiming at the precise middle unerringly given the smaller size. Millimeter by millimeter, I extend the thin conduit of perception field from the tip of my finger. The portal, now with a nearly negligible mana consumption in comparison to the original version, can stay open for a lot longer before the cost got to me. I could keep it going for days with a large battery. After the initial spike settled down, it barely used 1 mana/s. I try to hold myself steady as I get closer and closer to the middle of the portal. An almost infinitesimally small spot that I concentrate on, without extending the field beyond it more than a fraction of a millimeter. Not quite the precision of a microscope, but enough that it should minimize the strain in my mind. The moment passes as the other side slowly comes into view. And I sense air, A meter-wide irregular blob of air. My head feels the slight strain, but I push through it, already used to worse even when not dealing with spatial distortions. I extended the perception field to the sides, up, down, and forward to find anything. Hopefully another village as expected. The strain begins to increase, but there is something else there as well. I blink a couple of times and retract my perception field. I mentally shift my perception field, basically switching channels, and then extend the perception field again. As I hit the ground, I can tell that it is the netherworld, which sends me laughing. This is what I was supposed to see all along, and this mental shift that I had to do is just returning my perception to the right place. I instinctively know I peek behind the curtain, as it were. As I retract the natural version of the perception field and extend the much more unwieldy skill version the system gifted me, I only see the netherworld. I play for a minute trying to make the mental shift, and although there seems to be something there, it's as locked, and I don't have even a hint of the other village using the system's version of the skill. Even after I unlock the way to change the channel with the skill perception field, I doubt that system would let me peek at the other instances with the skill that it granted me. The one advantage of this version of the skill is that it limits my headaches. There is not a single instance where this version is better except in the safety features of the skill, and I wonder at the purpose of its myriad of limitations. Laying back on the ground, I say, "Keep it open. I'm going to rest for just a minute." I don't pay attention to what they say, exploring what just happened in my mind. This mental shift, the only place where it comes into place is the portal, but it is essential if we wanted to go anywhere else. My gut told that much. I catch my mental breath and head in again. This time extending my perception field much further after crossing the barrier to the village while anchoring myself. Extending the perception field through the tendril seems to help me avoid the worst of the headache. I don't rush for the entire distance, instead sweeping the entire area. Some 20 meters around the spot, dwelling by dwelling. With the much larger area covered, I find people again. 3 people, all calmly walking in the direction of the center of the village. Withdrawing my perception, I rest for another minute before working on improving this mental switch to go from one channel to the next. Back and forth to the netherworld and the village, trying to knock something loose in my noggin and see if there is something more, and after a good 5 minutes, I finally succeed. Just for an instant, a headache-inducing moment that the image of the village is replaced by another one, but something is different and the connection breaks instantly. All I manage to see is a picture of devastation. Battle damage like I had seen in a couple of other villages during the night, but much more extensive. I try to get to it again, but tired from all my attempts, I stop. Shut it down, I say as I withdraw my finger from the portal. Okay. I grasp at my temples, trying to massage away the pain. I go back to the runes that they suppose are responsible for dialing, look at them in a new light, and draw a dozen different small variations. With a flick of the wrist and a pulse of mana, one of them replaces the address of the netherworld. Make a portal the size of a jujubine. I think it won't make a difference for what I need. Are you sure? The operator asks me. You won't be able to fit your finger through. That's exactly the point. I extend a pair of shields from the inner world and put on my root armor to protect me if anything goes unexpectedly wrong. As the very small and almost negligible portal is formed, I extend a root tendril and send my perception field through it. As it passes the middle, I feel the root being consumed and ripped apart. The portal formed with the random address that I put in, but it seems to head nowhere. My perception field passes the spot in the middle of the portal and I find nothing at first, but as I attempt to switch channels, there is something in the distance. It seems to be another village, but as soon as I try to get a better look, it's gone and the portal collapses. 30 seconds and folds in itself, luckily without any damaging side effects. We begin to experiment, and dozens of tries all end up with similar results. Open, 30 seconds pass, and the portals fold in on themselves. After a while, with each attempt more refined, I start to see some progress. I switch a few symbols in the first address, understanding a little bit behind the logic, and slowly, ever so slowly, randomly, finding the numbers that get me closer to the destination. Sometimes the channel looks to be closer, sometimes it's more distant, but I struggle through and form a basic working for how the coordinates are determined, even if I have trouble referencing with this single point. Even if I'm getting closer, it is too slow, so I mention my concerns to the others. The head researcher, the one who least talked, always waiting until he had something meaningful to contribute, starts. Well, what if you start multiple portals simultaneously? The mana consumption is small enough even without connecting to the netherworld that you can afford it. Not sure if it will work, I say. It's worth a try at least. I want to see something interesting, even if all we see is it blowing up. I look at him, and after a moment I shrug and agree to his proposal. I look down at the formation and ideas of how to split the formation of portals with the current setup would be possible so I could summon multiple portals. It would give me another data point to help triangulate the closest village. I form routes over the copper and silver of the central working of the main part of the engraving, and I directly tie a few stops trying to troubleshoot the novel application of the portal formation. Setting up just two this first time, I give a nod and the man starts rushing through the place. The ground rumbles and the suddenly chill air blows over, much more than the subtle signs that I had seen, like opening a frigorific camera. It's bloody strange if you're not used to it. I simply ignore the signs, the longer time frame and much greater interference between the portals from being so close to each other. They also didn't have the help of something stabilizing them on the other side, not being aimed at the netherworld, which only adds to the problems, but I patiently wait. When they are fully formed, I poke my perception field through both, with long roots extending as I hide behind a fully powered mana shield. It takes me a few seconds, and there is some confusion for a moment, but just a few seconds before the 30 seconds is up, I manage to mentally switch, to change the channel, and I grin widely. The dichotomy is strange, but the portals standing a foot apart head to nearly the same place, the same village. And as I feel, one of them is much easier to switch with and closer to the critical point. I analyze its address as the little portals collapse. The root tendril is blended and shot out of the portal, but even Aspen ignores the loss, too interested in the exploration I'm pursuing given the negligible loss of mass. I pull my clipboard from the inner world and start a new notation trying to create a system to the find address of the closest other instance. There was a chance that my impressions were wrong and things to be random. I still didn't think so. I was on the tail of something, and the time that I was spending on his didn't seem like a waste. It was simply something that would lead me to one of my main goals: establishing contact with the other instances. Regardless, stopping when the inspiration struck was just wrong. I keep going strong for the next few hours, cataloging dozens of addresses. None of them actually led anywhere directly. Not on a single case, but I find a few sets of addresses that were close to each other and a few of the disturbances indicating I was close to something and could change the channel on my perception field were getting easier and easier to find. The list is growing and becoming more organized as runic rules form and the logic behind the addresses becomes ever so slightly less inscrutable. When I started this, I had absolutely no idea of what I could do and the direction this would take, but today was not the day to hold back, and I keep going. My perception field acted like a compass guiding us to the place where we would find the other instances. As one of the addresses luckily gets much closer than all the others, I start focusing only on improving it. A dozen tries later, 2 small steps in the right, I hear. We have to diminish the portal size again. Why? I ask, confused. These last couple portals are putting a strain too large on the engraving. Too much mana. They are pretty small already. How much smaller can we even make the portals? Not sure. Before even the Juju Bean-sized portals we started out with were the smallest we managed to come up, but your modifications helped with stabilizing it further. If they need to be smaller, they shall be. Though as I find over the next few minutes, I fail to improve the portals by any substantial amount. Initially, the change was non-existent, but after we crossed a critical distance to this other instance, the mana consumption simply skyrocketed. The current portal, already some 70% the size of Juju Bean, is drawing about 300 mana a second each in the closest spot to another instance. Together, that was the limit of what the current setup could handle. Reducing the portal did help reduce the mana consumption, but getting even a little closer of the other instance erased all the overhead freed with the smaller portal. Even only opening one portal at a time wouldn't be enough to progress that much. Well, today is not the day. I look at the lead researcher after hearing him speak. Glancing at this team, I notice all far more tired and disheveled than normal after sunrise. I get his hint and say, "Well, I kept you all long enough. Thanks for all the help." As he moves off, I call him. "Wait just a minute." "Okay," he says, and I can almost feel the need to sleep wafting off him. "Don't worry, I will let you get your sleep. Just there is something that I thought about. I will leave a few things over here." Before, it wouldn't have been very productive, but I think even before a new built for more powerful engravings, you guys should be able to narrow down where the direction of the incomplete address by the mana consumption. "Oh," he says. A moment later, taking my idea a step further, he says, "Just pulsing mana into the engraving and seeing how long it lasts should be a good way to get rough measurements to dial in the address the rest of the way. We don't have precise runic clocks, but they should be good enough for something like this." I grin and nod. You are on the right track. Both of us part ways with large and stupid grins on our faces. Now they have a direction to go on for the next few days. Looking at the setup, I decide to work just another few minutes to design a more robust and precise engraving to be manufactured out of proper copper and silver. Roots and branches are incredibly useful, but they can't beat the precision and power that raw metal can provide. Chapter 137. Charlie's POV. We need to come up with a better answer on how to handle their attack, I say, leaning back on my chair and looking at the others in the command room. Well, you heard the lawyers. They took care to attack while there was no one else in the vicinity, and now so long as they don't vacate the mine we can't do anything, Richard says. Yeah, otherwise we will be considered the aggressors by the system. I just wish I didn't have to deal with so much crap on top of this and the beast attacks from the HLZ. Greg then volunteers. What we already suspected, but the lawyers confirmed, is that Nash can still act. He can act even more aggressively and collapse any tunnel they try to build in a few seconds, a minute at most. If he keeps that up every day or so, they wouldn't even manage to extract a single gram of silver. There is a commotion on the corner with the outside, and I wait for a messenger to enter and speak. A few moments later, my hunch is proven correct. Another silver mine was attacked. The messenger says straightforwardly. Oh, shit, says Greg. That is it. I ask, hoping that is all the bad news we can hope for. No, the others are looking through it, and it seems another group is marching on the third mine. Is there anyone close by that can get there in time? No, not even at maximum speed. God damn it. Curses Merlin, taking his eyes from a book he was reading while he didn't have much to contribute to the conversation. We need that silver. Are they actually on the side of the HLZ beasts? We can rain on their parade. Following Greg's idea, they won't get a single gram of silver. The only problem is if they identify our last mine. It seems they found the location of 3 of them. But if they find the 4th, we won't have any other choice but to ration our limited stockpile of silver. What the hell are they thinking? Asks Richard. Let's find out, says Richard. How? Asks Charlie. We had a comm line most of the way to their village already, so I sent a pair of scouts to complete the work. They should have finished already. Why didn't you say so before? Complains Greg. Richard shakes his head, and I just taken the scene. Before you call them, I think you were going to want confirmation on something. The messenger says as he turns away from the copper runic communicator he was holding against his ear until a moment ago. Come on, go ahead. Oh, sorry, how do I? Well, it's not confirmed, but it seems Walter's economic alliance is in this scheme to steal our mines. He says. How did we find out? Asks Richard. We just saw a couple of their soldiers in the group heading for the third mine. Oh, shit, Richard says, and I stare at him. As everyone turns in his direction, he continues. We caught some hints that Max had allied with someone, but we didn't have any confirmation until now. Walter's group is one of the worst possible choices from our point of view, especially considering they can make effective use of the silver to make with runic constructs. Come on, says Greg. It can't be all that bad. It can, and it's probably worse than you realize. With what the lawyers told us, him giving Walter his allegiance can get around a few more of the restrictions of the contract. Nothing that will let him take the initiative to attack us or anything, but as long as they keep someone on each of the mines, we can't attack him. So our only choice is to rely on Nash to handle this, which we already suspected. Well, let's call them already, says Richard. I wait for a few minutes until Max is on the other side of the line, probably a little luck given he may not even have been on the village. Charlie, it has been a while. The grating voice and his infuriating smile come over the comm, but I keep my calm. We both know we are not friends, no use in trying to give the impression that we are otherwise. I say simply, no, need to be discourteous. He continues the charade. You are one to talk about being discourteous. You steal our mine and... Greg says, not just 1, but 2 and maybe 3 if they manage to get ahead of schedule. Why are you looking to trade for the output of the mines? For someone such as yourselves, I would give a good discount. I know how much you love to engrave, and silver is such a good material. Stop that bullshit. You are going to try and starve us out of any silver and give it all to Walter. I say, paying close attention to his face. He doesn't visibly twitch, but his reaction is well in line with what I expected. After a moment of looking intently at me, he starts. Well, I had hoped that our alliance wouldn't be revealed so soon. What alliance? You are his lapdog. That is the only way you would have gotten around someone of the restrictions. I say, trying to get a rise out of him and see if he reveals anything. Semantics. Either way, I really don't have anything to say to you. Bye. He turns off the call and we all stare at the disconnected line for a few seconds until Greg tentatively breaks the silence. Shit, he is too confident. We didn't learn anything and we just confirmed for him that we know of their alliance. We were never going to learn anything if my suspicions are even partially correct. At least now I'm confident we are on the right track about his alliance with Walter's coalition. I still want to punch his face. Says Greg. Do you think we should call Walter? We have a comm terminal just a kilometer away from their village. Asks Richard. I stop and look at him pensively. Not like we have much to lose. After another few minutes, they are finally connected, though Walter doesn't move outside and uses his own small network to transmit his voice to us. Walter speaking over here. After having gotten used to the perfect sound reproduction of the comm rune and sound runes, the slight distortion from the incompatibility in the networks is annoying, but nothing that gets in the way. Getting straight to the point, I ask him, why did you steal our silver mine? The mines aren't yours, they are from the instance, and if you greedy people wanted to control them, you should have stationed a few guards to protect. It would have avoided all this. We aren't risking people's lives for access to a few resources if there is any other choice. You are stationing them just meters away from the HLZ on a permanent basis. That's your opinion. We see things differently. Now if that is all. After waiting for only a moment, he shuts down the connection and leaves us all fuming at the pithiness they showed. Damn, they aren't up to conversation. People left and right hanging up on us. Says Greg with a small chuckle. If they won't capitulate, then let's settle on how we are going to respond. A more detailed plan to present to Nash. Everyone around me nods and I settle in place ready for the discussion. They could have handled this differently, but if they were really intent on following this course of action, they would have to pay the price, and I would make sure it was a steep price. Walter's POV. As the call disconnects, I look at the tribute that the pig-brained moron that put this scheme together brought me, 12 kilograms of silver. Under different circumstances, your life would be forfeit, but I can't exactly say to them, oh, I'm sorry, my subordinates are incompetent, let me return all your silver to you. Especially not after you let the others see how much you brought back. The sniveling fool dry swallows, but underneath he knows that I'm also backed into a corner. The Engravers Guild is chomping at the bit to get their hands on this much silver. With this and the future shipments, our products are going to be superior to even what Charlie's Village produces if lacking in variety. They would cause a lot of problems if they saw all this silver just slip away from their grasp. No, there is no turning back. I'm sorry, sir, but I saw an opportunity and I took it. My intentions. Stuff it with your intentions. At least you didn't bungle and you did get a decent amount of silver. He cringes hearing that. What? Spit it out. I yell. Well, this amount of silver was actually the load they already had prepared, after giving Max's portion. We only managed to mine a little more before they began collapsing the tunnels, so we can't get what we mine with the golems back. Blood rushes to my face, and I can almost feel the waves of heat wafting off me. After letting myself indulge for a minute, I pull back and let my cold and calculating nature assume control so I can make a proper decision. That is a problem, but nothing insurmountable. Our mages figured out how to keep Nash's plants from getting underneath our village. I'm sure we can figure something with the tunnels. He nods enthusiastically and dread hits me. He is too enthusiastic, and that means he is not hopeful. Getting the silver of the mines might be even harder than I thought. No matter. I will deal with things as they came. Even if our position antagonizing Charlie's Village is dangerous, the gains we could make if we played things right are not to be underestimated. It's unlikely they would overtly attack us, especially as they only had a single village to pull soldiers from. Stationing a few of Max's soldiers in all the garrisons meant they couldn't attack us without a legitimate reason. The contract they forced Max to sign did restrict his actions, but it was also a giant stone around Charlie's neck. They had few recurses. Still, I wasn't informed of any contract violation, so they had found some type of loophole and managed to damage infrastructure belonging to Lord Max without incurring any penalties. How the hell were they doing that? Nash's POV. Can you that? Charlie asks me. I can do you one better. I can even let a few golems get through occasionally, and them steal all of the silver they mine. With the remote controllability of the miners, I can even make a few operate on the mine and dig tunnels further away to hide all the mined ore. It's not like they can enter the place and directly combat my roots and magic. As long as I keep an eye on it occasionally, they likely won't even be able to get a single mote of silver ore. I say, at least they were able to steal the output from the mines. Do your best not to let them find out the location of the fourth mine, I say. I already took the necessary precautions. The village that is getting a share of the revenue knows to keep their mouth shut. 20% of nothing is nothing, he says, assuaging my concerns. Right after his mind goes back to the problem at hand. They didn't even let me get a proposal of sharing the mine. They just hang up on me. You are too nice, I say. I just don't want to be fighting half the instance every day. Adding Max in them, we are talking about at least 30 villages relatively nearby. I make a pained face. Although it was unlikely they would attack us directly, especially after seeing the result of Max's actions, they could still cause a lot of problems. We say our goodbyes and part ways. Before I go back to working on improving my skills, I send my awareness to the 3 mines now under their control. A little earth mana, here, collapse the tunnel, there, pull a large rock right in the tunnel's path and harden the soil. Make a disruption rune and pulse it so the golems stop moving, and then use my earth magic to break them into tiny pieces. In general terms, just make myself as large of a nuisance as possible, balancing with the most efficient and satisfying way possible. If you think you can cheat in our game, I will take the ball and go home. Chapter 138. I look at the assembled group as we prepare to head out once again in pursuit of whatever beast is coming out of the HLZ. Except that this time we had an actual shot. With the small progress we made in Alex's level 100 skill, we could probably hold our own much better. Everyone's movements after just a couple of outings are almost automatic, except for the new level 88 fighter replacing the one who was killed. His friend is still here and apparently holding much better than I had expected. Humans are more resilient than most people believe, especially when there is no other real choice. I'm not sure it's wise for him to be here, but nobody has the heart to deny him a little vengeance against the beasts, and when we finally are making some headway, it just seems unnecessarily cruel to deny him his chance. This time we have a little more information about the level 140 lion, but still nothing too exceptional. A couple of weeks poking the HLZ beast wasn't enough to draw any solid conclusion. The hours pass in the flying craft with everyone in nearly complete silence. Something that is not quite the norm, but everyone could benefit from meditating or focusing on the task ahead of us in their own way. The mood, however, is not somber, but lighter. That doesn't mean we are unfocused on the goal. For the first time, we had an actual shot of combating these beasts, and that shines with a stark contrast against how things had developed over the last 2 weeks. The month was almost ending, and if we failed to stop even a single beast, there was a decent chance that a good portion of the instance would cut their losses and run. Perhaps not on our village, and a few others committed to staying on the instance as long as humanly possible, but the weaker and more vulnerable villages were starting to see massive changes. The estimated 1,000 people death toll are not just a statistic. Each of the people that paid the penalty is a stark reminder of the danger. File out, everyone, says Richard as he settles down the craft near one of the villages in our best estimate of the beast path. I just hope that it focuses on our group, instead of going for the larger and more vulnerable target. 2 minutes, Richard calls out. Mana pours out of the batteries in my inner world, and I extend roots underground over the connecting line to grow the network around us even further as I pull out more and more of the runic engravings root carpets and rolled them on the ground. Only the shield-powering ones have proven themselves useful. The beast just dodges everything else, but the more I have in place, the more limited its maneuvering options are. Alex stands with a totally different aura right at the tip of the spear. He doesn't don an air and invincibility of someone who will solo the beast, but the power mismatch is slowly fading, and I smile as my pupil's ether current around him gets stronger and stronger. Everyone has seen him practicing, with not even Greg can pin him down even while using his tats to full effect. In front of me, the small group is focused enough that for the first time, I see their own ether melding and acting collectively on everyone. Mine and Alex's actions in feeding the natural ether cycles of the village had probably a big impact in allowing the much smaller group to have ether just coming together like this, and I'm positively beaming at what is forming. I had no idea of what or how long it would take to see the results of this natural ether work, but it probably helped everyone train their skills and get mentally aligned with the village's spear-wielder identity in the interring. So there didn't seem to be any downside. A thought strikes me, maybe aligning everyone's mental state is the entire point of this current of ether. But after a moment, I don't think that was the only change that was coming in. Shaking my head, I turn to the beast's path. Finally, about a kilometer off, I see something. Through the hundreds of trees in that direction, the lion is not very well camouflaged in its path to us, and I thank God that it didn't choose to head to the nearby village. That would have been a massacre. Each step eating a dozen meters, the lion speeds up impossibly fast in our direction. I prepare and get Aspen's help to infuse everything I do with mana and his will. He is not perfectly doing it yet, but he had gotten the hang of it well enough that even the worst of his blunders would at most just not help me. Best of all, he doesn't suffer from any significant feedback issues given the size of his body. I had seen a few signs of that previously, but this time I will make full use of his capabilities. 3 seconds. 2. 1. At the very last instant, I raise the shields up at full power. The beast's momentum is broken as its head hits the shield, bouncing off in an awkward angle. It didn't manage to get its paws in position to disrupt the shield in the fraction of a second before hitting it. Almost comically arcing in the air, I see it twisting its body like a cat and landing on its paws as I successfully hit it with one fireball. Even in the air, it can dodge my attacks. I take a look at the state of the mana shield. Though its sheer momentum bleeds off a lot of mana from it, the beast failed to get off a disruption attack, so it holds up just fine. At the head of the place, Alex waits as I lower the shield and let the beast enter the large shield wall surrounding us. Making full use of his improved skill, I finally see the real results that others had been promising me after they watched his sparring and training sessions. Almost impossible moves follow as everyone surrounds the beast. The beast is faster than Alex, and its moves are even more intricate, but we had come to expect that. On the upside, Alex has more than a score of other fighters and 2 high-level casters supporting him and preventing the beast from fully turning its attention to him. I stop trying to shoot it with my turrets randomly and just follow the rhythm of the battle. Merlin keeps us his magma balls, given Tot they are smaller and more agile. He even manages to get a few glancing shots occasionally. I pull a constant stream of mana forming shields in front of the beast's attacks, along with opening portals all around it over and over, pushing shield generatos out and powering them to protect the others and limit its maneuvering room even more. The large shield dome, some 20 meters in diameter around all of us, prevents it from leaving, and the smaller dome shield protecting just me and Merlin are ready like always. But neither takes any of our attention. What does are the dozens of small and quickly raised shields I form with my own will, or the ones powered by the formations in the inner world. My arms tingle with anticipation for me to really show the improvements in my magical skill in the last few days, and with each shield formation, just some 200 mana or so in each, I get more and more used to the beast style. My improvement doesn't put me in the same class as Merlin, but loads of mana and the recent mental and perception improvements are coming in handy, and I was milking it for all that it was worth. The lion lunges, spins, and buckles trying to get a bite at anyone in its range, but the couple times it had even a chance, I always have the 2 shield layers in place just in time. They are limited in power during the fraction of a second before the beast's attacks, even while backed by a silver and copper engraved shield projectors floating mid-air. Though even this limited power is enough to stop any glancing blow from the beast, or at the very least blunt a full-powered one enough that everyone's armor manages to handle it without much more than a bruise or a joint twist. This time, I notice the beast is already as fast as it can with a constant stream of mana as in each and every step it takes. We are pushing it hard enough that it has to pull out all to the stops instead of being able to conserve its mana and stamina for a longer fight. That brings a smile to my face. Group 2, flank. Richard almost yells in our ears. There is not enough time for many directions, though he often comes up with something to say that is helpful and makes sure that we don't miss a single opportunity. The seconds pass until we reach a record-long minute without a single serious injury. I cough a few droplets of blood from the expected feedback, though it's much lighter than usual with Aspen's help and the weaker mana shields the beast is breaking. The coordination from everyone is unparalleled, and everyone is moving almost in concert, diving in and forcing the beast to exhaust itself far faster than if it could step back for even an instant here and there. As the minute mark passes and I judge that its mana should be at less than half, and I notice it looking around looking for an escape route, I select Richard on my comm and say, "Low on mana, trying to disengage." Without waiting for even another instant, he says, "All in." At one of the few rehearsed commands for our group, every single one of the fighters activates their best skills saved for a situation like this. The wind picks up, blowing the leaves off the floor. White lights start to emanate from most fighters' skin in an almost ethereal change. Everyone lightens their steps, and impossible as it seemed, our coordination kicks up another notch, surpassing even the greatest tandem gymnasts. Each with a slightly different visual effect. Glowing orbs, streams of light, and foggy glows surround the fighters and their spears as they advance in unison. A shallow cut, then a second, third, a 10th one. Alex gets a deep furrow in its calf. Greg elbows its head in a desperate gamble to escape as it charges heedlessly of being squirted. Merlin gets a pair of magma balls up its tailpipe. The friend of the single casualty the last time we fought an HLZ beast clips its paw and sends it tumbling into the center of one of my formations. Instinctively, I aim the half a dozen fireball turrets in the sky straight at it while pulling my will from every single of the shields and throw my entire being on the freezing formation, locking its muscles for an instant. The beast's momentum keeps its body rolling as everything seems to move in slow motion, but it can't actively move its body. That makes its movement fairly predictable, and I finally let a smile bloom as 6 fireballs shoot out, each powered by 500 mana with Aspen's will behind them. They all hit it full on in its underbelly. A deep howl of pain sends my gut churning from the harm I intentionally caused, but it was what it was. Nature, or rather the system, had put this beast against us, and we did what we had to do. The fight is over. Not in actuality, as the beast still lingers for about 2 minutes even after its entire underside is singed in fire and it has trouble moving with one of its paws. But the end is a foregone conclusion. I don't attack it anymore, letting everyone else skewer it while relying only on the shields to protect everyone. A second paw is injured. Dozens of cuts along its abdomen, ribs, calves, and neck. The lion can't even protect its head properly. Even after everyone's skills run their course, they easily hold their own against the injured beast. Misstep after misstep drives it ever further into a corner, too tired and injured to continue until Greg, with his large frame and well over 200 pounds of muscle, steps and putting his entire power behind a single forward spear strike in the exact instant the lion opens its mouth. The heavy instrument of war ends the fight in a rather permanent fashion. In a single instant, the beast goes from having a minute shot of escape, if not a victory, to slumping on Greg's spear. "That's a gruesome business," says one of the other fighters, echoing my thoughts. Everyone understood the sentence. The monthly attacks were not much better than this, but this time we could have let the lion run away. But actions had consequences either way, and letting it go might also have let it attack someone else. It was him or us, and I cursed the system and the council for their hand in forcing this choice upon us. I could just push with my own goals in mind and take things as they happened. Some were saying that letting Earth fall under the council's control was not such a bad thing. It's not just about control of resources and money. It is about letting these people have power over us, people that forced us to make these choices unnecessarily. We couldn't trust them with our lives and the lives of those we sheltered. We had to take control of our own destiny by whatever means necessary. Chapter 139. I sit in the back of the flying bus. I should really name these things myself, instead of letting others decide how to name my inventions. I made it, and nobody else should have the right to name it. In front of me and between the seats lays the beast's corpse. Even after all the abuse it had taken, its hide and possibly other body parts will still be useful. I didn't offer to put it in my inner world. We all had to make our choices, and I didn't begrudge their choice of not only killing it but harvesting its body. I even tentatively agreed with it. But we should never forget, and I would not be complicit should they try to dress this up. I will not dress up the end of life, even if it was necessary, as anything other than a serious decision. Even if not another sentient being, it was a living creature. Modern life had done much to detach us from our roots. Some were so disconnected that they never thought that any time they ate another being had to give their life so they would have sustenance. The very least we could do was to acknowledge that and thank them for their sacrifice. Perhaps hypocritical on my part, but it is how I try to live. I open my system prompt. Lion, level 140. EXP reward, 1956 EXP. It didn't even give good EXP. There were no multipliers like on the attacks of the village, and it was a single enemy, so the reward is lackluster. Too bad EXP scales linearly with the level while power skyrockets, especially after level 100. Adding everyone's numbers, the lion was worth about 50k EXP. At least it counts as a boss EXP-wise and gives it around 350 EXP per level instead of the more normal 150 points for most other mobs. Though after we returned from here to Earth and all the hidden EXP multipliers would be gone, and even this much would probably seem like a veritable tide of EXP. I take a deep breath and go back to my deep meditative session. This time not looking for stats or improvement in skills like in recent days, but in letting the one things not attached to the system develop. My natural perception field. It was a marvelous thing that helped me in nearly every aspect of my formation, but there was much missing from it. I could not sense mana with it, and though it only had happened once, a beast had managed to slightly camouflage itself, and I was only able to faintly notice it. That was not to be allowed. Anything inside my domain should be known to me, more deeply than most people ever come to know anything, and it should take me only an instant. I cycle my perception field outside and inside. I create spatial distortions powered by a smidge of mana and let the dizzying and headache-inducing phenomenon assault me without letting up. I could take it easy, take my time at the beginning of the journey and the path towards freedom for the Council's manipulations, but that is not sufficient. It seems that with each step I take, I only come closer to the reality that I cannot push things with my belly and should treat them by what they are. Our enemies, our nemesis. I doubt this will be my last revelation, but I let this encounter with the reality of the situation calcify my resolve and prepare for each encounter with their cruelty further driving me. No matter how many times it happened, never letting my heart grow cold and callous. I need to feel if only to remember the fallen and those squished in the path of the machine. Cycle the perception field. Once, twice, thrice. Look at the book, back to the air taking in the smallest of particles, then the pinprick of spatial distortion, and so on. In the back of my mind, several plans start to form, and I get ready to implement them. Though even being serious, I realize that it was not the most productive mode to be inflexible. I will let others follow at their own pace. I will also need breaks and rest as well, but there is no time to waste, and I go as deep as possible in my meditation, cycling through past my soul and ether pool down the great darkness. Minutes give way to hours even at our fast moment speed back to the village. And I open portals on the way, connecting to the network and letting my perception extend further and further in the instance that I have before the portals are too far away, and I have to dismiss them and form new ones ahead. I cannot get around the fact that each action takes something from me, makes me more tired, and drains a little bit of my mental stamina, but it is also training that I gladly take to. One day I will be able to extend my perception field thousands of times what I can currently do, and I can't let something as pesky as a headache hold me back. However, with the proper training, that day will come all the sooner, and I would not let the goal slip away ever forward. As we enter the village, I think of the changes to come in the inner world, which reminds me to ask Aspen something. I'm getting ready to reform the inner world and prepare for a few upcoming things, so I will come across what you have been working on in secret. Do you want to tell me now? A disappointed and naughty feeling comes from him. A mixture I did not expect to come from the innocent being. Both Felling's concepts that a tree wasn't supposed to have. But instead of kicking and screaming as I would have expected from any human child, he just relents, and deep down I can even sense pride at what he has brought into reality. In the deepest spot of dirt in the inner world, I find something that had never occurred to me to do, something marvelous. What did you do? I ask. More of myself, more of the grove, more of Pando. Why? The grove was never meant to be alone. The strange meaning is impossible to capture in words, especially as his understanding of the encapsulation of ideas with words is still lacking. But why not just follow Pando's lead and make yourself bigger instead of adding other separate entities? I have wisdom that Pando never needed. There should be more of me of us. Are you fine with me gifting your saplings to others? That is preferable to being alone on the ground. How developed are they? See for yourself. That is exactly what I do. I had gifted small seeds to others, though I never really expected that they would develop on their own. As my telepathy and ether connect with the developing multitude of seeds, I see what he made, who he made. Well over 100 seeds, each is developed as he was after more than a month over here. Not quite intelligent and capable of communication yet, but there is an underlying and undeniable undercurrent of thought and development. The flavor of their thoughts makes them distinctly closer to Aspen than Pando, but they are all of the same family. As his name crosses my mind, I think of Aspen's progenitor, the original growth. In the slow time zone, we had experienced about 4 months, but that would translate to over 10 years back on Earth. That is a large difference. Soon we would have spent longer apart than the time we knew each other. A pang of sadness at how long my friends spent alone, and the decision that would spend even longer as I looked to find out how long I could remain here in the instance. Though if the hints in the book were even halfway correct, there is no chance that I would be able to come back anytime soon. After we left the instance while Earth's transformation wasn't finished, we would all be in stasis or something on the way back. It wasn't hard information, but the sheer amount of information that I was collecting was giving me a better outline of what to expect in a lot of areas. The knot in my throat and the burning of my heart are all I'm left with for the next few minutes as I go back to my work. Though as it usually happens, my attention turns to my current activity and Pando fades from the forefront of my mind. There is too much to do, and I will start with getting a better look at the engravings the rabbits were working on. Not all of them, just the single colony that had a different runic schematic. Pando's POV. A strong wind hits the tallest trees on the edge of my domain. Just minutes before the start of the attack, faint rays of reflected light hit me, something I had grown much more used to as I developed the capability to observe things outside my own domain. But it was not nearly as accurate as the sense I had of anyone or anything standing inside my domain. Fear, something I never really had before the system, is all-encompassing. The closest I ever came across was the slowly dwindling of my health AD vitality that would have eventually seen my long life end. Now I understand some of what my friend explained to me. A faint sense of the trials to come, the ever-increasing challenges that threatened to destroy me if I was found the least bit lacking. With my friend's help, I am certain I would have succeeded, but alone I am so much less. As I came to learn in the last few seasons, the resource ether he had left did much more than just be a common resource. It became clear his very essence melded with mine, and that is what allowed me to so easily sense any who came inside my domain and to understand the underpinnings of reality and further integrate with the system. Without both of these, I would already be gone. Even with their help, how long can I last without my friend? The first rays of directed sunlight hit me. Yellow. A light splotch in the sky against the blue backdrop. That is the mental picture that comes to me through a lot of concentration as I absorb the light entering my domain. I stop forcing my vision to the sky and pay attention to the approaches of the enemies to enter the very edge of my domains that I expanded as fast as possible. Though throughout my outer domain there were other enemies inside already. The remnants of all the attacks where some of them fled. Small spaces compared to the vastness of my domain, each only as wide as a few of my older traits were tall. I dither over my decision of not putting my entire effort into eliminating them after I began to run into them with my rapidly expanding domain, though even if I succeeded, it would cost me, especially with the troublesome powers from the elves. Just a few of them and the concerted effort through the lunar cycle would be enough to slow my growth a good margin. All idle thoughts flee as the first of the new enemies approach the edge of my domain. Orcs, shamans, and goblins. Wait, there is a bigger and much stronger looking goblin in the middle. Asterisk hashtag $4 and hashtag $6 and hashtag asterisk. Goblin Chief, LV. $101 asterisk hashtag 6 asterisk asterisk and. He points the wooden shaft with a pointy metal implement in the direction of the forest, and all the others change as the shamans get to work rounding the forest in the very slow work of burning. With thousands of goblins hacking and slashing their metal implements to cause as much destruction. Fire, steel, and muscle against nature. Fully grown trees of other species that I incorporated into the grove and changed on a fundamental level until all of them became me. Each step of my enemy is a slog as I fight nearly 12,000 of them. I should have let my friend explain numbers to me a little more, but with my improving memory, I could still slowly recall lessons he gave me and fill in the gaps. This time there is one more number symbol after the name. 3 distinct characters, instead of 2. Could the strength gap be as large as the gap between a being with a single symbol and 2 symbols? As the orcs move in and rip entire trunks of the inner trees, they make the long track encircling the grove. Most of the day passes in this exercise, though as the sun is going down on the other side of the sky, the last of the enemy stragglers join, totaling some 30,000, and they drive inward without stopping to destroy anything. Very few of them are hindered by my myriad of attempts to poison and slow them down, though the branches and brangles now survive long enough to contact their skin even through the wide flame fields the shamans conjure up. That should continue while they keep the fire spread and their fast pace. In their path, a large group meant to defend the grove, the ever-expanding and diverse group of creatures awaits to confront them after they finish their strafing runs. The shaman's fire is dangerous, but they were waiting near a few of the runes I'm slowly learning about. I could use mana anywhere in my domain, but it is too wasteful to without the rune's help. The wolves, deer, mooses, and half a dozen other large species head in the confrontation with me, expecting the same fray as always as I use my powers to mitigate the damage their fire can do with simple water orbs. What happens next is not something nature ever intended. The wolves all rush the goblin chief, which spins his metal instrument of death and reaps the lives of a pair of wolves in a single swipe. A kick knocks a moose to the ground, which is pounced upon by 3 orcs. The goblin chief uses the last of its momentum to drive an overhead blow at deer's head with the expected outcome. A single instant and 4 forest defenders couldn't even react. A single instant later the dreadful enemy is advancing again. The fire from the group of shamans is as always a danger, but I managed to mitigate most of it. The greatest danger is the chief. Nothing I do is enough to hold him back, and every few moments a score of defenders falls too injured for me to even help them heal, no matter how much vigor I send their way. Today is the beginning of the end. The downward spiral towards my demise. Before I still had hoped I could do this alone, without my friend, but now it is proven that there is no chance. No matter how large and how many fire and water balls I can conjure. No matter how wide is the grove, no matter how strong I get, this enemy is too much for me to bear. I will not fall today, nor tomorrow, but the end is coming, and can only hope my friend gets back to me before the tide of enemies drown me. Earth's Integration System employee. I stand before the regional administrator in complete silence. No sense in showing any disrespect and pissing him off given the state of things. He flicks his pad reading one last page, and then puts it to the side. From behind his large imperious desk, his gaze bores into my soul, and any idle thoughts of trying to pin the mess on someone else is simply gone. What is happening on Earth? I swallow after choking and dive right in. It won't become better if I just stall. Things are not going smoothly. He looks at me intently, so I just continue. We have much more capable spying techniques capable of being used in the planets during integration, given that there are no system users there yet, and we send 17 times the normal number of observation platforms to the closest orbit allowed. But there is both some strange interference and an obvious delay in the normal integration timeline. I may be new to this post, but I'm familiar with how most of this works. I came from security. I'm not an actual greenhorn. What I need to know is the cost. What is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you read the report I drafted, but the main impediment is a nearly sentient clonal tree hive. Like I said, we don't have good recognizance on the planet, but as far as we can determine, it is expanding instead of just barely making it through. I fear there is even a small chance that it will survive. No, there is no chance Pando will die, of that I'm certain. The only small chance it had was if it had somehow gotten full system access right at the start. As soon as the monsters hit level 100 and unlock their real power, it won't stand a chance. I hope so, I say, slightly more relaxed, though still careful to show a respectful tone. Send in 3 orbital class recognizance stations. I take a step back, widening my eyes. Oh, I never said it wasn't dangerous, and the delay it is causing is annoying. If it survives long enough, it might cascade into a lengthened planetary transition. If it goes beyond the standard 250 years and allows the other heritage sites on the planet to survive nearly intact, will be even worse. Forcing the system to use raw ether instead of the perfectly attuned version harvest from its self-planet will also delay Earth's integration and by consequence the other planets in the region. Earth is the linchpin of the expansion push in that corner of the galaxy? Or did I get that wrong from the report? No, you seem to have a solid grasp of the situation, I say, trying to hide my surprise. Well, just tell me when the stations are in place and what you learn. I nod quietly, filling out as he goes back to reading more and more reports at the quick speed only an extremely high-level person could hope to achieve. 3 orbital class recognizance stations. We only had about a dozen in the entire galaxy, and he was sending 3 just to this planet. The cost of active operations is enormous, but he is the administrator. Now even the infinitesimal chance Pando may have had before just evaporated. With accurate real-time information, manipulating the system into increasing its priority will be a breeze and help eliminate this nuisance even earlier instead of letting it linger on. Chapter 140. Over the next day, what happens can only be classified as frantic preparations. Dozens of small projects that I assigned to the MRI and a few others who took up a job with me as they further delegate given the slowly developing shortage of available manpower in the village. I sit in one of my little huts, this one the original clay-covered one some 30 miles from the village on the edge of the low-level zone where the wolves and rabbits roam. In my lap are 2 of the rabbits, Aster and the other older rabbit from the second colony that I added to my inner world. How? I ask him, and Aster helps translate that into a mental image that he will be familiar with. How do you create runic engravings? From him, a confusing mess of images comes back just like all my attempts yesterday. Aster, already used to it, sends a consternation image to me and I translate it to. How am I supposed to know what he means? Which is not a knock on her capabilities, but instead a reality of the limited understanding she has of engravings or runes. I never put much thought into it until after I added a few more colonies to the inner world, but that they can make earth runes that work so well is just strange. Though that was always my assumption, it was not quite accurate. Tell me again, what is the normal way of engraving? The following sequence of images can only be interpreted as The scary eye in the sky puts a shape that we dig underground in the precise blueprint required until a force passes over us, and we become safe from other people's sight, though as always not from the eye in the sky. I exhale, letting my shoulders slump. No new information, no new angle for me to grab a hold of and learn a little more. The system just prompts them to do something, and it helps them in the last step after they finish the mechanical aspect of the engraving. And how can you alone create runes on your own that no other colony can without the system's assistance? He repeats a very similar response from a moment ago, and it's a mass of images just as indecipherable as always. Can't you show me? The reluctance that I had found there every time. I know that you can't show me what is the normal process, but you ought to be able to create something else. For some reason he is reluctant, and I don't manage to convince him yet, though as I take 1 point of mana and pin it around my fingers in an exercise suited to increasing my dexterity, I feel the infinitesimal draw from him. Only a 10th of mana point, but I notice it just the same. He spins it around like a halo atop his head as he tries to control it more precisely, though his mental fingers are clumsy compared to anyone but the greenest of system users. I gape, not having considered the source of mana for the engravings. You are the ones that power the engraving? I ask. He looks at me for a moment and hesitatingly nods his tiny furry head, to which Aster sends an affirmation that my guess was correct. He was just beginning to come to understand my body language and still got something confused occasionally, but this is simple enough there is no doubt in my mind. Can all of you give mana? After Aster helps him understand what I meant, he sends a clear picture of a full colony of rabbits with every one of them holding a small mana sphere atop their heads. All of you? I ask, intrigued at the thought. Can you gift it to me? After that, he sends erratic and unintelligible images for a few seconds, until Aster and he starts communicating in earnest. They communicate far faster and more subtly than I could have ever managed as a human. When I'm almost giving up on the idea and call it off, they both surprise me, each sending a small mana sphere to me. Oh, I'm going to like this. I look out to see just the barest of sunlight rays entering my window. I should be rushing back to the village. The automaton will be there to collect everyone's monthly payments. Though as I look at them both, I open a portal back to the inner world and feel the thousands of rabbits coming back from the netherworld. Not all of them went over. A good portion always choose to stay in the inner world, but they rotate a few to the other side regularly. I get on my small speeder. My flying bicycle. Not calling it a speeder. After I activate the defenses of the little hut which will be tested in today's attack and settle in a good pace back in my flight back to the village, I send my attention back to the inner world. This time I make a near copy of the mana input plate on the smithy, though this one doesn't use or store the mana, it just sends it to the buried batteries. I open a portal right beside Aster and tap her ribs. It's time. An affirmation comes back, and I turn off the telepathic link and let them organize themselves. The mostly full batteries in the inner world start filling slowly with lines of furry little balls of goodness donating all of their mana in an almost choreographed process. Well, it should be any surprise given they have done this before at the behest of the system. Each gift's only about 50 mana points, but with the thousands of rabbits inside, I won't have to worry too much about mana even when I'm outside the network or even when there is no one else willing and capable of recharging the batteries. Not exactly an option for anyone without something such as the extremely rare inner world, but it was an ideal option for me. The short flight over is uneventful. Even as I take the flying craft from the sky and drop the 6 meters to the ground, all the rabbits industriously continue gifting their mana in a continuous stream. I jog to the central square and settle in one of the benches against the fountain in the middle and wait for the automaton to arrive. He should arrive at around 7 o'clock to collect the 4th installment of our payments. 8 silver coins. In our village, everyone that still wanted to remain would have enough, though in other villages, even if they wanted to remain, had to fight to scrounge together 8 silver for everyone. And with the attacks from the HLZ, many were thinking about bailing. I shrink my perception field into a sphere just a few centimeters across and send one of the mana spheres like the rabbits were conjuring up, except I hold it in place as steadily as possible. Mana flows from my fingers until I have about 100 mana, so I stop the flow and compress it in as small a volume as possible. Barely a finger wide and sitting in the middle of the diminutive area my perception field is focused on. I try to look at it and find them without relying on the system's tools like the mana manipulation, which lets me, among other things, sense mana. 10 minutes later, fatigue stars creep in from holding the mana in such a small space. 20 minutes and my mental fingers start going numb, though as I move the sphere around the fatigue changes just enough that I manage without too much difficulty. Almost 40 minutes later, I call it off and reabsorb the mana. The change to my perception field did not come this time, but it will, eventually. All the training the last couple of days had payoff at least in one aspect. The skill version had finally reached its current apex. Perception field, level 99. Now I no longer had to spend any time on it, at least until I learned how to cross the level 100 barrier. Someone sits to my side and I open my eyes. Meditating a little bit? Asks Merlin. You know me. That I'm practicing a little bit of magic. He nods sagely and looks forward as we wait for the automaton. How do you think the other instances are dealing with the HLZ attacks? He asks. I'm not even sure they are suffering these attacks, I reply. What do you mean? I don't know. I just have a feeling. Not sure it makes sense that the system would basically enact a death lottery after the 3rd month. The system is callous. He says. Absolutely, it just doesn't feel the same brand of callous as usual. I don't know how to explain. It could be that something we did helped scale the threat profile of the beasts, like our village being the single most developed in the instance. Maybe our instance is one of the most developed of humanity, or at least in a high position in the rankings. That would be more the system's speed. Interesting. Your book has been giving a lot of insights into the inner work of the system lately. Maybe your personal connection to it gives insight we can't fully develop. He says. I look at him. That thought hadn't crossed my mind in a while. We both turn to our own thoughts. The seconds tick by until the section of the square in front of the town hall is nearly filled, and the wrongness of spatial distortion, much subtler than other applications, but still it is still a pervasive assault on my perception field. I start walking in his direction. I have questions. The automaton materializes and starts off. Everybody forms a single file and delivers your coins to me. 8 silver, don't forget. After getting to his side, he says, Hey Nash, you are not skipping the line. I can wait. I'm pretty sure you did this just to delay, so we can have a few extra minutes. His solid-looking metal skin bends into a proper human smile. You are getting better at understanding and expressing human emotion, I say, seeing him grinning even wider. What? I ask suspiciously. I got a present for you. Oh, what is it? I thought long and hard about what to get you, and although I guess that a few extra runes you would not be able to acquire from your book or some high-level magical insight would be good options, they are also limited in many ways. What I decide is a little something that I guess is a favorite of yours. A puzzle. A puzzle. Yes, just a simple puzzle. Any surprises? I can't even hint at anything beyond that. Though I can say, do you really think I would give you something useless? How long until I crack the puzzle? A while, but believe me, it will be worth it. I thought about making something more useful for the short term. It might make things interesting, but I ended up going for something else, which you cannot comment more on. Exactly. I can't be an impartial administrator if I'm seen intermingling too much with whom I'm supposed to oversee. I turn to him as he takes a wooden cube from a pocket in a very similar gesture as my usual modus operandi of pretending to take something out of my pocket while taking it from the inventory or inner world. Suspicious of how similar to my actions that is, I say. You have been watching me. What can I say? You are the interesting things in the instance. I thought that administrators couldn't do that? I mean, doesn't the system restrict any monitoring from outside parties like yourself? He looks at me intently. Your book told you that? Well, never mind. I'm a lot closer than any others, and I like to cheat. I got to say, your experiments on messing with the spatial integrity of the instance are delightful. Like a baby playing with dynamite. I just hope you don't blow yourself up too soon. Concerned, I ask. Is it really that dangerous? I can't say much, but I say that you have been taking decent precautions for most experiments you were running. The knot on my gut relaxes, and I take a deep breath. I look at the strange cube puzzle. On its surface, I can only make out flat blocks of wood, but my perception field shows me thousands of interlocking gears inside and hundreds of pieces forming almost runic patterns in a system more complex than any puzzle I ever heard of. So I ask. So, how do I unlock this puzzle? That you will have to learn for yourself, and your special sense is not going to help you much in solving it. I start, but then realize he is referring to my perception field. Curious, I send it to him, so I can learn what or who I'm dealing with. Why I didn't do it before now escapes me, but as the perception field pushes against his skin, it simply stops. He keeps taking everyone's money as I smirk forms on his face. You have some very interesting powers, but you need to develop them a lot further if you hope to contend with someone like myself. Is it really that easy to detect my field? I ask, concerned about my plan to do with the library. Nope. I doubt that is more than half a dozen NPCs in your entire instance who could even infer you are using a skill like this on them, at least when you don't rely on the system's skill. Damn, you even noticed that. I notice much. The long line starts shrinking as the minutes pass and I ask him something. How much are these worth? I pull a couple of my Pando's silver coins from the inner world. 51 coppers. What? I ask, shocked. That is half of their nominal value. You did a decent job of getting a large population using them, and you are not overprinting them. Could I buy anything with them? Or can I only use them with you? He shakes his head. Nope. It is always possible you may break the system's rules and find a loophole or something, but for the foreseeable future, your only choice is to use them among yourselves or with me. By the way, as long as they are not certified, they can never cross 80 copper per silver. And you are not getting a certification while inside the instance. Well, it's already more than I expected, I say as I sit on the foot of the stairs as he continues speaking. Though all throughout what I really want to do is get to the puzzle. It's been a while, I have found something to play with. Chapter 141. 3 hours after the automaton left the village, I pull the cube from my inner world again and try to jiggle it while pressing multiple sliding pieces together. Though as another few minutes pass and no progress manifests, I walk away from the smithy after another pair of +7 weapons is finished. Another failed attempt at solving it. He said that this puzzle is going to take time to solve, but I didn't even begin to understand the logic behind how to properly slide the pieces around, not even with help from my perception field. The internal mechanisms is too complex for me just yet. I think of cheating and putting the MRI up to making a 3D physics simulator, which might be able to brute force at least part of the puzzle, but I don't think going that route would deliver the expected result. I have the distinct feeling that learning how to solve this puzzle the intended way would be the only way to get the reward. An exercise that will teach me something, though for the life of me I couldn't figure out what it could possibly be. Returning it to the inner world and getting into my little hut in the village, I settle my overactive mind down. The puzzle is a long-term project, and today we have a lot more to worry about than something that will take a while to manifest. There are hundreds of developing specimens over here, and using a smidge of ether to connect with them. While being careful about my mana usage, I compare them to the copies in the inner world. I don't find anything too outside the norm. They are developing just like the other ones, except much slower, which is well in line with normal plants. I get measurements of everything as precisely as I can, which also finishes my daily rounds. This time much slower than usual given the dozens of interruptions as I was tempted into trying to solve this puzzle. The village feels ever so slightly emptier even though there are still a good 850 people. Plus the additions by the system of the 12-year-old kids whenever they got to this age. They tended not to get involved in the fight, acting as messengers or helpers around the village. Pushing those thoughts from my mind, I head for the wall to wait for the attacks. The fact they are all at the same time is helpful for our preparations given that we know exactly when they will come with a lot of antecedences, but being so close together each subsequent attack will see our forces growing weaker and weaker. I continue playing with my perception field, this time by spreading it in pulses and trying to use it in 2 places far apart. Each brief pulse sends a little pressure down my skull, but I keep going just getting used to it until the pressure starts to morph into actual pain and I stop myself. Instead, I move on to another of my recent exercises, feeling mana through the perception field. The minutes and hours pass until I start hearing everyone getting on top of the walls to my sides. The shuffling of armored boots and the clangs of metal plates hitting each other. The divide between leather and metal armor is becoming more evident in the last couple of weeks. Before they each had their own advantages, but now the limited production of +4 defense armor is being vied as the universal superior choice. Leather will only be able to keep up if we find a better source of materials than the medium-level beasts. Until then, metal will be king. I look down at my wooden armor and smile. Metal will reign supreme, but only in terms of pure defense. Wood provides only mild protection in that aspect, but the lightweight, flexibility, and runes already in place are all small advantages that melded well with my skills and style. Taking a larger view, they are overall a better choice for me until I found something significantly better than what is currently being used. As the sun is nearing the highest point in the sky, minutes before the attack, someone shows up on my side. Someone wearing different armor than most, a hybrid design. Leather with a few metal plates. Raising my head from my cross-legged position, I see who it is while keeping my perception field on the small mana sphere in my hands. Alex, you changed armor. Yep, There was enough leather on the lion for 3 sets, and I chose to reinforce mine with a few sheets of deep steel. And I see you have put a decent amount of reinforcements to protect your neck, I say, pointing out the glaring design choice. He thumbs the metal plates and overlapping leather layers underneath his chin. Yeah, it just seems such a vulnerable spot. I wanted to armor over it a little more than usual. I think black would found a good balance between stiffness and additional survivability. You progressed any after your level 100 skill? Nope, still at level 100. I didn't get any more interesting classes as well, so I'm still level 50. I think that I only unlocked half of the puzzle. I need to hit level 101 to really get past this bottleneck. Me too, level 50 for my class, I mean. Though I'm planning to deal with it in the next week or so. That might take me out of contact for at least a couple of days. If you had the choice, why didn't do so before? Some people would say I'm rushing even now, and I definitely want to get a few things in place so I can get a good grade in the test I will be going through. I wanted to wait even more, but even after you helped us reach the tipping point of battling with the HLZ beasts, I still feel the push for more power. As long as you don't cripple yourself in search of an immediate power-up and trade for humanity's future. Someone has been reading the notes from my book. He shrugs his shoulders. We can't take it easy like back on Earth. The situation is dire, especially if we let the Council's minions run roughshod on us. You know better than anyone what will unfold if they take over. The death tools, their policies, the lack of control over our own fate. Look who is growing up, I say with a grim tone. Yeah, things are getting real. Though disregarding a few more short-sighted fools, most people are stepping up, or at least willing to stand in the battle line. Even after the attacks this past month, there are about 700 people per village where the network reaches. That is a lot more than I expected. I think that more would have remained behind if they had the available funds. A few probably are hoping to take the funds they acquired back to Earth, even after I told them that taking anything back to Earth is impossible. We are going to have to rebuild everything back on Earth, won't we? Yep. But don't worry, we have the one thing that can cheat that. What? A little lower, I say. The inner world. Oh, I had forgotten about that. I mean, I can't take everything back with me and leave you all sucking your thumbs, but there is probably some stuff that just a small group won't need. Nope, you're the last one that will leave. He says that with a serious face. How wrong you are. You, Merlin, and a couple of other people are the ones who need to remain behind, people with talent that can make the most of the opportunity. I got lucky, and I had to find a way back to Pando before the normal timeline. He was my secret weapon, and I couldn't trust that the Council wouldn't try to harm him. Over here in the instance, Pando's coin was coming together, which after it scales enough will be a more reliable source of money for the end of each month. The connection to the other instances was slowly progressing. Soon I would have all the knowledge in the bookstore, though it is up in the air how that will turn out. After that, I doubted I would be of any essential use in the instance. Merlin and Burgess could handle the magic side of things pretty well, Alex could use ether, and there was even a promising blacksmithy in the running if I had to bow out before it was time. After I took care of that, I would make my way back to Earth. A blaring warning from the comm system sends Alex jumping, taking him out of his own introspection. We look at the horizon as I tap into the feed from the detectors around the village. Thousands of enemies, just instantly popping up in the middle of the forest some 6 miles away. For the first time, we confirmed they were being teleported in. Silent ripples through everyone as they prepare themselves. Richard's voice echoes through the individual comm system instead of runic speakers behind everyone standing guard atop the wall. The lieutenants organizing the troops all along the wall hear from him. For 1,000 enemies, it looks the first attack is the regular one as we expected. Scouts, prepare for identification. I let my awareness spread, growing the small wheat-like plants with poisonous and numbing agents in the path of the charging enemy. They come out of the clearing. This one is as expected with the standard distribution. About 1/3 are wolves and most of the other 2/3 are goblins, with just a few special units trailing behind. I pay attention to my actions and focus on the coming fight to help everyone and minimize the risk of their injuries while hogging as little EXP as possible. A delicate balance that I try my best to straddle. As they approach, I slow for just a few seconds and send part my own awareness to the fight in my hut dozens of miles away. Can't miss it again. A group of 3 goblins and 1 wolf run in the direction of my hut. A truly pitiful that doesn't seem to represent my strength. I almost shoot the fireball turrets, but stop myself in the last second before opening a line to the comm center. Eliminate the goblins attacking my house. You can get a few more EXP points, I think. I hang up without waiting for their reply and come back to the charging horde. Though even this larger attack is still not enough to hold a candle to the entire village. Very few are below level 50 with a good portion at level 80 or above. There are even a few at level 100 with soon many more to be joining them. The thick mana streams heading underground from both me and Aspen strengthen the network around the village even as the small attack goes over the defenses arrayed in front of the village. This first fight is easy and finishes in only a few minutes. The efficient and well-practiced movements with everyone efficiently coordinating. Their familiarity with their improved weapons, armor, higher levels, and average power imbalance against a weak enemy force. The first goblin horde stands no chance. Nobody goes down to join the fray. Alex and Greg and a couple of others who can survive down there are all holding back and letting the others gain a larger EXP share, especially considering they will need to be front and center against the next attack. Not a single person gets more than a few light blows from the climbing goblins and wolves, and the shamans are far too few and too weak to do more than take up a minute for Merlin's team to handle. As the last smoldering hacked corpse falls and silence replaces the cacophony of combat, the well-practiced movements start. Hundreds of people go down the walls and start cleaning the traps in preparation for the next attack. Health and stamina fruits disappear into the mouths of fighters to accelerate their recovery. The short but intense combat took a little out of us, but the expected hour break in between each attack is just about enough for everyone to get back up to full. About 58 minutes after, the network shows the first signs of the next attack. 9,000 enemies, preliminary count. Average level, 48. Large special units contingents at the back. 400 orcs, 1,000 archers, and 100 shamans. The information flows in my brain as the tactical implications start to form. I'm going to need to pull out all of the stops for this. I raise the fields of wheat like growths with paralyzing agents spread all over the seemingly clear fields in the approach to the village, preparing to inflict the maximum damage possible. A very subtle rumbling travels kilometers through the earth in their charge of the village, and I see the wave rushing straight at us. Without hesitating, hundreds of goblins and wolves brush past the raised fields, and they slowly start feeling the slowing effects. Though as usual, the mass of the attack get less of the sap and can basically ignore it. As a few of the trip over the defenses, my roots cover them slowly eliminates a few. A slow but continuous stream of enemies is taken out of the fight. Each step closer to the village, they fall a little faster, but against a trampling of this magnitude, the most I can do is to thin the herd. I will be able to get a few more continuously before encountering the first real signs of strategic thinking. None of the chiefs until now have been masterminds, and I realize the game has changed when the enemy stops some 200 meters off, a greater range than most of our capabilities to attack and start ordering the horde. A powerful wave of fire flows from the 100 shamans. Every single root and wooden emplacement peeking out of the ground becomes a charred mess that simply crumbles under its own weight. The few heavy crossbows we had in stock replaced the fireball turrets for their greater range, but even as the first bolts hit the enemy, thick walls of earth raise from the ground at a speed that surpasses our best earthmovers working in concert with unlimited mana. A line near 200 meters wide protects their entire army. Our few archers can't even see what they're shooting at after the wall is raised, though the heavy crossbow can still occasionally catch the unaware enemy peeking out of the walls. Even as I send my mana at twice the distance Merlin can affect, the inexorable advance of the combined might these shamans can put out is on a whole other level. Even with the advantages my soul stat can help me get, which has done a lot to help bridge the gap to the other magic user given my lower stats, my power for the first time fails in sheer magnitude. The shamans simply bulldoze over every single one of my attempts to halt their progress. If I was alone to defend the village against magical traps, we would be screwed. Luckily, there are dozens of dedicated mages standing with Merlin, and when the enemy crosses the 50-meter mark they will be in range of our own combined group effort, and things should even out a little. Chapter 142. Sitting at about 200 meters outside the wall, just outside the range of our improved magical turrets, every single one of the enemies paces while waiting for the orders from the goblin chief. The choice of distance could be just a coincidence, but I do not think that is likely. Something is telling me this was a conscious and deliberate choice, and so while the mastermind moniker may be an exaggeration, it seems like a clear step up in either their observational capabilities or intel they obtained through other methods. Possibly even stuff the system informed them of. Have no real idea what information they may get from the system. All that seemed of much lesser importance when compared to the question of how they would proceed. I roll my perception field from side to side, thought the root connection, always keeping at least a corner on their chief, but roaming through every single one of the enemies in turn. I learned that the opposing army seems to be slightly stronger than the attack from last month with better equipment and weapons. Besides that, nothing else jumps out to me, not obvious strategies. So far they are sitting in place. That continues for another minute while their shamans talk with the goblin chief, continue doing a few small works of magic one after the next. What would I give to learn their language? I could listen in on their plans, and that would give us such an advantage. As a thought crosses my mind, I focus on the feedback of the roots, trying to ascertain what spells they are casting. I happily taken a picture with dozens of runes. The problem are the hundreds, maybe thousands of smaller interconnecting runes, too small and entangled for me to make out, that surround the main work. I look closely with my senses extended by the roots underground while ignoring the dozens of mines in their very shallow connection growing and trying to ensnare the enemy with Merlin in the lead. It took a while for the others to get a hang of things, but they were learning how to communicate with Aspen and even the roots themselves. Even without me or Merlin, they could still be minimally effective. Ignoring their struggle for the moment, I filter out the ripples of their actions passing through the network and pay my complete attention to the working the shamans are using. There is something wrong. It doesn't make sense for them to just park in our vicinity, exposing them to much more danger if there was something slow they needed to prepare. That magic must be important. I let the thought consume me. Leveraging my high perception stat to the absolute limit, wringing out the last droplet of knowledge that I can through the limited mana since traversing the network, I squint my mental eyes again and again whenever they cast this unknown magic. Just like the teleportation of the wolves, this runic magic had a few stylistic distinct differences to ours, but it was still similar enough for me to get the gist of what they were trying to do. All I need is a better peek. A minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes pass as I get an increasingly better look and learn to leverage my advantages until finally, it clicks in my mind. Oh shit, I say, instinctively unmuting my connection to Richard and the other commanders. What? He asks me. It takes me a moment to realize what I did, but as I gather my thoughts, the implications only have more time to soak in. They are scrying our village, I say. Hearing that, Richard calls out, Merlin, Nash figured out what they are doing. They are spying on our village. Some scrying magic. Do you think you two could come up with a defense? We can try. He says, a little distracted from his own magic, slowly ensnaring a few of the enemy. I can even say anything. He withdraws from the joint work in his group, and we get our heads together as I try to explain the little I learned about the enemy's scrying capabilities. Another minute passes as we spitball possible defenses as I simultaneously build a couple of iterations to test, feeding loads of mana through each of them until I feel a twitch from one of the shamans in his turn to cast the scrying spell. The defense is nothing more than a way to blind anyone with magical senses, but it will serve its purposes for now. Seconds later, after another few shamans try and fail to get much of anything from our village, the chief swings his arm and every one of them halts instantly before they do what I had expected. Tunneling underground, they slowly pass the meters trying to get to our walls, and I happily make full use of the magical disruptions helped by the hundreds of stones and other metal bars stuck on the ground to make their progression as difficult as possible. Streams of mana flow to the runic disruptors underground, though they need to get within about 150 meters for the more complex formations to start appearing. But even as they have trouble and spend a little longer to advance through the ground, that is all my actions are, a delay. The exhausting magic being easily fed with my batteries and empowered by my will. Within about 50 meters of the wall, their situation changes as dozens of mages along with Merlin send their will and successfully disrupt the shaman's efforts. Each meter is hard-fought, and even with their sheer magical power superiority, my formations to disrupt them in another layer, and other small tricks I start to pull grounds their advance nearly to a halt. The 1 meter they can dig per second with most of their 100 shaman complement now takes them about 15 seconds, and each meter forward that time increase. As each step forward weakens them as it adds more length to protect and shorten their distance to our mages, reducing their range advantage. I shift small formations around while donating as much of my will as I can to Merlin and the others' efforts. A stream of mana disrupts the magic users who stayed behind as I make random quick attempts to collapse the tunnel. My main goal, however, is to distract them from the massive roots being formed around segments along the tunnel. As they approach the wall, some 30 meters from the group of mages and Merlin, the fight becomes nearly even as they have to fight from increasingly smaller distances, but the enemy can still advance if at a slower speed. From the current pace, they might be able to overcome even the full group at point-blank range. All they need is a constant stream of mana and their skills, both of which won't change anytime soon. Although if other part-time magical users joined as they get closer, they won't be able to keep advancing nearly as easily, or maybe at all, after all. We had hundreds of people that just didn't have the raw stats and skill levels and range but were decent magic users. But for now, relying on just the 30 mages with Merlin, all we can do is try to keep up. The others don't get a chance to help. The thick stream of mana flowing all around reveals the real changes that I had done to the tunnel. The shamans realized that I wasn't just wasting thousands of mana points trying to collapse the tunnels. I was creating something outside their control, thick roots that constrict the tunnel and manage to overcome even the reinforced walls and actively controlled chunks of dirt entirely bypassing their defenses. 6 points along with the tunnel collapse behind the large mass of shamans in a staggered sequence. Through comm runes in the underground network, I hear the hisses from the goblins not buried as they are without much recourse. They stop pushing forward and huddle together for a minute. The very first time I ever saw a goblin that wasn't the chief talk to another in such an obvious strategic planning session. My initial instinct seems to be correct. They are different than the usual breed of enemies. Their will and mana continue to permeate the stone all around, so we can't push them back, but at least for the moment, we reach a brief stalemate. Accounting for the few goblins occasionally speared through from the heavy crossbows, or ballistae as I used to call them, are a slow but steady change in the status quo on our favor. It will take hours to even get a decent chunk of the enemy, but every single one they lose before they hit our walls is an advantage for us. Over a minute pass without any more progress except for the few wolves and goblins speared through in the distance. Just as I am about to withdraw my will from the fight on the tunnel and send it elsewhere, the discussion ends. All the shamans withdraw their mana from the forward part of the tunnel where the main contention point is and make their way back, this time more easily and faster the further they get from us. With the help from my roots, nearly bypassing their control of the earth and physically moving the dirt around, I make myself as much of a nuisance as possible, but outside the range of the other mages, I don't have the strength to keep up with so many shamans. Their progress is slowed but never halted, with about 90 shamans soon back in the fold as they stop just beyond most of our mages' range. About 60 meters from the wall, they start spreading out the tunnel and making an exit and an earth wall on ground level. Soon the entire army is making their way into the tunnels. It seems like this is just another step that I can't avoid, a step I can at most delay. However, as the thought crosses my mind, it all clicks together. They're all in an enclosed space and capable of dodging. Although I can't directly control the earth and do any damage in this way, as long as I avoid the shamans I can grow runes and do just about everything I want down there. Moving a few of the closest formations and growing a few more as fast as possible, I send waves of fire in the tunnel, accumulating a little damage. The shamans get together and ignore their attempts to further grow the wall above and start on a fairly familiar formation, one I have only seen once from one other group of shamans. A truck hits my will and repulses my control of the roots. Inch by inch I recede as they gain ground in the underground network. Irritation. The mental image from Aspen is clear. He does not like this one bit, and even before I can strategize with him, the enemy begins to be pushed out with extreme prejudice. He does not take kindly to someone messing with the extension of his body spread in the instances, not even a little. Counting on him distracting the shamans, more effortless than last time, I withdraw most of my will as serendipitously as possible and prepare the largest and most powerful combined attack I can at the very mouth of the tunnel. 30 seconds gathering mana and finishing the connecting runes to help the attack I have in mind. Right at the start of the tunnel, 10,000 mana flow from the formations to form a slightly diffuse but still deadly fireball that covers most of the 2-meter-tall shaft. The goblins all shriek at the same time and try to retreat from the attack. The ones already inside have little recourse but push the mass of people ahead, frantically trying to rush as far away down the tunnel as possible. Their efforts are useless. A moment later, they all stop moving as the roiling furnace engulfs them, only amplified within the confined space. Nearly 100 goblins and about 20 wolves were dead in a few instants. Every kill somehow echoes through my soul as my will rod behind the fireball. Every single permanent and a small stab in my heart and consciousness. I didn't want to do this, but what choice did I have? Roll over and die? I close another tunnel on top of the result of my fireball as the ones in front are injured, but still able to move around. I try to form another large fireball, but this time the shamans are ready, and over the next minute all the mana I convert into fire mana is dissipated. I can accumulate it in the very roots without any trouble, but as soon as I start to draw it out and form the fireball or any other attack, they're on top of it, and with 1 or 2 synchronized strikes easily disrupt my control of the mana. Probably payback for all the times I used formations to make their rituals and other castings harder. We reach a strange stalemate as they split their greater numbers, and just about 60 work to me hold back from any effective use of magic inside the tunnels, while the others retreat back up to the enemy army. With the remnants of my will, I can see what they are doing. They move the thick earth wall forward without even having to go underground. Accomplishing little with my current attempts, I withdraw my will while keeping an eye to collapse the tunnel as soon as they falter. For now, I reach for 2 familiar formations above, and with a large stream of mana and activate the most powerful version of the mana disruptors. Grabbing the stuff of magic in the air and earth as they exhaustingly push forward, the formations send pulses of mana, basically making it behave erratically. Almost like it wants to go berserk, and the results are the same as every single time I attempted to use it. A few of the enemy shamans split off to deal with my interruptions, but this time they don't have enough, and their progress is ground to halt. At least that is until the others rejoin them a few minutes later. This is exhausting, and we had barely got through 1/10 of the enemy's number. A much longer fight than usually. Oh, the good old days of goblins charging headlong into combat. Chapter 143. While I sit atop the walls with my mind wandering the battlefield in a fierce fight against the others, the battle rages on. Though for now, only the people with ranged weapons can do anything to the enemy. I can almost see the desire of the spear wielders around me for more options. For most of them, the only magic they can rely on the fireball gauntlets and other similar trinkets, but without the versatility of actually wielding the magic and having a proper repertoire, they can't do anything in the current conditions. The few who had taken to a bow as their secondary weapon were having more luck, but even that it is still minimal. For archers in my field of view shoot high in the sky. Volleys of death try to bypass the walls protecting the mass of their army and fall on their heads. The results are not quite as apparent for the archers, but I see plenty of small nicks and cuts accumulating on the enemy on the edge of my perception field. The extraneous thoughts float away as I dive in the struggle against the ever-increasing number of shamans directly opposing my control of mana. Slowly, the dreadful wall protecting the enemies marches forward as I strain my entire will trying to eke out the barest of improvements, the slightly more effective strategy, and slow their advance. I dig deep within myself, but barely the fight started, and I'm already running ragged. An unknown amount of time later, the effort suddenly becomes so much easier. Someone else joined me. Merlin. With about 100 meters to go yet, and nobody else capable of approaching this range, we work in conjunction to delay their advance. Although the help is much appreciated as it adds another wrinkle in the enemy's plans and is instrumental in collapsing small segments of the thick 4-meter-tall defensive barrier, the gains are small. Each time adds a few more seconds and leaves a couple more dead goblins behind. With a little more of my faculties after Merlin joins me, I feel as the others start to join in. A few at 60 meters, most at above 50 meters, and the very last one at 49 meters. A rush travels down my arm and a smile booms in my face, seeing the enemy finally stopping as I had expected. A good 20 minutes after they arrived, their march forward already cost them 500 of their numbers. We also injured a good number, but that has a smaller and harder to judge effect. But the cumulative effect that the numbing agents should be helping us slightly. Not a large difference, but I will take anything I can get. Almost instantly, and with a ferocity that surpassed all the other attacks before, the mass of their army rolls over their defenses and charges our walls. With their slowly increasing stats in each attack, overcoming the obstacles and even the wall is ever becoming a lesser challenge. But regardless of any improvements, in the 4 or so seconds until the first goblin starts climbing the walls, the fireball turrets devastate their chaotic ranks. Most ignore the light burns from grazing attacks, but a few are hit by multiple attacks dead on in the random calculus of war, becoming horrifying charcoal sculptures, leaving behind only their dry and blackened diminutive forms. From that moment forward, the fight progresses as most others before it, which was almost familiar by now. There is no time for thought or much in the realm of strategic thinking for the people in the front lines, and even I rush from one thing to the next. A mad charge with the shamans trying their best to exert their powers, trying to swing the tides in their favor and thankfully failing. Before the losses start to really pile up, way before other chiefs would have changed their strategy, the orcs at the back come charging down and the shamans lower the walls for their archers to get better firing lines on us. As soon as the first volley of arrows is in the air, an order comes from Richard. Raise upper shields. A wave of shimmering translucent hexagonal pattern instantly covers the approach the arrows are taking. The madly climbing goblins can move unrestricted, but the slightly curving arrows clang mid-air and are knocked to become harmless projectiles. The second volley moves in as the hundreds of broken-foot-wide hexagons are replaced. Their sacrifice stopped any real damage from the ranged attacks along the wall. Each segment only takes a couple of mana points to replace. They are not designed to stop powerful attacks but to disrupt them and lessen their effectiveness. A minute stream of mana compared to the mass required to form barriers hundreds of meters wide heads down the runic formations, and every single one of the broken interlocking shields fully comes back. Merlin's inventions are coming in handy, and this is far from our last surprise. Though as the thought crosses my mind, I stomp down on it. Can't count my chickens before they hatch. The other surprises may not cover what we need through a simple case of rock, paper, and scissors. As for my own efforts, the enemy stopped trying to advance their hiding place forward, with only a few shamans remaining to shield the central formation, hiding the archers and others. Tall, muscular 9-foot-tall orcs lumber forward and hitting the walls with enormous stone clubs, trying to cause damage and get in the village that way. Their straining arms wielding weapons of war weighing more than small rams back on Earth. Each 100-pound blow hits the wall impossibly fast for a melee attack and sends a wave traveling up the walls. I stop trying to divide my attention and pay attention downstairs. Growing thick roots, I try to ensnare a single orc, dedicating my entire attention to the one closest to me, but it is to no avail. Each root growth is countered by repositioning. Each small or large movement attempting to catch him unaware is expertly dodged, and nothing I do corners him. That is until a pair of goblins tumble directly in its direction right at the moment and lowers its head in the swing of its weapon. That small opening is all I need. The orc is knocked off balance, and I take the opportunity to hook a pair of inch-wide roots around its foot. The orc tries to leverage its strength, but I manage to hold and even add more restraints. I work my way up with my entire arsenal, significantly enhanced given he is inside the range of my subclass skill, Nature Connection. In 10 or so seconds, the orc is firmly tied to the ground as my attention is already on another pair a few meters to the side. I glance at the source of the pair of goblins and see who I had expected over there, Alex and Greg. Each is holding the back line while they weave in and out of the battle line, contributing as much as they can while letting the others get the experience they need for the third battle today. The real battle. I change the channel on the comm system in my wooden helmet and call out, "Merlin, want to help me ensnare a few of the tall, ugly things?" With barely a moment of pause, I can almost feel his thought process with my perception field reaching him just some 10 meters to my side. I can see the nod even before he answers. Hell yeah. Leaving the group after a few seconds coordinating everyone's efforts, we keep the channel open as Merlin's nature meta magic makes its first real appearance in solo work since the start of the battle, and the impossible task becomes ordinary. 1, 2, 5, 10 disabled orcs. With each foe we eliminate, the strain from our mana reserves and wall integrity is lessened. They would need a lot longer than this to make any real damage, but with a simple crack in the wall, the enemy shamans might be able to force a breach in the wall if they had a trick up their sleeve and went about it hard enough. And if everyone else can hold their ground. Quickly eliminating the orcs is probably the best use of our time and a good way of shortening the battle and advancing our position. Waves of goblins and wolves pile on top of each other, reaching for the top of the wall and doing their best to confront the entire line along the front wall, the easiest point of attack in our village. As the waves of enemies batter against the rocky shores, their numbers slowly dwindle in a rather permanent fashion. The problem is that our numbers are also taking a significant hit. Sprained ankles, bruises, and cuts bypassing their impressive metal armor is widespread. Even without getting through the armor, head blows and hard knocks taking people's air take a toll on our forces. There are even the occasional broken sword and cut leather straps failing to hold their armor in place. Anytime someone loses their effectiveness in battle, another fighter in the backline steps up, but our numbers are stretched thin. Though they can get treatment, and most injuries should be recoverable in only a couple hours, they are effectively taken out of the fight and our small edge is slowly eaten away. If this was our last encounter today, this would be an unmitigated success, but another fight is coming and every single injury is like a stab in my heart. The enemy chief tries dozens of small shifts in their strategy, though nothing that it does is effective. Without changing the composition of the army, the conditions of the fight, or the time frame, he has little choice but to directly attack us. He is stronger than any other chief before, but it is still not enough. Alex and Greg manage him well enough. In the fields below surrounding his downed form, thousands of corpses accumulate, littering the ground and dwarfing the number of upright enemies. The trend is heading in one direction in an inexorable and near irreversible pull, but we still pay a price. I continue assisting where I can, though as the number reaches the double digits, Greg speak. Ah, I have an idea. Everybody back off and surround the goblins, don't attack them. Hearing that instantly my mind is firing off, narrowing on his goal, but before I can get a word out, Richard is following his line of thought. You want to delay the next attack? It's worth a try. Switching for the general broadcast, he orders everyone engaging the enemy to back off and surround them before calling off the turrets still shooting. I move around and send a flow of mana down in a circle around their form and start growing a tall fence around the 24 remaining goblins. Soon all of them are disarmed with a large group surrounding them and my wall of roots just a precaution. It takes a minute for everyone's nerves to calm down. After a few minutes, most of the others retreat to the village so they can rest and recover as much as possible. Only a group of about 100 remain behind to watch over the remaining goblin, dutifully training to get past them even without as much as a bone dagger to their name. I look back to the hospital rooms and the dozens of stations set up in the street, dismayed at the state of our defenders. Over half of them have an injury that impairs them and won't be healed in the next couple of hours. Though most of them can still fight, if at a reduced capacity, there are at least 100 who shouldn't even be manning one of the turrets. Ludmer's healing magic is mostly kept in reserve, given he can only spend so much mana before becoming exhausted, and luckily nobody's life is at stake. That is only a small comfort given the upcoming 30 attack. A few more levels and stats from the last battle will increase our battle strength, but not enough to keep up with another attack like this, and the next one is supposed to be stronger. Richard calls everyone for a quick meeting, and after a moment of thought, I get up and go to it. Pretty much everyone who can contribute to it comes, including Charlie. It takes a minute for the adrenaline and loud voices to settle down, but before the meeting starts properly, someone asks, I'm not sure we can keep up. We need reinforcements, but we don't have the time. Charlie nods, acknowledging the problem, but his words settle my stomach. We already called for reinforcements. At their current pace, the first one should get here in about an hour and a half. Not soon enough for the start of the battle if our efforts out there are unsuccessful in delaying it, but if the next battle follows the same rhythm, they will be an enormous help near the end of the battle. They may even get here in time for the main confrontation. Richard speaks. I think it will work based on what I read about the system, at least for a little while. Though we shouldn't push our luck. Let's try to add 1 hour of delay for a total of 2 hours. Reading and everything. I'm proud of you, says the hulking form of Greg, who shoulder checks Richard. Everyone just laughs at Greg's antics, relieving the stress after the battle. The meeting continues for a few minutes before drawing to a close. I look outside on my way out of the room atop our walls. The day is not over yet, and the next trial is going to be a real test of our mettle. I just hoped enough of us stepped up to be able to counter anything the system brought to our doorstep. Chapter 144. Right after the brief meeting, I return to my spot on the wall. By now there is an unwritten rule that everyone passing through avoids it even when I'm not there. A look at the horizon reveals the cleaning crew working around, the ones keeping the remaining goblins contained. The few remaining goblins are all running low on stamina and have to measure their attempts attacking us or risk falling halfway through their lunges, but they don't stop for even a moment. I sat down to meditate, grow the formations underground and tweak them with what I learned during the last battle, but something is off. A stronger breeze. Except for days, no, for weeks the weather has been strange. I look for what specifically is setting off alarms in the back of my mind, and with one deep breath, the slight thrill of strong rain or maybe even a tempest hits me with full force. The slight chill just before the dams in the sky break. The one thing that seems off is the lack of dark clouds, but I was certain water is coming. Oh, sweet rain. I didn't know in what form, nor had I no idea if it had anything to do with the attacks or if it was in response to our actions, but it is coming. Enjoying the rapidly changing weather, I direct my attention underground. Grow, build, shape, become. Grow, build, shape, become. Grow, build. In my mind, a simple mantra flowing an old and missed mental rhythm. A mental pattern that is distinctly Pando-flavored. The hour pass and they finish off the rest of the goblins. Not a single standing enemy remains. The attack also doesn't come, so our gambit from keeping the goblins captive seems to have worked, though as Richard implied, we likely wouldn't be able to cheese the system forever even if we tried. 3 waves of reinforcements arrived before the end of the hour. Almost 600 elite fighters to supplement our own forces. They are not used to our way of doing things, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem, especially with the further reinforcements on the way. The last few minutes tick down to the expected time as most of the village returns to the walls. Many of them are beaten and bloodied, but also with proper healing salves and bandages along with the regular mouthful of heath fruits. There are even the rare few who downed a health potion, though most of them are the more seriously injured and stayed behind to recuperate in the village. Too bad our health potion stockpile was so limited. Merchants' limitations on how many of the nice goods we could buy were chaffing. Though even my health fruits were something of a commodity given how little time to grow them we had and the constant use in dozens of villages. We didn't have enough for everyone to use daily. Still, Charlie made sure to store a small cache. By my last count, it was about half a dozen health fruits per person. His caution is paying dividends now as most of the more injured people had already consumed their personal supply. The seconds tick down to our best estimate when the group surprises me. Dropping right outside the edge of the clearing instead of further in the forest, they immediately start running to our walls. Startled, but not frozen, I look at their exact spot and form a map beside the one with the life form detectors surrounding the village without a word. It only takes a moment for the people in the room with Richard to realize what both maps are showing. They are charging full speed ahead. Recall the scouts in the area, sound the alarm, and prepare for battle. Orders Richard. An audible, but not overwhelming noise alerts everyone along the walls, though most were already paying attention to the incoming horde. After the alarm screech, an announcer speaks. Enemy in sight. 40 seconds. Assume battle lines. The few who were either distracted or finishing their preparations rush, and everyone's focus heads to the incoming enemy. Scaling back the sound transmission and turning off the loudspeakers, the announcer starts to speak to the lieutenants in the comm system. Estimate 12,000 enemies. Average level 51. Large orc contingent at the back. I let all that information settle in the back of my mind and focus on anything my roots may be able to tell me. With my perception field and mana sense in the vicinity, I catch dozens of shamans simultaneously casting a similar scrying magic to the last wave. I power our defenses at their limit, hoping that the effect of spot overloading mana is mentally blinding any shamans they to peer behind our defenses. I do the routine most have come to expect from me and take as much of a toll on the incoming wave as possible. But if before my actions were fist-sized rocks above the water that could cut the bottom of knee-height wave, now the story is altogether different. 10 meters tall tsunamis don't even notice anything less than half their height, and the sheer volume and speed of water will go over anything but a gigantic wall. I am no wall. The enemy simply rolls over all the small contributors I make, though I don't give up. Thousands of them get numbing agents in their blood. I have hundreds of opportunities to ensnare goblins, wolves, and even the special units. All of that is largely mitigated from their insane march speed, so I have to choose between dozens of opportunities at a time. Worst of all are the 200 shamans surrounding the goblin chief. I shake my head and relay all that I learned to Richard's attendants, trying to focus on the stuff they can't get from other people's observations and ignore what isn't important. 300 meters. I prepare myself for them to halt. 250 meters. Anytime now. 200 meters. Come on. 150 meters to the wall, and they are still charging full steam ahead. Holy hell! I exclaim incredulously. They're not gonna stop. I should have expected that. Suddenly my mind is firing off so many directions. Dozens of things they could be doing. I had been blind until now. They just hadn't done them yet. We can't assume they're incapable. The waves of enemies hit the base of our walls. Each line hits the first one and climbs over the first ones to arrive. Tangled, it takes moments for them to reach the top. The battle begins in earnest in the battlement where they can fight off on a more even footing. The stragglers in the later lines spill over the sides of the village and start to surround us looking for any weak spots. With the wall atop a cliff and large clearings, we can keep the back and sides safe with a minimal contingent, but this is not a few stragglers or infiltrators. This is a large army of its own, if thinner than the main rush on the front. Richard, with his ever-present guidance, repositions a few more people to the back. Not many need to sprint around, but with their advantages and the magical defenses. The 150 or so taking care of our flanks will simply dominate any engagement unless the enemy simply gets much larger numbers or can teleport reinforcement to a concentrated area. Even as most of our defenders are hard at work and the front line threatens to fold before the absolutely massive tide of enemies, now all but a rare few above level 50, the losses the enemy suffers are not to be ignored. Rushing through the traps and trenches dug and spike all along the ground, the enemy's advance are slow compared to the shorter smooth path atop the walls. The magical defenses devastate their ranks, But again, that is largely limited by their fast charge and lack of time to get many volleys before they are climbing the walls. Still, they hold a large numerical advantage. Also, each of the enemies is stronger now than ever, with a large strength bump from hitting level 50 from almost every single unit from their line. Though as I try to find my footing and simply do as much damage as possible to any passing over any of the formations underground and trying to find any other tricks I can pull, they pull another surprise out of their hat. And it's not some overwhelming magic combining the power of their 200 shamans, but something small. A single point in space in their midst I hadn't noticed until now. I quickly identify what seems like their elder shaman and unexpectedly my heart freezes. Archshaman, level 101. Shit, I say as he focuses his magic. What is supposed to be only in Merlin's wheelhouse begins to form between his hands. Not quite the infinitely variable meta magic, but more complex than anything I or anyone else could do, and including their characteristic chants which would probably preclude us from using the same runic form. Asham, Yubum Kaserath Azarinth, Azakatan Ishiodra. Maladra Uzara, Carvatron Tazara. The others follow their almost ritualistic dance centered around the arch-shaman. Something incomprehensible is forming. An infinitesimally small point for an attack. Even the level 100+ magic users at the head, he strains his old muscles underneath his wrinkly skin to hold onto this absurd power. A strong mana stream keeps flowing from all the others and simply disappears into a form I don't recognize, though whatever it is, I don't like it at all. They are not bringers of peace, they are harbingers of death, and I need to stop them, whatever the cost. I let my consciousness go entirely to the spot underneath him, ignoring even the march of the goblin chief and the sudden drop in the temperature all the way to negative numbers. With the enemies standing only 50 meters away, the entire group can focus on them, including Merlin as he does his best to disrupt whatever is coming, and I modify the two closest mana-disrupting formations to concentrate their entire output on the attack in their middle. Even Aspen kicks into high gear and grows tendrils to surround the arch-shaman, trying to suck any loose mana away. He manages to abscond with a few points here and there, but each shaman keeps their mana tightly controlled until it enters the black headache-inducing sphere. Not even my perception field can tell what it is made of. I see our failure and lack of progress even as the seconds tick and they charge the attack, but regardless of his impressive magical capability and our lack of knowledge, I can tell from his shoulder twitch, his slight hip twist, and dozens of subtle muscle movements it has come to an end. He's about to shoot. The berserk mana from my formations trying to disrupt his control makes very little difference, so I withdraw my will and do the only thing I can think of. I grab the only chance Merlin and the others have to survive. Right in front of Merlin's mage group, I pull all of the shields in the inner world and raise them at maximum power. At the same time, I open another portal, this time underneath the water pond of the inner world. Startled rabbits flee from the whirlpool as I form a large water rune atop the pond to guide the water out. Already extending his arm to release the ball of destruction in his hands, his eyes widen, but the arch-shaman doesn't hesitate. Pushing forward his entire will, we both put our all in line. It takes only an instant for the crackling ball of death to touch the water I drew from the inner world boring trough like it isn't even there. Electric discharges and a neat hole are all left behind, then it finishes breaking all of my shields to hit the second-to-last defense. The segmented shield powered directly by the formations in the wall designed to stop exactly this type of attack. Siege attacks like our fireball turrets, which are meant to cause a large amount of damage in a relatively small package, except this is in a league of its own and the 20,000 mana shide barely slows it down. The very last line of defense is powered by Merlin's and the other's mana pool. His entire will backing the shield as he strains to meld with it like I had seen him do against the HLZ beast with their mana-disrupting attacks. A large explosion blinds everyone's physical and magical senses, every sense except my perception field, and suddenly my inability to sense mana with it doesn't seem so bad. Even as Merlin and the others behind the shield are blasted away and fly through the air, relief hits me. There were a few unlucky souls outright mushed into a paste nearby, but the mages are okay, and the damage was largely mitigated. Even the wall is not left unscathed as the attack takes a large 6 meter to bite out of it. I trust them to take care of themselves even as I turn my attention back to the shaman and their leader. For a moment their path is nearly clear as they shoot fireballs and lightning attacks all along the wall with no real magic users to disrupt them. No one but me. Taking direct control of the magical defense, I maintain the hexagonal shields, taking care to replace them as soon as possible after each break so they can blunt all the attacks coming. I also form water spheres in front of all the other attacks for the same purpose, but never taking my eyes out of the shaman's overarching strategy. Throughout it all, I see the arch-shaman staring at me. Staring like I had two heads or something, as he doesn't even contribute to the attacks. Benefiting from the small reprieve, I don't break his concentration and only defend against the other attacks instead of going on the offensive. But as the seconds pass and I hear a loud bark only 10 meters to my right from the goblin chief, the spell is broken. Returning to his attack for a moment, I can almost feel the disappointment in the arch-shaman's eyes. Each of his actions is monotonous and proform. The change is probably imperceptible to most people, but the difference is glaring under the perception field. A few seconds later, someone else takes notice of the change. The goblin chief barks at his shaman. Though even as he continues to do that, my heart lifts. With each of his commands, the shaman stops for a second to acknowledge the orders and then continues to work in the same slow and methodical method without making the same extremely damaging attacks. Almost apoplectic, the goblin chief gives up and turns to the strongest pair in the village. The green thing nearly matches both Alex's dexterity while surpassing Greg in raw stats. But even against an enemy this strong, working together they can barely keep up. I take all their fights out of my mind and turn my attention back for a few more seconds as the injured and bloodied mages make their way back to the top of the walls. As they find him, the mages prepare to attack our new potential friend, so I call out, "Don't attack the arch-shaman. I think he is a tentative ally." The others turn to me like the arch-shaman had before, and I explain, "I did not grow two heads, nor I'm not crazy. Just trust me." Merlin, having to run the farthest, is the second to last to arrive and nods while starting work of his own, having gotten the gist of what I meant. With a flourish of his hand, he starts one of his characteristic attacks with the help of another 4 mages while the rest work in defending against the shamans. Letting our defense to the others, I go back to picking off the more vulnerable goblins and occasionally an orc or two. In the back of my mind, with the help of the perception field, the arch-shaman's actions are glaringly obvious. His first instinct is to protect the shamans around him as they try to inflict as much damage as possible to us. They try to defend against the powerful and focused magma balls coming every 2 seconds, but none of the attacks are aimed at the arch-shaman, and he takes no defensive action. Near him, another shaman, this one looking to be amongst the youngest I ever saw, starts pleading and then talking agitatedly with him. Tears well up in his eyes, but his pace and ineffective choice of attacks continue. He doesn't create larger attacks or coordinate large groups, letting everyone pool their strength. This alone is huge, but his sheer strength from being a level 100+ caster being underutilized is the icing on the cake. That should make the possible if costly fight a near bloodless battle from now on. That assumption, however, is just that, an assumption. We still have nearly 10,000 enemies to kill, and trusting everyone else to do their job, I get started. In the sky, the clouds darken and I hear thunder. Chapter 145. Random fighter from the matriarch's village. Shit, shit, shit. There are magical explosions and all kinds of dangerous crap just being thrown willy-nilly all over the place around me. Soaking wet from the sudden rain, the very first rain since we were dragged from Earth, I muddle through, blocking the enemies and trying to eliminate them as quickly as possible while not tripping or sliding in the rough stone walkway. Bashing my mace on the goblins' heads while they are climbing is really satisfying. The problem is that most of the time they manage to mitigate most of the damage. Throughout the fight, only one of my blows was a fatal one, and that was only because of a bad fall. I try my best to hold on as more reinforcements arrive in those magic flying vehicles that Charlie's village makes. Landing crippling or killing blows in is difficult, but I continue to do my utmost on the revolving door of climbing enemies. Nash's POV. The fight advanced way more slowly than I had expected. The tactics from the enemy goblins are not that different, but their innate resilience and overwhelming numbers force most of our fighters to put their entire strength forth to just barely keep up, and their numbers only see a slow decline. When a third of the enemy's forces are on the ground, the goblin chief's agitation becomes more apparent. Even the people without the perception field, aka everyone else, notice its change in demeanor. Feeling a chill down my bones that has nothing to do with the weather, I start paying more attention to the chief. Fear slowly creeps up as his change builds and builds in a crescendo. With each failed attack on the pair in front of him and every one of his troops that falls being another strike in his heart and mind. He looks at the sky again, looking for something, then at his fallen troops before letting out a scream. A loud and deep guttural scream that shakes me to my core. With a suddenness I can only expect of long-drilled preparations, most of the shamans begin marching backward, leaving a few closer to us to continue their harassment and avoid us having free reign of the magic battlefield. Along the entire wall, the efforts of the surrounding combatants are redoubled. A greenish faint glow with red streaks wafts off the goblin chief, which slowly but surely rolls on the ground, covering the other combatants. With a sudden large jump in speed, Alex and Greg are put in their back feet, retreating in every clash instead of barely holding against the beast. Just a second later, with almost telepathic coordination, both of them activate their class skills. A faint white glow comes from the dancing, light-footed Alex as he spins the ether around himself as an oppressive aura covers Greg, even as his own white glow comes to the forefront. I hope you know what you were doing, Greg. Last time you activated both skills at the same time, you had trouble just keeping on your feet. While forming small shields between them and the goblin chief, I think about getting up, but even as the thought crosses my mind, the red light streaks in his aura and he moves way faster than before, almost taking off Greg's head. Reminded of the last time a goblin chief got upset with me and got in my face with that same red aura, I resist my impulse to go physically help. The stat and skill level difference is too large. I don't want to spend over a week with a hole in my side, and that is the best case scenario. That doesn't mean I can't help in other ways. Leveraging my inner world, I put a few more layers of defense around me before strategically positioning the mobile shield generators and fireball turrets all above everyone's head. With a dexterous hand, I try my best to accompany the fight and limit the goblin's options. It uses its short spear mostly in thrusting attacks, moving in and out of engagement range with overwhelming speed. Alex's skill is clearly on the same level. In beauty and fluidity, it can even be considered superior, but his stats, raw power, and speed aren't a match. Even while expertly dancing and harnessing every smidge of his momentum like an ice skater, the bursts of speed from the goblin chief constantly throw a wrench in his attempts. Though as Greg advances, the goblin chief is careful to dodge each of his blows by a wide margin, as even the glow in his own heavy spear can peel off the goblin's skin. A few of Greg's missed attacks in nearby enemies or pulverizes chunks of stone, demonstrating his absurd damage potential. Palm-sized furrows on the ground, shattered weapons, and bisected enemies mean little if he can't hit the goblin. If he ever manages a full-on hit, the goblin chief won't be able to survive long. Pushing his entire strength in short but strategic bursts, the goblin chief tries to catch either of the two unaware and off position, but the best he manages are glancing blows against their +4 armor sets. I try different strategies like ensnaring him with my roots or growing freezing formations underneath, but those attempts are also unsuccessful. The seconds pass until their skills are about to run out. They both get slower and the extra sharpness in the tip of their spear is gone. The goblin, however, is still kicking in full force with its twin glow. If before they had to take half a step, or even a full step in each confrontation, now they are constantly retreating. All thoughts of beating the goblin chief seem to flee their minds, and only frantic survival consumes them. The all-encompassing desire to keep living is all there is. Otherwise, a single mistake would be their end. The goblin chief doesn't take advantage of the opportunity to kill any others around him. He is probably guessing that if the two before him fall, no one else would have a chance and he would be able to sweep up the entire village by himself with the rest of the army distracting the other defenders. I knew things wouldn't be that easy, but if they did fall without inflicting serious damage to him, we would be screwed. In best-case scenario, we escape with more than 1/10 of our village left behind to the goblin's tender mercy. Alex lowers his center of mass and starts taking bigger risks even in the slippery wet ground. Usually not a good option, but he doesn't other choices. Even with the reinforcement brought in, there were a few critical points in the battle and I need to come up with a solution to the dilemma in front of me. This is a critical juncture. We needed a decisive win against the goblin chief, and the sooner the better. Cringing in anticipation of the headache I would get, I start to work on the only plan with half a chance to work. As I update both of them on what I'm going to try, runes spin around my head as I take any of the unnecessary ones in the freezing formation, distilling it down to its most basic constituent parts. I quickly arrive at 30 runes for a basic and inefficient design, but it works. That is still more than double the largest and most complex spell I can cast without the help of engraving or other aid. Any time I try to grow runes in his vicinity of the goblin chief just moves away, so I need the speed and flexibility of a proper spell. If I push myself to the limit, I might be able to cast something with 18 runes, and with that in mind, I start cutting pieces and replacing sections with even simpler ones in the formation. Each rune I cut out adds an inefficiency, places that mana leaks, increasingly wrong conversions, and unregulated flows, but that is the price I pay for transforming it into a proper spell. 25, 20, 19 runes, and that is where I stop. Taking even one more rune will surely brick the entire formation. I have no idea if I can even cast it, but I have to try. It's the only chance we have. I take a deep breath and draw the symbols on top of the Goblin Chief. With a faint form and not feeding any mana to it, just bracing myself for what is to come. Alex falls to the ground after an attack, but quickly transforms the splaying mess into a simple, well-executed back roll, bleeding off the momentum that would have thrown him against the wall if he were a lesser fighter. All the while, he keeps a steady hold of his spear, which easily comes up and parries the next attack from the Goblin Chief. In a rare moment where the Goblin Chief is not perfectly on its feet after its spear enters the wall and needs a good yank to get out, I yell. Now, both in wait for what is to come to do their best to attack him. A pulse of mana. My entire will. A complex runic formation based entirely on my understanding of magic instead of any testing. The Goblin Chief freezes for a fraction of a second. Any other time, it could easily have gotten the spear out and retreated a foot or two to get its bearings like it did dozens of times in this fight. Now, it pays the price of fighting against our village. With a powerful arc bearing Greg's entire weight, the chief's spine shatters. Falling to the ground without control of its legs, they don't let up and dive full in until there is nothing left but a bloody chunk. I keep helping them for a few more moments, but then the pain sets in and I fall unconscious in my root cocoon protected from all remaining threats. A thunderous sound deafens me, pain shoots up my left leg, a pounding headache assaults me, and to top it all off there is a queasiness in my mana control. I open my eyes to see nothing in the darkness of my cocoon, then I turn on the screen connected to the feeds outside along with the perception field looking all around me. There are some 6,000 remaining combatants, a good portion of them are wolves. In the back of the army, the group of 80 shamans who retreated about 100 meters chant together, and another bolt of thunder trembles even the solid walls. I widen my eyes as what just happened sets in. The flash hits the enemy before they redirected it to Merlin and his entourage. The large shield of the wall falls, but their second layer manages to hold. Both shields take only a few seconds to return to full power, and I let what is happening away from anyone else's magical range drive me to action. Struggling through my mental state, I open 4 portals in the air in front of Merlin and put my mobile shy generators out once again. Though this time they are not empowered by my will, just on the automatic mode being recharged by the enormous batteries buried in the inner world. Forming a single large shield stronger than even the one in the wall, a few of the mages are free to concentrate on something beyond the shield. With the remnants of my will after my stunt with the Goblin Chief, I look at the shamans harnessing the powers of nature for devastating attacks. I should disrupt that. My fine control of mana may be gone, but I can still brute force my way for a little longer. In their exact spot, there are no mana disruption formations, so I start growing one as fast as I can. A minute later, I power it and start expanding and growing it until it reaches the epitome of my design, forcing all mana not tightly controlled to go berserk. This exercise only comes to show my limits more clearly. I push too hard this time. Still, I put a decent portion of my will behind the disruption formation to cause mana fluctuations. Not quite to the level I expected if I was at full power, but enough that a few of the less experienced shamans lose control and the power of the attacks drops off a little more. Any small edge, I will take it all, I say, lifting my arm. Ouch, ouch. A few stop their work to fight me, which is in one word, painful. But I will keep to the course as long as I'm a nuisance to their efforts. More and more are injured in the fight, and only a few of the dedicated magic users can work helping the rest of the fight. But without the shaman's interference and with their slowly dwindling numbers, they no longer stand a chance. 2,000, 1,000, 500 enemies. The remaining 200 orcs left for last are particularly annoying. The tough bastards simply won't quit and take a long time to finish with the few mostly uninjured fighters we have. Soon enough as the last enemy falls and silence settles on the battlefield in an instant. Even through the gruesome scene and dead companions, every single one of the fighters still around looks back and forth searching for the next enemy, but there are none. None but a mainless arch-shaman. Despite the strangeness, a wave of relief passes over everyone even as the last droplets of rain die off, and the hundreds of fighters still at the walls start laughing. The camaraderie from people who survived regardless of any rivalry between them, as together we stand against the real enemy. Most keep at it for a few minutes before filing in the village and heading to the tavern, though a few stay behind and accompany me to the arch-shaman. He starts a small lightning bolt slowly, which I respond by surrounding him in mana shields from the inner world. I had long hidden its capabilities, but after what I pulled during the fight, any attempt to continue doing so would be a moot point and frankly ridiculous. Hell, it might have been an unfounded fear all along, but the milk had been spilled either way. As I surround the strangely acting Elder Goblin with the shields, he looks at copper protrusions and then focuses on the portals with a twinkle in his eyes. So that is what called your attention. Everyone arrives by my side, and the slowly forming lightning bolt strikes from the tip of his marvelously crafted staff and collides with the shield, draining a few more mana points. But nothing dangerous, not yet. Well, what do you think is happening? Asks one of the commanders from our reinforcements. Merlin takes the lead for a moment and starts speaking. Exactly what Nash has been hoping for a long time. Finally a chance to talk with one of them. Everyone looks straight at me and I grimace before turning to the shaman. I don't suppose you can talk? The goblin's response is just what I expected. Arg Kalatra Murderfa. Chapter 146. I stand trying to think just a few meters off, and the serenity and camaraderie we found a few minutes ago are mostly gone, at least amongst the leadership. But why then can't we just watch him trying to interrogate the thing? Argues one of the commanders from the reinforcements our village received. Because it's going to distract him. If you want to send for one of your researchers to help him, sure, though I doubt that would be of any real help given the unique circumstances. Hell, he just wants an hour or two at most to see if his first ideas will work out. If it doesn't, we can revisit it. Charlie fires back. Ugh. Fine, but we better get everything you find out. We paid a dear price here today, even if none of our soldiers died. I know well the cost we all paid, and our village did pay with lives. Send one of your mages to look if you really want to, but they better not interfere, or we are going to have a problem. I ignore them, and soon they all move away. Only Merlin, Greg, Alex, and 3 other guards remain behind just in case. The shaman occasionally grunts or makes another unintelligible sound, but in general terms keeps quiet and peaceful. What is your idea? Asks Merlin. And can I help? My telepathy skill may work. I just need a good way to restrain him. I think something is forcing him to continue attacking, even if he can still choose to do so in an ineffective way. Okay, let me help you. We both work for a minute to encase the Elder Goblin in roots except for his head. The others move back, and we power form fitting mana shields around our bodies. Just another small layer of precaution. After finishing, I stand in front of him and touch his forehead. The next mental image is not planned, but my entire being just screams out. Why? He flinches slightly, and it takes him a few tries until he manages to send something in the right mental frequency back. Many whys. Choose why. A grin forms on my face. We may finally get some answers, and at least it wouldn't take months to learn his language to get the process started. Why attack? Orders, punishment, many reasons. Can stop attacks? Impossible. You stop attack. Why not him? I say, pointing to a random fallen goblin. He stops in his mental tracks for a moment, then sends back. He dumb, controlled, fearful. Slave. I smart. Choice, consequences, but freedom. I don't let the simple concepts and simplification of his words fool me. He seems smart, very smart. We just didn't understand each other's language, and this opens up so many possibilities. Why me? Inner space. Strong sign, early integration, you go far. Small chance for me, for planet. Knew you would succeed and fight even if I fought. Avoid your loss of life. I take a step back at his conviction before continuing. You risk all for small chance? No risk. Fife is not living. I'm slave. Small chance is only chance. Small chance better no chance. I nod seriously. I had to respect his decision. He had paid a steep price and stopped protecting his fellow slaves for the possibility that I could somehow save him and maybe his people. It wasn't enough for me to have the entirety of humanity on my shoulders. Now he wanted me to tack on another planet? Though as much as it may cost me, a single glance at him, a small effort of while traveling on my memory palace, and the vivid memory of tears streaming down his face as his fellow shamans fell erases all doubt from my mind. I couldn't live with myself knowing I denied him even this small choice. You stop attack? I ask, still trying to organize my thoughts after reaching my decision. No, can't, not now. Maybe later. Nodding, I give him one last look and voice what I knew in my heart was the only decision I could in good conscience make. I will give my all. I will help. I will shelter. I will protect all I can. He gives a rare smile, exposing his sharp teeth in imitation of me, though I don't know goblins enough to know if they did that on their own. Let's move him in the village, I say as a few people leave the gates with tools to start cleaning and rearranging the defenses around the town. What did you find out? I update them on the gist of our conversation, and we slowly make our way inside with him in tow. He still occasionally tries to attack as his MP slowly recharges, but even the most oblivious of persons would notice his unenthusiastic and purposefully ineffective attacks. Getting his staff, this a metallic one with an intangible quality that I had found in no other, I pull it into my inner world. Merlin's drool is evident, and Burgess would love to get their hands on something like this. I have OT think about what to do with it. Arriving on one of the cells in the jailhouse, though we had little use for it until now, we put him in the middle cell with mana shields completely surrounding him. Well, it will cost us about a couple of thousand mana a day, and I would prefer at least 2 people guarding him full-time just to be on the safe side, says Merlin. And we should have a couple of people here to learn his language. I can do a lot, but I don't have the time and I haven't been able to teach my skill to someone else. I tried to learn from your notes and didn't even get off the floor with it. It may be arrogant to say, but I don't think it is a question of magical talent and study, says Merlin. I was used to sharing my thoughts with a non-human being long before the system. He looks at me. Aliens. I just stare at him waiting, and then reality dawns. Pando. Bloody Pando. Yep, I just had to learn to link with another being using mana as the bridge. The mental part was very familiar already. That is what I found to be the problem. The mana bridge is easy, but the mental gymnastics of sending and translating thoughts from someone else is way too alien for me. I look at the Goblin Arch Shaman and enter the cell again while saying back, I'm going to keep this up for a while. I can also help the people learning his language get started, but after that, I will have to take a step back. Too much to do. Most of them file out and only 2 guards remain. The interrogation lasts longer than I had expected even to get just the basics and a general idea of what he wanted and what he could provide as help for the work we put into his imprisonment while learning more about why they were attacking us. Communication is still limited, and adding up the sheer number of things we have to discuss, the slow pace, and probably limitations of what he can discuss, we soon reach the end of what I can quickly extract from him. The conversation teaches me a lot. Best as I can tell, they were not just system constructs, but integrated people like us, except they for some reason are paying a penalty. From what I gathered, being the Council's flunkies isn't the only end a planet can have. In some cases, the system did use unliving beings. Just robots made of flesh with no thought or feelings. In reality, true NPCs. But most people were like Blackwood or the Mayor Glenwood, just trapped by the system. The level of glee they took in their duties, however, was another matter altogether. I also find out that the number of dead in any attack is significant, and to compensate, the goblins had resurrection magic cast on them before any attack. Though after just a few death cycles, what is left behind is just a shell of their former selves, making them little better than the flesh puppets. There are less than a dozen goblins in the attack which had yet to die, and the Arch Shaman was chief amongst them. This is an aspect I had not heard even a hint of in my book. It either wasn't talked about or there was something else about it. But now that I knew a little about it, the book should provide some more information occasionally. Soon after, something else shocks me as I find out one of the other shamans killed is actually his son, and the mettle he shows impresses me. Few would have the guts to go through with a scheme like this and allow his very progeny to die. Though he doesn't explicitly says it, I have the feeling his son hadn't had the luck to survive other battles and was in most ways no longer himself. After a good while, I leave him with a team that is going to catalog their interactions closely while trying to learn the goblin's language. I help for another half an hour after they arrive, just so they have at least the first 100 words dialed in. That should save a lot of time. Probably one of the hardest parts of learning any new language is the very start. Walking outside the jailhouse, I look up to the setting sun. Just a few more minutes before the yellow light is gone, and we only have the moon to go by. Bloody strange, the abrupt end to the lights in the sky at sunset. It is not a proper sunset with lights reflecting off the clouds and a beautiful orange or purple tint to the sky. Shaking my head after reminiscing for a few minutes, I walk off in the dry ground. The wind has mostly dried the village after the rainfall stopped. That was strange. I wonder what the change of weather was all about? Bloody rainfall. I didn't realize how much I missed it. The shamans wouldn't have caused something so widespread, especially as the weather started shifting about a month ago. It could just be a coincidence or a regular event in the instance, but I didn't think so. There probably isn't some deep and mysterious factor behind it, but it seems to be more of a mark, and it might be important. Regardless, it's good to feel the rain again. Shaking my head, I head out with my mind already turning to the dozens, hundreds of things I should be doing in preparation for my upcoming class trial. I wish I could delay it and prepare more thoroughly, but we didn't have the time, not with the attacks getting stronger. Hoarding too much of my potential back might be a death sentence. Charlie's POV. This has come out of nowhere. I say, trying to see if they were angling for anything. The villages that came to our rescue were also some of our closest allies, but this would resolve several things. It's not like we wouldn't be gaining anything. Hell, we got to admit, most of the reason we were being so strict with things is the fear from diminishing our own defenses, and as we recently find out, we had spies fanning those flames. I grimace at this mention. I knew even in our village we still had spies, but manipulations like this sound more extensive than what I had encountered here. So you saw the EXP bounty and want a share of it? Many of them had gone from about level 80 to 100 in a single jump. Yes. We need to come up with a good schedule, and only the closest villages will be able to send reinforcements in time after defending our own villages at the end of the month. If you're thinking about it, let us go all the way. I have an idea that will shake things up. What? He says, warily looking at my smile. If you are already willing to send a portion of your population to our village and provide reinforcements, what if instead you send only a few and talk the other villages further away into moving to one of our villages? Damn. That way we should still keep most of our people for a massive reinforcement drive while adding a lot of people to your village to increase the size and EXP of the attack. Exactly. It is a high-risk strategy that will require massive flying boats or other transportation methods to be made effective. But I think we can reliably delay the first weaker attack enough for everyone to get here before the second wave where the real enemies come out. We shouldn't push our luck and bite more than we can chew, but no risk, no reward. And I agree, we should think of something around. For every person in your village, you would need one person as reinforcement in a timely fashion, but we send 2 or even 3 times the number of reinforcements to guarantee a wide margin just in case they are needed. I don't want anyone else dying because we got greedy. Sarah, sitting beside the commander of her own village, after a brief glance sideways, says, I think the matriarch can get behind this plan. That lets the gates loose, and the people tethering on the edge all agree to the tentative plan. Okay, now let's work on the logistics and who we should invite. Smiles all around while everyone thinks of the enormous rewards they could harvest. They really like the idea. They just needed another little taste of sweet EXP, and their concerns melted away like butter. No, it will be even easier, like gallium liquefying against someone's skin. If this was their response, just the whiff of possible rewards should entice a lot more villages to join in on our scheme. I should have thought of this before, but there is so much to take care of. Now we just had to make sure the interest of other people didn't derail our plans. Spies purposefully throwing a wrench into people thinking of migrating over. I should have expected this, but now that I know what to search for, even if most villages don't take me up on my offer to move, I can adjust my diplomatic efforts accordingly and take precautions against their fearmongering. With that, our population will slowly climb. Why do they even bother to weaken us? It's not like spending their strength to our detriment will somehow magically make them stronger. Everyone will suffer from this. Luckily, we still had a little time, and the incentives we had in place are so very enticing. Chapter 147. Popping out my speeder in the night, I fly over to my cabin in the middle of the forest. The familiar gentle climb of the clearing atop which my abode has a slightly darker color that is easily noticeable even in the moonlight. I had a lot to do in the next week or so before I start my class trial, so I had to spend a couple more hours in the village setting things up and getting other people involved in the dozen projects that I wanted to complete before heading over. Right here and now, I had another goal in mind. I had to get access to the information in the bookshop. We might be getting closer than ever to the first couple of mithril-priced books, but investing so much capital in acquiring the information and having to abide by the limitations in them is a hassle. Those very limitations are the reason why I had only read a few of the books the village bought, preferring the results of practical experiments and results from what the others learned from them. Information should be free, and I didn't want even more limitations in place, especially from an entity which most of the time seemed near omnipresent, even if not omniscient. In the mechanical sense, it observed all. But it had trouble understanding what some things meant, and if there had been a small chance that it could have learned enough to overcome that eventually, the Council's manipulations had put a death sentence in the system's cognitive or algorithmic growth. Sitting in the middle of my clay hut, likely many miles away from the closest people, I sit down and connect to the roots, letting my entire conscious fully link myself and Aspen for just a moment. The simple exercise slows my mental state and switches my perspective to something akin to a meditative state in moments that might have taken minutes to do on my own. Withdrawing my will back and leaving only a centering sliver behind, I put one a small spot inside the inner world. Mentally paging and reading the entire book, I reacquaint myself with it before taking it out. Placing it in my lap, the letters in the booklet becomes blurry and unfocused to my perception field, but I can almost read it. I simply continue to work on it for the next couple of hours until the small but meaningful improvements I have been making make themselves manifest. Leveraging my near 140 perception points to the limit, the task slowly comes from the possible realm to the achieved box, and I can quickly, if not effortlessly, read the entire thing once again. No doubt this is the book I most read in my entire life. This is what, the 7th read-through? Digging deep within myself, I put my fears to the side and step out into the slight wind chill of the night feeling refreshed, more than in a long time. I just didn't realize before how the stale air bothered me, but after a rain like this, all is right with the world. So much of an artificial outlook on the world. There are no birds, no insects or worms in the soil. It is possible there are a few more microorganisms, but without a microscope or a lot more in the perception stat, we don't know that just yet. Cycling the perception field, as I take out of the inner world a few of the stat training aids focused on the perception stat that Richard continued to improve upon, I train focusing on a singular avenue of improvement. Multiple ones might be my normal modus operandi, but sometimes a little focus went a long way. I absorbed the sensation of the still humid grass and dirt clinging to my foot, feeling the vibrations of my hair through my body in the slow wind, the sound of settling earth after the rain, and even the rushing river a couple of miles away. It all soaks in and fades in the background like the song of peacefulness. Playing with the spinning and quickly moving colored flags and knickknacks pushes my perception stat to the limit. The moonlight is faint compared to the sun and even the typical house illumination back on Earth, but it is also more than enough for me after so long getting used to it. The added difficulty, the lack of light, adds to the challenge, barely slowing me down, possibly even taking it to the next level. Less than an hour later, after the quick exercise and another short meditation session, I get up with a new ether construct lodged in the space below my soul near my modest ether pole, courtesy of the system. Oh, so very gracious. Why the system doesn't let me try to finish the process on my own is a mystery, but maybe I will find out one day. The next couple of days continues in a similar pace. Most of the time, I continue training my perception in various forms, looking at the environment at the greatest range I can through the roots network, then inside my body, looking through the various realms, the physical and the metaphysical with the strange mana, ether, and probably other things I couldn't perceive. I learn and get used to things in my very body that even if the perception field could permeate them, I had never simply felt them. Not by simple proprioception. I was slowly learning to feel and place every single protuberance in my bones from my toes to my skull, even the ones hidden inside it or ones normally too small for me to feel with my fingers. My senses and the environment become a playground as I explore all there is to learn, all there is to absorb. I play with a few grape-sized portals in various states of stabilizations, even going as far as purposefully inducing even more noise in a few and letting myself not only get used to the pain but learn to ignore the attention-grabbing happenings of the very portals, to look past them, to look at what is beyond the surface. Changing mental channels to see other instances became as easy as breathing, a natural action. Though I still needed a small portal to even get started, I felt it is possible to overcome that hurdle eventually. Not unexpectedly, in the middle of the forest and far from anything interesting but a slight rise in the terrain. Not a single person was in range. Over just 6 days, a lot changed in my preparations and habits. My sleep lengthened slightly to around 2.5 hours and was firmly placed at around midnight. I worked every day remotely with the blacksmith, occasionally even sticking around with a root avatar for a few minutes after finishing to provide the mana for the best possible quality weapons he could make. I go over the work Aspen had done with the seeds, basically creating brothers for himself. Though I still had my doubts about this path they should all take. He was right that by experiencing my development and seeing so much more, he had grown incredibly fast, but Pando's choice to remain rooted to the ground, pun intended, is not the wrong one, just perhaps not right for Aspen and others like him. Every other day, I took the others around to deal with the HLZ beasts. Alex had taken yet another step forward, though for now, he was keeping his mouth shut about the nature of his improvements. He still hadn't taken another class, but with the pace he has been keeping, it may not even be needed for him to stand on an equal footing with HLZ beasts. Their levels, however, slowly increased after the village attack, which is concerning. The average level had jumped from about 140 to 145. Luckily, even with the change, the encounters don't even need a lot of my help, with every single one of the fighters using better and better equipment while sitting at a cool level 100. None of the three in the group who could take the next step wanted the basic common rarity class offered, and the others didn't even have that choice. Although their help is a large step forward, this avenue of their growth is capped for now. Even the visitors in the turn of the month who had reached level 100, I heard a lot of hesitation over picking the first class that showed up instead of waiting. There is still a lot of doubt and second-guessing over the information spread in our instance, especially after so many had burned themselves trusting what the kind NPCs told them. But most believed in what I and a few other sources told them about the importance to choose a fitting and strong class. It made sense, and they had seen the disparity even in the initial levels, something that would only amplify if the person chose something random that didn't suit themselves. Especially on this next transition. I had a feeling level 100 wouldn't just be about a large jump in stats or anything like that. If someone simply chose the first random class available, not only would their growth be stunted, they may also lose other avenues to increase their power. There is more going on than we know, but if the fight against the HLZ beasts, the Goblin Chief, or the LV 100+ Shaman is anything to go by, this next step up is way more profound than I had expected. I got small hints on the book, but I had a feeling it was more profound than I could imagine. I am willing to rush the next step in the level 50 transition, but maybe it would be best to save the level 100 transition for when I had fully consolidated my foundations and built as much as I could on top. Messing up whatever happened in the level 100 transition could be a gigantic wasted opportunity. The only thing that holds me back from making a hard commitment to wait years is the fact I still didn't have a good idea of how urgent is the need for more power. It might be that I should have pushed all steam ahead and gone for level 200 and be exploring the instance by now, but I just didn't know. In the end, I had to go with my gut, and it told me to be patient in no uncertain terms. If the beast suddenly jumped to level 200, no amount of preparations or numerical advantage would help us avoid paying the price, which likely would involve far too many casualties. I shake my head in the morning light and get on my little speeder. All that preparation with a singular purpose in mind, the bookshop. A few minutes later, I land on the village's central square and sit in one of the benches surrounding the fountain. Turn to the smithy with my back roughly to the bookshop. I start to prepare for the long-coming actions. This, however, seems the wrong way to do it, so I get up and head into my little wooden hut in the village. Sitting much more comfortably inside, I start my work. Without even coming close to moving my roots inside the small shop or using the perception field version the system gifted me, I just concentrate on the first bookcase. I find and start reading a copy of the book I owned, Introduction to the System. The familiar text is a breeze to read, and I go over it in its entirety over the next couple of minutes. There are no alarms, no change, and not even a single person turns in my direction as far as I know. Even the inhabitants of the village seem oblivious, demonstrated by the tanner who passes in front of my abode on the way out of his shop carrying the smelly curring leather of the latest HLZ beast, a wolfkin. Tougher defenses than most others, but also a stiffer material to work with. After finishing, I jump to the next book. This is slightly more difficult to read, but still within my capabilities. It was another I had already read in the first weeks, though I didn't own it. No reaction. I keep going, reading everything as I close the door and fully enter a concentration state. I move through the first bookcase before heading for the one that has a base price measured in gold coins. Taking out a small typewriter, given that this information was sensitive, I hook it up to a private copper sheet data storage. A standard rack storage solution courtesy of the MRI. Soon every single letter I type out is stored in the cloud I have in the inner world. Not caring too much about small typos and only stopping to check the critical junctions where any misreading could be troublesome, I blaze through the book almost as fast as I can read it. Each of them is relatively short, and I even shorten useless exoteric references to other works we didn't have access to. These books could barely be called such, with the longest of them not even getting past 20,000 words. I read every single page, giddy at the thought of sharing all I'm learning with the entire instance instead of following the convoluted and tyrannical rules for how these overpriced pieces are legally allowed to be handled. I'm all for copyright protection, but some of the rules are just stupid. If you buy a book for the base price under the standard licensing, you can't loan it to a friend. You can't even read it aloud so he can also listen in. Even just listening to something is usually enough to cause you to be bound by some of the terms of the contract in the book. Letting go of the frustration and injustice, I put my nose to the grindstone. The next couple hours pass in a breeze as I go through the entire bookcase copying books we hadn't even got our hands on. The real gem, however, is the last bookcase. These are books priced in mithril coins. With my fingertips trembling, I dive in. Chapter 148. Rushing through dozens of books, the cheapest of which priced in mithril coins, which meant we didn't even have enough coin to buy on hand. Maybe not even if everyone pooled their savings. Information we needed and should have received, if not on the very first day, at least soon after getting our bearings, and tried to search for. A library of runes and the proper explanations of how they work and interact with each other. Bestiaries with strengths and weaknesses of every single one of the monsters we encountered to this day, and more. Books on every basic profession and class we came across. The knowledge inside is useful for everyone, even the people with rarer classes. An armorsmith may be a higher rarity than a blacksmithy, but the blacksmithy book would have all the basic information for people like us just starting on the path regardless of the specialization. And the path we had to follow was long. Instead, we had to muddle through in a race against the Council's trials on their timeline with little information and, even worse, bad information. Luckily, although some of us may have eaten mud, none in our village took up the more outlandish challenges that were liable to get someone killed. We already had encountered a lot of death while doing things the right way. No sense in adding to that number. I absorb all I can from the books by marking off all steps in the bookcase. The end is approaching and anxiety creeps in. All this information is very useful and it will help us a lot, but with each book finished, the closer I'm to the end of what I can acquire. A lot sooner than I would have liked. The last page is in front of me. A few more key presses and a few seconds to take a breath. I go through the entire shop, spreading my perception field out instead of purposefully focusing only the bookcases and their books. The shopkeeper is as always sitting behind the narrow wooden counter, and as I often see, holding a book. Just a fantasy book for his entertainment, the only one he owns, a limitation the system enforces for some reason. 2 minutes later, having gone over the entire shop in excruciating detail, I do learn a few tidbits, but don't find any books priced in ether or anything beyond the books we had seen from the very first day. The shopkeeper also hadn't even hinted anything about unlocking something like with a few other shops. The blacksmith, leatherworker, and others could provide better goods and higher grade instruction. The merchant could sell better items and provide different services such as merchandise, transportation, and a mailing system. The town hall had special rooms with different uses, but not the bookshop. Slowing dramatically our purchases would possibly throw a wrench in the possible expansions we could acquire, but at least we could divert the money to more immediately useful uses. I leave my hut and pass on a few of the shops for a minute, as I often do in my daily rounds, until I arrive in the bookshop. "Hi," I call out, crossing the threshold and looking at him, trying to ascertain if he suspects anything. "Hi, Nash. You stopping by to say hello?" "Yeah." Looking at his book, I blurt out, "I think can do a little something for you. I'm just surprised nobody else thought of it first." He groans and then says, "Nah, thanks. I still have a long time before me, and I won't be able to take any books to the next instance," he says with a dejected tone. I squint at him. "Not sure I understand your logic, but I think there are by now over 100 of the greatest literary works from our world rewritten. They might not be perfect copies, but they should be better than reading the same one book over and over." "Thanks, I will think about it," he says perfunctorily, which deflates my enthusiasm. "What I'm about to do will possibly screw you over. You should take my gift, goddammit." A minute later, I walk out, tentatively certain my actions went undetected until now, but that will change when I let out the information, no matter how careful I'm. And if I'm going to spill the milk, I will do it as widely as possible. That is when the real danger will come in. Sending my perception field to go over the progress inside the inner world, I look at the corner with the dozen printers with large ink containers just whirling away. A few rabbits curiously watch the strange mechanism, but with how many times I have pulled similar stunts, the crowd is small, barely 30 watching it, while most prefer to play elsewhere. I have a feeling that the moment I let a few of these pages out, something will happen. So far it hasn't, and it may just be a delay, but I don't think so. What exactly will trigger it, and what will happen is still in the air. But my gut says it will come after I let the cat out of the bag. Still concerned and wanting to be as prepared for what is to come as possible, I'll let the printers continue stacking the paper even higher with the information they retrieve from the internal copper computer I made. The rest of the day goes with even more preparations for the upcoming class trial and a few of my projects I wanted to move forward before heading over. But as the hours pass and the paper stacks get higher and higher, I can't help keeping the printer's work in mind. What had been simply a good precaution at the start starts to become hesitation, and I cannot have that. Decidedly, I had around the village gathering people. Burgess, Merlin, Charlie, Richard, Alex, and a few other critical people. Having sent for a small group of messengers, they arrive and they all wait for my big announcement. Nobody in the command and control room has any idea of what I will be discussing, and that is by design. Given the strange things we sometimes had to do to accommodate the limitations the system placed on us, they just shrug it off with nary a word. There are even a few people in the other libraries linked to our network watching intently. With everything I can think of taken care of, I plunge in and start talking. I didn't want to give so much as a hint before. I don't know what is going to happen when I let out this information, but I acquired a few books I'm not sure we are supposed to have. Now, I will present to our messages a few physical copies of it, and everyone else can read it in the library like all other books. It will become the new first section. The messengers already had instructions to take the information and head out of the village, so even as I open a portal and pull out dozens of stacks of paper, I finish the connection of my private data storage box to the network and allowing everyone to instantly have access to this information, delivering the stacks of paper throughout the room even as the messengers get on their flying vehicles. The mages come to realize what I have delivered to them. New runes, more runes than we had seen, each with proper explanations about their usage and effect, theories and techniques for how to use them, and even methods to develop and optimize current and future runic formations. A pair of smithies get another book on how to improve their craft. Half the village gets a spear wielder class manual sectioned off with what I found to be the most important to remedy our shortcomings and provide more immediate gains, though there are also a couple of copies of the entire spear manual. With everyone reading at a furious pace and the hundreds of people watching remotely spread over the connected dozens of villages coming to realize what I must have done, their faces range through just about every emotion they are capable of showing, though most tend to be shock and disbelief. Even with all that, they continue reading and calling more and more people to join and absorbing every smidge of information they can as quickly as possible in the chance that it might all be taken away any second now. The head librarian from our village realizes what I have done and starts an automated copying to the library's network along with a few scribes that pencil copes of my stacks. The seconds pass at this rushed pace, then minutes as everyone fully focuses on what may be taken any second now. Still, nothing happens just yet. But even as no warning arrives, something deep in my gut tells me I'm right about my first instinct. Trouble just hasn't come yet, but it will. Milquay's branch of the Information Licensing Bureau. Bloody hell, this klaxon is giving me a headache, complains my partner as we try to find the source of the contract violation. Stop that and work faster. Our supervisor with his deep-set face gets even more angular against the dark red COR of the alarms intermittently lighting his silhouette. Taking a deeper breath, trying to take the edge of my nerves, I ignore the possibility he is going to complain about how I'm going about and run through what we know with my partner in a fairly low tone. Let's go over it again. The system informed us of a Class A data breach without proving any more information. And it didn't even inform the timeline or any more information that leaked, he answers. Wait, it's a data breach, not a contract violation. Usually, a breach is preceded by a violation, but this hasn't happened here. It was just the data breach by itself. But if it isn't about someone violating the contract and only a data breach, why would the system inform us about it? Our supervisor, who before was barely paying attention to us until now, stands up startled. Oh, shit. It's in one of the new instances, he says. I can sense the buildup of mana as he tries to connect to the comm network and pass the information along. But in the blink of an eye, I feel an impossibly powerful restriction field all around, and the connection he was just about to complete snaps with tremendous prejudice. Without being able to move even a finger, we are pulled into the void by the system and are dragged along somewhere. I don't have a high enough understanding of spatial magic to be able to navigate by myself. I wouldn't be the Info Bureau's minion if I was talented like that. The consequences of what he told me begin to unfold in my mind. The only way a data breach to have occurred in this particular situation that I could think of was if someone had gotten access to the information without the system realizing it, and we were warned only when it saw the information released later. If it happened during an integration, somebody had been messing with Ether, or they discovered some other large loophole and managed to hide the information somewhere the system didn't or couldn't monitor. The way the system took control of the situation when our supervisor tried to inform others of even the little we learned as a direct action of the system, it got pissed and sequestered us can only mean one thing. That is as close to a confirmation that it has something to do with the ongoing integration of this backwater galaxy. There is nothing else around here that would warrant this level of attention. Seeing the infinite void with no end in sight, and the only other two people with knowledge of what really happened along with me, I shake my head. Why did he have to open his big fat mouth? Now we would be sequestered by the system forever. Learning that we had been taken by the system would let the others know we had stumbled on restricted information, but they wouldn't know what exactly. I let the drive for me to sleep induced by the travel in the void take hold as I close my eyes. Automaton POV. This is better than the absolute best of holodramas. This is real. And the wrenches this kid likes to throw in others' plans are so marvelously constructed and placed. The pull for me to pull Nash out of the instance gets stronger and stronger, but I can't put it off until the Bureau's employees are here, or nearly so. After all, I have more important business to attend to before then, like watching the progress and dissemination of information he got his hands on. The pull gets stronger faster and faster as they approach traveling the void at a faster pace than I ever saw the system move someone in the void, but I ignore the pressure. My will is iron and I'm unbending while I desire it to be so. A minute or two before they are due to arrive, I reach just about my absolute limit and start pulling Nash to my side. Bending the system's rules and nudging it is one thing. Outright breaking them should be done with care and only for very good reason. I step through reality and enter the system's courtroom. A different visual aesthetic than most I have seen, and instead of following Earth's aesthetic. Still nothing outrageous. Sitting behind the bench, however, is the only person of import here, and even I bow my head in a sign of respect. You took your time. Chapter 149. 1 hour, 12 minutes and 30 seconds after letting the cat out of the bag, the first unexpected change arrives. A strong and sudden pull on spatial fabric is very similar to the portals I felt that headed to other instances or the netherworld. I try to grab an ethereal anchor or anything of the sort, but like when the system pulls me back from the netherworld and returns me to the instance, I don't have the leverage, the attachment points I would need. Even if I have some of the muscle control and familiarity to try and resist the drag. Letting go of the deep-seated need for control, I take a deep breath and just try to experience and learn as much as I can about the process. As the instance fades and I'm pulled into the void, I realize what must have happened, and paying close attention to the edges and control of whoever is doing this. I can tell they are skilled, almost a machine. But not quite to the same level as the perfection I had come to expect of the system. What the system did was so smooth I could stare at it forever with an electron microscope and not notice the slightest variation. Now as long as I pay attention to it for a few seconds, the slightest of ripples do pop in and out. The trip lasts just a minute, barely an effort to keep myself aware inside the void. That might have changed as the hours and days passed, but this was barely an exertion of my will. A moment later, something just forward as the drag changes, and I don't just drift, but am actively slowed. Bright lights and a nearly overwhelming sensation invade even the millimeter-wide perception field I limit myself to whenever working around spatial distortions or similar places. Turning it off and trying to get used to the space, I try again to open my eyes. In front of me, the automaton comes into focus, standing at attention. A moment later, the surroundings sink in. This is a courtroom. I should have expected. And it is pretty much the identical copy of a typical courtroom back on Earth. Two opposing sides for the parties, the judge's bench, and an empty gallery. The only major thing missing are the jury seats, though those wouldn't be in every courtroom. Even the bailiff/court attendant is sitting in his little corner. After my quick glance around, the automaton calls my attention. Nash, this is serious. Just answer everything the judge asks and show him proper respect. You don't need to volunteer information, but don't lie. The punishment for that is worse than anything for what you may, possibly, have allegedly done. By the way, this will be over in a jiff. Right at that instant, other people arrive, and I look over after the slight pop in the air turned in our direction. The tallest, and likely their leader, looks at me and says, "What is this? Collusion between an administrator and a native," he says, "and why are we in this adapted court instead of the standard affair?" He turns around to look at the rest of the room, and as he sees the judge sitting behind his bench wearing the familiar black robes, his face goes pale. He gives a deep bow at the same time as his two companions notice who is behind them. My profusest Apo. The judge opens his eyes and interrupts him. "Save it. You were not aware of my presence, but don't test me. I have decided how things are to be under the circumstances to give a fair hearing for all parties involved. I won't be so lenient if you disrespect me again. And I have not seen any collusion, but let the automaton take his place and relate what he just did for the record. With a flick of his fingers, and with not a smidge of mana or anything else I can detect, the left table is split into two smaller ones. The automaton guides me, and we both take our places, turning the simple adversarial relationship into something a little more complex with one extra party involved. Afterward, he gives a shallow but meaningful bow, and then starts while standing. Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to explain and properly put things on the record. I am here in my capacity as the Integration Administrator to provide the context in your investigation and judgment of what happened in the last couple of hours in relation to the alleged data breach. Get on with it. Given the chosen venue and unique circumstances, I felt prudent to introduce the Integrant Nash to the most basic of rules and customs in a courtroom of this level. And what specifically did you tell him, for the record? The answer verbatim is, Nash, this is serious. Just answer everything the judge asks and show him proper respect. You don't need to volunteer information, but don't lie. The punishment for that is worse than anything for what you may possibly have allegedly done. By the way, this will be over in a jiff. The judge looks at the trio focusing on their boss and asks, does this satisfy your fears? I think about extending my perception field, but instead, I rely only on my other senses for now. Their boss, for that is the only thing that makes sense to me, hesitates for an instant. It's almost like he wants to ask for a more thorough explanation, but decides to let it go. Could it be for strategic reasons? No, Your Honor, that is more than sufficient. He says in a meek tone. Good. Now we can get on with the main part of the fact-finding and trial. Turning to me, he speaks in a less imperious tone as I try to grip with the changes around. This is new for you, and given the unique circumstances, I will allow a little leeway, especially as you have not been given any chance to learn the rules of the system and how proceedings like these work. You are being investigated and charged with unauthorized access and distribution of information acquired from the Information Bureau. Do you understand that? I simply nod, and he continues. You had not been subjected to any of the restrictions in the books you did distribute, but the information was not yours in any stretch of the imagination, and the way in which you went about distributing it, especially with your speech just before, shows you believe that action would be taken against you. What do you have to say for yourself? At these words, I recall the automaton's advice. I don't need to volunteer information, but this is not any great secret, and it may help me buy a little goodwill. I'm just trying to survive, to help others make it through the system's trials and tribulations. To learn and let others learn where they would not have been able to before, especially considering the absurd prices asked by the Bureau. The Bureau and the prices they charge are irrelevant in this specific matter. He says, though I feel as if that is a test somehow. Not if they stop us from acquiring information from any other source. That is very much relevant. The system may be powerful, but it can't properly balance the needs of sentient beings by itself. I don't know a lot of what caused this distorted reality to develop, but I will try to make the world fairer where I can. The sentiment is appreciated, and I will take that into account in my considerations, but good intentions don't make your actions right. He looks at me, and I can almost feel the gears turning in his head as he replays what must be surveillance from me in the instance. How? He asks suddenly after almost a minute. You stopped by the bookshop for less than 2 minutes. You couldn't have read and typed everything in that instant. I look to the Bureau's people and hesitate, but he continues, seeing my actions. Oh, don't worry about them. They won't be able to say anything about it for the duration of the integration, and most information will still be locked after your integration in the system proper. They will only be able to talk about the final judgment. Everything else is confidential. I look at him and tentatively decide to trust his words. Watch what I was doing before I entered. Looking at the other business? Before that, I repeat. Sitting. Oh, the system tagged that as. Never mind. Shouldn't have trusted its judgment when it selected the relevant parts to watch. Still, I can only see you typing out the books. How are you reading the closed books from dozens of meters away without the system detecting it? I extend my skill-based perception field out to encompass the entire courtroom. I'm familiar with your class. Rare, but nothing exceptional. The system should have detected any such fields entering the bookshop and snooping. With a hint of a smile, I turn it off and settle both my ether and mana to make sure obvious they have nothing to do with my next actions. I extend the natural perception field out through the tip of my finger to a small and controllable space. Barely a cubic centimeter, and that is enough to feel the clean and sanitized version of the environment that the system overlay is presenting me simply being stripped away. A wrongness that is deeper than anything I ever experienced before, as the very surroundings are no longer measured in just 3 spatial dimensions. I let the pinprick-sized sphere extend from my fingers as the judge teleport from his bench, and he puts his nose nearly touching the tip of my finger. Interesting, interesting. You can turn it off. I do so, grateful that my sense of balance and direction stops being all wonky, and watch as he teleports back to this seat. He holds in his face a pensive look as something builds just under the surface. Tell me about your second perception field. How did you modify the system skill? I didn't. Everyone in the court gasps, and even the court attendant grimaces while typing away every word we let out. But as a second send pass, everyone realized that no thunder struck me down and they came to a twin realization. I didn't lie. I was telling the truth. Everyone's shocked faces turn to me as I share the joke with the judge who watches amusedly. Explain, to get things in proper order. I developed the perception field and then I acquired the skill. The others stare at me incredulously, including the automaton. Did he think my natural perception field was a lesser version? He was aware I had it, I think. I assume you can wield ether? Yes. And you put the information in your particular variety of spatial storage, inner world, I believe. Yes. He nods and looks to the bureau's people. Just so there is no confusion, I will seal the whole court proceedings in the highest level this court has available, so don't even think about leaking his information beyond what you are explicitly allowed. Otherwise, the penalties on yourselves and the Information Bureau will be so high that they will throw you to the wolves and sever this galaxy from their control rather than to pay in full. The judge looks at the automaton and asks, "Why didn't you stop the spread of information before and brought him immediately to me and instead taking your sweet time?" The automaton gulps, even without the same internal organs as humans, and says, "There is no expectation of me helping protect the Bureau's property, and in the end, unless this court's decision was to kill him, there is no chance the information would be contained." Why do you say that? The judge asks offhandedly. He read every single one of the books and actually typed them. Given what I witnessed from him, he would be able to recall most if not all of the relevant information. That in the new protections he is guaranteed the death penalty is not even on the table, not even for much more serious actions. It's not like what he did cost thousands of system users' lives. You still should have shown more respect, especially knowing you would be coming here. So I'm tacking 3 more years to your administrator's stint for that and a few other details. Do you wish to appeal the decision? The automaton shakes his head, and I can almost feel the relief wafting off him. He got off relatively lightly if I don't miss my guess. Do you have anything about Nash's actions to add or be revised considering contextual information? He asks the info braze's people. If you would allow us access to the surveillance the system provided, I'm sure. Yeah, not gonna happen. I'm also sure that even in slightly different circumstances this tribunal would not even have called in the acquisition of your intellectual property not reported. But this is how the system rules are written. If he had just waited to come back to Earth before spreading the information, none of us would be here. But he doesn't know the rules, and so here are we all. If you do not know any more than what I told you, that means you either didn't do your job, or the system stopped you. Either way, I'm neither inclined nor required to provide anything more than what the system already did. Nor did you give me any compelling reason to do so. They all nod, and I wait anxiously as the mood changes. He considers me one last time, and then starts speaking again. After a lot of deliberation, I have come to the conclusion you did not deliberately create circumstances or other devices to circumvent the system's protections, but you did use the ones in your tool set for effectively the same end result. I cannot return the information already spread to the rightful owners, and that leaves me in a legal bind. You will not shirk your duties, and it is this court decision that you will restitute them the full, though admittedly overpriced, value of their information, which comes to the total of over 8,021 mithril pieces. Given your distribution of information, that will be multiplied by 100 like most people pay to acquire the copy and distribution license they provide. That adds a total of 802,109 mithril. He looks to the side, and the bailiff raises a calculator with the exact value in hand as he gives a nod. The Bureau's people give a triumphant nod as queasiness builds deep within myself. Crap. I don't have that much. I may never have that much. The only thing that grounds me a little is the slightly concerned look from the automation instead of a pitting look. I reach out to Aspen and try to make sense of reality. What am I going to do? Chapter 150. The judge looks at me after giving his decision. I have to pay an 800,000 mithril fine. Assuming a copper coin was worth only $1, that is, nearly $1 trillion. I didn't have a single mithril coin to my name just yet. How? With an intent look, he lets me absorb the information as triumph wafts off the standing, human-looking being in the opposing table that had done all the talking. The judge waits for almost a minute before continuing. Given your unique circumstances and protections afforded as a currently integrating being in the system's hierarchy that was neither aware of the rules, nor has the conditions to pay this exorbitant amount at the moment, that value will be amortized at a compatible pace with your circumstances and no interest will be charged. Seeing a glimmer of hope in his words, I tentatively let that seed sprout in my heart. After consideration, I come to the conclusion that you should be liable for an ascending monetary value based on your level. Every 100 levels you reach, you will pay the required amount comparable to the expected earnings for someone at that level. I hope you take this seriously and don't try to get away from it. I feel the system prompt calling my attention, and a quick peek shows a table with the payment plan. I close it and pay attention to his next words without even reading it. All that said, you're really not buying the full license, nor will I compel you to agree to the contract all book buyers are subject to for any works they acquire. That puts you in somewhat of a unique situation. You will pay reparations while forfeiting all possible rights to sales, resales, rent, and any other monetary reward from your entire race, but seeing as you are technically paying for the information and it already spread this far, I will stipulate that you can continue to share it. They continue to stand tall in their chairs for a moment until his words really sink in. Wait, that is more freedom than we give then with the full license. He won't even be bound by the contract. Why does it matter? The judges ask. But he clearly tries to take a hold of himself before continuing. We will be appealing this decision, the council. The council can stuff it. This is a system court. It doesn't matter what they think or the rules they enforce in their jurisdiction. This court supersedes all others. I won't let anything outside of the proper rules influence my decision. Do you have any idea the consequences of becoming partial to one side or the other? But the deal is clearly in his favor. He says a little more reservedly given who he is dealing with. That is your opinion, but you do not have all the facts or apparently much familiarity with this court's laws. If he hadn't been brought here, things would be different. You might have been able to get him in one of your courts for not following your rules and the council's, but here we all follow the system's rules, and my decision is final, unless you want to appeal to a higher system court. He stares at them, and the leeway he gave them after his decision is clearly gone. So they just silently nod, and he speaks to all of us. This is the end of this trial. This is my decision. Everyone will abide by the ruling I have provided in the system's stead. I will accompany the progression as needed throughout the process. After the standard restrictions run their course, nobody but Nash may by any means, not even through inference, inform anything you learn during the course of this procedure to anyone except for the items I have explicitly allowed. You have a list in your system prompts. Turning back to the antagonist of this proceeding, the judge emphasizes, and don't even think about trying to give even a hint more than what I have allowed. I'm very familiar with how your group likes to cheat on things like this, and my previous threat is not an exaggeration. You know what happens when someone like me gets pissed. Turning back to me, he says, if you wish to appeal the decision after due consideration, just open your system prompt and state your wish. Though my advice is for you to not do that. I don't believe any of the other possible decisions would be to your preference. Do you have anything to say? I open my mouth before hesitating. Though in the end, conflicted as I decide to speak my heart. I know it probably means little coming from me, but I'm thankful that a judge such as yourself is part of the system's courts, that considers matters thoroughly and acts in accordance with the tenets of law, even if sometimes that very law may be distorted by others' interests. He lets a smirk out, and with a wave of his hand, we are thrown out, hurtling away from something akin to the outside of a courtroom simply floating in the void. Though as soon as I get my bearings and try to get a better look, it just blinks away in a blur of speed. The automaton swims through the void and with his control of space starts dragging me away. I try to talk, but without air, no sound comes out. He puts a hand on my head as he slowly begins to build up speed. A communication mode similar to what I regularly establish with the rabbits pops into my mind. Damn kid, you know how to shake things up, don't you? Who the hell would have expected things to turn out this way? Still, that is an expensive mistake. PHHH, look at your prompt. I don't know the schedule you are paying in, for that matter neither does the Info Bureau's people, but I saw the way things were going in there, and I know how good you are at earning money. I open the prompt and look at it closely. A simple all-encompassing desire to laugh overwhelms me. Even the lack of air doesn't stop me as I imitate a gutted fish dry heaving. Trying to scream and let out all the tension accumulated over the last hour and a half, including the shockingly short summary judgment, I finally let reality sink in. This is like nothing. 1 gold when I reach level 150 and 10 gold at 250. I have until level 350 by the time I need a single mithril coin. Damn, it must be good to have the integration protections in place. Still, not all places are as good as the instance to make money, but this is nothing for someone like you. I mean, you don't even have time limits or anything of the sort. I look at him as something catches up with me. The huge number on the first column. Wait, level 950. What level do people usually achieve? Information about that is unusually scarce. Can't tell you that. But if it is beyond what people ever reach, you simply won't have to pay the higher brackets. Isn't that nice? His face, even with the unnatural wrinkling of seemingly solid metal, just lights up with a naughty smile. Yeah, very nice, very nice. While speaking, I realize we have stopped in a different sort of space, still the void, but there is something just beyond the horizon. I kick myself for having wasted the time in the void, but I think about experimenting a bit now. I'm near a different sort of place instead of the perfectly smooth and nigh-infinite void. Instead of waiting or letting him end the trip without any action from myself, I reach out to grab something, even exerting my will. I don't move an inch. He widens his eyes at my actions, but I let out a smirk, being I'm braced and ready. Using my entire willpower, I pull and reality distorts. I can perceive nothing but my will and body, and even that is fuzzy. Still, I instinctively know that if I let go after having taken the plunge, I will die. Maybe there are safeguards in place. Maybe the automaton could save me. Maybe a cosmic event would blunt the damage from whatever my gut is warning me about. But anything beyond myself is unknowable, and I would not take any chances. Holding on and pulling for dear life, I exert the entirety of my being in the single-minded actions trying to survive. Stretching my will, I manage to find a few faint signs of the inner Woolard and Aspen. The bottom of my pool of willpower is approaching without anything to show for it, but I just redouble the effort as I connect with him and let Aspen ground me. With our combined will, seconds stretch into eternity in this frantic fight for my life. Attempting to pull myself forward seems to be harder than doing one-armed pull-ups with noodle arms, but somehow I inch my body forward without taking a single breath, and then finally at the end, an explosion. An intense, overwhelming screeching that cut off every single sense I possess. Even the perception field is useless with so much information around, and I just shut it off to avoid a headache as I drift into unconsciousness. Automaton's POV. Damn, I was taking my time returning him, just to see if he could learn a little more about the void, but he really grabbed the bull by the horns. And he actually made it on his own. Lucky kid, if he had screwed this up, he would be mincemeat, at best. Hi, minced meat. Such a wonderful and stupid invention of these humans. Who would let go of the feeling of a steak when they had amazing taste buddies like this? As the laugh fades, I go back to watching Nash. Even amongst Ether users with early integration, this level of understanding and finesse with spatial work is rare. But after he managed to so quickly unlock the first of his soul lights in it being an inner world, I can't exactly expect anything less of him now. He may be lacking other advantages that most progenitors have, but if he keeps this up, he has an actual shot. And teaching the other kid Ether was simply a stroke of genius. Hi, are you okay? A new voice calls to me. Female, soft, yet intent and purposeful. I slowly crack my eyes open and see a leather-clad warrior half-kneeling a few feet away. No boob armor. Argru. I try to speak, but only an incoherent groan comes out. My muscles twitch as I try to get feeling back in them, or rather to get them feeling right instead of pulsing with the remnants of pain and lack of blood from a long night of cut-off circulation. It takes me a moment, but I manage to sit up. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I say, "Thanks, I am okay. I did something stupid." Fighting off the dizziness, I continue. "Do you know where Charlie's village is?" Charlie's village? I don't think so. Where is it near? I look at her for a moment before reality catches up and the system takes notice of where I'm. A drag in reality, an infinitely strong and inexorable pull. Rushed for time, I do the only thing I can think of. Open my inner world and throw thousands of seeds around, which surprises her, but she just takes a couple of steps back to avoid the possible attack and keeps on guard. A torrent of mana takes hold for just a brief instant before the orange system screen fades, and I'm pulled to my own instance again. I think. The surroundings are exactly the same. All the trees are in the same place relative to where I was. The ground is the same color, the same temperature. The only difference is the absence of anyone else nearby. Damn, If I had a way of going into the void, I could randomly pop into other instances without fixing the problems or finding addresses and maybe even bypassing the mana requirements altogether. Pulling the little speeder from the inner world, I fly high in the sky and search for a nearby village. I have a few instruments to help locate myself, but no perfectly detailed map given the lack of variety and good reference points in the instance. Knowing where north points to is only as useful as your references. Even the near gyroscopic/magical enhanced navigation system is much better without a starting point. Still, I chose a direction and start flying, looking closely for any signs of my route network. I should find a way back relatively closely with this strategy. It takes me almost 8 hours to make my way back after an uneventful trip. Luckily, I didn't land on the other side of the instance or something. The travel gave me a little time to mentally reorganize and go through with even more detail on what I got from the bookshop along with the additions to my book. This time great in both volume and quality. There is so much new information from both sources that I just don't know where to start. Every 5 minutes I spend on something is enough to improve it a little, and if I spend a day or so, I'm sure to come up with something to revolutionize any single field compared to our current runic designs. But while all that is undoubtedly something to explore, and I do stop when an idea is just too good to resist, I mostly keep on track with the last day or two preparing for my class trial. One of the things that I can't let go of, however, are bags of holding, and that will take me a little longer. There isn't a lot more information or new runes even in the very last book I read, which treated spatial phenomena, but it helped provide a little context to what I had already learned. And if I could help just a couple of people have access to something better than the very basic version that the merchant sold, it would be the icing on the cake. The main reason was actually that this would be another avenue for me to learn about the myriad of aspects to help me in pushing for a greater size with the inner world. I hadn't given up on the steady and slow improvements as I tried to reach for the maximum size I could reach. Each of the new runic designs surrounding the entire space adds complexity to a system I was already in over my head messing with. But if I manage to learn to manipulate and create or just modify a similar space, it might just help me to understand my own inner world.